The realms of parallel worlds and reality intertwine in a grand lordship game. Upon reaching adulthood, each individual is bestowed with the opportunity to awaken as a lord, gaining passage into a void realm to explore resources and reap rewards from dungeons to cultivate their dominion. Yihan, a traveler from Blue Star, awakens to discover two remarkable talents, one for seamless advancement and the other for harnessing Eastern power, enabling him to transform structures into the majestic architecture of his former life. The city wall metamorphoses into the Great Wall of Qin. The barracks evolves into the Six Gates. The cafeteria transforms into the Yellow Crane Tower. The Beast Master Academy transcends into the Eastern Imperial Palace. The Daoist sect evolve into the Three Pure Ones Hall and the Celestial Court. Every acquired building and item possesses the potential for advancement, yielding wondrous new effects. From the martial arts era to the immortal cultivation era, and even the Celestial Court's primal age. As Yihan ascends through levels, upon reaching the zenith of the lordly world, his territory is adorned with countless treasures of Eastern civilization. Chapter 1. The Great Lord's Family, a distinguished lineage at the outset. Fangtian City. The Lord's residence, located on the eastern side of the city, encompasses a sprawling garden complex surrounded by walls radiating a shimmering blue runic light, spanning an impressive 3,000 acres. Within the walls, verdant trees provide ample shade, and lush grass flourishes, accompanied by exquisite statues and fountains. The castle stands tall and magnificent, adorned with opulent decorations. Golden light permeates the surroundings. In the central hall of the castle, Yihan stands in the midst of his 5 cousins, awaiting the arrival of a large gathering of relatives. This year both Honor and Linger have turned 18. Who would have thought Honor has grown so much? That little rascal who used to run through the woods is now towering at 1 meter 80. Indeed, and I must say, dear cousin Yihan has quite the handsome visage. I concur, he possesses a star-like chiseled charm. I bet many girls are yearning for cousin Yihan, Sigh, may all the eligible children in our family awaken as lords this year. Indeed, Liang failed to awaken last year. He should be arriving in just 10 minutes, our esteemed patriarch. The crowd buzzes with lively and cheerful discussions. Yihan maintains a tranquil demeanor, attentively listening to the surrounding chatter as he awaits the moment. He is a time traveler, now 18 years of age, having traversed from a place known as Blue Star into this world as an infant. His profound love for online literature, coupled with his status as an ordinary orphan, left him unanchored to Blue Star, rendering his transition to this new life exhilarating. This world is one where every citizen is a lord. The Lord game has descended and fused with reality, transforming it into a data-driven existence. Each year, on June 15th, individuals aged 18 to 22 have the chance to awaken as lords, manifesting a mysterious power within their beings. They receive a digital interface featuring functions such as a space backpack, equipment slots, and a chat system, along with an upgradable territory center. By wielding the power of a lord, they can traverse into the boundless universe of little worlds, teeming with abundant resources and dungeons. Lords can collect and conquer dungeons to acquire resources, upgrading their territories or transporting them back to reality. However, such feats are only attainable by those endowed with lordly talents. Without such gifts, one is relegated to traditional occupations or serving other lords. Presently, Yihan's homeland is known as the Republic of Wanbang, a nation with a capitalistic system starkly different from that of his past life. As he delves into his family's history, Yihan is further astonished. His family ranks among the 4 eminent financial conglomerates of the nation. His grandfather is a 6th-tier lord, commanding an army of 1 million divine beings with unparalleled combat prowess. Furthermore, he concurrently holds the esteemed title of Lord of Fangtian City. His grandmother, a scion of another formidable financial conglomerate, entered the family through a strategic marriage, while his mother hails from the illustrious lineage of a 5th-tier lord. His father, too, possesses the prowess of a 4th-tier lord. The entire clan wields tremendous influence within the nation. As the patriarch, his grandfather boasts 6 sons and 3 daughters. Yihan's father occupies the 6th position in the family hierarchy, having fathered a son and a daughter. Yihan is the younger of the 2, ranking 12th among his peers in the clan. He is acutely aware that belonging to such a distinguished family presents him with a significant advantage. In fact, with a family of this caliber, one could lead a life of comfort without exerting effort. This advantageous beginning has already eclipsed a multitude of orphan transmigrators. Having turned 18, I hope to awaken a superlative golden finger akin to those in web novels. With top-tier talent and a prestigious family, the advantages are indeed formidable. Yihan harbored great expectations within his heart. After a brief interlude, an elderly gentleman clad in a white robe, his hair graying at the temples, entered the room. His name is Yi Lingtian, and he is over 70 years of age. He is Yihan's grandfather, the most powerful and senior member of the family, and also ranks among the top 5 lords in the realm of Manhwa, the authoritative figure of the Yi family's financial empire. Upon his entrance into the hall, an intangible aura of pressure emanated from him, causing Yi Han and the others to feel a slight heaviness in their breaths. However, this oppressive atmosphere dissipated swiftly, replaced by Yi Lingtian's benevolent smile. Today, the 15th of June, marks the day of Lord Awakening. Moreover, both Honor and Linger have reached the age of 18. Our family welcomes 2 more eligible awakeners. Yi Lingtian's countenance radiated joy as he gazed upon Yi Han and the young lady standing beside him. This demeanor was in stark contrast to the overwhelming force he exuded during moments of fury, which could shake the continent and cause the very fabric of space to tremble. I trust you are all aware of the trials that new lords of the family must undertake. Should you awaken to become lords, I shall provide a military camp, a resurrection stone, and contact information for your family. You will then traverse alone into the boundless void of a miniature world, developing your territory in the place of your arrival, during which the family shall offer no further assistance. After a month, I will visit your territories to assess your progress in leadership and territorial governance. 30 days in a month may seem neither excessive nor insufficient. This constitutes the family's test for you. And for those who do not achieve awakening this year, do not despair. You shall have another opportunity next year. As Yi Lingtian spoke, he gently waved his hand. 3 radiant objects floated forth, drifting before Yi Han and the others. Yi Han accepted the items and placed them nearby. The test described by Yi Lingtian is a rite of passage that every new lord of the Yi family must endure, a means by which Yi Lingtian cultivates and evaluates talent. Developing without any familial resources serves not only to assess a lord's growth and innate talent, but also to instill an understanding of the arduous journey that has led to the family's current achievements. Following the month-long trial, newly awakened lords shall receive the family's substantial support, allowing them to surpass numerous contemporaries and ascend to the ranks of top lords. To encourage your diligent development over these 30 days, I will establish a ranking. The individual with the highest comprehensive strength of territory will receive a special reward from the family. Now begin to comprehend. As Yi Lingtian spoke, he gently waved his hand, releasing the power of the Lord. Boom! In an instant, the opulent castle hall brimmed with the essence of lordly power. On the day of awakening, eligible awakeners typically sit upon the ground to absorb the energies released by lords of the 3rd tier and above, awakening their own lordly power and acquiring their digital interface and territorial center. Ordinary individuals gather within the halls of the Lord's Academy, where invited powerful beings release their energies to facilitate awakening. Yi Han, however, is to be awakened within the confines of his own home, guided by a 6th-tier superpower. He sat cross-legged within the castle, gradually attuning to the power within his heart. Under the impetus of Yi Lingtian's lordly energy, Yi Han swiftly entered a state of hazy perception, visions of countless fantastical images flashing through his mind. He envisioned knights clad in black armor, galloping fiercely, the black flag of the Great Qin army fluttering in the wind, and even handsome cultivators soaring through the skies on their swords. All these fantastical images stemmed from the homeland of his previous life, the East. Simultaneously, a radiant golden light erupted from Yi Han, marking him as the first to achieve awakening. Chapter 2. The Eastern Court Palace, Traversing the Endless Void. Within the opulent hall of the palace, a faint yet resonant sound echoed. A brilliant golden light erupted from Yi Han, instantly capturing the attention of his relatives. The golden radiance blazed forth. Yi Han's cousin had successfully awakened. Hiss. Yi Han is but 18 years of age, and he has become a lord upon his first awakening. Unbelievable. I have heard whispers that those who awaken swiftly possess superior, lordly talents. Yi Han's cousin is truly remarkable. The relatives of the Yi family buzzed with excitement. Many extended their congratulations to Yi Han's parents, who were equally elated. Thanks to the exemplary upbringing by their patriarch, Yi Lingtian, the Yi family was known for its unity and harmony, with little to no significant conflicts or familial strife. Yi Lingtian gazed at Yi Han with a mixture of surprise and pride, thinking to himself, excellent. To awaken at just 18 years of age suggests a promising talent. Oblivious to the commotion around him, Yi Han was immersed in contemplation within his mind. He sensed a flow of ethereal power coursing through his body. And with a mere thought, a digital display materialized before him. Lord, Yi Han, Territory Center, Eastern Court Palace, Level 1. Talent 1, Unlock Center of Territory. Talent 2, Unlock Center of Territory. Talent 6, Unlocks at Level 20. Spatial Backpack, 30 slots none. Equipment slots, 5 none. Chat system, no contacts, no group chats. A faint blue screen appeared in Yi Han's mind. Upon seeing the designation of his territory center, Yi Han felt a flicker of astonishment. Each lord's territory center is uniquely determined by their personal talents, which also dictates the primary developmental direction of their domain. Some may harness technological crystals and ascend through machinery, while others might establish divine realms inspired by Western deities, or even cultivate colossal elven trees and monstrous stone tablets. The Eastern Court. Could it be that my lordly civilization is akin to the Great Xia civilization? Is this not the civilization of my ancestral homeland? It seems that many civilizations from my past life have manifested within this lordly realm, yet the Eastern Great Xia civilization has not appeared. Yihan pondered. He realized that throughout his years of study, he had not encountered the Eastern Court as a territory center. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. There are numerous lords in this world, and perhaps he had simply overlooked it. Gradually, he opened his eyes and rose from the ground. His waiting relatives swiftly approached him. Han, ha ha ha, who would have thought you would be the first to awaken, huh? Han, your motherly Han's voice brimmed with excitement and pride. His father and older sister were equally exhilarated. The air in the castle was filled with merriment. It was not until Yiling Tian raised his hand for silence that the crowd quieted down. Han, congratulations. From this moment forth, our Yi family gains another lord. Yiling Tian spoke gently as he looked upon Yihan. How many talents do you possess after your awakening? 5. Yihan was also buoyed by his family's joy. 5 talents. Not bad. When I awakened, I too possessed 5 talents. Yiling Tian nodded in approval. Others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. Since the talents had yet to be unlocked, no one knew the specifics of Yihan's abilities, only gauging by the mere quantity. Some possessed numerous initial talents, yet their quality was poor, while others boasted both quantity and excellence. Your grandfather has high hopes for you. If you achieve first place in the family trials, the clan will bestow upon you a special reward. Yiling Tian patted Yihan's shoulder encouragingly. All right, I will strive to excel, Yihan responded, a touch of excitement coursing through him. Over the years, he understood that his bloodline in this alternate world was exceedingly generous towards family. Thus, the reward would surely be significant. Han, prepare to traverse the void. The initiation trials may be challenging, yet they will impart invaluable lessons. Yiling Tian encouraged with a pat on Yihan's shoulder. Yes, I understand, Yihan affirmed. He then began to gather the necessary items for his journey through the void. In truth, Li Hong harbored reservations about her son facing the arduous trials. She wished for him to develop steadily within the family territory, believing that their clan's strength rendered hardship unnecessary. Yet, under the strict household rules imposed by Yiling Tian, she felt powerless. Moreover, a month was not an excessively long duration. After preparing, Yihan exchanged a few more words with his family before activating the lordly power to initiate the transfer. Boom! A surge of white light enveloped him. And in an instant, Yihan vanished from the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before him, a blinding white light surged, rendering him unable to open his eyes, while the roaring winds filled his ears, reminiscent of riding on a supersonic train. However, Yihan was not taken aback by this phenomenon. Rather, he eagerly anticipated arriving in a world reminiscent of Eastern civilization. The void realm into which novice lords descend is diverse and multifaceted. There exist ordinary human continents, ominous ghost realms, desolate wastelands filled with crumbling cities and machinery, and even a scorched wilderness under 9 suns. All of the realities and fantasies of his past life. Blue Star coalesce here. Different small worlds also signify distinct gamified dungeons and resources. For instance, the Wasteland continent harbors nearly no ghostly resources or dungeons. A lord descending onto the wasteland from the ghost realm would face considerable challenges. Furthermore, a small world may not necessarily have only one lord. Although one can switch between small worlds, doing so incurs significant mental strain. Boom. The illumination before him diminished, and Yihan felt himself plummet suddenly, his feet touching the ground a second later. This signified that he had successfully traversed into the small world. He surveyed his surroundings. At this moment, he found himself amidst a vast expanse of verdant grassland. To the east, a sun rose slowly, and a gentle mist enveloped the area, the air imbued with a hint of the morning's chill. In the distance, dense forests and mountains loomed, shrouded in fog. Closer to him, the grassland and hills bore familiar sights of gaming screens and swirling portals. Dungeon, bandit, aggressive monster. Level 5. Dungeon, Night Defector Core. Level 18. Bandits, Knights. It appears to be a world of human cold weapons. However, I wonder if this human realm possesses spiritual energy. Yihan mused. He felt that this world was quite suitable for him. His civilization is the Eastern Court. In its development, he would certainly require substantial iron, ore, gold, and timber, all of which should be nearby. At the very least, it was not a barren ghost realm. If this world lacks spiritual energy, it would be an ordinary human realm. However, should it possess such energy, there would be resources like spirit stones and divine dungeons to explore, significantly increasing the value of the world. Then this shall be the place. It is indeed quite fitting. Yihan surveyed his surroundings with a discerning eye, and upon feeling assured that all was well, some in the center of his territory, boom, a brilliant golden light erupted from the ground before him, and a rectangular structure, imbued with Eastern charm, manifested itself. Chapter 3. The Beauty of Eastern Architecture, the First Companion. As the sun rose in the east, a delicate mist enveloped the rolling hills at dawn. Dewdrops glistened upon the verdant grass. Yihan unleashed the power of the Lord, summoning the center of his territory once more. Boom! A colossal, radiant golden light surged forth. And a square edifice, towering 9 meters high, emerged from thin air, standing majestically upon the grass before him. This was a 2-story Eastern palace. The 4 walls were adorned with a vibrant red lacquer. Both the first and second stories sported protruding golden-tiled eaves, while the corners boasted elegant upturned gables, from which tinkling wind chimes hum. Atop the structure rose 2 pointed spires, encrusted with luminous pearls that radiated golden light. Above the main entrance, a blue plaque bore the inscription "Daunting Palace" in grand characters. The entire building shimmered with an enchanting luster, reminiscent of the Forbidden City from a past life. Yet even more exquisite. With its eastern eaves elegantly curved and finely crafted beams and pillars, every detail exuded the ancient aesthetic of Eastern architecture. Is this truly the center of my territory? It resembles a place where an emperor might conduct affairs. Yihan gazed up at Daunting Palace, overwhelmed with excitement. His territory center was undeniably beautiful, a stark contrast to the humble abodes of ordinary folk, utterly eclipsing them. Moreover, he could see the game interface beside Daunting Palace, revealing several unlocked talents. Territory Center, Daunting Palace. Level 1. Experience required for upgrade. 3,000 Lord Power, 5,000 units of timber, 1,000 units of gold, 100 units of fine iron. Building effects. 1. Conquest. The palace serves as the focal point, establishing a territory radius of 1 kilometer under the Lord's dominion. All structures within are governed by the Lord's power and cannot be seized by others. Upon defeating an opponent's territory center, the Lord may claim their buildings. 2. Eastern Civilization. The Lord's civilization path encompasses martial arts, immortal cultivation, fairy tales, and celestial court civilizations. Currently, the host is within the martial arts civilization. Advancing to the next civilization requires the Void Civilization inheritance and upgrading the territory center to level 20, as well as relocating the territory to a spiritually enriched area. Note, this civilization path is unique in the world, exclusive to the Daunting Palace Lord. 3. Lord's Companions. The Lord may summon real-life heroes from parallel worlds to serve as companions through the building. A summon requires 1 Eastern Hero Summoning Token. The first summon is free. 4. Advancement. The Lord can collect rewards in the void, conquer dungeons, and engage in battles to facilitate advancement with a single command. The building will transform into an Eastern structure. Other rewards will see an increase in quantity or quality. Note, items produced from advancements cannot be further upgraded. 5. Leadership. Daunting Palace enhances the governance of the territory. The production cap for military units or population increases by 10, and the marching speed of troops is also boosted by 10. Building effect 6, unlocked at level 20, real-life heroes. The rewards for advancement and enhancement suggest that my talents are quite promising. Yihan felt a surge of excitement as he examined the description of his territory center. In this gamified world, the intelligence levels of ordinary and elite NPCs are akin to simplistic robots, limited in their strategic capabilities. However, the heroes he summoned are actual beings, capable not only of being brought into his world, but also of engaging in life and progeny, hailing from parallel realms. Their rarity far surpasses that of NPCs, particularly the heroes, who stand as paragons among humanity. The other talents also appear commendable. The Eastern civilization remains the sole advancement route. Yet as of now, Yihan could only glean an understanding of these talents from their descriptions, lacking practical experience to ascertain their true strength. The first summon is free, is it? Then I shall summon forthwith. Yihan commanded the territory center in his mind. Boom. A golden beam descended from the heavens, enveloping Daunting Palace in radiant light. When the brilliance faded, Yihan beheld a woman clad in ancient attire emerging from the palace's grand entrance. She wore a striking red garment, standing tall and poised. Her figure curvaceous and perfectly proportioned. Her face bore delicate features, with large eyes, a straight nose, and tender lips that exuded feminine allure. Hero, Li Xionyang, age, 28. Level, 1, experience required for upgrade. 100 Lord Power, 1 Inner Strength Elixir. Wisdom, hero, an exceptional talent among humanity. Comprehensive attributes, speed, strength, vitality, etc. 700. The average adult male is 100. Equipment, red garment, white common, long spear, white common. Equipment, building, and hero levels are identical. Skills, 1. Martial arts talent. Passive can learn from acquired skill books to gain new abilities. Consumption, 3 units of rice flour, 3 units of water, 1 unit of meat, at least daily. Failure to provide food and water will lead to a decline in overall combat effectiveness, even resulting in death. Description, a hero from a feudal martial arts world, summoned in response to the Lord's contract, possessing human wisdom and capable of leading the territory's soldiers. To his astonishment, she was a female hero. Yihan scrutinized Li Xionyang's profile. Her attributes totaled 700 points, 7 times that of an ordinary adult male. However, in actual combat, she could likely vanquish more than 10 opponents. Lord, Li Xionyang approached Yi Han and bowed respectfully, being summoned from another world. She instinctively understood the rules and knowledge of this new realm, demonstrating her awareness of the territory's regulations. Yi Han noted her calm demeanor, devoid of fear, though her eyes hinted at a touch of vigilance. Yi Han acknowledged her. Through a brief conversation, he learned that she hailed from a parallel world, specifically the martial era of the Great Sui dynasty. Having cared for her parents until the age of 28, she remained unmarried, her virtue intact. After her parents' passing, she led a tranquil life alone. However, her arrival here indicated an unforeseen turn of events. The tyrannical emperor of the Great Sui had encountered Li Xionyang during an outing and, captivated by her beauty, sought to take her as a concubine. With her fierce spirit, Li Xionyang fiercely resisted. Naturally, this led to threats and persecution from the emperor. Ultimately, she was summoned by the Lord's world, signing a contract that bound her to him. In truth, the contract stipulated that all of her being would belong to the Lord. Should he prove tyrannical like the emperor, she would still be subject to violation. The mere fact that she signed indicated her desperation. In the future, you may follow me with complete assurance. I am not that emperor, Yi Han remarked with a sigh. It seems that this beautiful heroine possesses a tale of her own. Indeed, I believe in you, my lord, Li Xionyang replied, her head bowed. Familiarize yourself with the surrounding environment. Our territory is about to embark on a journey of development, Yi Han instructed. Yes, Li Xionyang responded. Her large eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at the Eastern Palace's architecture. She found this world to be quite extraordinary. The palace exuded an exquisite Eastern aesthetic, surpassing even the grandeur of the Great Sui Imperial Palace. Yi Han then opened his holographic screen to examine his inventory, which contained 2 shimmering crystal stones radiating a spectrum of colors, and a barak building encased within a crystal orb. He took out the crystal orb and tossed it aside. Bang! The crisp sound of shattering glass echoed. The orb suddenly exploded, and a brand new territorial building materialized before Yi Han. Moreover, next to the building, a plus sign appeared. This indicated it was an upgradable territorial structure. Chapter 4. The Eastern Intelligence Agency, the first batch of soldiers. As the sun rose, the mist over the grasslands slowly dissipated, revealing the sky adorned with a hint of blue, heralding the arrival of a bright and splendid day. The graceful Li Xionyang curiously surveyed her surroundings. Bang! A sharp sound resonated. A burst of brilliant white light emerged from the grass beneath Yi Han's feet. As a wooden structure materialized out of thin air, the barak he had just thrown. However, this barak appeared rather rudimentary. It was a single-story square building, constructed from wooden stakes driven into the ground, with a thatched roof made of coarse straw, covering an area of approximately 30 square meters. In front of the building lay a 100-square-meter dirt training ground. Building, barak. Level 1. Next level requires 5,000 Lord power, 500 wood, 50 stone. Rank, white ordinary. Rank distinctions include white, green, yellow, blue, purple, orange, and gold, each further categorized into ordinary, intermediate, rare, and shiny. Effect 1. Produces a maximum of 30 militia. Each militia possesses a combat strength of 130 and requires 100 Lord power to summon. Remarks. 1. The Eastern Palace Leader effect activates, raising the militia cap from 30 to 33. 2. The Eastern power can be utilized for upgrades. This was merely an ordinary barak, with its quality being the lowest tier. The number of militia produced was limited to just over 30, equivalent to the output of a first-tier dungeon. However, the final section of the holographic screen indicated that he could use his talent to upgrade this building. Then let us proceed with the upgrade. I am eager to see what it transforms into, Yi Han commanded inwardly. Boom. The dilapidated barak suddenly erupted with a golden beam of light. The barak underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. The shabby thatched roof transformed, the tree trunk walls became smooth gray plaster akin to the Eastern Palace, and the thatched roof was replaced by sturdy Eastern-style tiles, with 2 additional tiled rooms appearing beside it. The training ground expanded to double its size, now covered in flat bricks. As the golden light dissipated, all these changes manifested before Yi Han. The entire structure was revitalized, no longer resembling a humble peasant's dwelling, but rather an ancient power institution's office. Building, Western Bureau Barak. Level 1. Next level requires 500 Lord power, 3,000 wood, 300 stone, 1,000 gold. Rank, white ordinary upgrade. Effect 1. Intelligence Agency. The Western Bureau was once the espionage agency of an emperor. It can provide 3 pieces of information related to the Lord daily and 2 pieces of intelligence based on the Lord's commands. Effect 2. Produces a maximum of 300 Western Bureau agents. Summoning requires 100 Lord power. Effect 3. Unlocks at level 3. Remarks. 1. The Eastern Palace Leader effect activates, increasing the soldier cap from 300 to 330. 2. This is an exclusive upgrade building for the Eastern Palace Lord, impervious to plunder by other lords. Any attempt by others to seize it will yield only an ordinary barrack. 3. The first summoning grants a complimentary 165 soldiers. Oh. The transformation of the ordinary barrack is astounding. Yihan marveled at the information displayed on the holographic screen. The difference between pre-upgrade and post-upgrade was indeed monumental. Setting aside the intelligence provided by the Western Bureau, the sheer tenfold increase in soldier capacity alone was immensely powerful. And the fact that the first summoning was free was nothing short of extraordinary. If it is indeed a boon, then it is fortunate that it is mine. Since it is free, let us summon directly. Yihan commanded in his mind. The allure of the word free was irresistible. Whoosh. Upon issuing the command, figures began to materialize on the Western Bureau training ground, as 165 neatly arranged soldiers appeared before him. Notification, soldier summoning successful. Notification, the barrack building can summon soldiers instantly without cooldown, but may only do so once per day. If the building is upgraded, new soldier types may be summoned. The notifications flashed across the screen. Yihan disregarded it and focused intently on the ancient espionage soldiers. They were clad in black official uniforms reminiscent of flying fish attire. Of medium build, they wielded embroidered spring sabers, their faces slightly pale, with lips lacking color and eyes fierce. There was an aura of chilling intensity about them. This demeanor suggested they were eunuch soldiers. Yihan speculated inwardly. He then examined the holographic screen for his Western Bureau soldiers. Soldier, Western Bureau agent. Level, 1, will increase with barrack level. Rank, white ordinary upgrade. Intelligence, average NPC, simple-minded. Comprehensive panel attributes, speed, strength, vitality, etc. 220. Equipment, Eastern official attire, white ordinary. Embroidered spring saber, white ordinary. Consumption, 2 rice, 3 water, 1 meat, minimum daily. Description, game-specific soldiers exclusive to the Eastern Lord, combat machines. 1 Western Bureau soldier can engage 3 ordinary militia in battle. The agents come equipped with 2 weapon slots, allowing them to wield longbows and transform into makeshift archers. The comprehensive attributes surpass 200, exceeding those of ordinary militia by 90 points. Furthermore, the description indicates that a flying fish uniform agent can combat 3 militia simultaneously. Following the upgrade from the Eastern Palace, not only has the number of soldiers increased dramatically, but their individual combat strength has also tripled. This upgrade appears to be exceedingly advantageous. Such a talent would surely astonish even the head of a household. Yihan pondered, a sense of excitement bubbling within him. Your Majesty. Upon seeing Yihan, the Western Bureau agents promptly approached to pay their respects, their eyes reflecting fervent loyalty. Yihan sensed that even if he commanded them to take their own lives, these coldly intense agents would not hesitate to unsheath their embroidered sabers. All right, rise. Yihan addressed the gathered agents. The agents stood up, arranging themselves neatly as they awaited Yihan's new command. And just then, Li Xionyang approached Yihan's side. Yihan was the first to be enveloped by a subtle yet elegant fragrance, turning to find the slender and resplendent Li Xionyang standing beside him. How does the environment feel to you? Yihan inquired with curiosity. It was quite natural for someone from an ancient era to feel a tad disoriented upon being thrust into a realm where a lord's game intertwined with reality. My lord, everything here feels utterly magical. It's as if we have stepped into a celestial realm. You exude an aura akin to that of a divine creator. Li Xionyang replied with a respectful bow. Her voice was calm, indicative of her composed nature, yet, due to the customs of a feudal society, she remained bound to the rituals of deference and respect. Very well, shortly I will lead you and the soldiers to conquer the battle instance. At present, we lack both food and water, and these must be acquired from the instances. Moreover, many developmental resources lie within them. Yihan spoke gently. Whether dealing with NPCs or real individuals, Yihan consistently exhibited a nurturing demeanor towards his subordinates. Although this captivating woman had pledged absolute loyalty to him, he would not resort to the cruelty of certain tyrannical lords or emperors to compel or trouble her. Indeed, Li Xionyang seemed to sense the gentleness in Yihan's tone, her response becoming notably softer. When she had initially signed the contract, despair had clouded her heart, for it stipulated that all of her being, including her body, belonged to the Lord. Yet, refusing to sign would lead to persecution, and signing might offer a new path. Thus, she gritted her teeth and agreed, but now, Yihan's respectful and kind demeanor brought her a sense of comfort and surprise, bridging the gap in her feelings towards him. Chapter 5. Intelligence from the West Factory. Discovery of resource points. On the verdant grassland beside the Eastern Court Palace, Yihan gazed into his spatial backpack. Inside, he found a resurrection stone and a crystal stone containing contact information for his family. Apart from that, it was devoid of any other items. Not only was there a lack of food and water, but even his weapon was absent, leaving the summoned Li Xionyang better equipped with a spear than he. The provisions given by his grandfather for this family trial could only be described as miserly. Nevertheless, the resurrection stone granted him some assurance. Should he perish in this small world, he could be directly transported back to his family and resurrected, thus avoiding true death. Yihan confirmed that the resurrection stone was properly equipped. He then surveyed his surroundings, contemplating the direction of his exploration. Notification: intelligence from the West Factory has been refreshed. The Lord may view it at will. A message flashed upon the luminous screen. Intelligence regarding operatives? I should take a look, Yihan thought. Recalling the architectural details of the West Factory. With a snap, a red screen materialized before him. West Factory Intelligence Collection. Ordinary Intelligence. 1. There exists a gold mine within 100 miles of the territory. 2. 200 miles to the west lies another lord. 3. 10 miles east of the territory is the Newcomer Surprise Secret Realm, which contains treasure chests with new buildings. Directive Intelligence. 1. No instructions given. 2. No instructions given. Is that so? It appears there are both surprises and concerns. Yihan furrowed his brow at the information displayed on the screen. At this juncture, he grasped the effectiveness of the West Factory's intelligence network. This gamified structure provided him with 3 useful pieces of information daily, as if the West Factory were genuinely conducting investigations. Furthermore, the discovery of the Newcomer Surprise Secret Realm to the east was certainly advantageous. However, the existence of another lord to the west was troubling. This could pose a threat to him. That lord was undoubtedly another transmigrated ruler. As the small world of the Void and Myriad realms was not meant for the dominion of a single lord, it could harbor 2 or more. The central territory had a siege and conquest effect, implying that defeating other lords would allow one to seize their buildings and resources. This inevitably bred mutual hostility among unfamiliar lords, with many believing others harbored ill intentions. His luck was rather unfortunate, landing amidst a rival immediately upon arrival, and without any knowledge of this adversary's capabilities. Nonetheless, this information was provided by the West Factory's architectural power, and the opposing lord likely remained unaware of his existence. Yihan pondered before the West Factory screen. New directive: investigate the strength and movements of the Western Lord. Another directive: yes, investigate the nearby treasure secret realms and threats. Yihan commanded inwardly. The foremost task was undoubtedly to ascertain the strength of the opponent. As for the other directive, he had no specific thoughts. So he instructed the West Factory to survey the nearby treasure instances, as this investigation could bolster his strength. West Factory prompt. Orders received. A message flashed on the screen. Yihan closed it and turned to Li Xionyang and the operatives. Everyone, gather your weapons and follow me. We shall engage in battle at the Eastern Secret Realm. Yes. The operatives promptly fell into formation behind Yihan, while Li Xionyang summoned her red tassel spear. Walking alongside him, a grand procession of over 200 individuals set forth toward the east. At that moment, the sun had fully risen, the morning mist dissipating entirely, and radiant sunlight poured down from the azure sky. Yihan and his entourage traversed the hilly terrain, encountering numerous woodlands, crystal-clear streams, and gently rolling hills. In the distance, vast mountains loomed majestically. Yihan began to garner a basic understanding of the territory surrounding him. The domain lay upon a plain of rolling hills. Should he command a cavalry force within such terrain, the combat efficacy of his territory would surge dramatically. After a brief period of travel, Li Xionyang suddenly noticed something. My lord, look over there. She pointed her slender, delicate finger toward the south. There, a small rocky hill stood, with a fist-sized gleaming point at its base. If not for her keen eyes, such a detail would have easily gone unnoticed. It appears to be a resource point. Let us investigate. Yihan felt a surge of excitement. The Lord's knowledge book had mentioned such luminous orbs. The group hastened southward, arriving at the foot of the hill, where Yihan beheld a luminous screen beneath his feet. Resource point: Iron Oregon Reserves, 30,000 units. Game-specific units. Description: ordinary iron ore, which, when mined and refined, yields iron ingots. Mining requires a quarry structure. It is a mineral resource. To discover such resources so swiftly is indeed fortunate. Yihan's voice carried a note of delight. Beside him, Li Xionyang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. My lord, can we mine this resource? She inquired with curiosity. Certainly. Resources within the Void and Myriad realms can be mined, and what we extract can be transported back to the Lord's world through the spatial backpack. Yihan responded. However, we currently lack the necessary mining structures. Additionally, the buildings in the Lord's world require specific conditions to be constructed. We must first acquire a quarry. Understood. The construction of the quarry requires us to slay monsters. Does it not? Li Xionyang inquired. Indeed. Yihan replied, casting a glance at Li Xionyang. His extraordinary companion from another realm was gradually acclimatizing to the world of lords. He then marked the location for the construction and continued his journey eastward. Let us press on towards the east, he commanded. Everyone, remain vigilant. The exploration of this small world harbors not only mineral resources, but also hidden perils. Many dungeons are prone to proactive assaults. Understood. The group echoed, trailing behind Yihan. However, as they approached a stony mountain enveloped by dense forest, the danger he had mentioned materialized with alarming swiftness. A sudden shout erupted from within the thicket, and a throng of robust men clad in rough garments, wielding weapons, burst forth from the woods. Their fierce gazes and scarred bodies betrayed their lack of innocence, suggesting they were far from mere farmers. Armed with iron blades and long spears, they charged, and several even drew their bows mid-stride. Thud! As the formidable men closed in on Yihan's party, now merely 50 paces away, the sound of bowstrings twanging filled the air. A flurry of sharp arrows shot towards them, and the battle commenced. Chapter 6. The resolute Xionyang, advancing through triumphs. Whoosh! The keen arrows whizzed through the grass. One of them aimed directly at Yihan. "My lord, beware!" Li Xionyang exclaimed, springing into action to shield Yihan. With a powerful swing of her spear, she deflected the oncoming arrow with a sharp clang. The contract stipulated that a hero must sacrifice themselves to protect their lord, and without hesitation, Li Xionyang positioned herself before him, undeterred by the risk of injury from the arrows. The other game-like operatives, however, were somewhat slow to react, requiring directives to act decisively. Yet when the arrows came flying, they managed to evade them. "Well defended," Yihan remarked, patting the soft red fabric of Li Xionyang's shoulder in approval. He then turned his gaze towards the charging men. Dungeon. Mountain Bandits. Proactive Attack Dungeon. Level 1. Description. When a lord ventures to explore within the attack range of this dungeon, it triggers a potent animosity from the territorial enemies or monsters. Enemy count, 40. Enemies. Mountain Bandits. Level 1. Combat Power, 110. Merely an ordinary proactive dungeon. Eliminate them all, Yihan ordered after observing the information. Yes. Li Xionyang and the operatives sprang into action at his command. A cacophony of unsheathing blades erupted as hundreds of weapons were drawn. Li Xionyang had already raised her spear, charging towards the bandits. The distance between the two groups rapidly diminished, and the leading mountain bandit lunged at Li Xionyang, thrusting his gleaming blade towards her chest. However, hailing from a martial arts world, Li Xionyang reacted with astonishing speed. Skillfully, she swung her spear to parry the blade, deflecting it with a resounding clang, then swiftly jabbed towards the bandit's throat. Thud! The bandit's throat was pierced in an instant. Within a mere second, the bloodied spear tip was yanked free and swung violently at another bandit nearby. Thump! Another bandit, having rushed towards Li Xionyang, lost his balance and fell to the ground. 2 seconds later, the spear pierced through his midsection. In a seamless flow of movements, Li Xionyang dispatched 2 foes with remarkable efficiency, her actions devoid of hesitation or delay, before engaging another mountain bandit. Meanwhile, Yihan, stroking his chin, observed in awe. Based on their interactions thus far, Li Xionyang possessed commendable qualities: calmness, quick reflexes, and decisiveness in combat, far surpassing many indecisive women. Moreover, as a true individual, she could lead troops independently. While Yihan contemplated, the operatives had also charged into battle against the bandits. It was noteworthy that these pallid, sinister-looking eunuchs displayed an even greater resolve in combat than Li Xionyang, often delivering several more strikes even after their foes had fallen. The 40 mountain bandits were swiftly vanquished. Yihan noted that only 2 of his operatives had sustained minor injuries from blade strikes. Given that this was merely a chance encounter in a small dungeon, the battle had unfolded with relative ease. Of course, this was after his advancement. Notification: your hero and soldiers have slain 40 mountain bandits. You have gained 190 points of Lord's power. You have obtained 5 worn long spears, 3 ordinary long bows, and 180 wooden arrows. You have received 2 wooden walls. All items were securely stored in the Lord's inventory. Eastern Court Palace notification: all rewards obtained by the Lord within the dungeon can be amplified for advancement with a single click. A luminous screen materialized, detailing all the spoils from this battle, marking Yihan's first combat rewards since his arrival in this world. Moreover, it provided an opportunity to test the amplification capabilities of the Eastern Court Palace's items. Yihan opened the Lord's backpack. With a flash, a screen adorned with white grids appeared before him. The initial Lord's backpack contained 30 slots, each capable of holding only one type of item, with a maximum limit of 99 units per item, barring the ethereal Lord's power. In subsequent dungeons, additional slots for the Lord could be obtained. Let us amplify the Lord's power. Yihan concentrated and clicked the plus sign on the Lord's power slot. Boom. A burst of golden light erupted from the Lord's power slot. The number within surged dramatically, escalating from 190 points to 1890 points. Notification: Lord's power 190-1890. An almost tenfold increase. This surge equated to defeating 10 mountain bandit dungeons. Yihan gazed at the transformation of the Lord's power, his heart brimming with exhilaration. This was merely a small dungeon. 100 points of Lord's power was insignificant compared to the thousands required to upgrade the barracks. Yet, after this advancement, the scenario shifted dramatically, having the distance to his goal. Was his talent in the Eastern Court Palace not an undeniable advantage? Moreover, it appeared to be a rather formidable one. If he could leverage information from the Western Factory to tackle larger dungeons for further amplification, wouldn't his rewards soar? Even without a family backing, he could rise to power independently, couldn't he? Next, to amplify the iron long spear and long bow. Yihan glanced at the weapons in the slots, where a plus sign also awaited. Worn long spear, ordinary long bow, wooden arrows, amplify. Boom. 3 bursts of golden light erupted, rejuvenating the once slightly aged weapons, which now glimmered with a faint radiance. Weapon, Bayou Spear. Grade, white, ordinary advancement. Effect, comprehensive panel data increases by 90. Description, a spear crafted from lightweight materials, significantly enhancing the speed of thrusting. Weapon, Bailing Bow. Grade, white, ordinary advancement. Effect, comprehensive panel data increases by 98. Suited for long-range use. Description, a brand new, lighter long bow. Weapon, Bayou Arrows. Description, arrows as light as feathers, capable of enhancing shooting speed. The 3 weapons, after undergoing amplification, underwent a remarkable transformation. The once dilapidated and even rusted spear was rejuvenated, its shaft now composed of pristine white material, with the spear tip shimmering with a brilliant metallic luster. The longbow and arrows were also entirely white. Setting aside the fact that their data amplification surpassed that of half a militia, the overall aura was already astonishing. Could one truly compare wielding a tattered spear to a brand new one? At long last, he had weapons at his disposal. Lastly, he turned his attention to the newly acquired wooden wall. Yi-Han gazed at the wooden wall nestled in his backpack, unable to resist licking his lips in anticipation. At that moment, the wooden wall was constructed from sharpened logs, each with a diameter of 50 centimeters and a height of 6 meters, resembling a commonly seen ancient wooden barrier. Building wooden wall. Durability, 100. The durability displayed on the data screen exceeded 100. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what this structure might evolve into after advancement. Advance. Yi-Han commanded inwardly, and the wooden wall began to transform. Chapter 7. Flame Emperor Wooden Wall. Equipped with new weapons. In a flash, the wooden wall from his backpack was engulfed in golden light. Yi-Han observed as the shimmering outline of the wooden wall slowly morphed. The previously slender structure was thickening and strengthening. This indicated a significant increase in the wall's defensive capabilities. Should the material of the wall also change, the enhancement would be even greater. Notification, Wooden Wall advancement successful. Now known as Flame Emperor Wooden Wall. Flame Emperor Wooden Wall. Quality, white ordinary advanced. Level, 1. Advancement requires 200 points of Lord's Power and 200 points of wood. Durability, 1000. Description, a finely crafted tribal wooden wall constructed from 3 layers of sharpened hardwood, boasting stronger defenses than a standard wooden wall. The original wall, made from a single log, has now evolved to incorporate 3 logs. Furthermore, its height has increased from 6 to 7 meters. Its durability against attacks has enhanced tenfold. In many respects, this was an impressive advancement. Yet, Yi-Han felt a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. Nonetheless, advancement was ultimately a positive development. He mentally dismissed the data screen, simultaneously retrieving all his weapons. With a clatter, a multitude of white weapons materialized, cascading chaotically around Yi-Han's feet. Come, let us replace your weapons, he instructed, addressing Xionyang and several soldiers who would be swapping their old weapons for long spears or longbows. The soldiers, like their lord, possessed an equipment slot. However, a level 1 soldier was limited to merely 3 equipment slots. Understood. Li Xionyang and the others approached Yi-Han to select their new weapons. They had arrived with ordinary white weapons, and both the soldiers and their weaponry had emerged from a structure that had already undergone one advancement, rendering them incapable of further evolution. These newly acquired weapons boasted superior enhancements. Lord, I choose this spear, Li Xionyang declared, selecting a white long spear. She swung it vigorously. Whoosh. The sharp tip sliced through the air, producing a faint whooshing sound as she gracefully twirled, the spear dancing through the air like a blossoming flower. Yi-Han found himself captivated by her long, elegant legs and striking features, exuding an aura of unparalleled beauty. Indeed, she is a woman worthy of the Emperor's attention, he mused, momentarily entranced. Lord, these long spears feel significantly lighter. My speed has increased while wielding them. After executing several movements, Li Xionyang remarked, her tone softened. Yes, these spears are a product of my advancement. Their quality is certainly superior. Indeed, my lord. Li Xionyang replied respectfully with a bow. I sense your talent is rather extraordinary. Ah, it's nothing too remarkable. Yi-Han chuckled, his expression shifting to one of contemplation. As the center of the territory lacked the functionality to assess talent levels, and the descriptions were rather abstract, Yi-Han was unaware of where his potential ranked among the awakened lords. However, given the smoothness of his beginning, it should be quite impressive. At the very least, upon returning to his family, he would likely be given due recognition. The specifics of his talent were not overly important. For now, they needed to press onward, as they would soon reach the anticipated mysterious realm. And we have no food, Yi-Han noted as he advanced. Oh, it seems I've just remembered something. He turned back towards Li Xionyang. From now on, you will be living alongside me. I am not a feudal lord bound by archaic traditions. There is no need for you to perform ancient rites every time. It makes me rather uncomfortable. Of course I understand, Li Xionyang replied, blinking her bright eyes. Yi Han patted her shoulder and continued forward. Li Xiaonyang did not take a step, merely gazing quietly at his retreating figure. Compared to the tyrannical emperors, her new lord was indeed different, and he was far more handsome and charming. For the time being, it seemed she had made the right choice. Momentarily escaping her previous hardships, a smile crept into Li Xiaonyang's heart as she quickened her pace to catch up with Yi Han. Meanwhile, several special operatives had completed their weapon selections, with 3 of them opting for longbows instead of their original ornate knives, transitioning into less specialized archers. However, due to the advancement of their weapons, their combat capabilities had also seen a notable improvement. Seeing the vacant weapons, Yi Han decided to claim the long spear previously used by Li Xiaonyang as his emergency weapon. The group hastily traversed the hilly grasslands. Due to their lack of food, Yi Han could feel his stomach grumbling with hunger. Fortunately, the mysterious realm was not far off. When the sun reached its zenith, Yi Han and his companions finally caught sight of the realm. It was a rugged mountain stronghold, enclosed by a 6-meter-high wooden wall, with structures constructed from stone and thatch. Beside the walls, 10 bandits clad in burlap garments stood guard with bows and arrows at the ready. Dungeon, rustic stronghold. Level, 4, enemy count, 260. Description, a band of mountain-dwelling outlaws comprised of rogue peasants. The enemies are level 1 bandits. Approaching too closely will provoke attacks from the archers near the walls. Within the stronghold lies a territory center, equivalent to a rudimentary domain. Over 200 enemies. Yi Han pondered as he surveyed the dungeon. The stronghold appeared to be more formidable than the bandits he had previously encountered, and it was a siege dungeon, indicating a significantly higher difficulty. Yet, it seemed merely one among countless ordinary dungeons in this small world. There was nothing particularly remarkable about it. Where, then, was the element of surprise? However, the information from the Western factory could not be false. There was certainly something within, and his factory could uncover information that others could not. Was this not an advantage in intelligence? Everyone, prepare yourselves. We will assault the stronghold. Archers, first maneuver to eliminate the archers beside the walls. Then, draw closer to see if the bandits emerge. If they do not, we will concentrate our efforts to breach the stronghold. Yi Han commanded, addressing the soldiers beside him. Understood. Hearing this, the covert operatives swiftly drew their embroidered spring knives and other weapons. Mere moments later, under the leadership of Li Xiaonyang, the group surged up the rugged mountain path, heading towards the stronghold atop the peak. However, what Yi Han had not anticipated was that the instant Li Xiaonyang and her companions set foot on the mountain trail, a resounding roar erupted from within the stronghold. A considerable number of archers suddenly stood up, their ranks multiplying more than threefold behind the wooden walls. What? Yi Han furrowed his brow as he beheld the alarming increase in archers. In Chapter 8, the Lord's strategic game unfolds, dissecting the challenges ahead. Whoosh! 40 archers within the stronghold simultaneously loosed their arrows, which flew through the air like a swarm of fish crossing a river, resulting in 2 operatives collapsing to the ground. Struck by arrows. This is bad. Fall back. We must retreat and carry away the fallen soldiers. Yi Han immediately commanded upon witnessing the unforeseen turn of events. Li Xiaonyang also halted the advancing operatives. The heroes, being true individuals with genuine thoughts and wisdom, would not recklessly charge into danger without a plan. They reacted swiftly. Under Li Xiaonyang's guidance, the charge was halted, and after lifting the 2 fallen comrades, the group returned to Yi Han's side at the base of the mountain. My lord, there is a sudden change in the situation. Should we continue with a strong offensive? Li Xiaonyang inquired, gazing at Yi Han. Let us pause for a moment. Yi Han replied. In the next instant, he turned his gaze towards the stronghold, where 40 archers stood ready behind the wooden barricade. Certainly. If we were to launch a strong attack, with Li Xiaonyang and the operatives' combat prowess, we could still tackle this formidable challenge, but the losses would be considerable. By the time our soldiers reached the wooden walls, the archers would have already fired 5 or 6 volleys of arrows. Moreover, toppling the wooden fortifications would undoubtedly require at least 2 minutes, during which many of our soldiers would suffer casualties. After dispatching a few hundred bandits, we would likely be left with a ragtag group. The game itself is a strategic endeavor. Mindless charges are not the answer. We need to divide our forces into 2 or 3 attacking routes. However, rather than rushing to formulate a plan, Yi Han turned to Li Xiaonyang, intending to test her judgment. Xiaonyang, what do you think we should do? He inquired. Me? Li Xiaonyang felt as though Yi Han was testing her. She gazed towards the stronghold, contemplating for half a minute before responding. My lord, I observe that all the bandits are holed up within the stronghold, with not a single one stationed outside, and the entire stronghold has but 1 gate. We can divide into 3 squads of 30 operatives, with 1 squad comprising 3 archers. Let them attack from the other 3 directions, and then we can observe the bandits' troop movements. Excellent. And then, Yi Han expressed his slight approval. Then, if too many archers converge on the other 3 directions, we will have the squad draw their attention without engaging. Meanwhile, our main force will directly assault the front to breach the walls. If there are not many archers diverting to the other directions, then we shall have the squad attack the walls to create an opening, and then we will converge through that gap. If the bandits open the gate to emerge, we will charge in and seize the entrance. This is my plan. I welcome your critique, my lord. Li Xionyang concluded, lowering her head. Indeed, that is acceptable. Yihan nodded in response. Li Xionyang's impromptu strategy was sound. Even he would have chosen to break through from other directions, and she was capable of devising common countermeasures. A closer observation revealed that the bandits' defenses were relatively passive. There were no defenders on the outer wall, and opening the gate was akin to creating a breach. Our soldiers would find it nearly impossible to close the gate against those within. Moreover, this was merely a game instance, not a confrontation with a real lord. There was no reason for an in-game stronghold to be more cunning than a human adversary. You may execute your plan. The command of the operatives is now in your hands. Yihan proclaimed. Understood. Li Xionyang responded with resolute confidence, exuding the aura of a valiant general. Subsequently, she divided the operatives into 3 squads, dispersing 160 soldiers, while the main force, alongside Li Xionyang, comprised over 100 soldiers. They faced the southern gate of the stronghold, while she concealed the 3 archers in the northern direction. Upon witnessing Li Xionyang's division of forces, the 40 archers consolidated their ranks, dispatching 5 archers to defend each of the other directions. Li Xionyang paid them no mind and promptly commanded the assault. With a resounding battle cry from a female voice, the soldiers surged towards the stronghold from 4 directions. However, the soldiers from the east, west, and south halted their advance 100 meters from the wooden wall, merely drawing the archers' attention, while the northern soldiers surged forward. When they reached a distance of 70 meters, the operatives wielding the white spirit bow swiftly changed their gear, drawing their bows to fire at the bandit archers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows sliced through the air, striking true at the bandit archers. With a thud, 2 bandit archers fell to the ground, struck by arrows. The 5 archers remaining in the north were now reduced to 3, while the operatives also had 3 archers. Thus, a 3-on-3 battle ensued, diminishing the archers' advantage. 27 operatives wielding weapons rushed to the base of the wooden wall, furiously hacking away. Thud, thud, thud. The archers from the other directions reacted, attempting to provide support for the north. However, the northern wall was distanced from the others, and the archers had to run rather than teleport. Furthermore, as soon as the archers moved, Li Xionyang ordered her soldiers to advance, causing confusion among the archers, some of whom exhibited a glitch of indecision. The 100-meter distance granted the operatives ample time to evade incoming arrows. Originally, the 40 archers held a significant advantage over 200 soldiers, but now that advantage had rapidly diminished. After 80 seconds of assault, a thunderous crash echoed as the northern wall was toppled by the operatives, creating a 4-meter-wide breach. Northern squad, assemble. Charge into the stronghold. Li Xionyang shouted, prompting the operatives from the east, west, and south to pivot and rush towards the northern direction. Kill. Annihilate them. Protect the stronghold. The bandits within the stronghold shouted in response, charging towards the northern breach, leading to a brutal melee combat. The pale-faced operatives fought valiantly and viciously amidst the chaos. Against the oncoming bandits, they felled one with every 2 or 3 strikes. Although the number of bandits exceeded that of the operatives, they were mere level 1 common bandits, incapable of contending with the upgraded and well-armed operatives, suffering casualties at a rate 7 times greater, if not more. Li Xionyang showcased even greater bravery in battle. After upgrading to the White Universe Spear, her speed and precision in wielding the spear increased, often dispatching 3 foes with a single thrust. The number of bandits dwindled rapidly. In Chapter 9, the conquest of the stronghold begins. This stronghold shall be mine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom. The sounds of battle reverberated throughout the mountain stronghold, while Yihan patiently awaited below. Die! A bandit shouted as he charged towards Li Xionyang, wielding a sharp dagger that he swung mercilessly. Li Xionyang, however, skillfully retreated while parrying each blow. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of their weapons produced a resounding metallic ring. After stepping back 5 paces, the bandit exposed a flaw in his defense, and Li Xionyang swiftly raised Cheng Liang's Baiyu spear, aiming for his throat. With a sickening squelch, the bandit's throat was severed, blood gushing forth. Another bandit fell lifeless to the ground. By this point, Li Xionyang had dispatched over 20 bandits, her energy still far from depleted, her speed of killing unmatched by the eunuch's subordinates. Indeed, in the early stages, Xionyang's combat prowess is quite commendable. Once we obtain martial arts manuals, she can surely enhance her skills. Yihan mused, observing his beautiful heroine. The so-called martial arts manuals function as skill tomes, obtainable within dungeons. As the lord of an Eastern civilization, he was certain that even ordinary skill books would undergo transformation upon advancement. Currently, he was merely at the dawn of the martial arts era. Once his territory reached a certain scale, he could utilize manuals to cultivate numerous formidable martial artists. As he watched the battle unfold, his thoughts raced. 5 minutes later, the last bandit was felled by Li Xionyang. Notification: your soldiers and heroes have slain 260 bandits. Congratulations. You have received 1678 points of Lord's power. Congratulations, you have obtained 90 long swords, 30 long spears, 30 long bows, and 9 tattered leather armors. A screen displaying his rewards materialized before Yihan. This battle, like the last, primarily yielded Lord's power akin to experience points, along with the weapons dropped by the bandits. Typically, monster encounters and dungeons resulted in such drops. While there was a slight chance of obtaining items from buildings, none were acquired this time. However, the spoils from this bandit dungeon certainly did not end there. Yihan made his way towards the stronghold. Meanwhile, Li Xionyang emerged from the stronghold, breathless with excitement. Report. My lord, we have annihilated the bandits. This dungeon territory is now yours. Her voice brimmed with exhilaration. Well done. Yihan responded with genuine surprise and approval. The two ascended the mountain path and soon arrived at the stronghold's interior. The aftermath of the battle revealed a chaotic scene. Piles of bandit corpses littered the ground. Alongside over 40 fallen subordinates, their game-like bodies gradually dissipating into shimmering light. The bandit faction had numbered over 200. It was impossible for the subordinates to have sustained no losses. Not only had some perished, but the surviving subordinates also bore various injuries. However, aside from the bandits and soldiers, the buildings remained intact, save for a section of the northern wall that had been toppled. Have the soldiers push that structure down, Yihan commanded, pointing to the central building within the stronghold. This edifice, like the others, was simply constructed from stone and thatch, yet it occupied a significantly larger area. It was the central structure of the stronghold, as indicated in the dungeon's description. With its presence, Yihan could not claim the stronghold's buildings. Such was the rule of this lordly realm. Understood, Li Xionyang replied, leading 30 soldiers to assault the territory structure. Soon, a loud crash echoed as the building collapsed. Yihan turned his gaze to the nearby wall, channeling his lord's power to absorb it. Boom. A wave of spatial disturbance emanated from the wall. The 6-meter-high, 20-meter-long wall lifted from the ground, shrinking rapidly until it was encased in a glass orb the size of a fist. Notification, building absorbed. You have obtained 1 wooden wall. A prompt screen appeared. This was how one collected enemy structures during sieges. These constructions could later be placed within one's own territory. Yihan disregarded the notification, continuing to absorb buildings. Notification, building absorbed. You have obtained 1 wooden wall. Notification, building absorbed. You have obtained 1 wooden gate. One screen after another flickered to life, as Yihan successfully collected all the walls and structures. In total, he acquired 120 wooden walls, each 20 meters long, along with a gate. This would allow Yihan to erect a complete upgraded wall around his territory. At the very least, he now possessed basic defensive structures. My lord, Li Xionyang exclaimed, observing in awe as the walls shrank and flew into Yihan's being. Such power felt akin to the celestial arts described in ancient texts. What is it? Yihan turned to her. Don't just stand there in amazement. Lead the soldiers to search the entire stronghold. There must be some treasures hidden here. Noticing her silence, he urged her on. Ah yes, Li Xionyang replied, rallying the subordinates to scour the stronghold. Hundreds of individuals roamed the stronghold in search of hidden treasures. Yihan's gaze shifted to the other buildings in his territory, a glimmer of anticipation lighting his eyes. Aside from the walls, there were several small huts, all eligible for collection. Absorb. With a whoosh, Yihan's lord's power radiated outward, causing the nearest hut to levitate and shrink, subsequently encased within an ethereal glass orb. Notification, building absorbed. You have obtained 1 housing structure. Notification, you have obtained 1 housing structure. Notification, you have obtained 1 warehouse structure. Notification, the warehouse contains 908 units of rice, 789 units of meat, and 1090 units of water. The contents have been transferred to your backpack. As Yihan collected the final structure of the stronghold, half of his backpack slots were instantly filled. Since buildings stored within the backpack could not accommodate additional items, the contents of the warehouse were released into the available slots. His backpack, with its 30 slots of 99 units each, provided over 3,000 units of space. Thus, this influx of items would not lead to any spillage. Moreover, the food he had longed for had finally arrived, ensuring that he would not face food shortages for at least 3 days. As this was a game-like space, time within the warehouse was frozen. The food stored there was fully cooked and ready for consumption. And now, the stronghold lay barren, with all buildings having been claimed by Yihan. Li Xionyang, accompanied by a few soldiers, inspected the rubble-strewn ground. Upon reaching the center of the territory, she seemingly stumbled upon something intriguing. Bending down to grasp a rope and tugging it, with a resounding crash, a hidden trapdoor was revealed. Debris cascaded to the ground. My lord, I believe I found something. Li Xionyang's voice rang out with delight. Chapter 10, The Surprise Treasure Chest, a Manor. The sun shone brightly. A gentle breeze swept across the desolate landscape of the stronghold. Yihan approached Li Xionyang, gazing at the trapdoor she had unearthed. How cleverly concealed. Had it not been for the intelligence from the Western Depot, we might never have discovered this. Indeed, my lord. Shall we descend? Li Xionyang gazed at the staircase beneath the lively trapdoor, which appeared to lead to a subterranean chamber shrouded in darkness, obscuring any view of what lay within. I wonder if there might be danger lurking below, she expressed with concern. Generally, that should not be the case. The monsters in this instance have already been vanquished. It is likely a treasure chamber awaits us, Yihan replied as he descended the staircase. Is that so? Very well. Li Xionyang hastily followed him. Upon reaching the basement, they discovered that the stone walls encased them in a dimly lit space, where the air was thick with dust illuminated by the scant light, carrying a hint of underground chill. After a brief search, Yihan spotted a small chest in the corner. It was a hefty wooden box measuring 30 centimeters in length and 20 centimeters in both width and height, adorned with exquisite carvings that suggested it was of considerable value. Beyond this, the basement was devoid of any other items. The hidden rewards of this instance are likely contained within that chest, Yihan exclaimed, lifting the box with a joyful tone. Indeed, hearing the excitement in Yihan's voice, Li Xionyang felt a thrill of anticipation. Emotions are indeed contagious. Yihan carried the chest toward the staircase, reaching a spot where light filtered in before opening it. With a flourish, the box burst open, unleashing a kaleidoscope of colorful sparks reminiscent of fireworks. Hint: you have opened the treasure chest. You have received 5 arrow towers. Hint: you have received 1 manor. Hint: you have received 1 city defense instance token. Hint: you have received 50 wooden walls. The 4 beams of light from the chest flowed into Yihan's being, and a flurry of notification screens erupted before his eyes. 5 arrow towers, along with a manor and a city defense instance token. What a delightful surprise. Yihan felt a surge of excitement. The arrow tower is a relatively rare structure in the early game. If there were an arrow tower behind the territory's walls, the defense would significantly improve. Many novice lords dream of having a city defense arrow tower, and here he was, acquiring 5 at once. Additionally, he had other buildings as well. If he could enclose them, his territory would take shape. Let us return, Yihan said, stowing the wooden box in his backpack and rising. Eager to place and upgrade the structures he had acquired, he urged his companions. Yes, Li Xionyang and the soldiers quickly assembled. The group slowly descended the mountain. When Yihan had arrived, it had been a mere hideout, but upon their departure, only stones remained, with the dilapidated city walls standing as a testament to past battles. They retraced their steps, navigating once more through the woods and rocky hills. Yihan surveyed his surroundings carefully, noticing many trees and stones adorned with data screens. Resource point: logs. Reserves: 100,000 units. Game-specific units. Description: the ubiquitous woods serve as timber resources for territory construction. Processing yields raw logs and planks. A lumberyard is required for extraction. Resource point: stone. Reserves: 200,000 units. Description: the rocky hills contain sturdy boulders that can be mined into cubic stone blocks through methods such as burning, water impact, and grinding. A quarry is required for extraction. The woods and rocky hills surrounding the territory were abundant. Previously, Li Xionyang had discovered an iron mine, and the Western Factory had mentioned the presence of a gold mine within 100 miles, indicating that the foundational resources for territory development were indeed present. As long as I have buildings, I can directly extract resources and develop the territory. Yihan pondered. If one disregarded the unknown lord to the west, this small world would undoubtedly be an excellent place for territorial development. However, that lord instilled a sense of danger within him. It seemed prudent to have the Western Factory keep a closer watch on that lord. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he unconsciously quickened his pace. As the sun dipped low in the west, the group returned to their territory. Distribute this food and water, Yihan proclaimed, retrieving a substantial amount of provisions from his backpack. Yes, leave it to me, my lord, Li Xionyang responded, her excitement palpable. In truth, she had been famished from the earlier battle, but had refrained from asking Yihan, fearing she might have to endure hunger all day if he did not eat. Seeing her enthusiasm, Yihan merely smiled. He was in no rush to eat. Instead, he moved to the edge of the territory to enclose the wooden wall structures and upgrade them. The central area of the territory spanned a radius of 1 kilometer. However, as a novice, he had no need for such an expansive domain, nor did he possess enough wooden walls. Yihan utilized all of the wooden walls and gates, ultimately enclosing an area measuring 800 meters square, positioning the gate to the east. Moreover, all the wooden walls and gates underwent upgrades. The wooden walls transformed into Flame Emperor wooden walls, thickening from a single log to 3. The wooden gate also advanced to a Flame Emperor gate. Both its thickness and height increased, and the 2 large doors opened and closed more swiftly, boasting greater durability. Phew, at last, the enclosure is complete, and my territory is now protected by walls. Yihan exhaled, gazing at the towering 8-meter walls, a sense of security washing over him. His territory was indeed on the path to development. Next came the arrow towers. Yihan retrieved the arrow tower glass sphere from his backpack. Technically, the arrow towers were the core of the delightful rewards. 5 arrow towers were the stuff of dreams for novice lords. He tossed the glass sphere to the midpoint of the western wall. With a resounding thud, a magnificent structure materialized before him. The arrow tower stood approximately 13 meters tall, constructed from massive logs and planks, with 5 robust archers poised in the small loft above. Building, arrow tower. Grade, white normal. Level, 1. Next level requires 4,000 lord's power. 3,000 wood, 700 iron blocks. Durability, 2,000. Range, 300 meters. Rate of fire, 4 arrows every 3 seconds. Consumption, 20 units of rice, 23 units of meat, 28 units of water per day. Description, a long-range, highly accurate arrow tower, a coveted defensive asset for novice lords. The structure houses 5 immovable, strong archers. The building's defensive strength will diminish when food is scarce. East Court Palace hint. Upgrading transformation effects are beneficial for buildings. Seeing the upgrade icon on the arrow tower's screen, Yihan did not hesitate to click on it. Arrow tower, upgrade. Chapter 11. Zhuge crossbow tower. My territory now possesses a defense system. A gentle breeze rustled the tall, sturdy wooden walls, caressing the grass below. With a resounding boom, the moment Yihan focused his thoughts on the upgrade, the arrow tower was enveloped in a familiar golden light, undergoing its transformation. The original 13-meter height of the tower expanded to 15 meters. The base area increased, and the wooden walls morphed into stone walls. The small loft's roof transformed into the distinctive eaves of Eastern architecture, complete with curved edges. Not only has the arrow tower's architecture become aesthetically pleasing and graceful, but it also signifies a remarkable enhancement in its durability. What astonished Yihan the most were the changes that transpired within the loft. The 6 robust archers had vanished, replaced by a massive crossbow and 3 burly men. Remarkably, this crossbow was as large as a sofa, consisting of a sturdy circular base and a 2-meter-long bow, with steel arrows that were as thick as a human arm. This indicated a substantial transformation in the arrow tower's offensive capabilities. Building, Zhuge crossbow tower, arrow tower. Rank, white ordinary advancement, exclusive building for Eastern lords. Level 1. Next level requires lord power 4,000, wood 3,000, stone 2,000, iron 700. Durability, 5,000. Range, 400 meters in radius. Rate of fire, 4 arrows every 3 seconds. Consumption, 14 rice, 18 meat, and 23 water per day. Description, an advanced crossbow tower that surpasses in range, precision, and attack power. At a distance of 200 meters, a powerful crossbow bolt can pierce through 3 level 1 militia with a single shot. The building possesses 3 fixed crossbow operators. A single bolt can penetrate 3 militia. Upon observing the information displayed on the screen of the Zhuge crossbow tower, a look of astonishment flickered in Yihan's eyes. The effects post-advancement of this arrow tower were truly formidable. The range extended further, the rate of fire increased, and the power escalated, while the consumption for the territory diminished. This was an all-encompassing advancement. Had such a Zhuge crossbow tower existed in the previous bandit camp, one would have needed to exercise caution in their assault, especially considering that these powerful crossbow bolts were nearly a shot per second. The combination of the arrow tower and city walls would significantly deplete troop strength. Indeed, most satisfactory. Yihan felt a profound sense of contentment. In the next moment, he gazed westward, pondering. He wondered about the strength of the distant lord. If their prowess was not formidable, then his territory, equipped with an arrow tower, would pose little threat. After all, he possessed 4 such towers. Yihan took out the remaining 4 arrow towers and commanded their advancement in his mind. Boom, boom, boom. 4 radiant bursts of golden light erupted. All the arrow towers transformed, just as Yihan had anticipated, into Zhuge crossbow towers equipped with massive crossbows, their sharp and cold arrows exuding a palpable threat. He first positioned 3 crossbow towers at the southeast, northeast, and southwest directions, leaving the last tower in the northwest corner. This ensured that at least 1 tower defended each cardinal direction. A comprehensive defense, preventing enemies from attacking the weaker side. Excellent. The foundational defense system of walls and arrow towers for the territory was effectively established. Yihan harbored a quiet hope that he might upgrade to other types of arrow towers in the future. Eastern civilization is not limited to the Zhuge crossbow alone. It also boasts other exquisitely crafted mechanisms, and the era of cultivation features various mystical defensive towers. All of this would become accessible as his territory evolved. My lord, these buildings appear quite imposing. Just as Yihan admired the arrow tower, Li Xionyang approached from the side. After the previous battle, her attire bore a smattering of dust and stains, starkly contrasting with her snow-white wrists and delicate, fair face, giving her an oddly enchanting allure of a soiled beauty. Not only impressive in appearance, but their power is formidable as well. At present, your combined forces may not withstand the assault of a single arrow tower. Yihan replied with a smile. Is that so? Then this arrow tower is indeed remarkable. Li Xionyang's expression turned serious as she scrutinized the gray brick walls of the tower. My lord, I recall reading about these arrow towers in military texts during my childhood, which stated that attacking them necessitates siege engines. Li Xionyang mused thoughtfully. Siege machinery? Indeed. As the lord continues to develop, We will eventually acquire siege machines as well. However, novice lords typically lack such resources. This arrow tower is a formidable presence in the early stages. This merely underscored the lord's exceptional talent. Li Xionyang's voice tinged with admiration. Hee, Xionyang, you, a woman from a feudal martial era, have actually read military texts? Yihan chuckled, his curiosity piqued. Yes, my lord. In my youth, I worked part-time at a school library, where the elder gentleman encouraged me to read many books. Li Xionyang replied. Yihan nodded, realizing that in the future, he could enlist Li Xionyang to lead troops in his conquests. This way, he could reap rewards while reclining. My lord, our territory is still quite barren, but I eagerly anticipate the day it becomes bustling, Li Xionyang expressed. Bustling, you say? Yihan surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, the territory appeared desolate, almost lonely. I have some additional buildings. Yihan opened the screen of his backpack. Inside, he found that he still possessed a warehouse, a manor, and several houses. All of these could contribute to making the territory lively. He first retrieved the glass spheres for the warehouse and manor and tossed them into suitable positions. Bang! 2 modest buildings materialized before Yihan and Li Xionyang. The warehouse was a small structure with stone walls and a thatched roof, covering an area of 50 square meters. The manor was slightly more unique. At its center stood 3 thatched cottages clustered together, accompanied by a pig pen and a well, surrounded by vast fields of golden wheat. Building, warehouse. Rank, white ordinary. Level, 1. Upgrade requires Lord Power 500, with 700. Storage slots, 500, with a maximum of 3,000 units, similar to backpack slots. Description, a small territory warehouse commonly used for storing food, wood, stone, and other resources. Building, manor. Rank, white ordinary. Level, 1. Upgrade requires Lord Power 2000, with 1400. Stone 200. Effect 1. The manor includes a pig pen, a well, and 7 plots of wheat fields, housing 10 immovable farmers. It produces 210 points of wheat, equivalent to rice, 189 points of meat, and 430 points of water daily. Both buildings were extraordinarily useful, particularly the second one, which served as a supply facility, and both could be upgraded. Without hesitation, Yihan mentally clicked the upgrade button. Chapter 12. The Unique Manor, the Essence of Taohua Village. Warehouse Manor. Transform. Yihan commanded in his mind. Whoosh. The 2 buildings immediately underwent an advancement transformation, with the warehouse evolving into a common ancient Eastern structure, featuring smooth brick walls and traditional eaves. Building, official warehouse. Rank, white ordinary advancement. Level, 1. Upgrade requires Lord Power 600, with 700. Storage slots, 1,000, with a maximum of 10,000 units of storage. Description, a typical official warehouse from ancient times, providing a favorable environment for storing goods. The advancement of the warehouse was relatively ordinary, primarily enhancing its storage capacity. Originally, the 500 storage slots, with a maximum limit of 3,000, seemed rather insufficient, as merely upgrading a barrack required several thousand units of wood and stone. However, the recent advancement has transformed this capacity to a staggering 10,000 slots. The warehouse now appears almost cavernous. Yet, for Yihan, this was merely a routine upgrade. What truly astonished him was the metamorphosis of the manor. This structure had blossomed magnificently. Previously, the manor comprised a thatched cottage, pigsty, well, and wheat fields huddled together. Now, they had been dismantled entirely. 5 exquisite wooden cottages emerged within the territory, connected by a winding stone path leading to the cottages, the territory's center, and the arrow towers. Beside the quaint cottages lay vegetable gardens, rice paddies, fences, pigsties, and crystal-clear wells, among other picturesque elements. Moreover, numerous beautiful and intricate landscapes and decorations adorned the territory. The round, shimmering pond next to the cottages, the tall, lush mulberry trees, and the elegant bamboo groves created a serene ambience. Cherry blossom trees, bursting with pink flowers that danced in the breeze, added to the charm. The once dreary stone paths were now lively, populated by villagers clad in linen, children, as well as chickens, ducks, and pastoral dogs roaming and frolicking. In the midst of the path stood a charming stone tablet inscribed with 3 bold characters, Peach Blossom Source Village. Ah, Peach Blossom Source Village. Yihan gazed in wonder at the stone tablet, feeling an extraordinary sense of novelty. The harmonious blend of peach trees, rice paddies, and verdant grass imbued the territory with vitality. The scenery and ambience had transformed into something truly exquisite. The villagers strolling along the stone paths added to the enchanting atmosphere, making it genuinely feel as though a village had come to life. Yihan examined the game interface displayed on the Peach Blossom Village stone tablet. Building, Peach Blossom Source Village, Manor. Tier, white, ordinary advancement. Level, 1. Upgrade requires Lord's Power, 3,000, wood, 1,500, stone, 300. Effect 1. Peach Blossom Source Village possesses 30 unmovable villagers who cultivate crops, fruit trees, and raise common rural livestock, producing 1890 units of rice, 1789 units of meat, and unlimited water daily for the territory. Effect 2. The beautiful scenery of Peach Blossom Source Village inspires a protective instinct in people, enhancing the attack power of the territory's buildings and soldiers by 5. Effect 3. Peach Blossom Source Village brings good fortune to the Lord, increasing the rare item drop rate during dungeon raids by 3. Description: Peach Blossom Source Village is a picturesque hamlet. Its decorative structures such as ponds, peach trees, and fields can be relocated or removed without occupying precious territory land. The village occupies a similar area to the manor prior to advancement, yet its agricultural yield is 8 to 9 times greater, if not more. Additionally, the territory benefits from enhancement effects. Goodness, yet another coveted structure for aspiring newcomers. Yihan felt an overwhelming thrill as he gazed at the interface. This advancement was undoubtedly a tremendous gain, with defensive walls and arrow towers for protection, and the Peach Blossom Source Village for food production. His territory now resembled a complete village. Li Ziyunio, observing the peach trees, was equally enraptured, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings. Following this, after advancing the housing to villa, Yihan let out a slow breath. Finally. After placing the buildings, he could take a moment to rest. This advancement had indeed drained his energy. Yihan settled beside a peach tree, retrieving a portion of rice and meat from his backpack to eat. At this moment, the sun had dipped behind the western mountains, painting the sky with beautiful red clouds. The radiant glow was enchanting. A gentle breeze rustled the branches of the peach trees, causing delicate petals to cascade down, landing softly on Yihan's shoulders and the grass beside him. Coupled with Yihan's handsome visage, he emanated an aura of beauty beneath the peach tree. My lord. Li Ziyunio, glancing around the territory, was momentarily taken aback by this scene. As she calmed her mind and scrutinized her lord closely, she found him to be exceptionally striking. She then lifted her gaze to the sky, adorned with clouds of crimson, and after a moment of contemplation, approached Yihan. My lord, may I sit beside you? Li Ziyunio softly inquired. Sit beside me. It's of no consequence. Go ahead. No need for so many formalities. Yihan replied. Her initiative to sit beside him indicated that he had made a favorable impression on her, likely fostering a desire to deepen their friendship. Very well, Li Ziyunio acknowledged, settling herself next to Yihan. As she approached, he caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance, reminiscent of blooming roses. He turned to look at Li Ziyunio, who was now gracefully turning to sit down, her slender waist and curvaceous figure drawing near. As she folded her legs, her long, elegant limbs exuded feminine charm. In the glow of the sunset, she appeared breathtakingly beautiful. Yihan now fully understood why emperors would go to such lengths to seize women. If beauty could be rated, this heroine would undoubtedly receive a golden accolade. Such a bewitching beauty was a rarity. Yihan felt his heart race. Li Ziyunio, once seated, simply rested her hands on her bent knees, gazing quietly at the red clouds above. Indeed, this was her first time sitting so closely to a man. Living in a feudal society, she had always maintained her virtue, and despite being 28, no man had ever approached her within 2 meters. Yet now, she was less than a meter away from Yihan. This proximity quickened her heartbeat as well. Yihan remained silent, and for a moment, the two sat quietly, gazing at the expansive sky, filled with red clouds. The scenery was splendid, accompanied by the beauty of a companion. The tranquility and leisure of time made Yihan appreciate the beauty of his lordly life. At least for this moment, he believed so. My lord. Shall we venture to raid dungeons tomorrow? Our territory still has much to be perfected. Li Ziyunio gently asked after a while. Tomorrow? Perhaps not. Yihan pondered in response. If we stay here to defend the territory, enemies will likely attack, providing a true test of our walls and Juga crossbow towers. We are defending the city? Li Ziyunio inquired curiously, glancing toward Yihan. Chapter 13. A woman as radiant as the twilight, other civilizations. In the twilight hours, beneath the peach trees, Yihan and Li Ziyunio sat shoulder to shoulder, as a gentle breeze sang, and petals fell upon them. My lord, are we defending the city tomorrow? Li Ziyunio's soft voice floated through the air. Indeed, I have obtained a city defense dungeon order from the previous bandit treasure chest, which can be utilized tomorrow. Yihan replied. Then I shall heed your arrangements. Li Ziyunio affirmed. Yihan nodded, and silence enveloped the two once more. The vast sky was adorned with flowing crimson clouds, while the verdant grasslands of their territory were bathed in the hues of the setting sun. In the distance, the pond of Peach Blossom Village shimmered like a great dye vat, rippling gently. Xionyang, I recall you remained unmarried until the age of 28 to care for your mother, correct? After a brief pause, Yihan inquired curiously, reminiscing about how Li Xionyang had devoted herself to her mother. It was only after her mother's passing that she unexpectedly caught the emperor's eye. Yes. When this topic arose, Li Xionyang's graceful lashes fluttered downwards, a flicker of melancholy crossing her eyes. This was a sorrowful memory for her. And what of your father? Yihan asked, his curiosity piqued. Well, sir. Li Xionyang hesitated, her tone revealing her reluctance to delve into the subject. It's all right. Speak freely. Yi Han encouraged, turning his gaze toward her. Yes, sir. My father left when I was 7, claiming he was going to the capital to take an examination. But he never returned. We sought help to find him, yet there was no news whatsoever. Perhaps he has perished, or perhaps he has chosen to abandon us. Li Xiaonyang lamented, gazing at the expansive crimson sky. Her words, tinged with sorrow, flowed smoothly, as if recounting an ordinary tale from the past. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to life without a father. My mother firmly believed he would return one day. She never remarried, raising me alone. Li Xiaonyang added. Is that so? Yi Han felt a pang of sadness at her revelation. During the battles of the day, such realities had been obscured. Yet the arduous path of his heroic lineage became apparent. In an era of feudalism, the struggle of an ordinary single mother to raise a child was indeed unfathomable. Furthermore, as Li Xiaonyang matured, she faced a world fraught with pressure, even resorting to signing a lord's contract, a form of servitude. Such contracts were far from benevolent. They were akin to slavery, typically entered into by those with no other recourse. If the lord is benevolent, it could be bearable. If not. Yi Han pondered as he gazed at the sunset. Li Xiaonyang remained silent, cradling her knees in her arms. The atmosphere had grown somewhat heavy. The past is behind us. You need only follow me moving forward. After some contemplation, Yi Han decided to comfort her by wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Conversing about such matters was meant to be soothing. Li Xiaonyang quickly sensed his intentions, and her mood lightened slightly, accompanied by a sense of gratitude. They continued their conversation, and soon the sun dipped below the horizon, stars twinkling to life. The houses of Peach Blossom Village flickered with light. The night was serene. As their dialogue progressed, Li Xiaonyang began to feel weary, prompting Yi Han to gently pat her shoulder, suggesting she return to rest. Thank you, sir, she replied sincerely, turning to Yi Han with a slow, earnest tone before departing. Indeed, return safely. Yi Han nodded, sensing layers of meaning in her gratitude. It could be an appreciation for his comfort regarding her sorrows, a thankfulness for the opportunities afforded by the Lord's contract, or an acknowledgement of his respectful demeanor, perhaps all three. Yes, sir. Li Xiaonyang bowed slightly and turned toward the villa. Under the moonlight, her silhouette was delicate and graceful, her long legs elegantly proportioned, voluptuous where it counted. Yi Han watched her retreating figure, resolving to claim her as a lover. Li Xiaonyang was a real woman, not destined to remain single for a century. Moreover, she was meant to accompany him, the hero. Rather than marry another, it would be preferable for her to remain by his side. However, Yi Han was not inclined to force her into a nightmarish situation. He needed time to win her heart. Time is on my side. Affection will blossom with patience. He desired her to willingly offer herself to him. First, he would unlock the Lord's backpack. As Li Xiaonyang's figure vanished at the villa's entrance, Yi Han activated his lordly powers within. With a flicker, a pale blue backpack interface appeared, revealing numerous miscellaneous items within, weapons, useless housing structures, and an information crystal. He retrieved the crystal and crushed it. A crisp sound resonated as the shattered crystal released 4 streams of luminous energy that flowed into Yi Han's being. Notification: you have utilized an information crystal. Your chat system has added 4 contacts: Yi Ling Tian, Yi Qing Gong, Li Hong, and Yi Qing Yi. The notification flashed before him. These 4 individuals were Yi Han's grandfather, father, mother, and sister. As soon as the contact was established, Li Hong sent a message. Hunter, why did you only use the information crystal now? Have you encountered difficulties in the small world? If you need assistance, send me the coordinates, and I shall come to help. Her message was filled with concern and affection. Mom, I'm fine. My awakened talent is exceptional, Yi Han replied. He perceived his mother's overprotectiveness as potentially fostering a dependency, yet he was fortunate to be a transmigrator, endowed with the wisdom of adulthood from birth. Currently, his development was progressing remarkably well. This revelation brought a sigh of relief from Li Hong, and their conversation continued, with messages from his father and sister following suit. Through their exchanges, Yi Han discovered that among the 6 eligible members of the family, 5, including himself, had awakened as lords, the only exception being the girl who had stood beside him. Moreover, his cousins exhibited commendable talents. One followed a path of Western divinity, aspiring to evolve from the medieval era to a divine king's age, while others pursued technological, ghostly, and magical academy paths. In this vast universe of myriad civilizations, Yi Han sensed that none of his brothers possessed talents that could rival his own. They even struggled for sustenance, while he had already fortified his territory, resolving most of his food concerns with the peach blossom source. It appears I shall secure the top position in the upcoming family head inspection test a month from now. I will also take the opportunity to visit the territories of others. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Yi Han's eyes. Chapter 14. New intelligence from the Western factory. Aggression among lords. The crimson sun rose anew, heralding the dawn of a fresh day. One by one, the villagers of Peach Blossom Village emerged from their homes, with children and animals frolicking along the cobblestone paths and grassy fields, while the adults toiled diligently in the fields. Yi Han too felt the palpable atmosphere of agricultural busyness. The advanced estate of Peach Blossom Village imparted a distinctive aura to the territory. As he approached the Western Workshop, he discovered that the intelligence screen had refreshed. The Western Workshop gathers intelligence. Common intelligence. 1. There exists a resource point, herd of cattle, located 80 miles to the west of the territory. 2. Within a radius of 200 miles, there are 7 rare mine locations. 3. 10 miles to the south of the territory lies Newcomer Surprise Dungeon, containing a barracks and other architectural rewards. Command intelligence. 1. Investigate the strength and movements of the Lord to the west. The Western Territory is occupied by a half-orc tribe. This lord has previously attacked other territories, slaying the opposing lords. The central area of the half-orc territory is of level 5, featuring city walls, arrow towers, and several other defensive structures, currently housing a total of 700 level 7 soldiers. Action. The half-orc lord plans to launch an assault on the northeastern dungeon of his territory in 4 days with a small contingent of soldiers. 2. Surrounding resources and crises. There exists a level 20 active attack dungeon located 15 miles to the east. 40 miles to the north, there is an unclaimed building known as the Martyr's Temple. This time, the Western Workshop provided an abundance of information. It encompassed not only the surrounding resources and the Newcomer Surprise Dungeon, but also the reconnaissance intelligence he had specifically requested. Furthermore, it validated Yihan's suspicions. The unfamiliar lord was indeed aggressive, and his strength currently surpassed his own. 700 level 7 soldiers were beyond Yihan's current capacity to defend against, and his adversary could potentially raise even more soldiers. Should he become aware of Yihan's presence, he might swiftly raise his territory to the ground. However, Yihan felt a sense of relief at the knowledge that this lord was merely at level 7. Relying on the rapid development afforded by the Eastern Court Palace, he would soon be able to contend with him in battle. Moreover, the two territories were separated by a distance of 200 kilometers, affording him a few days' time. My lord, how shall we proceed? Just as Yihan was examining the information, Li Xionyang approached him. Since the building screen was shared with heroes, she was also privy to this matter. Her voice, compared to yesterday, had softened considerably. The two had transitioned from strangers to companions. There's no need to rush. Merely heed my words. Let us first deploy some troops and consume the rewards from the defense dungeon. Yihan said slowly. Check the status of the soldiers at the Western Workshop. In the next moment, he turned his gaze to the Western Workshop. With a flash, a screen materialized. Building, Western Workshop, Barracks. Level, 1, Tier, White Ordinary Advancement. Effect 2. Produces a maximum of 300 Western Workshop Special Agents. Summoning requires 100 Lord Power. Currently utilizing 121 Special Agents. Lord Power, 18, 314 points. The previously acquired 890 points from actively attacking bandits, combined with the 678 points from the dungeon's advancement, granted him over 18,000 points of Lord Power. This was sufficient to summon 180 soldiers. Let's summon 150 for now, Yihan thought to himself. With a surge of Lord Power, a figure materialized in the training ground of the Western Workshop. 150 new special agents appeared before Yihan. Notification, soldier summoning successful. Notification, the barracks can summon soldiers instantaneously without cooldown, but may only summon once per day. If the building levels up, new soldier types can be summoned on the same day. Good, Yihan responded inwardly. Now, he possessed over 270 special agents from the Western Workshop, constituting a modest army. However, this had nearly exhausted his Lord Power gained from 2 previous advancements. In the next moment, he opened his backpack and retrieved a command token. Item, Defense Dungeon Command Token, upgraded by the Eastern Court Palace. Level, 5. Monsters, Undead Skeletons. Monster count, 350 level 1 skeleton soldiers, 150 level 2 elite skeleton soldiers, 1 level 3 skeleton mage. Description, the Defense Dungeon Command Token is a special token. Upon use, it summons monsters to attack one's territory, and defeating all monsters yields substantial rewards. The Lord can engage in both offense and defense within the dungeon. Use immediately. Yihan gripped the token tightly, and with a decisive snap, shattered it. Boom. A chilling wail echoed throughout the territory. To the north, 1 kilometer away from the territory, ominous black clouds suddenly gathered, fissures appearing within them. In the next moment, a skeletal foot emerged from the crack. A multitude of raggedly clad skeleton soldiers, their hollow eye sockets flickering with ghostly blue flames, emerged from the breach. Most of the skeletons were dressed in tattered cloth, though a few donned leather armor. And the last skeleton even wore a glowing mage's robe. Ah, ghosts. Li Xionyang's face paled slightly upon seeing the skeletons. As a woman from a feudal era, the sight of them naturally instilled great fear within her. Calm yourself. Those skeletons merely appear fearsome. The combat strength of level 1 skeletons is comparable to that of bandits. They can be defeated with weapons. Yihan reassured Li Xionyang. Is that so? Indeed. Upon hearing that the skeletons could be vanquished by weapons, Li Xionyang felt a slight sense of relief. All fears stemmed from a lack of firepower. My lord, do you require me to lead the troops to defeat them? Li Xionyang summoned her white universe spear and looked toward Yihan. No need to rush. Let's first use the city walls and arrow towers to deplete their forces. Once they breach the walls and enter, you may engage. This will significantly reduce our losses, Yihan advised, though the enemy boasted 600 soldiers. He was confident in his ability to defend against this wave. Meanwhile, the skeleton soldiers commenced their charge, rapidly advancing toward the northern city wall of Yihan's territory. As they approached within 400 meters, the crossbows atop the Zhuge crossbow towers swiftly adjusted their aim, and with a series of thuds, for massive bolts were fired at the advancing skeleton army. Thud, thud, thud. The 4 bolts, propelled with tremendous force, pierced through the leading 5 skeleton soldiers, pinning them to the ground. One skeleton even disintegrated upon impact. The battle had commenced, and the Zhuge crossbow tower was now in full operation. Chapter 15. The power of the Zhuge crossbow tower, the battle against the skeletons. Thud, thud, thud. The Zhuge crossbow tower unleashed another volley of 4 bolts. The powerful projectiles cut through the air, directly impaling a group of skeleton soldiers, scattering bone fragments in every direction. As the bolts struck the densely packed ranks, they even felled 2 or 3 with a single shot. Upon entering the 400-meter range, the skeleton soldiers suffered considerable attrition from the Zhuge crossbow tower's relentless fire. However, the onslaught was far from over. They surged forward, relying on their numerical superiority, crashing against the imperial flame wooden wall, brandishing their long swords to deliver fierce blows. Among them, a formidable level 3 skeleton mage unleashed fireballs from the rear, the fiery projectiles resembling explosives. With a resounding boom, they detonated upon impact with the wooden wall, sending flames and splinters flying in all directions. Within a mere 30 seconds, the first layer of the imperial flame wall collapsed with a clatter, prompting the skeleton soldiers to assault the second layer. It appeared that the primary strength of the enemy lay with that level 3 mage. Yihan observed the skeletal figure wielding a staff, flanked by a cluster of skeleton soldiers, making it difficult for the crossbow tower to target him. Monster, skeleton mage. Level 3. Description: an elite force within the skeleton squad, possessing a powerful fireball spell, yet with a frail physique. Yihan examined the holographic display above the mage's head. The rest is up to you. Once they breach the wooden wall and invade, lead your troops to annihilate them, he instructed, glancing at Li Xionyang beside him. Prioritize attacking that mage, and do not stray beyond the range of the crossbow tower. Understood. Li Xionyang and over 200 agents of the Xichang stepped forward to form a protective line, shielding Yihan securely in the rear. Meanwhile, the second and third layers of the imperial flame wall were swiftly toppled. A final crash echoed as the entire wooden structure crumbled. However, throughout this process, the Zhuge crossbow tower continued its relentless assault, unleashing a barrage of powerful bolts that swept across numerous skeleton soldiers. Yihan took stock. Thus far, the Zhuge crossbow tower had dispatched over 70 level 1 skeletons and more than 30 level 2 elite skeletons, a formidable toll indeed. It was worth noting that the Zhuge crossbow tower fired 4 arrows every 3 seconds. Even with the wall's destruction, the skeleton soldiers remained within the tower's range and continued to be targeted. As the remaining skeletons surged toward their territory, Li Xionyang led her troops forward with fervor. Kill, slay them, and defend our land. With a thunderous clash, the newly arrived skeleton soldiers were instantly scattered by the onslaught of the Xichang troops, igniting a chaotic melee where the sounds of clashing swords and the shattering of bones reverberated throughout the territory. At that moment, the ferocity of the Xichang eunuch soldiers was starkly evident. One after another, the blue-eyed skeletons fell to their blades. Li Xionyang fought valiantly, dispatching 4 skeletons before charging directly at the skeleton mage. With a hiss, the skeleton mage uttered incantations, raising its staff to cast a spell. In a fleeting second, a fireball, as large as a human face, formed and hurtled towards Li Xionyang. Reacting swiftly, she darted aside just in time. The fireball whizzed past her, exploding violently upon striking a Xichang soldier behind her, inflicting grievous injuries. However, the fireball did not hinder Li Xionyang. In a few swift strides, she reached the skeleton mage, thrusting her white jade spear with ferocity. With a crack, the spear tip struck a translucent blue barrier that materialized before the mage. Yet, the barrier's power proved insufficient to withstand Li Xionyang's might, as she exerted force and shattered it with a resounding pop. "Ah!" the skeleton mage cried, stumbling back in panic. It frantically looked around, seeking to summon skeleton soldiers for protection. Yet, the surrounding skeletons were few and entangled with the Xichang troops. Over 500 skeletons had charged toward the wall, only to be felled by the Zhuge crossbow tower's arrows, claiming over 100 of their number. Subsequently, the remaining 400 level 1 and 2 skeletons faced off against the 270 Xichang agents, all of whom were above level 2 and still within the tower's firing range. They had already been significantly weakened. The wooden wall they confronted had been enhanced, as had the arrow towers, and the soldiers and their weapons were all upgraded. Overwhelmed with despair, the skeletons could not suppress their anguished tears. "Die!" Li Xionyang shouted, seeing that the skeleton mage had exhausted its spells, and lunged forward to stab its fiery blue head with her spear. The mage hastily raised its staff in defense. A clang echoed as Li Xionyang's spear was deflected yet again. Nevertheless, the skeleton mage's struggle was futile, and with her next thrust, Li Xionyang succeeded. With a crack, the spear pierced through the skeleton's skull, causing the blue flames to surge and, with a cry, extinguish. The mage collapsed, lifeless, with the death of the highest-ranking mage. The remaining skeletons posed little threat. The battle concluded completely after 3 minutes. A routine defensive engagement had been successfully executed, and the Zhuge crossbow tower was retracted. Lord, all invading evil spirits have been vanquished. Please come forth to inspect. Li Xionyang reported excitedly to Yi Han. Well done. Yi Han commended. The Lord is akin to a deity within the territory, and whether to engage in battle is a matter of personal choice. Typically, one emerges post-battle to assess losses and collect rewards. Yi Han approached the battlefield, where fragments of bones and fallen Xichang soldiers gradually dissipated into shimmering light. His losses were minimal, with only 55 troops slain and a single upgraded wooden wall toppled. While he had suffered similar losses during the assault on the bandit stronghold, the defeated enemies now far exceeded those numbers. Siege warfare and defensive battles were entirely distinct. This time, he had the Zhuge crossbow tower as a formidable ally. Moreover, Yi Han's gains from this encounter were substantial as he opened the rewards screen. Notification: your soldiers and the Zhuge crossbow tower have annihilated all skeletal invaders. Notification: you have gained 5,190 points of lordly power. Notification: you have acquired the infinite skill book, Fireball. Notification: you have obtained the unit token, Light Cavalry. Notification: you have received a novice building upgrade order. Notification: you have acquired 130 ordinary long spears, 40 ordinary bows, 159 worn armors, 1 apprentice rope, and 1 apprentice staff. Lines of information illuminated the pale blue screen. An infinite skill book, a unit token, and a novice building upgrade order. Splendid. Truly splendid. As he beheld the bountiful rewards, Yi Han felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Although this battle did not yield a new structure, it provided an abundance of valuable treasures. Chapter 16. The Mysterious Order, My Barracks Upgrade. As the crimson sun rose, radiant sunlight bathed the grassy expanse of the territory, illuminating the shattered northern wooden wall and the bones and corpses that were slowly vanishing from the ground. Suddenly, a resounding whoosh echoed. A golden light flickered across the dilapidated wooden wall, revealing a brand new imperial flame wooden wall that filled the gap in the northern fortifications. Everyone, take a moment to rest. I shall first assess the situation regarding our gains. Yi Han addressed Li Xionyang and the agents. Yes, my lord. Should there be any new directives, do not hesitate to summon me. Li Ziyunio responded, departing with a contingent of factory soldiers. Yi Han, on the other hand, gazed eagerly at his newfound bounty. The power of the Lord. Ascension. Boom. He first initiated the ascension of the lordly power he had acquired. And a glimmer of golden light erupted from the power stored in his backpack. Notification: ascension of lordly power successful. 5,190 points. Total 48,267. Notification: your current total lordly power is 51,581. With a single ascension, his lordly power surged from 5,000 to over 40,000. Moreover, his total lordly power had now exceeded 50,000. As he beheld the luminous screen before him, Yi Han's heart swelled with joy. The sensation of ascension was truly exhilarating. It was nothing short of a delightful enhancement, continually bringing him surprises in this lordly game. Furthermore, he sensed he had grasped the numerical patterns of ascension. It appeared that each ascension yielded an increase of approximately 9 to 10 times, at least in terms of lordly power. Yet, there were exceptions. Occasionally, there arose ascension instances that defied numerical quantification, critical tier ascensions. For instance, the manor had transformed into Peach Blossom Village. The lordly power began to accumulate gradually, though regrettably. It currently held little practical application. Yi Han pondered as he gazed at the lordly power screen. In truth, the applications of lordly power were manifold. It could upgrade buildings, enhance heroes, and produce various types of military units. Alas, upgrading heroes required inner force pills, while upgrading buildings necessitated stone, wood, and a plethora of other resources. Currently, he had yet to unlock the lumberyard structures. Temporarily, he also lacked new barracks for soldier production. Thus the lordly power must remain in reserve for the time being. Moreover, lordly power represented the personal experience points of the lord. It could neither be traded nor gifted, only obtained through territory quests. However, in this battle, he had acquired a novice building upgrade order. Perhaps it could facilitate an upgrade of a building. Yi Han turned his attention to his second acquisition. Item: novice building upgrade order. Effect: elevates a non-baroque building below level 5 by 1 tier. Notification: the novice building upgrade order is a reward from territorial combat and can activate the Eastern Court's effect for ascension. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon such a rare item. Yi Han recalled having learned about this in the lordly high school classroom. The instructor had advised that this novice order should be reserved until a building reached level 4, preferably for the territory center or arrow tower, to maximize its effectiveness. However, he could first ascend this item. Yihan contemplated activating the lordly power for ascension. Boom. The order erupted in a cascade of wondrous light, and the information screen promptly refreshed. Item, Novice Building Upgrade Order. Eastern Court Lord Ascension. Effect, elevates a building below level 5 by 2 tiers. To elevate a building below level 5 by 2 tiers. As Yihan beheld the message on the screen, a flicker of immense delight crossed his eyes. Upon cursory inspection, one might assume the elevation was merely by 1 tier, with the order not amplifying much. However, the absence of the words non-barrack altered the entire context. It is crucial to note that an upgrade of a barrack would simultaneously elevate the soldiers belonging to that barrack, resulting in a significant enhancement of territorial combat power. Especially with a 2-tier elevation, his 300 factory soldiers could now achieve level 3. This represented a monumental upgrade in military strength. Consulting the West Factory building screen, Yihan directed his gaze toward the distant West Factory. Building, West Factory Barrack. Level 1. Next level requires lordly power, 8,500, wood, 3,000, stone, 300, gold, 1,000. Tier, white, ordinary ascension. Effect 1, intelligence agency. The West Factory once served as the intelligence agency of a certain emperor. It can provide 3 pieces of information related to the Lord daily and 2 pieces of information regarding lordly directives. Effect 2, produces up to 300 West Factory agents. Summoning requires 100 points of lordly power. Effect 3, level 3 unlocks. Coincidentally, the third effect of the West Factory also unlocks at level 3. Should he utilize it? Yihan contemplated, weighing the instructor's advice to save the order until level 4. However, when would he reach level 4? Currently, he didn't even possess the most common lumberyard, let alone the rare gold mining site for gold extraction. Moreover, there was a foreign lord in the West who could discover him at any moment. By the time he reached level 4, the opportunity would have passed. However, using this item could significantly accelerate his progress. I still possess an immensely powerful enhancement talent. In the future, there will be further novice lord upgrade orders. Yihan reassured himself internally and resolved to indulge a bit by utilizing this upgrade order. Boom. As Yihan activated his lordly power, the upgrade order in his hand transformed into a stream of light, soaring forth and tracing an elegant arc in the air before merging into the tallest tower of the West Factory. At that moment, the West Factory underwent a transformation as the light integrated. Firstly, the number of buildings increased. From the original 3 ancient-style structures with eastern gabled roofs, it expanded to 5. On the 200-square-meter playground, 2 new towers emerged. The original towers also gained height, their walls becoming more even and refined, while the somewhat rough tiles on the eaves transformed into smooth surfaces. Inside the buildings, several pieces of furniture, such as tables and chairs, appeared, as if the entire structure had been refurbished and transformed into something more sumptuous and elegant. In truth, this elevation was merely by 2 tiers. If it had been a greater elevation, the building would have undergone a significant metamorphosis. Notification: you have utilized the Ascended Novice Building Upgrade Order on the West Factory, elevating it from level 1 to level 3. Notification: your West Factory agents have followed the building's upgrade, increasing to level 3, becoming more formidable. Notification: Effect 3 of the West Factory is now unlocked. Effect 3, summon 5 elite soldiers, factory soldiers commanding 1,000 troops. Refresh Effect 4, level 10 unlocks. Effect 3 produces elite soldiers? As Yihan observed the information screen, a sense of astonishment washed over him. Elite soldiers were entirely distinct from ordinary West Factory agents. Chapter 17, Elite Soldiers, Explosive Chi Skill. Swish, swish, swish. Streams of golden light flickered within the territory, the West Factory agents upgrading alongside the barrack. After all the agents had ascended, Yihan opened their information screen. Soldier, West Factory agent. Level 3, following the barrack's level increase. Tier, white, ordinary ascension. Intelligence, ordinary level NPC, game-based NPC, simplistic thought. Comprehensive attribute panel, speed, strength, vitality, etc. 22090115809029. 90 points are from weapon enhancement. 11 points are from Peach Blossom source effect. Equipment, Eastern official attire, white, ordinary, Mountain Bandit saber, white, ordinary ascension. Skills, unable to learn skills. Consumption, 2 rice, 3 water, 1 meat, at least daily. Introduction, the upgraded Advanced Militia, a level 3 elite soldier, boasts combat prowess equivalent to that of a level 5 militia. The primary enhancement post-upgrade is a comprehensive attribute soaring to 580. The increase in combat capability is monumental. It is noteworthy that my hero, Li Xionyang, barely surpasses 700. This batch of elite soldiers from the Western Factory represents high-level strength for novices. I can summon 5 elite soldiers from the Western Factory, correct? Then I shall summon them directly. Yihan commanded towards the Western Factory. With a flash, 5 beams of golden light erupted on the training ground. and the silhouettes of the 5 soldiers materialized out of thin air. Hint: soldier summoning successful. Hint: the barracks building can summon soldiers instantly, without cooldown, but can only summon once per day. If the building upgrades, new soldier types can be summoned on the same day. These elite soldiers possess the same average physique as regular factory soldiers, their pallor identical, yet their gazes exude a fiercer intensity. The most striking distinction lies in their official uniforms and weaponry. The elite soldiers don exquisitely crafted flying fish uniforms, adorned with black hats stitched with golden thread. Their black long knives are embellished with more intricate designs. Soldier: Qianhu, commander of the Western Factory. Level: 3, upgradable with Barak level. Rank: White intermediate advancement. Wisdom: elite level, refined game-like NPCs with a modicum of independent thought. Levels: ordinary, elite, leader, hero. Comprehensive attribute panel: speed, strength, vitality, etc. 950130425. 130 points are weapon bonuses. Equipment: custom Qianhu official uniform, white intermediate. Qianhu specialized dagger, white intermediate. Skills: 1. Commander. The Qianhu represents an elite grade troop. With the Qianhu commander in the ranks, factory soldiers exhibit heightened discipline and execute the Lord's commands with enhanced efficiency. Each Qianhu augments the team's combat power by 0.6. 2. Qianhu sword technique, CD. 230 seconds. The Qianhu is a novice martial arts expert, possessing sword techniques unique to the Western Factory. Upon activation of the sword technique, the attack power of bladed weapons increases by 10 for 30 seconds. 3. Martial arts talent, passive capable of learning skills from the territory's harvest. Consumption: 2 rice, 3 water, 1 meat, at least daily. Introduction: exclusive advanced elite soldier type for the Eastern Palace Lord, a fledgling martial arts adept. This Qianhu elite troop is significantly stronger than ordinary soldiers. Yihan marveled while examining the display screen. Compared to regular factory soldiers, their strength is superior. Their initial equipment more refined, with overall combat capabilities even surpassing that of the hero, Li Xionyang. Furthermore, they possess the ability to learn other skills, providing a boosting effect for the entire team. Although the enhancement appears modest at 0.6, when several Qianhu are combined, the impact is entirely different. Yihan suddenly felt that this upgrade token was exceptionally valuable. Of course, this holds true only under the condition of having advanced. Without advancement, the effect would be considerably diminished. It seems I must find a way to procure several inner strength pills to upgrade Xionyang. Yihan glanced at the enchanting Lu Yao, who was practicing her spear techniques. Once, she was the strongest in the territory, yet now she has regressed, transforming from a hero into a Western Factory super soldier. In reality, the Lord's power required for Xionyang's upgrade isn't substantial, merely a little over 100, a stark contrast to the 8,000 needed for Barak construction. However, without inner strength pills, she remains unable to advance. How vexing. I long to swiftly acquire mining sites, alchemy workshops, and farming facilities. That way, I need not worry about material shortages. Yihan felt a twinge of urgency within. Yet, he recognized that impatience serves little purpose. The best course of action is to accelerate exploration. If I can conquer the Lord in the West, then surely these resources will be within my grasp. Defeating him means all his developmental achievements will become mine. This time, the spoils from defending the city included something extraordinarily useful. Yihan pondered as he opened his backpack, retrieving a crimson book. This tome appeared remarkably mystical. Its cover, made of aged yellow parchment, bore inscriptions that shimmered with flickering flames. Infinite skill book, fireball technique. Rank: white intermediate. CD: 10 seconds. Effect: utilizes internal magical energy to condense a fireball that attacks enemies, inflicting explosive damage and burning damage. Restriction: only magic-capable mages may cast it. Cannot be released if magic energy is depleted. Description: a rare skill book reward, available for learning by elite, leader, and hero soldiers with martial arts talent. Such a splendid skill can only be wielded by magic-capable mages? It seems my hero lacks the Western-style magic, doesn't he? Gazing at the display screen of the skill book, Yihan felt a hint of regret. However, the next moment, this regret was swiftly cast aside. Fireball technique skill book. One-click advancement. Boom. The fireball technique skill book erupted with a beam of golden light, transforming into a bamboo scroll inscribed with fire-themed ancient characters. While the skill book's display refreshed accordingly. Infinite skill bamboo scroll, grand fire blade slash. Rank: white intermediate advancement. CD: 10 seconds. Effect: converts internal energy into fiery energy which envelopes bladed weapons, unleashing a powerful blade slash imbued with flames upon swinging. The blade energy can surge forward for 50 meters, dealing formidable slashing damage and burn damage to enemies. Restriction: requires bladed weapons. Description: an advanced skill book reward for the Eastern Palace Lord, a high-level rare reward. The advancement now utilizes internal energy, and the effect feels significantly stronger. Observing the newly manifested display screen, Yihan's heart surged with excitement. The transformation of fireball technique into grand fire slash represents a powerful qualitative change. The limitations of magic do not apply to me. Moreover, this skill can be employed by my elite soldiers and heroes, granting them an additional active skill. Chapter 18. The Mighty Blade Slash and the Sudden Crossbow Assault. The sky is azure. The radiant sunlight bathes the pond of peach blossom spring, while the dense mulberry trees and verdant bamboo sway gently in the breeze, enveloping the territory within a wooden fence in profound tranquility. Yihan looked down at the skill book. Use. Hint. Currently, the Lord has 1 hero and 5 elite soldiers eligible to learn Grand Fire Slash. Would you like to learn? A prompt display appeared. Learning directly. With a flash, 6 streams of fiery brilliance shot forth from the skill book, racing toward Li Xionyang and the 5 Qianhu commanders, ultimately merging into their bodies. At that moment, both Li Xionyang and the Qianhu paused, seemingly recalling something. Thank you for the bestowed skill power, Your Majesty. The Qianhu immediately bowed to Yihan, signifying their mastery of the skill. Li Xionyang, equally astonished, approached Yihan. My lord, I feel as though I have learned something new. What have you done? It is a new skill, named Grand Fire Slash. Yihan presented the skill bamboo scroll in his hand for her perusal. At this moment, the scroll retained its original form, showing no signs of alteration since it had yet to be learned by others. This was a tome of infinite skills. It could be utilized by all elite tier and above troops within the territory. For newcomers, its value was exceedingly high. Naturally, as the territory evolved, its worth would gradually diminish. For as one progressed, the potency of this mere white-grade skill book would wane. However, for the present, it remained immensely beneficial. This skill would empower you to unleash greater strength in battle. We are now in the era of martial arts. Subsequently, there will be an array of martial skills that can transform you into a true master of the martial world. Yihan declared. Indeed. Thank you, my lord. Your divine power knows no bounds. Li Xionyang exclaimed with fervor. Deep within her heart, she harbored a dream of martial prowess, yet had merely lacked a path to pursue it. Haha, there is no need for thanks. Your enhancement of strength is my own enhancement. Yihan replied with a smile. Familiarize yourselves with the skills. We shall devise our next course of action. Certainly, my lord. Do you possess any healing potions for the soldiers of the West Factory? I just witnessed some severely injured soldiers. Li Xionyang pointed with her slender, fair finger towards the special troops. Indeed, many soldiers bore grievous wounds. Following the bloody clash with the skeletal army, numerous soldiers' garments were stained or torn, their bodies marred by numerous injuries. Some bore minor wounds, while others suffered severe bleeding injuries that impeded their movements. They were simplistic, game-like NPCs, thus did not articulate their plight. Moreover, should Yihan command them to fight, they would still charge into battle, albeit with diminished combat effectiveness. For healing, they would require medications or a hospital structure. Alas, none of these have yet manifested, Yihan remarked. As they were characters governed by game-like rules, they would not perish from grave injuries. They merely required time to recuperate. Generally speaking, the injured within the territory would automatically heal, regardless of the severity of the wound. Complete recovery would occur within no more than 3 days. Then let us strive valiantly in battle to secure the hospital structure as soon as possible, Li Xionyang resolved, no longer broaching the subject of the wounded. Hehe, excellent. Prepare yourselves, let us see. Suddenly, a resounding noise echoed. Just as Yihan spoke, the crossbow tower to the west suddenly activated, launching 4 powerful bolts towards the grassy hills beyond the wooden walls. Notification, your crossbow tower has slain a wolf cavalryman. You have obtained a reconnaissance soldier shield. A harvest notification illuminated before Yihan. What? The unexpected scene caused Yihan to furrow his brow, his expression turning grave as he gazed towards the west. The crossbow tower had a range of 400 meters. Its autonomous operation indicated the presence of a malevolent foe within this vicinity. Moreover, that foe was a reconnaissance soldier. Yihan promptly activated his lordly power to acquire the vision of the western crossbow tower. A lord is akin to a deity within their territory, capable of sharing the vision of all structures. Upon gaining sight, Yihan observed that the area outside the western city remained desolate, the grasslands devoid of activity. The sole anomaly was the recently slain cavalryman 300 meters away. Confirming that no danger lurked, Yihan turned to Li Xionyang. Xionyang, there is something amiss to the west. Accompany me to investigate. Certainly. Upon hearing the term anomaly, Li Xionyang's expression instantly shifted to one of seriousness. She instinctively tightened her grip on the bayou spear. Subsequently, the two proceeded to the site of the anomaly. There, they beheld the bodies of 1 man and 1 wolf lying on the ground. The wolf's fur was gray, towering as tall as a diminutive horse, with a robust physique. The man, too, was no ordinary individual. He was a half-orc, his mouth filled with tusks, his face swollen, and his body cloaked in coarse, bluish-gray skin. At this moment, the 2 corpses slowly began to dissipate into shimmering light. My lord, what manner of blue-faced fiend is this? Li Xionyang, witnessing such a creature for the first time, felt a twinge of anxiety. This is a half-orc from another civilization. Most likely, it hails from the half-orc lord to the west, who probably dispatched it to patrol the distant territory. Yihan's voice remained remarkably calm. Is it the cavalryman of the western lord? Then, my lord, does this mean we are soon to be discovered? Li Xionyang's anxious expression turned grave. Indeed, the earliest we shall be discovered is within a day, at most. It could take 4, Yihan stated, rising from his position. Generally, if the dispatched light cavalry fails to return, it signifies that an incident has occurred, prompting the lord to send out additional light cavalry for reconnaissance. The half-orc lord is situated 200 kilometers away. The wolf cavalry would require a day for a round trip. If this wolf cavalryman does not return tonight, tomorrow, or by the following afternoon, the enemy will dispatch reinforcements. Relaying the information. If there happens to be another reconnaissance wolf cavalryman, unknown to us and yet to be slain, our territory's location will be revealed tonight. Xionyang, our time for peaceful development is limited. We must return immediately, he commanded, turning back towards the territory. Yes, my lord, you rescue me from dire straits. I would gladly face death for you, Li Xionyang declared resolutely, shaking her spear as she rushed to Yihan's side. The two hastened back into the territory. Chapter 19. A divided approach. The time to test skills has arrived. In the hilly terrain, Yihan swiftly traversed the city gates and entered the territory, followed closely by Li Xionyang and the others. Xionyang, do you recall the intelligence provided to us by the West Factory? That information is invaluable. My lord, I remember. Today's intelligence comprises 5 key points, including resource locations, a 20-level active attack dungeon, as well as a surprise dungeon and collectible structures. Excellent memory. Furthermore, the West Factory mentioned that the surprise dungeon contains a new barracks. A collectible structure, the Martyr's Shrine, lies 40 miles away. I intend to secure both today. Yes, my lord. Please issue your orders. Xionyang, we may need to act separately, Yihan asserted, gazing at Li Xionyang. You shall take 2 soldiers with you to retrieve that structure 40 miles to the west. This may prove arduous, and you might not return until nightfall. Li Xionyang, a true hero, possessed much of the Lord's strength and intellect, enabling her to accomplish tasks beyond the capability of many game-like soldiers. She could even independently manage a sub-territory. Certainly, rest assured, my lord, I will bring back the items. Li Xionyang affirmed resolutely upon hearing this. Listen carefully. Exploring the small world is not devoid of dangers. It is fraught with unpredictable, formidable active attack dungeons. You must exercise caution. Upon encountering an active attack dungeon, do not engage, simply flee. The 40-mile journey is rather lengthy, and you may encounter several along the way. Yihan patiently elucidated the potential dangers. The intelligence from the Western Factory indicated the presence of a level 20 active attack dungeon situated 15 miles to the east. This means that my previous safe return from the eastern region was laced with a degree of fortune. I must lead my troops to conquer the dungeon located 10 miles to the west, should we venture an additional 5 miles. The likelihood of total annihilation or significant losses looms ominously. My lord, I understand. Rest assured, I shall bring that new structure back to you, and we shall surely triumph over the unfamiliar lord, Li Xionyang declared earnestly. Indeed, time is of the essence. Gather your men and set forth. Remember this, above all. Safeguard your life, Yihan instructed. Yes, I eagerly await the moment when our territory boasts new soldiers. A faint smile graced Li Xionyang's face. Subsequently, Yihan dedicated a brief span of time to upgrade the assortment of disordered weaponry he had acquired. Ultimately, he successfully obtained 249 upgraded spears and swords, 78 pieces of enhanced armor, 90 upgraded longbows, and 49 advanced shields. After equipping both commanding officers with longbows, he entrusted Li Xionyang to lead them away. He stood in place, observing the slender, graceful figure making its way toward the city gates, feeling a twinge of emotion within. Since her arrival in the territory, this female hero had worked tirelessly without complaint, never once voicing any demands. She simply complied with whatever he requested. In truth, many heroes summoned to the territory often lacked sufficient loyalty. In such instances, the Lord would have to exert his power to compel their submission. It is crucial to remember they are all real individuals. However, none of these issues arose with Xionyang. She diligently toiled in silence. Yihan suddenly sensed a flicker of affection for this female hero from another world. Was it protectiveness, possession, or perhaps the delicate ties of friendship? He could not discern it precisely, yet he resolved that even in the event of failure in the trial, he would ensure this female hero remained by his side. In the next moment, Yihan turned his gaze toward the remaining soldiers. He decided to retain the 20 severely injured men. After having the other soldiers swap their weapons, Yihan set forth with 3 commanding officers and over 200 factory soldiers. In reality, those 20 gravely injured soldiers possessed little combat capability, as they would succumb to just a few strikes, and their injuries would slow their marching speed. It was preferable to leave them behind to recuperate rather than carry dead weight. By the time he returned, they would likely have regained a fifth of their health. Creak, creak. Yihan led his troops out of the territory as the sturdy wooden gates of Ember City slowly closed, finally snapping shut with a decisive click. The sun gradually traversed the sky. Along the way, they encountered some disturbances from active attack dungeons. However, by midday, Yi Han and his party arrived safely at their destination. It must be noted that this surprise dungeon was entirely different from the previous bandit dungeon. The map depicted an abandoned ancient city. There were no walls surrounding it. Only a handful of armored archers patrolled the rooftops. Yet, those archers bore the appearance of a cohesive unit of soldiers. Yi Han also spotted a large group of horses within a dilapidated building. This dungeon surprisingly has cavalry. Upon seeing the horses, his brow furrowed. If there were cavalry, his situation would differ drastically from that of the bandits. Standing in the open expanse outside the city, should the cavalry maneuver around the infantry to charge at him, he would find himself in a precarious position. 2 legs cannot outrun 4. Cavalry is an entirely different class of troops. Dungeon, abandoned city of deserters. Level, 6. Enemy count, 240 level 3 infantry, 50 level 4 archers, 50 level 5 cavalry, 1 level 8 deserter captain in training. Description, deserters from a defeated nation in the south. The level 8 deserter captain is currently in a state of training. The captain will not participate in the battle when the Lord attacks the deserters. After defeating the deserters, the Lord may decide whether to disturb the deserter captain's training and choose to engage in battle with him. Note, killing the deserters without slaying the captain will still yield rewards. This is a dungeon featuring a boss. Overall, the enemy troop count does not exceed that of the skeleton army, but the enemy levels are higher, their equipment superior, and they possess a broader variety of troop types. Moreover, this is not a city defense battle. Yi Han's advantage with the Zhuge crossbow towers cannot be leveraged. How should he proceed? Yi Han pondered as he surveyed the army he had brought. He commanded 200 upgraded level 3 factory soldiers and 3 elite commanding officers. The combined attributes of the 200 upgraded factory soldiers were equivalent to those of ordinary level 5 soldiers, while the commanding officers possessed even greater attributes, likely augmented by advanced skills such as the fire slash. For the moment, he would disregard the deserter captain. The foot soldiers could still be handled. First, he would deal with them and then assess the situation. Line up, and let us enter the city. Yi Han called to his soldiers. The 200 soldiers sprang into action, forming a phalanx that encircled Yi Han as they advanced step by step toward the abandoned city occupied by the deserters. Indeed, Yi Han intended to penetrate the city. The open grassland outside would render him a target for cavalry. It was wiser to seize a cluster of abandoned buildings and then engage in combat. Chapter 20, Chaos in the Abandoned City. Initial display of the fire slash. With thudding footsteps echoing in slight disarray, Yi Han and his party hastened toward the deserted city of deserters. Switch weapons, shields, and bows. Yi Han commanded the factory soldiers during their advance. With a flash, beams of light emanated from the hands of the factory soldiers, and the curved blades that hung from their waists vanished, replaced by longbows or shields. Many soldiers transformed into makeshift archers and shield bearers. Previously, Yi Han had upgraded several hundred pieces of weaponry, all of which he had brought along. Furthermore, the factory soldiers possessed 2 equipment slots, allowing them to freely switch their primary weapons. They continued forward, and upon entering a 200-meter radius, the archers stationed atop the surrounding rooftops immediately unleashed a hail of arrows upon them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows soared through the air like birds. Scatter. Charge toward the eastern cluster of buildings with all your might, seeking opportunities to strike the enemy archers. Yi Han ordered as he recognized the situation. This was a small city devoid of walls, so he planned to seize a building cluster first, establish a temporary position, and then reassess. Securing a position would provide ample reaction time. Moreover, engaging the enemy in an open area, allowing the enemy archers on the rooftops to shoot at his troops, would be exceedingly unwise. Upon receiving the command, the factory soldiers sprang into action. Armed with longbows, they dispersed toward the designated buildings. As they ran, the factory soldiers also drew their longbows and fired arrows. In an instant, arrows flew chaotically from both sides. One by one, soldiers fell to the ground, struck by arrows. Several shield bearers rushed in front of Yi Han, raising their shields above his head. Clang, clang, clang. Several arrows aimed at Yi Han were deflected by the shields. In the midst of battle, the Lord is supreme. He is the god and sovereign of the territory. Life has been extinguished, rendering the game devoid of meaning. At that very moment, as Yi Han and his companions surged forward, the infantry stationed at the heart of the ruined city began to charge out, their cavalry donning armor and mounting their steeds. However, they remained 300 meters away. Yi Han disregarded them, instead pressing onward to seize control of the cluster of buildings. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows flew incessantly, as the archers on the rooftops endeavored to impede the advance of Yi Han's group. As the front line pressed forward, casualties among his ranks mounted. Yi Han observed a marked disparity in accuracy between his archers and the enemy's fleeing bowmen, while the latter struck 2 or 3 arrows true. His own archers barely managed to hit once for every 3 shots. This resulted in a paradox where his forces, though numerically superior in archers, suffered greater losses. Time swiftly passed, and within half a minute, Yihan's contingent reached the target buildings. The factory soldiers eliminated several enemy archers on the rooftops before entering the dilapidated structures, leaving 20 archers to restrain the fleeing bowmen. The remaining soldiers switched to long blades, engaging in combat with the infantry and cavalry. Yihan stepped into a house and issued orders to the factory soldiers below. Yes, chung chung chung. Upon hearing his command, the factory soldiers promptly transitioned to blade weapons. Drawing forth 100 gleaming steel sabers, the customized embroidered spring blades of the elite soldiers gleaming with a chilling light. 30 seconds later, the infantry and cavalry charged in. The ensuing melee was chaotic and intense, with the factory soldiers clashing with the enemy infantry and cavalry while the archers on the rooftops exchanged fire. Arrows whistled through the air, and the cacophony of battle filled the surroundings. At that moment, the might of the Tier 3 factory soldiers became evident. Each advanced factory soldier possessed combat prowess equivalent to level 5. In contrast, the enemy infantry were only Tier 3, with the cavalry numbering a mere 50 at level 5. One by one, enemy infantry were ruthlessly cut down by the ferocious factory soldiers, some even managing to dispatch 3 foes simultaneously. While factory soldiers may not excel with longbows, wielding their sabers was their forte. As Yihan observed the battle, he suddenly heard the thunderous sound of hooves. Turning, he spotted a knight on horseback, brandishing a meteor hammer as he charged toward the factory soldiers. Upon closing the distance, the cavalryman swung his hammer sideways. Thud! A dull sound echoed as a factory soldier engaged in combat was struck down, his chest mangled, and clearly grievously injured. The knight then galloped away. Yihan's heart surged with indignation as he witnessed his soldier being so mercilessly felled. A cavalryman of the same rank charged and struck down an infantryman. This was merely a testament to the advantages of unit types. Damn it, go kill him. Yihan shouted to a commanding leader engaged in battle. Yes, Your Majesty. The leader swiftly dispatched his immediate adversary before charging toward the cavalryman. As he ran, the leader raised his embroidered spring blade high over his shoulder. Fiery slash. Boom. The elongated blade shimmered with a crimson glow, flames erupting along its edge. The leader swung the blade toward the cavalry's direction. Whoosh. Bang. A crescent-shaped fiery blade surged forth, cutting through the throng of combatants before colliding with the cavalryman. In an instant, both horse and rider were engulfed in searing crimson flames. A piercing scream echoed as they fell. One fiery slash had effectively slain the cavalryman. Excellent. Quite remarkable. Yihan felt a surge of excitement at the display of the skill's power. This was the true essence of advanced abilities. Seeing their comrade unleash his skill, the other 2 commanding leaders followed suit, executing their own fiery slashes against either the cavalry or the archers, causing a spectacle of red light to illuminate the battlefield. However, the infantry's close combat techniques lacked significant leadership finesse. Yihan could only maneuver the factory soldiers away from the advantageous range of the enemy archers, directing the commanding leaders to target the more menacing cavalry, or instructing the severely wounded factory soldiers to retreat from the encirclement. What remained was a desperate struggle, a battle of attrition. In a casualty exchange ratio of 1 to 4, or even 1 to 5, the fleeing soldiers were swiftly depleting, and soon the last archer on the rooftop was slain. Within the ruins, aside from the retreating captain, a boss still in training, every enemy had been utterly annihilated. At the moment of victory, a reward screen flashed before Yihan's eyes. Notification: your soldiers have slain a significant number of fleeing enemies. Notification: you have gained 170,000 points of Lord's power. Notification: you have acquired 2 new buildings, arrow towers. Notification: you have received a healing medicine token, which grants access to healing supplies. Notification: you have obtained a Lord's weapon. Notification: you have secured 110 fine steel long sabers, 30 exquisite longbows, 60 sets of soldier leather armor, and 20 cavalry long spears. A cascade of rewards illuminated the screen, reflecting the substantial gains from this battle, including the new arrow tower reward. However, upon inspecting the casualties among the factory soldiers, Yihan realized that the remaining troops might not suffice to confront the boss. Chapter 21. The Business of War, Lord's Weapon. In the ruins of the fleeing soldiers, the disarray of corpses slowly dissipated, like ashes ascending to the heavens. 709-0110. Yihan assessed the remaining factory soldiers. He had suffered nearly half of his forces in this battle, sacrificing 90 factory soldiers to eliminate 340 fleeing enemies and reaping a bounty of resources. In truth, this was largely due to the presence of 3 elite soldiers. Without those 3 commanding leaders, his losses would have been far graver, especially considering the enemy cavalry's level 5 status. For leaders, war is akin to an investment, particularly in the case of aggressive warfare, exchanging soldiers' lives for certain benefits. To some Western nobles, these lives are merely numbers, yet for individual families, the cost is profound. Fortunately, this is merely a game, not reality. Yihan bore no psychological burdens. Among the surviving soldiers, 30 were severely injured, and the elite commanding leaders had also expended considerable energy, uncertain if they could withstand the level 8 boss. Yihan pondered over the factory soldiers. "Let us rest for a while," he commanded. Upon hearing Yihan's orders, the factory soldiers exhaled in relief, settling onto the ground to assess their injuries. Yihan then opened his backpack, now placing his hopes on the rewards just acquired to bolster the factory soldiers' combat strength. Fight to sustain the fight. Most likely, the surprise treasure chests lay with the boss. There was no reason to forfeit. The arrow towers and Lord's power were temporarily unnecessary, so he inspected the healing medicine token. Yihan bypassed the currently useless rewards and held the token in his hand. With a flicker, a screen materialized before him. Item: healing medicine token. Grade: white ordinary. Description: grants access to one type of healing medicine upon use. Note: this token is a reward from the Lord's strategy instance and can be used to advance at the Daunting Palace. Directly advance. Yihan commanded in his mind. Boom. A familiar burst of golden light erupted, enveloping the healing talisman, which swiftly became submerged in brilliance, expanding in size. Moments later, an ancient square box appeared in Yihan's hand. The talisman had evolved into a chest. Indeed, the box was a lightweight wooden rectangular chest, adorned on 5 sides with exquisite herbal carvings, one side being flat and equipped with a hemp shoulder strap. Item: healer's chest. Rank: white ordinary advancement. Storage: 150 golden wound salve, 150 self-healing pills, 50 somnolent herbs. Description: a chest with 10 storage compartments, each capable of holding 200 units, which can be carried by soldiers. Isn't this the kind of chest that scholars in ancient times often carried on their journeys? To think it could evolve from a talisman into a chest. Yihan felt a sense of wonder, once again appreciating the formidable nature of this advancement feature. All items could evolve into objects related to the East. Moreover, the medicinal supplies within filled him with great delight. Among them, the first 2 types of medicines were particularly useful. Item: golden wound salve. Effect: a magical powder designed for gaming. When applied to bleeding wounds, it immediately stops the bleeding, reducing the impact of 30 damage on combat effectiveness. It restores 10 vitality and accelerates the healing speed of wounds by 30. Item: self-healing pill. Effect: upon use, it increases the wound recovery speed by 120. Injuries that would typically take 3 days to heal can be expedited with the self-healing pill. Very good. Quite splendid. After examining the healing salve's display, Yihan felt immensely satisfied. At last, he possessed medicines. No longer was he in a situation where he had no remedy for ailments. It would be even better if the medicinal hall building could be refreshed in this dungeon. Come over here. Those severely injured may use the medicines. Yihan addressed the soldiers. Yes, the soldiers, who had previously been resting on the ground, rose and formed an orderly line before Yihan, standing at attention. Subsequently, Yihan distributed the golden wound salve and self-healing pills to 70 soldiers with serious and slightly severe injuries. Use all the provided medicines. Yihan instructed the soldiers. Yes. Upon hearing this, the soldiers sat on the ground to use the medicines. They removed their clothing and sprinkled the golden wound salve on their wounds, with comrades assisting in applying it to wounds on their backs. Once the salve was applied, the wounds immediately began to coagulate and scab over, demonstrating remarkable efficacy. The soldiers consumed the self-healing pills directly, significantly accelerating their vitality recovery. After using more than 70 of the medicines, only half remained. Yihan looked into the storage compartments of the healer's chest and realized that this amount of medicine was still insufficient. However, he had no immediate solution. He simply opened his backpack to advance his weapons. Interestingly, the weapons dropped by the deserters this time were all of white medium quality, rather than the shabby iron implements from bandits. Some advanced long swords even boasted a 150 attribute combat power enhancement, surpassing that of an ordinary militiaman. Thus, equipping these weapons to the soldiers would result in yet another boost to their combat capabilities. Yihan felt increasingly confident about the upcoming battle with the boss. When he laid eyes on a particularly unique weapon, his excitement surged. Item: Lord's weapon, ebony bow. Rank: white medium. Effect: fires arrows with an attack power of 500, equivalent to a single strike from an ordinary soldier with 500 overall attributes, with a shooting speed of 1 arrow every 5 seconds. Description: a gaming weapon that can only be equipped by a lord, regardless of the lord's attribute panel. It can fire arrows with an attack power of 500. This is a reward from the lord's dungeon, capable of activating the power of the Eastern Palace for a one-click advancement. To discover a rare lord's weapon. Now I can inflict damage upon enemies. Yihan gazed at the display of the lord's weapon, his heart racing as he summoned it from his backpack. With a flash, a beam of light erupted, and an ebony longbow materialized in Yihan's hand. This ebony longbow was entirely black, possessing an ancient design and a graceful arc, embellished with soft glowing edges. The weapon exuded an entirely different aura. It was evident at a glance that it was no ordinary implement. In fact, this weapon had appeared during the looting, but Yihan had simply overlooked it while tallying casualties. Moreover, this lord's weapon could also be advanced, transforming into an even more exquisite and powerful armament. Advance immediately, Yihan commanded, channeling the power of the Lord within him. Chapter 22. My first weapon, surrounding the boss. The sun hung low in the western sky. A beam of light flickered from the ruins, as Yihan's ebony bow began to levitate in his grasp, undergoing a transformation in the radiance. The once smooth body of the ebony bow now bore a new circle of golden engravings, with 2 golden points adorning its midsection, rendering the entire bow even more elegant. The soft, glowing edges of the bow transformed into a rich golden hue. The grip improved, and the elasticity and power of the bowstring intensified. Item, Lord's Weapon, Imperial Ebony Bow. Rank, White Medium Advancement. Effect 1, fires arrows with an attack power of 900, with critical damage amplification if hitting a weak point. Shooting speed remains 1 arrow every 5 seconds. Effect 2, Impact Arrow. Fires an arrow imbued with a wave of energy, creating an explosive shockwave upon striking the enemy, inducing a 15-second stun. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Description, a hunting bow and arrow commonly used by the first emperor in a parallel world. The golden engravings on the bow hold significant artistic value, while the bow itself harnesses the power of energy waves. It is a formidable weapon in the hands of a lord. After the advancement, not only had the attack power increased, but a skill involving energy waves had also emerged. Gazing at the display following the advancement, Yihan felt his heart race with excitement. The transformation was astonishing. With this bow in hand, he could stun any enemy on the battlefield, including a boss caught in the throes of casting a skill. The overall combat effectiveness of the team had significantly strengthened. A 1-second stun was far more than a mere delay for the opponent. Accounting for the time taken for the enemy to react and stabilize themselves could result in a delay of over 2 seconds. Its utility in battle was profound. And now, with the impending boss fight, he would be able to utilize this bow. Alas, if only I had a horse, or perhaps a dragon from Western civilization. If I could match the speed of cavalry, my maneuverability would be greatly enhanced. Yihan mused, feeling a tinge of longing. As a lord, being able to ride freely across the battlefield while occasionally loosing arrows would be an exhilarating prospect. However, he recognized that impatience would yield no results. The best course of action was to steadily develop his territory. Everything would eventually fall into place. Yihan held the ebony bow in his hands, retrieved arrows from his backpack, and began to shoot. The sound of arrows whistling through the air resonated as each arrow struck its target. As a scion of a prominent family, equestrian and combat skills were fundamental lessons. Time slipped away quietly. The sun in the sky soon dipped below the western mountains, and the crimson clouds began to blanket the heavens, casting a red hue over the entire world. The soldiers sitting on the ground to recuperate had regained a portion of their vitality, particularly their energy, making them even more formidable than they were immediately after the battle. However, there loomed a concern. Should other lords discover them resting in this instance, they would be free to attack. In such a scenario, facing a robust enemy while being reduced to a mere remnant of their former strength would render them exceedingly vulnerable. Fortunately, the light cavalry of the lord to the west would require at least a day to return. Thus, Yihan felt little apprehension regarding this matter. As everyone rose to form ranks in preparation for the impending confrontation with the boss, Yihan called out to his soldiers. The previously lax troops sprang to their feet, many even drawing their long blades in readiness. All right, let us set forth, Yihan declared, leading his soldiers towards the heart of the ruined city, where the boss awaited them. The intelligence from the West Factory indicated the potential acquisition of a new barracks. If that proved untrue, they would return and raise it. Marching in disciplined formation through the dilapidated buildings and streets, they swiftly approached the boss. In the central square of the ruined city, a robust man sat in meditation. Though he remained seated, Yihan sensed that he towered over 2.5 meters, his physique as formidable as a mountain, clad in crimson armor, resembling a diminutive giant. Dungeon Boss, Captain of the Deserters Level, 8 Comprehensive Attribute Panel, 1550, excluding weapon enhancements. Description, a brawny captain of deserters, adept in wielding a ghostly blade, possessing formidable brute strength. The figure of 1,500 points, not counting weapon enhancements, felt somewhat alarming to Yihan. Unlike his soldiers, the enemy's panel data would not be fully visible, and the potential strength of his weapon enhancements caused Yihan some concern. Nevertheless, after a moment's contemplation, he felt confident that they could vanquish this boss. After all, they numbered 100, bolstered by 3 elite soldiers. Disperse your positions and prepare for battle, Yihan commanded. 3 captains and 20 soldiers armed with blades charged at the captain of the deserters, while the remaining 90 spread out across the square, readying their bows to fire upon him. Engage, Yihan ordered. Reflecting on the strategy behind deploying the majority of their soldiers with bows, this arrangement would prevent any from being caught behind the throng. Yihan had little faith that an 8th-level foe could withstand the onslaught of 90 archers. The 3 captains acknowledged the command, rallying the soldiers as they surged towards the square, with the last of the soldiers swapping their long blades for longbows. As they approached within 500 meters of the captain of the deserters, the seated figure slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, he sprang into action, seizing his ghostly blade and charging forward, delivering a devastating slash. The blade swept through the air with brutal force, cleaving 2 soldiers in half and sending the last flying, injuring him upon impact with the ground. The captain's initial charge was fierce and powerful. "Captains, unleash the Inferno Slash, maximizing your skill releases," Yihan bellowed, issuing commands to the captains. "Understood," they replied, raising their ornate long blades. With a flourish, 3 blades ignited in crimson light, flames licking the edges as they danced in the air. In the next moment, the captains swung their blades in unison. A trio of crescent-shaped flames surged forth, the temperature in the air rising sharply. Then, a resounding explosion echoed as the fiery blade energies collided with the captain of the deserters, flames erupting skyward amidst his agonized screams. The square was illuminated with a brilliant red glow at dusk. The captain of the deserters struggled to extinguish the flames engulfing him, while the archers did not remain idle, raining arrows upon him. The sound of arrows slicing through the air resonated continuously. However, after 5 seconds, all flames upon the captain were extinguished. He swiftly raised his ghostly blade, bellowing at one of the captains before charging toward him. The Inferno Slash had not succeeded in slaying him. "This is dire." Yihan furrowed his brow, promptly raising his own longbow. Chapter 23. The combat power of the captains and the longed-for barracks. With a thunderous roar, the captain of the deserters barreled across the square, his rapid approach stirring up a gust that sent dust swirling about. Upon reaching the captain, he swung his blade with ferocity. The captain hastily raised his weapon to block. The clash resounded throughout the square as the ghostly blade's might proved formidable, knocking the captain to the ground and inflicting a deep gash that left him gravely injured. Yet, he did not succumb, still managing to wield his ornate blade to shield himself from the ghostly blade's lethal edge. He survived. Yihan keenly noted this detail. It indicated that while he remained oblivious to the extent of the captain's weapon enhancements, they had not exceeded his expectations. This realization bolstered his confidence. "Archers, fire with all your might." The blade-wielding soldiers surround him and attack. "Everyone charge," Yihan commanded, lifting his ebony bow and taking aim. On the other side, witnessing that the captain had survived the onslaught, the captain of the deserters raised his blade once more. However, a sharp twang pierced the air as an arrow sliced through the throng of soldiers, embedding itself in the captain of the deserters. Moments later, a thunderous explosion erupted as the arrow detonated, sending splinters of wood flying and unleashing a shockwave that rippled through the air surrounding him. "Ack!" The captain of the deserters cried out, momentarily dazed, staggering a few steps before clutching his head. This was the effect of Yihan's ebony bow skill, Impact Arrow. The internal energy contained within the arrow, upon detonation, generated a potent disorienting sensation, incapacitating the target for 15 seconds. Though brief, it was ample time for the lightning-quick captains and the fiercely determined soldiers. 2 captains, accompanied by over 20 soldiers, surged toward the captain of the deserters. One captain leapt onto the captain's shoulder, plunging his blade through his neck with a fierce inward cut, while the other dashed to his side, thrusting his sword with relentless force. The neck and the ribs of the captain suffered simultaneous fatal blows. Blood spurted forth like a fountain. The other soldiers attacked him with their long knives. A howl escaped him, a cry of intense agony, as this titan of a commander cried out, yanking the fallen officer from his shoulder and retreating 2 steps while clutching his throat. Creak, creak. He wished to utter something, but with his throat severed, he could produce no words, only a strange sound. Blood oozed from the gaps between the fingers pressed against his throat. The impact of this assault was evident. It was a critical hit. A hint of surprise colored Yihan's voice. The recent stunning attack had inflicted immense damage on the 2 officers. Everyone hastened their assault, determined not to grant him a moment's respite. He was surely on the brink of death. Indeed, upon hearing this, the commanding officer charged towards the enemy, while the severely injured officer rose from the ground, raising his long knife to unleash a powerful fiery slash. A cry of anguish erupted from the fleeing soldier as he dashed into the fray, brandishing his formidable blade. However, the earlier stunning injury had greatly impaired him, nearly sealing his fate. His health was insufficient to withstand the onslaught of 90 archers. After a grueling 5 minutes of struggle, the fleeing captain's life force was utterly depleted. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the fleeing captain fell face down to the ground. Notification: your soldiers have slain the fleeing captain. You have successfully cleared the entire fleeing soldier ruins dungeon. Notification: you have gained 120,000 Lord power. Notification: you have acquired a new structure, Arrow Tower 1. Notification: you have received a Lord weapon, Captain's Spear. Is he dead? Huh. Seeing the fleeing captain sprawled on the ground, Yihan exhaled slowly. He gazed at the loot screen before him. The most significant reward this time was the Lord's set, which included 4 pieces tailored for himself. This was something he had never obtained before, evoking a sense of novelty within him. However, Yihan merely glanced at it before setting it aside. It was already in his backpack, and he intended to deal with it upon returning to his territory. His attention shifted to the soldiers. Following the fierce battle, 22 soldiers had perished, and 2/3 of the remaining soldiers bore injuries. Among the elite troops, 2 were severely wounded, one of whom had been felled by the formidable blade. In truth, they had been the main force in this battle. The wounded approached to claim a packet of healing powder. They then commenced a thorough search of the ruins for treasure chests. Yihan retrieved the medicinal powder from the chest, declaring, "Yes." 20 soldiers approached Yihan to collect the powder, and then they dispersed across the square to search. Yihan turned his gaze skyward. At this moment, the sun had completely descended behind the western mountains. The crimson clouds had long since dimmed, stars shimmering into view, and the crescent moon began to rise. The surrounding hills, cloaked in night, bore a certain desolation. At this hour, Zayunio should be returning, right? Yet, he had not yet spotted her at the arrow tower in the territory. Yihan utilized his lord power to sense the vision of the territory structures. A day had passed since he had ventured into battle, and now he yearned to return to his domain. The pitch-black wilderness could not compare to the comfort of his own territory. He longed to see the warm lights of Peach Blossom Village, which would grant him a sense of security. Furthermore, if all went well, Zayunio should have returned as well. Yet she remained elusive. "My lord, we have found the items. The treasure chest is presented to you." As Yihan pondered, the commanding officer knelt before him, hands raised high, holding an ancient-looking treasure chest. Excellent. Yihan focused his attention on the chest. Indeed, his western barracks had a significant informational advantage, and all his efforts had been for this. He accepted it and opened it directly. Whoosh. Notification: you have opened another surprise treasure chest. Notification: you have obtained a new token, Power of Leverage. Notification: you have acquired new structures, Arrow Tower 3. Notification: you have obtained a new structure, Barracks. A luminous screen appeared, revealing an item he had yet to acquire, the Power of Leverage. However, Yihan's gaze was fixed solely on the barracks. This structure was quite precious. He would gain access to a new type of soldier. Was this not the development of his territory? Barracks, level up. Yihan declared with impatience, not hesitating in the slightest. Notification: detecting that you have the unit token for light cavalry in your backpack. Would you like to fuse the unit token for further advancement? A screen suddenly flashed before him. What? What is this? Yihan furrowed his brow, feeling a tinge of surprise. Notification: detecting that you possess the unit token for light cavalry. Would you like to fuse the rune for further advancement? Yihan carefully examined the screen before him. He recalled acquiring a unit token after clearing the skeleton undead dungeon. At the time, he had deemed it momentarily useless and set it aside. Now it reappeared. Yihan manipulated the backpack screen with his mind and clicked on the unit token. Item: unit token, light cavalry. Effect: the unit token can be fused with the barracks to obtain a light cavalry camp, simultaneously elevating it by 1 rank. White, ordinary, white, medium. Description: a token that allows the unit to undergo metamorphosis. Notification: this token can be advanced using the Eastern Palace effect. If the Lord possesses a barracks, it can be fused for advancement, resulting in a medium-quality cavalry camp. So it is a token for switching unit types. Yihan mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. If he directly upgraded the barracks, he was uncertain what type of unit he would receive. However, if he fused this token, he could obtain cavalry. This would grant him unparalleled mobility, especially since his territory was surrounded by vast open grasslands. A cavalry unit would significantly enhance his combat prowess. If he carelessly advanced to infantry, that would be quite disappointing. Thus, it was settled. Let us fuse and advance. Yihan activated his lord power. Boom. The 2 items in his backpack suddenly merged, and a new barracks appeared before Yihan. Notification: unit token advancement successful, barracks fusion rune successful, barracks advancement successful. Congratulations, Lord, you have acquired a new unit camp, Xuanjia Heavy Cavalry. Structure: Xuanjia Heavy Cavalry, Barracks. Level 1. Next level requires Lord Power, 210,000, 10,000 wood, 6,000 iron, 3,000 gold. Tier: White, medium advancement. Effect 1, Elite Warhorses. The cavalry camp possesses 10 elite warhorses, available for use by the Lord, heroes, or other soldiers. Effect 2, Light Cavalry Reconnaissance. The cavalry camp comprises 10 light cavalry capable of traversing 1,000 miles daily. The Lord may instruct the light cavalry to patrol the vicinity of the territory or venture afar. The light cavalry can provide resources for the Lord, actively attack dungeons, and offer detailed information on the positions of other lords. Effect 3, Main Force on the battlefield. The barracks can produce up to 700 armored heavy cavalry, each of which is a seasoned warrior on the battlefield, and the entire legion possesses various formation skills such as charge and break the enemy. Summoning requires 300 points of Lord Power. Effect 4, Level 3 Unlock. Prompt: the effect of the Eastern Palace, Commander, is activated. The unit cap is increased by 10 to 770, and the charge speed of heavy cavalry increases by 10. Introduction: A reformed heavy cavalry from a parallel world during a super martial arts era, the finest cavalry of the age. Heavy cavalry. Quite impressive. Yihan felt an immense satisfaction. With such an elite force at his command, he could rampage across the battlefield, wreaking havoc. This barracks not only enhances the strength of his territory, but also opens new doors for his battles. Furthermore, he now has a mount. At long last, he has a mobile unit, no longer reliant solely on foot travel. Imagine this. If he were to face undead skeletons or fleeing soldiers with such cavalry, a single charge could trample the opposing infantry beneath their iron hooves. Moreover, it is the armored cavalry. Yihan squinted slightly, gazing intently at the characters for armored cavalry. The term signifies black armor. This is a unit recorded in the annals of history from the previous life. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, Li Yuan commanded several founding armies, including the Women's Army led by Princess Pingyang and the armored cavalry of Li Er. Li Er once led 1,000 armored heavy cavalry to defeat Wang Shichong, capturing over 6,000 prisoners. This demonstrates the formidable power of such an elite force. Additionally, the armored heavy cavalry has the esteemed title of Ancient Special Forces, representing one of the martial spirits of the ancient Great Xia. I hope this elite cavalry can revive the glory of the Tang dynasty under my command. Everyone gather. Return to the city, Yihan ordered, looking at the scattered soldiers. Having acquired such a valuable asset, he wished to swiftly return to his territory to construct buildings and summon his own heavy cavalry. He could not afford to linger in the wilderness any longer. The soldiers spread across the ruined city quickly assembled, and Yihan and his companions ventured into the hills beneath the cloak of night, heading towards their territory. Having been here before, they were aware of the locations of the active dungeons. After taking a detour, they encountered no hostile events. However, as Yihan approached within a kilometer of his territory, a glowing screen materialized before him. Prompt. Contact from Yi Qingyi has sent a message. Yi Qingyi, his blood-related sister in this foreign world. Yihan clicked to view her message. My dear brother, how is the development of your territory? Quickly send me the coordinates of the little world so I can take a look. The message from Yi Qingyi flashed on the screen. Haha, I'm a bit busy right now. Let us talk in a few days. Either you come, or I'll return. Yihan replied with a smile. His sister genuinely cared for him. However, he was currently embroiled in a conflict with the Western lords, and it would not take long for them to discover his presence, leading to a deadly struggle. Losing would mean going home directly. Why, brother? Is the development of your territory difficult? Yi Qingyi sent a question mark, expressing her concern. That is not the issue. How is everyone else developing? Others are doing fine. For now, it seems stable. The one currently developing the best is Yi Sheng. His territory now boasts 3 arrow towers. However, one person has had a stroke of bad luck. While exploring the little world, he was discovered by other lords. And within 2 days, he was destroyed. Alas, how tragic. Yi Qingyi sent a teasing message. Yihan's lips twitched upon reading it. Was she not describing him? Nevertheless, he had not been discovered so far, and his rapid development still offered him a chance to fight, unlike others who had perished within 2 days. In fact, even if the center of the territory were destroyed, a lord could still reconstitute himself, albeit requiring nearly a month's time. Brother, when will you send the coordinates of the little world, so we can visit? In 5 or 6 days, I think, Yihan pondered, gazing at the night sky. If nothing unexpected occurs, I should begin mining and farming in my territory by then. All right, I'll wait for you. Yi Qingyi sensed something and refrained from further inquiries. Brother, you'll just have to endure this month. Once you return and gain the support of the family, you'll be able to embark on a prosperous path of development. Yi Qingyi replied. Okay. Yihan felt a flicker of anticipation. His family was a colossal financial conglomerate. The support from his family was calculated in the millions. With that funding, alongside his extraordinary talent, he could establish a martial arts dynasty in a short span and even advance to the second-tier epic. The second-tier lords of the East belonged to the epic of cultivation. It was likely that many cultivation sects, magical formations, and buildings would be unlocked by then. After chatting a bit more with Yi Qingyi, Yihan returned to his territory. At this moment, the moon was rising high in the sky, and the territory lay in silence beneath the night, with warm lights spilling from the homes of the villagers in Peach Blossom Village. Yet, Yihan felt that something was amiss in his territory. Where was Xionyang? Chapter 25. The powerful armored heavy cavalry. I must go out to find Xionyang. The bright moon hung high. Yihan looked up at the night sky, mentally calculating the distance. If all went well, he should return by evening. As the distance was 40 miles, there was no way it could take this long. Something must have gone awry. It seemed he needed to venture out to search for her. A trace of worry crept into Yihan's heart. While it was true that the Lord could resurrect heroes as long as he was alive, he did not wish for Xionyang to perish now. He opened the digital interface to check his Lord Power points. Lord Power, 80,581, of which 29,000 points are available for advancement. His total Lord Power had reached 80,000 points. Among them, 30,000 points were unspent, derived from the strength gathered in the fleeing soldier dungeon. Thanks to the existence of advancements, his upgrades had been swift. The challenges had become increasingly formidable, and naturally, the rewards were more substantial. Let us advance directly. Yihan activated the power of the Eastern Palace. Prompt: Lord Power advancement successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 170,000 points of Lord Power. 170,000 points. A single advancement shattered the 100,000 mark. Yihan felt a surge of excitement. This advancement was akin to a perpetual enhancement. The 30,000 points would allow him to summon 100 armored heavy cavalry. However, after the advancement, he would be able to summon over 550 armored heavy cavalry. Then, he could use these 550 cavalry, obtained through enhancement, to tackle dungeons, gather rewards, and enhance further. It was simply an exponential amplification of strength. Yihan's eyes glistened with tears of joy from such fortune. He walked to the side of the Eastern Palace and took out the glass orb of the armored cavalry. Casting it to the ground. Boom. A brilliant and dazzling golden light erupted forth. 3 imposing edifices, adorned with distinctive Eastern characteristics, materialized before him. They were arranged in a graceful arc, encircling a vast playground, exhibiting the same Eastern aesthetic of eaves and curved roofs as the Western factory. However, in stark contrast, the entire structure of the Xuanjia barracks was cloaked in black, its walls and roof tiles alike. At the entrance of the central building fluttered a black banner, emblazoned with a golden dragon and 3 ancient characters representing the Xuanjia army. To the left of the barracks stood a stable housing 10 warhorses, while a dozen light cavalrymen were mounted and patrolling the courtyard. These assets appeared without the need for summoning. The Western lords wielded wolf cavalry, and now he too commanded a cadre of knightly light cavalry. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Upon spotting Yihan, the light cavalry dismounted and knelt in reverence. Notification: the Xuanjia barracks has been established. You have acquired 10 usable warhorses and 10 elite light cavalrymen, available for your command or patrolling orders. A prompt illuminated before Yihan. Excellent. He responded with enthusiasm. You 10, immediately proceed to patrol 40 miles northward. Should you encounter a woman clad in red, return post-haste to report. If she finds herself in peril, come to her aid. Yihan gazed towards the northern horizon. Understood. The 10 light cavalrymen swiftly mounted their steeds, turning towards the north as they galloped out of the city. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed, fading into the night. Xionyang has yet to return. I hope they find her. Yihan silently prayed. In the next moment, he refocused on the Xuanjia barracks. Summoning a Xuanjia heavy cavalry requires 300 points of Lord Power. I shall summon 400 directly. Yihan resolved inwardly. The light cavalry were merely an appetizer. The heavy cavalry would be the centerpiece. A surge of golden light erupted from the barracks, illuminating the entire territory as towering heavy cavalrymen emerged from the radiance. 3 seconds later, the summoning concluded. 400 fully armed Xuanjia heavy cavalry formed ranks before Yihan. The warhorses appeared formidable, and the soldiers were robust, clad in armor, donning black iron masks, and their steeds adorned with scaled armor. Each soldier wielded an imposing curved saber, exuding an aura of gravitas akin to a war machine. This sight alone would terrify any common foot soldier in the face of ancient warfare. The sound of neighing broke the silence, resonating for the first time within the territory. Notification: you have expended 120,000 Lord Power, and you have received 400 Xuanjia heavy cavalry. Soldier designation: Xuanjia heavy cavalry. Level 1. Rank: White intermediate advancement. Intelligence: Ordinary NPC. Comprehensive attribute panel: Speed, Strength, Vitality, etc. 800500040. 500 represents enhancements from the warhorses and weaponry, while 40 is from Taohua Village. Equipment: War Steed. Heavy Cavalry Set, Cavalry Steel Sabers, all white intermediate advancement. Skills: 1. Formation. Cavalrymen possess 3 powerful formations: Encirclement, Breakthrough, and Charge, which can have a significant impact on flat battlefields. 2. Eruption. The Xuanjia heavy cavalry harnesses immense internal power. Upon activating the eruption skill, their speed and strength increase by 20 for 30 seconds. This can be synergized with formations. Consumption: 3 rice, for water, 2 meat, minimum daily. Description: a specialized troop of the Eastern Court, feared even by martial sections. Note: light cavalry possesses a speed advantage of 30 over Xuanjia heavy cavalry, but their attack power is weaker by 30. Light cavalry have 2 weapon slots, capable of wielding both long sabers and longbows. The weight of the warhorse is determined by the knight's weight. When unencumbered or lightly equipped, the warhorse's speed surpasses that of the heavy cavalry by 40. Even as mere level 1 soldiers, they boast a staggering combined attribute power of 300. Yihan observed the screen, momentarily taken aback. This attribute power felt overwhelmingly formidable. In comparison to the factory soldiers, it was not a trivial difference. His primary troop type would undergo a complete transformation. Moreover, this newfound strength greatly bolstered his sense of security. Surely, even that Western lord would have to tread carefully. Of course, this was attributed to the barracks being of white intermediate advancement, while his current enhancement was approximately tenfold. The difference between multiplying 2 by 10 and 3 by 10 was significant. Furthermore, this barracks experienced a dual enhancement from both troop type and barracks fusion. Double the delight. The inherent strength of the grade would amplify the enhancements even further. Now, the Xuanjia Heavy Cavalry embodied this principle. Splendid. I finally possess a troop that I can command with confidence. Warfare has opened a new chapter, Yihan exclaimed, rubbing his hands together with excitement. In the next moment, he approached the stable and led out 4 warhorses. You 50, prepare yourselves. We shall head northward to ascertain the situation regarding Xionyang. Yihan declared as he mounted his steed. Despite having acquired elite soldiers, he remained mindful that Xionyang had not yet returned. At your command. The 50 designated Xuanjia Heavy Cavalry stepped forward from the ranks. Soon, the sound of galloping hooves and clashing steel echoed. Yihan and his entourage rode through the city gates, charging into the shroud of night. Chapter 26. Wounded, Ancient Beauty amidst the scenery. As night fell, the air over the hills turned crisp, and the grass began to glisten with dew. The cold armor of the Xuanjia Heavy Cavalry was enveloped in a thin veil of mist. Yihan rode onward, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed ahead. Who goes there? Yihan's senses heightened. A few Xuanjia Heavy Cavalrymen rushed forward to shield him. Your Majesty, it is one of the light cavalrymen you dispatched. A familiar voice pierced the night as a figure emerged from the shadows. Is it you? Have you found her? Yes. They are on a stone 3 kilometers away. Excellent. Take me there at once. Yihan's voice brimmed with anticipation as they hastened forward. 3 kilometers might pose a challenge for a human, but for well-bred warhorses, it was a matter of mere minutes. They soon arrived at the location indicated by the light cavalryman. There sat Li Xionyang upon a stone, flanked by 2 heavily injured captains, and she bore several wounds, notably a gaping gash across her back. The remaining 9 light cavalrymen surrounded them, ever vigilant for potential threats. My lord, you've come. Upon seeing Yihan, Li Xionyang's face lit up with excitement as she struggled to rise and pay her respects. The 2 captains also made a strenuous effort to stand. Enough. Rest now. Yihan dismounted from his steed. Upon beholding the exquisite visage of Li Xionyang, which he had not seen for half a day, Yihan felt a subtle stir within his heart. In this moment, her face continued to radiate a familiar allure, albeit marred by considerable grime and blood, clearly indicative of a fierce battle they had endured. My lord, I have completed the task you entrusted to me. The Martyr's Temple is dedicated to you. Li Xionyang crouched down, presenting the glass orb with both hands before Yihan. With a slight nod, Yihan accepted the glass sphere, which contained a miniature temple. The inscription read, Building, Martyr's Temple. Level 1. Rank, White Intermediate. Effect 1. A temple to commemorate and remember the martyrs. It serves as a resting place for the souls of fallen comrades, igniting the soldiers' desire to protect the structure, enhancing combat effectiveness by 8 during city defense. Note, this building is a reward for the Lord of Daunting Palace's hero and can be upgraded with a single click. Yihan regarded the effects of the Martyr's Temple with a complex mix of emotions, tinged with gratitude. This structure possessed a remarkably potent enhancement effect and, being of white intermediate rank, might yield even greater benefits upon upgrading. After all, it was a reward earned through his own injuries. He carefully placed the building aside, then gently helped the woman before him to her feet. You have endured much. How are your injuries faring? My lord, my wounds are of little consequence. However, the injuries of the 2 captains are quite severe. Li Xionyang replied. Is that so? Yihan gently grasped Xionyang's delicate shoulder, turning her to face him. There. He observed a gash on her back, 2 palms long and nearly a finger's depth. This is not serious? What predicament did you encounter? Yihan's brow furrowed slightly. My lord, on our return, we encountered a level 10 high-attack dungeon. To prevent drawing the ire of those soldiers to our territory, we had no choice but to evade them in the wilderness, which delayed us somewhat. Li Xionyang explained. Yihan pondered for a moment, then expressed his approval. Well done. He noted her discretion in not leading the enemies towards their territory. Had they been ordinary NPC soldiers, they would likely have charged straight for it. This was the mindset one ought to possess. All right, now that you are all safe, let us mount our horses and return, Yihan declared, gesturing towards the 3 unmounted steeds nearby. Earlier, he had fetched 4 horses from the stable, riding one himself and bringing the others along. Yes. Li Xionyang and the 2 captains promptly mounted their horses. The group traversed the dark, cool grassland, swiftly returning to their territory. Here are some hemostatic powder and healing pills. After you take them, you may retire to rest. Yihan produced the medicinal items for Li Xionyang and the 2 captains. Yes, thank you, your majesty. If you have any further commands, please do not hesitate to call upon me. Li Xionyang and the captains expressed their gratitude in unison. They then parted ways to administer the medications, with the 2 captains returning to their troops for assistance in applying the powder, while Li Xionyang made her way alone towards the villa. Yihan had previously established several villas within the territory, one of which was solely occupied by Li Xionyang. Observing her retreating figure and the wound on her back, he contemplated and approached her. "My lord, is there something you require?" Li Xionyang inquired. Her expression tinged with confusion as Yihan followed her inside. Yihan gently took the hemostatic powder from her hands. "Please remove your clothing. I shall assist you with the application of the powder." What? Li Xionyang stammered, her composure faltering at the mention of undressing. Having lived for over 20 years, she had never before disrobed in the presence of a stranger, let alone revealed her form to another. "Fear not. The injury on your back hinders your ability. I am merely here to assist." Yihan spoke softly, meeting her gaze. Li Xionyang fell silent, and Yihan continued to observe her. He found her eyes remarkably clear, with both the sclera and iris exhibiting purity, and her wide, elegantly contoured eye sockets lent her beauty an ethereal quality. It was these eyes that imbued her lovely countenance with an enchanting spirit. "Very well." After a few heartbeats, Li Xionyang bowed her head respectfully. She slowly approached the chair, lowering her gaze as she untied the red silk ribbon from around her waist, turning her back to Yihan as she lifted her garment. The fabric slipped away, cascading down her arms. Yihan felt as though a beautiful scene had unfolded before him, akin to an ancient painting coming to life. With the enchanting figure of Li Xionyang seated gracefully in the chair. Though she was 28 years of age, marking her as a mature woman, her shoulders remained delicately petite. The exquisite lines of her shoulder blades, along with her smooth, supple skin, resembled polished jade. Her waistline flowed gracefully, with a slender red string weaving through her ribs, and the hem of her garment barely concealing her abdomen, hinting at the presence of a red undergarment. Such delicate shoulders evoked a profound protective instinct within a man. The traditional attire lent her an air of Eastern elegance, the only striking aspect being the crimson wound upon her back. Yet, in this game world, such injuries were destined for perfect recovery. Yihan unscrewed the cap of the powder and approached her slowly. The night outside was tranquil, with a gentle breeze caressing the grassy hills, rustling the leaves of the mulberry and bamboo. Chapter 27. A closer relationship, a crisis approaches. The silver moon hung high in the sky, casting a cool luminescence upon the serene grassland, while the warm glow of the yellow light from the villa window offered a comforting ambience. Yihan sprinkled the powder onto a clean cloth and delicately pressed it against the wound on Xionyang's back. The flesh there felt soft, almost boneless, and he could sense the warmth emanating from her skin, enveloping him in a gentle heat. As the powder made contact with the wound, it immediately began to take effect, coalescing with the blood into a vivid scarlet. Li Xionyang felt the pain in her back dissipate, replaced by a soothing coolness. She sighed softly, unable to suppress a movement of her body. Yihan applied the medication with meticulous care, all the while taking in the exquisite sight of her back, a truly captivating view, particularly her slender, smooth waist. Yet, he refrained from overstepping, ensuring he applied the powder with precision. "All done. You may put your clothes back on." Yihan capped the medicine and rose from beside the bed. "Yes," Li Xionyang replied, lowering her head as she slowly lifted her garment, covering her delicate back and petite shoulders. After donning her attire, the tension within her eased significantly, and a hint of gratitude graced her features. "Thank you, my lord. I feel much better." Li Xionyang turned to face Yihan, standing and bowing in appreciation. "That wound of yours appears rather serious. Does it still pain you?" Yihan inquired with curiosity. "My lord, it no longer hurts. After applying the powder, it feels pleasantly cool, and the pain has completely vanished." Li Xionyang answered. "Very well. Then rest well," Yihan advised, his tone warm and considerate. "Xionyang, today, our harvest has been remarkably abundant. I have acquired a substantial number of heavy cavalry. This is indeed a significant gain." The mere thought of the Xuanjia heavy cavalry fills Yihan with joy. "Yes, congratulations, my lord. Your domain's strength has grown even greater." Li Xionyang chimed in, echoing his sentiments. My domain." Yihan seized upon the word your and pondered deeply. The fact that Li Xionyang used this term might suggest that she perceives everything about the domain as unrelated to her, believing that no matter how powerful it becomes, it bears no significance for her. To her, this domain is merely an external affair. Of course, it could also be nothing more than a casual remark. After a moment of contemplation, Yihan gently grasped her delicate shoulders. "Xionyang, the development of this domain owes much to your contributions. I have never been one to overlook the efforts of my loyal subjects. From now on, you may replace your with our. Do you understand?" Yihan gazed at Li Xionyang as he spoke. "Wr? My lord." Li Xionyang looked up into Yihan's eyes, feeling a flicker of emotion stir within her. The significance of our is entirely different. Yihan appears to acknowledge her contributions and intends to share the prosperity of the domain with her. The better the domain flourishes, the more she too will thrive. Indeed, you are a remarkably gifted hero, destined to follow me always. The better our domain becomes, the more you shall also prosper. Our domain shall evolve into a martial arts dynasty, a realm of celestial beings. "Yes, I believe in you, my lord," Li Xionyang replied, her heart stirred. and she performed a sincere and earnest bow. Very well. You may rest now. We have much to accomplish tomorrow, Yihan said as he handed her the medicinal powder. After exchanging a few more words, he departed from Li Xionyang's chamber. A gentle breeze caressed the air, and the dimly lit domain bore a hint of solitude, while the silvery moonlight cascaded over Yihan's shoulders as he traversed the grassy expanse. Li Xionyang approached the window, silently observing Yihan's retreating figure. It was only when he closed the door that she shifted her gaze away. How is it? She surveyed the quiet domain, feeling profoundly moved by the implication of the word. It seemed he did not forcefully desire her, and he would seek her out at night, perhaps harboring genuine concern for her. Li Xionyang cast her eyes upon the medicinal powder in her hands. Since the year my father vanished, I believe my life was destined for hardship. Now, encountering such a lord, I can harbor hope for the future. Perhaps this is my fortune, she mused, a smile blossoming on her lips. Suddenly, her impression of this lord improved, and their relationship felt closer. While entering into a contract may seem unfortunate, meeting Yihan could indeed be a stroke of luck. Those who care for her shall receive her care in return. As the sun rose, its radiant light bathed the grasslands. Nay, the war horses in the stables whinnied, and the villagers of Taohua village emerged from their homes to begin their labor, transforming the nocturnal stillness of the domain into a lively bustle. After rising, Yihan made his way to the Western factory to review intelligence. The information regarding the Western Lord was of utmost importance to him. The Western factory compiled intelligence, common intelligence. 1. There exists a small world of the ghost realm at the coordinates 5356, 8690, 5478. 2. Rumor has it that Yi family patriarch Yi Lingtian has obtained a priceless spiritual realm. 3. Yi Qingyi has assembled an army of 100,000 elven archers to join the Elven Alliance of Wanhua Kingdom in a campaign against foreign criminal lords. Directive intelligence. 1. Investigate the actions of the Western Lord. Last night, 3 wolf cavalry returned to the city, and the Western Lord has discovered the location of the Eastern Court domain. Upon learning this, the Western Lord was greatly surprised and decided to alter his plans on the fly. He utilized his lordly powers to summon a new batch of soldiers, assigning 2 leaders to command them. The original plan to attack the northeastern dungeon 3 days hence was moved forward. Tomorrow, the Western Lord will lead his army to assault the dungeon, and the day after, he intends to attack the Eastern Court Lord. If successful, he plans to annex the Eastern Court structures as part of his territory. 2. More information on the Western Lord. The dungeon the Western Lord is set to attack is a mountaintop castle located 20 miles northeast of his territory. The castle is surrounded on 3 sides by sheer cliffs, and the only way to ascend is via a western path guarded by a tall city gate and crossbow towers. It is a classic example of a stronghold that is easy to defend, yet difficult to assault. The Western Lord is a murderer. He once killed an innocent lord who had traversed into this small world. Yihan noted that both directives of intelligence pertained to the Western Lord, and he had already been discovered. As he perused the information displayed on the screen, his brow furrowed slightly. The common intelligence pertained to family rumors, particularly concerning Yi Qingyi's involvement in a war, yet this was not what Yihan needed to contemplate at the moment. Moreover, Yi Qingyi's involvement in such alliance wars was not uncommon. The realm of lords is not confined to Wanhua Kingdom alone. The number of nations is as vast as that of the former Blue Star. The territories of lords exist amidst an endless void. Once a lord's territory is discovered, it is almost always subjected to invasion, and wars between lords are frequent. The Yi family's territories are the most numerous within Wanhua Kingdom, making them a common target for attacks. Typically, upon determining the identity of the invader, the Yi family would retaliate with great force. Yihan, after undergoing trials, would also participate in these endeavors. Furthermore, Yi Qingyi merely dispatched someone, which does not imply her personal involvement in combat. Now, the pressing concern is his own predicament. With only 1 day remaining, how much can his domain develop, and will it be able to withstand that lord's assault? Yihan propped his chin in thought, contemplating strategies for a countermeasure. He felt the urgency to devise a winning approach. My lord, I have conceived a plan, though I am unsure of its viability. Li Xionyang approached Yihan, her voice filled with anticipation. Xionyang, what is your plan? Yihan turned to the alluring figure beside him, drawn in by her delicate fragrance. My lord, isn't that lord planning to lead his troops away from his territory to attack the dungeon? My idea is to ambush him after he completes the dungeon. Li Xionyang pointed at the intelligence. Our heavy cavalry can charge directly into his ranks and take his life. An ambush? Yihan's brow furrowed sharply, his heart racing. Chapter 28. Summon 300 heavy cavalry. I am staking everything. Ambush. Yihan pondered the term. In the realm of lords, numerous ambushes have indeed occurred, particularly in situations involving 2 lords' small worlds, which necessitate vigilance. He had contemplated this very matter while attacking the fleeing dungeon previously. However, at that time, he believed the wolf cavalry would take a day to traverse back and forth. That lord could not possibly ambush him. Hence, he had not worried much. In retrospect, that had been a risky oversight. Had he finished his task only to have that lord and his wolf cavalry charge at him, it would have posed a significant problem. In the struggle for survival, it is difficult to eliminate all risks. Now, he would turn the tables and ambush the enemy. This is indeed an unexpected consideration. Yes, my lord, given the strength of our territory, even if we were to withstand a wave of attacks from that lord, the casualties would be grievous. It would be far more prudent to strike when he emerges. Li Ziyuniang gazed at Yi Han, her eyes reflecting a flicker of determination, completely devoid of any impression of a fragile woman. Years of hardship had forged a resilient spirit within her. Indeed, Yi Han mused, nodding thoughtfully. The Western factory possesses an advantage in intelligence. He is aware of the Lord's movements, yet remains oblivious to his own. The cavalry's journey spans 200 kilometers, and the likelihood of him having an intelligence network is minimal. Moreover, my cavalry regiment is only dispatched at night. He may not even realize I possess cavalry. An ambush is, after all, a form of combat that can deplete his strength. After contemplating, Yi Han deemed this strategy feasible. Should the raid prove successful, it could very well become the decisive battle. This seems to align with the wisdom of ancient strategists regarding superior tactics. The moment to test my armored cavalry has arrived. Xionyang, I have resolved to employ this method, Yi Han declared, turning his gaze toward Li Xionyang. If we succeed this time, I shall acknowledge your contribution, and you will receive a reward. A reward? Li Xionyang's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this. When she signed the Lord's contract, she had been utterly disheartened, resigned to her bleak fate. Yet, this Lord could still offer her a reward. The value of the reward was secondary. What truly mattered was the joy and anticipation it brought to life. Gifts and rewards wield a compelling allure for women. My lord, what reward do you intend to bestow upon Xionyang? Li Xionyang inquired softly, her voice imbued with buoyancy. As she grew increasingly familiar with Yi Han, a thread of emotional connection began to weave between them. Let us secure victory first, and then you may choose. To be frank, if you desire mere gold trinkets, I can readily provide you with a plethora. Yi Han shrugged, considering it trivial given his family's stature. Supporting a materialistic woman is an effortless endeavor. A simple request for fun suffices. Then I shall choose later. My lord, I eagerly await the moment of your triumph. Li Xionyang nodded slightly. Very well. You should rest now. Yi Han patted her soft shoulder. In the next moment, he turned his attention to his territory. At this juncture, there were 100 available soldiers and 400 armored cavalry at his disposal. A 1,000-mile raid would certainly require the armored cavalry. 400 may prove insufficient. It appears I must fully mobilize the entire camp. Summon 370 armored cavalry, Yi Han commanded, invoking the power of the armored cavalry camp. Notification: the armored cavalry camp can produce a maximum of 770 armored cavalry. Summoning one requires 300 points of Lord's power. Notification: you currently possess 1010,000 Lord's power, insufficient to summon 370. Do you wish to summon 338? An information display flickered before Yi Han. It was a notification indicating his lack of sufficient Lord's power. Although he had gained 170,000 during the previous advancement, summoning the 400 cavalry had already consumed 120,000. It seems I am once again depleting my resources. Summon 338 armored cavalry. Yi Han commanded inwardly. He had summoned cavalry before midnight the previous night. And now a new day had dawned. With a whoosh, the training ground erupted in familiar golden light as over 300 new armored cavalry materialized, their black armor glinting coldly under the sun. Notification: summoning successful. Congratulations, you have acquired 338 armored cavalry. Notification: your current lord's power is now 0. Depleted. I have invested everything. Yi Han could not help but clench his fists. If this raid succeeds, it could mark a significant advancement for his territory. After all, he was poised to ambush the lord attacking the dungeon. Should the ambush succeed, the rewards the lord obtained from the dungeon would be fully revealed, including the items already within his inventory. Lord's power, buildings, healing potions, weapons. This could entail a substantial fortune. It all hinged on how much the lord had stored in his inventory. If he failed, and the opposing lord managed to escape, a formidable army would soon be looming. Yi Han was uncertain of how events would unfold thereafter. All armored cavalry, heed my command. You shall all rest and slumber until 11 o'clock tonight, at which point we will depart the camp to stage an ambush 200 kilometers away. Yi Han addressed the armored cavalry. Yes. The armored cavalry dismounted and dispersed to rest within the territory. Yi Han, however, did not rush to rest. He opened his backpack to inspect items that could enhance his combat prowess. After a thorough selection, he found 2 items of potential utility for the raid. Power Borrowing Token 1. Lord's Weapon, Captain's Lance. Item: Power Borrowing Token. Grade: Intermediate White. Effect: grants the ability to utilize the strength of any hero or soldier for 5 days. Attributes are enhanced to match that of the hero, incorporating all battle techniques and skills of the hero without affecting their power. Item: Captain's Lance, Lord's Weapon. Grade: Intermediate White. Effect: This is a melee-type Lord's weapon. When used, it can unleash an attack with a power of 500. The Lord's comprehensive attribute value increases to 500. Both of these acquisitions represent novel opportunities for me, and they tangibly augment my strength. Besides the wondrous ebony bow, I now possess another Lord's weapon. Advancement. Yihan felt a flicker of anticipation within, channeling the power of the Eastern Palace to initiate advancement. Chapter 29. Impressive Weaponry. Night journey of 200 miles. The sun blazed brightly. Within the territory, people bustled about. The armored cavalry dismounted from their steeds, shedding their heavy armor to rest in vacant villas or beneath peach trees. Yihan remained fixated on the radiant glow before him. Both items for advancement shifted within this light. Once the advancement concluded, 2 new screens materialized. Item: Heroic Power Token. Grade: Intermediate White Advancement. Effect: the token can bind to a hero or soldier within the territory, granting the Lord permanent access to the hero's power. The powers of both are interconnected. As the hero levels up, the Lord's power likewise increases. The Lord can utilize multiple tokens, binding multiple heroes. Description: acquiring heroic power is akin to augmenting the territory with an additional hero's combat prowess. Item: Golden Serpent Lance, Lord's Weapon. Grade: Intermediate White Advancement. Effect 1. When used, it can unleash an attack with a power of 900. The Lord's comprehensive attribute value increases to 900. Should the Lord's attribute value exceed 900, the Golden Lance provides an additional boost of 400 points. Effect 2. Venomous Strike. The Golden Serpent Lance contains potent serpent venom. When the tip strikes an enemy, a surge of toxic energy infiltrates their body. As the internal energy accumulates to 5 levels, it unleashes a violent explosion, resulting in a potent toxic attack and severe negative effects. Should the internal energy fail to reach 5 levels within 5 minutes, it will automatically detonate. The greater the accumulation of internal energy, the more formidable the attack becomes. Cooldown: 60 minutes. Passive skill. Introduction: the treasured weapon of a minor martial arts sect. The intense toxic effect it releases can slay masters of higher realms. Caution is advised to avoid being pricked by its tip. This is a melee attack skill. It seems I can indeed make my mark on the battlefield. With a thought, Yihan summoned the Golden Snake Spear. A flash of light revealed a magnificent 2-meter-long spear materializing before him. It must be noted that this spear exudes an entirely different aura compared to the ebony longbow. Its body gleams with a resplendent golden hue. The straight shaft is adorned with intricate snake scale carvings, and where the shaft meets the spearhead, a golden serpent with its mouth agape emerges, from which the sharp tip protrudes. The tip, infused with toxic internal energy, appears chillingly cold, surrounded by a layer of white mist formed from the condensation of moisture. Evoking a sense of trepidation, Yihan twirled the spear in place, the tip slicing through the air with a whistling sound. The disparity following his advancement is indeed remarkable. An ordinary spear has transformed into this extraordinary weapon. While it may not rival the legendary swords and blades from his past life, its dazzling appearance and effects are certainly memorable. He continued to wield the spear until fatigue set in, then proceeded to bind the heroic power token to Li Xionyang, replicating her strength for himself. In truth, Li Xionyang's overall attributes barely exceeded 700. Her strength was not superior to that of the commanders or the armored cavalry. However, her ascension was notably simpler. She required merely an internal energy pill and a few hundred units of lordly power to advance from level 1 to level 2. Unlike the West Factory and armored barracks, which demanded a plethora of resources, the barracks upgrades necessitated resources sufficient for hundreds of soldiers to level up simultaneously. Having completed all preparations, Yihan retreated to his villa beside the peach blossom tree to rest. At 11 o'clock that night, dark clouds gathered in the night sky, resembling the bruises on an injured body. The stars had vanished, and the bright moon was shrouded in clouds. The hills under the night sky lay in a tranquil silence. However, Yihan's territory buzzed with activity. Clattering sounds echoed as one armored knight after another mounted their steeds. Li Xionyang emerged from the villa. "How was your rest? Does your wound still ache?" Yihan inquired, brandishing the spear on the grassy field. "My lord, I took a nap and feel quite rejuvenated. The wound no longer pains me. What about you?" Li Xionyang replied gently, her large eyes fixed on Yihan. "I also rested well. I was just pondering that if our journey proceeds smoothly, we will need to find a hiding place upon arrival. You may not need to fight, but you might have to lead the troops." Yihan ceased his spear movements. The West Factory. Intelligence had indicated that the Western Lord's target was a cliffside castle, nestled within the mountains. Of course, we must first assess the environment to determine if the mountain is suitable for concealment. Otherwise, we shall seek alternative locations. We might ambush the Lord after he completes the dungeon. "Yes, I will heed your commands," Li Xionyang replied, straightening her posture, her delicate face betraying a serious expression. "All right, let us depart." Yihan turned towards the stables. The group quickly prepared, with over 700 armored knights marching forth from the city gates into the dark wilderness. Yihan dispatched 10 light cavalry to scout ahead, patrolling the path. This was primarily to guard against the Western Lord's wolf cavalry during the night. Failure to do so could result in a disastrous ambush. The light cavalry would also assist in evading active dungeon encounters. In the dead of night, the grassland lay silent. Yi Han and his company advanced swiftly under the moonlight, the heavy cavalry traversing the dark mountains and forests, their hooves echoing over flowing rivers and streams. Resting on the frost-kissed grass when weariness struck, they journeyed under the watchful gaze of the clouds and moon. Despite minor obstacles, the overall progress was remarkably smooth. After a series of stops, they reached their destination by 4 o'clock in the morning. "My lord, look ahead. That must be the dungeon." Li Xianyang approached Yi Han, pointing with her slender finger towards the front. Yi Han gazed forth to behold a dense forested mountain. Atop the central peak stood a cluster of buildings, surrounded on the east, west, and north by cliffs, bolstered by imposing stone walls. At the heart of the cliffs loomed a grand castle. Precisely as the intelligence from the West Factory had described, the sole pathway leading to the buildings was a steep mountain road from the west, which culminated in a castle gate and arrow towers, alongside massive siege crossbows. The base of these colossal crossbows was indeed as broad as a bed, capable of launching incredibly powerful bolts. Yi Han surmised that even a level 1 militia could be pierced through tenfold by a single shot. The bright moon hung high in the night sky, casting its silvery glow upon the castle's rooftops and illuminating the cold iron armor of the armored knights. Chapter 30. A complete territory, void transmission passage. The moonlight was resplendent. Yi Han stood upon the grass, surveying the distance. The distant mountain scenery evoked a sense of tranquility. The gentle moonlight illuminating the peaks and the castle, while the rugged path ascending from the west lay desolate and uninhabited. That castle appears quite enticing. Yet, such a stronghold would undoubtedly be challenging to conquer, Yi Han remarked, eyeing the fortress. The castle atop the peak was clearly a structure ripe for capture, tall and imposing. Likely a valuable asset. Advancing further would undoubtedly yield greater benefits. But could he truly lay siege to it? To breach such a bastion? The only viable approach would be to charge up the western path and demolish its walls. Such an endeavor would undoubtedly cost many lives. Moreover, given the height of the peak, even trebuchets would struggle to reach its walls. Dungeon, Mountain Castle Lord. Level, 11. Enemy count, 1,294 level 6 archers. 679 level 8 castle guards, 1 level 10 lord. Description, the stronghold of a castle lord enamored with mechanical devices, featuring 4 powerful siege crossbow towers at the southern gate. The number of soldiers within the castle appears limited. However, capturing it will prove far more challenging than one might anticipate. The dungeon level has escalated to 11. The castle's archers have exceeded 1,000, and the geographical advantage is formidable. Yi Han smiled slightly as he regarded the dungeon interface. Generally, dungeon levels are determined by the number of soldiers and geographical benefits, and as levels rise, the disparity also widens. The gap between levels 10 and 11 is exponentially greater than that between levels 5 and 6. This dungeon presents a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, Yi Han found this situation rather agreeable. Regardless, the approach of attacking the Great Mountain Dungeon without direct confrontation is undoubtedly the wisest strategy to deplete the forces of the Western Lord to the greatest extent. Moreover, cavalry would be of no use in such a dungeon, indicating that it is highly probable that the adversary will not deploy cavalry at all. If they are merely infantry, wouldn't our cavalry wreak havoc upon them? Yi Han pondered while surveying the surroundings, seeking an ideal location for ambush. However, selecting such a site proved to be a challenging task. After advancing westward for 5 kilometers and traversing several vast wooded mountains, Yi Han and his companions finally discovered a suitable dense, forested mountain for their ambush. The dungeon lies to the northeast of the half-orc territory, a distance of 20 kilometers from their stronghold. This dense, forested mountain is also situated in the northeastern direction of the stronghold, albeit slightly northward of the cliff castle. Approximately 16 kilometers away, 300 meters south of the dense forested mountain lies a major road, devoid of any proactive attacks from the dungeon. It is quite likely that the Western Lord's forces will pass through this location en route to conquer the dungeon. This site is indeed quite fitting. Moreover, the surrounding open grassland is ideal for a cavalry charge. Everyone, follow my lead. Once we enter the forest at the mountain's base, dismount and conceal yourselves within the woods. We can rest inside, as I estimate that the Lord will arrive around noon tomorrow. Yi Han commanded his armored cavalry. Yes, the armored cavalry responded in unison, dismounting and venturing into the thicket. In truth, Yi Han did not need to shout orders to his soldiers. He could directly control their combat through his thoughts, akin to many territory conquest games from his past life. However, this control extends only within a kilometer radius, which aligns with the control range of the territory center. The soldiers swiftly made their way into the forest. The hills once again fell into tranquility under the night sky. My lord, I have discovered that from the mountain peak, one can see the enemy's territory. Would you care to take a look? After ensuring that all soldiers were settled, Li Xianyang approached Yi Han to report. We can see the opposing territory? Let us go at once. Yi Han replied, his excitement palpable. The two hastened up the mountain, with Yihan following Li Xionyang to the edge of the cliff at the mountainside, where they beheld in the distance a territory illuminated by scattered lights to the west. This territory appeared slightly larger than their own, enclosed by towering city walls forming a square, each side of the wall approximately 2 kilometers in length. Behind the walls stood a row of defensive towers, and the buildings within resembled scattered pearls upon the ground, displaying various architectural styles including medical hall, void trading center, and slave prison, among others. Notably, the void trading center is a rather rare establishment. Numerous smaller structures dotted the landscape outside the territory. Closer to the territory, the nearby forest and mountains housed a lumber yard and quarry, with large sections of the forest already harvested. The ground was littered with stumps and remnants of stone hills. Further afield, one could find a mining site at the iron ore location. These mining sites glimmered with lights, and many diminutive figures, resembling mosquitoes, toiled throughout the night. Oh, this truly is a complete city. Yihan marveled at the sight of the Western Territory. Do you see, Xionyang? Our territory is merely a newborn. We lack even the most fundamental farming and gathering structures. Such a territory is our aspiration. Furthermore, we can surpass it, creating a dynasty or even an immortal realm. Indeed, Li Xionyang replied, her lips pressed together in excitement. I firmly believe that my lord will lead us to that pinnacle. I eagerly anticipate the rise of our dynasty. This glimpse from the mountaintop significantly broadened her horizons. Although she had familiarized herself with the rules upon her arrival, her experiences had been confined to Yihan's territory. And now she gained a fresh perspective on the vast potential for growth of territories. Yihan, however, felt little astonishment. He had witnessed multiple territories belonging to his family. And in truth, this territory was not particularly vast. At the very least, it was not one of those territories where the tail lights of one's vehicle could not be seen. With a few more days of vigorous development, they could indeed contend with it. My lord, they possess so many structures, they must have been developing for quite some time, Li Xionyang remarked, gazing at the territory to the west. Not necessarily. Observe that. That is the Void Trading Center, a rather rare asset. This building can connect to the Void, allowing the lord to access the trading market and engage in commerce with other lords, as well as facilitate the transportation of goods within smaller worlds. A weapon crafted by one of my cousins was sold to other lords through that very building. If I could refresh one within the dungeon, Yihan pointed to a structure located at the center of the Western Territory. There must be a transport passage within the Void, linking other smaller worlds and the Lord's main world to facilitate resource circulation. Otherwise, collected materials cannot be dispatched. The utility of the Void small world would be significantly diminished for the Lord's world. Is that so? Li Xionyang gazed intently at the building. Indeed. Now, let us return and rest. We may face a battle that will determine our victory tomorrow. Yes. The two departed from their observation point, returning to the resting place of the armored cavalry to await further developments. Time passed slowly. The moon in the sky gradually descended while the sun rose in the east. By midday, Yihan suddenly heard Li Xionyang's soft yet urgent voice. My lord, it seems there is an army approaching from the southwest. Is that so? It must be him, Yihan replied, a surge of excitement coursing through him as he turned his gaze westward. Chapter 31. The half-orc army launches a strong assault on the castle. Thud, thud, thud. Yihan and Li Xionyang crouched behind a stone, fixating their eyes on the army in the distant hills, among which the most conspicuous were the bizarre giants marching in formation, towering at 5 meters. They bore a stout physique akin to that of a hefty individual. Their skin was a rough gray, and their faces appeared swollen. Furthermore, their right arms lacked hands, replaced instead by massive, coarse, leathery hammers. There were more than 70 of these peculiar giants. The rest consisted of ordinary-sized, and some even diminutive, monstrous soldiers. They bore a resemblance to goblins, their skin a gray hue, though their faces were somewhat distorted and puffy. Yihan quickly counted. There were over 900 archers and more than 700 infantry wielding curved blades. The number of elite soldiers and their levels remained uncertain, as they belonged to another lord's forces and thus did not display levels like those in the dungeon. These details required conjecture. Yihan surmised that with such a considerable number of soldiers accompanying him, their levels were likely comparable to those in the dungeon. The Western Lord rode atop a war elephant. This war elephant stood 5 meters tall, its back adorned with an elephant saddle, upon which sat a bamboo chair. The Western Lord reclined in the chair, a tattooed young man appearing to be in his 20s, hailing from the same nation as Yihan. A grand procession approached. Success. The moment Yihan laid eyes on the troop, he felt that their ambush had already achieved half of its objective. This offensive was indeed the most prudent course of action. My lord, are those large gray-skinned creatures intended for besieging the castle? Li Xionyang's voice inquired beside him. Having encountered the wolf cavalry once, she had grown accustomed to their presence. Indeed, they were likely a type of siege unit. Moreover, he had brought along more than 70 of them. Even for an assault on a territory, such a number seemed excessive. It appeared he intended to launch a direct assault on that cliffside castle. Yihan remarked as he observed the giants wielding heavy hammers. My lord, they are drawing nearer. When shall we strike? Li Xionyang, crouched behind a rock, tightened her fists. There's no need for haste, judging by their current demeanor. It is evident they did not notice us upon their arrival. We have already achieved half of our objective, Yihan replied, smiling at the mass of infantry. Those are units that are countered by heavy cavalry. A single charge from them would turn their soldiers into mere fodder underfoot. The giants cannot keep pace with us. And while war elephants possess great strength, they lack speed. Countless renowned figures in history have met their demise in ambushes. Thus, it is entirely plausible for that young lord to perish in an ambush as well. Let them expend their forces in the initial assault. Afterward, we shall charge without urgency. For now, let us remain concealed. Yes, Li Xionyang lay flat against the ground, a flicker of excitement coursing through her. It was a mixture of joy in their assured victory and a thrilling sense of mischief in the act of ambushing their foes. It felt as though they were engaged in an illicit affair. She turned to glance at Yihan, sensing an unexpected closeness between them at that moment. Meanwhile, on the dirt road 300 meters away, the young lord led his troops slowly to the foot of the mountain. He gazed upward at the castle atop the peak. Gritting his teeth slightly, having suffered a setback here before, today I come armed with 70 siege giants. I refuse to believe I cannot bring you down. All siege giants, prepare yourselves, form lines, commanded the young lord from his war elephant-esque seat. The archers took cover behind the giants, ready to unleash their arrows, while the infantry trailed behind, poised to storm through the gates once they were breached. The bizarre soldiers, seemingly incapable of human speech, responded with a chorus of roars. The enormous giants, resembling living mountains, began their ascent along the winding path, each step causing countless stones to shatter beneath their weight. As they approached the castle, now only 500 meters away, a resounding horn echoed from within the cliffside fortress. The deep, distant sound reverberated through the mountains. On the castle walls, 1,000 soldiers released a volley of arrows, a dense swarm akin to a locust plague, raining down upon the strange giants and their soldiers. The massive crossbow towers on the wall also commenced their assault. The powerful bowstrings emitted a thunderous sound as they snapped. Yihan and Li Xionyang observed from afar, witnessing the giants advance toward the castle. The air was filled with the sounds of arrows flying and the clatter of bolts. However, Yihan noted that the giants were not so easily felled. Some continued to advance, even with 20 arrows embedded in them. Their levels were likely comparable to those of the archers, yet their thick skin rendered them nearly impervious to the arrows. Though they moved slowly, they could not catch up to the archers. This illustrated the disparity in strengths among different troop types. Only the powerful crossbow bolts could inflict real damage upon the giants. Some bolts pierced through their tough skin, embedding deeply within their monstrous forms. A roar erupted from the foremost giant as it succumbed to the force of a powerful crossbow bolt, collapsing to the ground, while the other giants continued to crawl over its fallen body. My lord, if the Western Lord were to attack us, we too would need to contend with these giants. Would we not? Li Xionyang inquired, glancing at Yihan with concern. Indeed, Yihan assented with a nod. Moreover, ordinary arrows have minimal effect on those giants. They merely become lodged in their hide. Only exceptionally strong arrows can inflict damage. What if he truly launches an assault against us? How should we respond? Li Xionyang asked anxiously. The crossbow towers in our territory are formidable, but they may not withstand dozens of those strange giants. That remains to be seen. Observe how effective those crossbow towers are against the giants. If we could acquire those crossbows and enhance them, we would stand a significant chance of fending them off. Yihan pointed toward the crossbow towers of the cliff castle. Indeed, Li Xionyang agreed wholeheartedly. Those crossbow towers were already powerful. If they could truly be obtained and enhanced, victory might indeed be within reach. However, acquiring them was paramount. She suddenly felt that this ambush was of utmost importance. Should it fail, they would likely be unable to withstand the onslaught of 100 siege giants. Yet, if the ambush succeeded, obtaining the spoils from the Western Lord's pack would present them with an opportunity. Li Xionyang's heart raced with anticipation. On the other side, the giants on the mountain path let out a deep roar as they steadily advanced. However, it must be said that this assault lacked any semblance of strategy. It could even be described as exceedingly simple and brutal. The first giant fell, then the second, and so forth. A relentless tide of bodies akin to a human wave tactic. Under the enormous pressure, this method proved surprisingly effective. The 46th giant reached the castle wall, raising a hammer the size of a water jug, and struck the gate with a resounding thud. The deep, resonant sound echoed through the air. The giant's immense strength sent tremors through the gate, causing dust to cascade from the stones as they shifted slightly. After delivering a mighty blow, the giant was swiftly struck down by 3 powerful crossbow bolts fired from the battlements. Yet another giant quickly took its place, continuing to hammer at the gate, each blow reverberating through the stone. After 9 giants had perished, the gate finally succumbed to the relentless assault with a crashing sound. Excellent. Splendid. The young lord, observing from the hills, shouted in excitement. Now, all siege giants, Target the central structure and defensive towers. Infantry and engineers, charge through the gates. Everyone, advance. With a thunderous crash, the castle gate at the mountain's end shattered, bricks cascading down like scattered building blocks. The young lord on the hillside cried out to attack. The half-orc army on the mountain path roared in unison, brandishing bows and swords as they surged through the gates, engaging in fierce combat with the castle defenders. Inside the walls, arrows flew in all directions, the sounds of steel clashing and battle cries echoing throughout the fortress. The massive giants also vaulted over the walls to assault the towering crossbow towers. Yihan noticed that the half-orc soldiers were far more formidable than the castle guards. They wielded their weapons with ferocity, and the number of fallen defenders was twice that of the half-orcs. The guards were gradually pushed back, and several elite half-orcs surrounded the lord, leaving him at a severe disadvantage. At this rate, the defenders would ultimately be annihilated. The dungeon was nearing its conclusion. Meanwhile, Yihan, perched on the hillside, felt his heart quickening. Xionyang, it is time for us to prepare. He turned to Li Xionyang and declared, "Have you seen the war elephant beneath the lord's command?" He pointed towards the war elephant stationed at the lord's side in the distance. He possesses a single war elephant, and I speculate that after the battle, he may still have a dozen giants at his disposal. He might encircle himself with the giants, for his speed is lacking. This could be his only recourse, forming a defensive formation. Indeed, Li Xionyang concurred after hearing this. Consider this. If you were to encounter cavalry on such an open expanse of grassland, and you had a dozen giants at your command, what would you do? Yihan inquired. My lord, please do not keep me in suspense. Just say it directly. Li Xionyang appeared disinclined to ponder deeply. Without careful consideration. Even with cavalry, victory is not guaranteed. Yihan nudged her playfully. However, he did not wish to engage in idle chatter with Xionyang at that moment. If I were in your position, I would promptly gather the swordsmen and archers together, positioning the giants as a formidable barrier on the outer front. Ultimately, we would gradually advance our formation towards the mountains. Yihan remarked, surveying the expansive grassland. Yes, indeed, Li Xionyang responded, awakening slightly to his words. Your strategy is indeed an effective means to counter cavalry. With giants forming a bulwark, the cavalry would be unable to penetrate, and the archers could eliminate any cavalry that dared to approach. Moving towards the mountains would completely negate their advantage. With a day's defense behind the mountains, the heroes of our territory would emerge to assist us. Indeed, my lord, you seem quite knowledgeable about these military units. Li Xionyang gazed at Yihan with a hint of astonishment. She suddenly realized that her lord was not only competent, but also well-versed in the nuances of lordship. She had uncovered a glimpse of his latent talent. Well said, and your reactions are quite swift. Yihan beamed with a smile that conveyed his belief in her potential. These are merely the fundamentals of military strategy. As the son of a wealthy magnate, I have received the finest education in lordship. Coupled with the insights I've gleaned from my experiences, how could I possibly remain ignorant of such matters? Thus, our swift offensive must disrupt their formation before they can establish a coherent defense. Yihan continued, I shall lead the charge, employing our formation skills. You will command 10 light cavalry and 100 heavy cavalry to engage the war elephant. The light cavalry shall switch to archery, while the heavy cavalry will strike at the legs of the elephant. If we can eliminate that young lord, it will be a resounding victory. Unlike a dungeon boss, the lord will drop valuable loot. Understood. Li Xionyang affirmed with determination, her expression earnest. Excellent. Yihan could not help but chuckle at her demeanor, reaching out to affectionately ruffle her hair. Yes, my lord. Li Xionyang did not resist and smiled in response, feeling increasingly comfortable with Yihan. The initial strangeness of their acquaintance had faded. Haha. For now, we are merely discussing strategy. The true test lies in execution. If we succeed in eliminating that lord, we shall return to the Peach Blossom Village territory, Yihan remarked, savoring the soft touch of her hair. Li Xionyang nodded vigorously. They then patiently awaited their moment. The sun shone brightly, the sky a brilliant blue. A gentle breeze rustled through the lush grasslands of the hills, causing the leaves of the dense forest to whisper. Meanwhile, on the other side, the half-beast soldiers surged into the cliff castle, overwhelming its defenders. A few elite soldiers stood amidst the crumbling gate, awaiting the young lord's ascent. Good. Splendid. We've finally taken it. The young lord exclaimed with excitement, his focus unwavering throughout the cliffside battle. To the summit. He leapt from the war elephant and swiftly entered the shattered gate. Soon, Yihan observed the buildings shrinking and vanishing. The walls at the cliff's edge were reclaimed, and the grand castle within disappeared as well. The entire cluster of structures atop the mountain was dismantled, leaving only the broken gate behind. Half an hour later, the young lord gathered the remaining soldiers at the mountain's base. After a brief headcount, they retraced their steps back to the city. Meanwhile, Yihan awaited them in the dense forest not far from the main road. They're coming. Prepare yourselves. It's nearly time for us to strike. Yihan cautioned Li Xionyang as the half-beast soldiers approached. Yes, my lord. A flicker of tension emerged in Li Xionyang's heart. The two swiftly descended from the rocky summit. Mounting their steeds, while 700 heavily armored cavalry donned their gear. Time passed gradually. The Western Lord advanced with his troops. Yihan meticulously assessed the enemy's remaining forces, 13 giants, approximately 300 archers, and 300 infantry, wounded remnants after their conquest of the cliff fortress. The Lord, seated atop the war elephant, led the procession, flanked by swordsmen and archers, with the siege giants bringing up the rear. Ah, fascinating. A mechanical structure. Such architecture is indeed rare. Upon our return, we shall be able to construct siege engines. The young lord scrutinized the glass sphere in his hand, a smile illuminating his face. They continued their slow procession until they reached the main road at the base of the mountain. All right, it's time. Charge. Let us go. Yihan bellowed, leading the charge out of the woods. Thundering hooves echoed as 700 heavily armored cavalry followed in his wake, signaling the commencement of a long-anticipated ambush. Chapter 33. The Might of Cavalry, the Clash of Behemoths. The earth trembled at the forest's edge. A rumbling that suggested a ferocious beast was about to burst forth from the woodland. As the tremor reached the outer fringe of the trees, a thunderous crash resounded. Yihan burst forth on horseback, clearing branches as he emerged from the forest's edge, followed by his cavalry wielding gleaming blades. At that moment, their formation appeared somewhat disordered, akin to a pack of wolves charging alongside their alpha in pursuit of prey. Slay. Annihilate them. Scatter their ranks. Yihan shouted, charging towards the half-beast army, a mere 300 meters away. The sound of pounding hooves echoed, causing the very ground to tremble beneath them. What is this? Where did such heavy cavalry come from? The young lord was thrown into a state of panic upon witnessing the spectacle, nearly dropping the spherical glass structure he held. A profound sense of dread surged within him. He was not only baffled by the sudden appearance of these armored cavalry, but also acutely aware of his precarious position. Stay calm. He urgently called to the half-beast soldiers behind him. All infantry, gather here to form a square. Giants, position yourselves to fend off the cavalry charge. The young lord shouted, rallying his troops as Yihan had advised, drawing all soldiers close to him. The half-beast soldiers responded with remarkable agility, swiftly assembling alongside their war elephant commander. In a state of disarray, the soldiers hastily aligned themselves to form a phalanx, with the swordsmen positioned outside and archers within. The giant at the rear quickened its pace to catch up. However, the advancing siege giants were not particularly swift, despite their formidable strength and terrifying weight. Their overall speed resembled that of a common man, moving at only about one-third of a human's running pace. During their approach, the heavy cavalry could reach the battle elephant lord ahead. With a fierce charge, Yihan sprinted to the side, issuing commands to his troops. Boom. Upon receiving Yihan's orders, an almost imperceptible mist of blood erupted from the armored cavalry, causing their warhorses to surge forward with newfound velocity, amplifying their already ferocious momentum. This relentless force rendered any attempt to halt their advance futile. As they raced, they also adjusted their formations, transforming 700 armored cavalry into a continuous line stretching 100 meters, their positions interwoven as they surged towards the enemy formation. Once they breached the enemy ranks, the heavily armored warhorses would unleash repeated collisions and tramplings upon the infantry. After a single charge, even those who survived would be left as mere remnants of their former selves. The eruption skill empowered the armored cavalry, enhancing their speed and strength by 20 for a duration of 30 seconds. The opposing infantry numbered only just over 700, lacking any numerical advantage. Yihan's objective was to have the armored cavalry burst through the enemy lines. Hurry, hurry, as he beheld the oncoming heavy cavalry and the growing thunder of hooves. The young lord's heart raced with trepidation. He longed to pull on the reins and flee with the battle elephant, yet he knew it could not outrun the charge. Moreover, the half-orc army, spurred by his urgency, scrambled to form a phalanx before the battle elephant, many in their panic slipping and falling to the ground. However, the infantry's formation proved ineffective. Pow! Clatter! A cacophony of chaos erupted, akin to a colossal wave scattering grains of sand, as the half-orc phalanx was instantaneously shattered by the cavalry's onslaught. The foremost armored cavalry, though halted by the tightly packed half-orcs, managed to send dozens of them flying, disrupting the entire formation. The subsequent cavalry leapt over their fallen comrades, continuing their relentless charge, engulfing the half-orc soldiers like sand overwhelmed by a surging black tide. The air filled with howls and sharp, hoarse cries of distress as the half-orc infantry struggled beneath the iron hooves. They were mercilessly trampled by the robust warhorses, only to be struck again by the next charging heavy cavalry, each weighing over 300 pounds. Many half-orcs perished on the spot. Others suffered severe injuries, their limbs shattered under the iron hooves. To be caught beneath those hooves felt akin to descending into the very depths of hell. Even those who survived were left haunted by the terror of the heavy cavalry. Boom, boom, clack. 5 seconds later, the 100-meter-long, interwoven formation of armored cavalry completed their charge, passing by the colossal battle elephant and racing across the plain. Yihan surveyed the aftermath. The ground, once firm, lay in disarray, littered with hoof prints and fragments of earth. with half-orc soldiers embedded motionless in the soil. The remaining half-orc infantry struggled to rise, ravaged by the might of the Tang Dynasty's Iron Cavalry. Excellent. Utterly commendable. Yi Han felt profound satisfaction with the devastation wrought by this charge. Not only had they shattered the half-orc formation, but they had also decimated a significant number of soldiers, sustaining merely a handful of cavalry losses on their side. Now heed my command. All armored cavalry are to charge freely into battle. Form 13 squads of 30 cavalry each to assault the giants, while the light cavalry transitions to archers to target the battle elephant lord. Slay him. Yi Han swiftly issued new orders, understanding that he must not allow the western lord to gather the giants near the battle elephant. If they formed a circle, his cavalry would lose their advantage. As long as the battle elephant lord was slain, victory would be assured. Yes, the armored cavalry resounded in unison, pivoting their mounts to engage. 13 squads charged towards the siege giants, while Li Xionyang commanded 100 armored cavalry to assault the battle elephant. They encircled the giants and the battle elephant, wielding their gleaming blades to strike. The light cavalry unleashed a volley of arrows. The remaining 200 armored cavalry charged freely, cutting down the weakened half-orc remnants with ease. Thus, all the giants and battle elephants found themselves ensnared by the armored cavalry. From a distance, it appeared as though iron circles encircled them across the plain. Disastrous. Damnable. The giants are converging towards my position. Do not mind those cavalry. The Western Lord's heart raced in panic. As a leader experienced in conquering multiple dungeons, he recognized his predicament. Yet, the moment he returned with his battered troops, witnessing Yi Han's cavalry shatter his infantry formation and trample his archers, the Western Lord had already sealed his fate. Even a formidable hero could not alter the outcome of such a scenario. Roar. At the command, the siege giants unleashed a deafening roar. They swung their siege hammers to strike at the armored cavalry, disregarding their attacks as they advanced toward the battle elephant. Yet, speed was their Achilles heel. They were too bulky and heavy to sprint. The armored cavalry capitalized on their advantages, targeting the giants' feet, slowly wearing down their seemingly impenetrable hides. As the giants fell, they resembled living targets. Out of the several giants, only 3 or 4 managed to stagger close to the battle elephant. The battle elephant, possessing some combat capability, swung its trunk fiercely, knocking down 2 or 3 cavalrymen. Yet it was powerless against the arrows shot from afar by the light cavalry aimed at the lord. Whoosh, whoosh. One by one, sharp arrows flew toward the young lord, akin to venomous serpents seeking to strike. The young lord attempted to parry with his blade, but he could not defend against attacks from all directions. After taking several arrows, he let out a cry and fell to the ground. A throng of armored cavalry surged forward. Chapter 34. A bountiful harvest, new weapons, and unattained structures. Yes, kill them. Kill them all. With the death of the Western Lord, the half-orc soldiers on the grass suddenly erupted with fury, struggling to rise and charge at the armored cavalry. The giants and battle elephants, too, went berserk in their assault. In this lord-centric game world, when a lord was slain, the soldiers affiliated with that lord would erupt with an immense vendetta, attacking nearby enemies with frenzied ferocity. If a hero was present, control of the soldiers would automatically transfer to the hero, who could choose to lead them in retreat or continue the battle. Moreover, according to the terms of the Lord's contract, the hero was obliged to avenge the Lord or resurrect him. Here lies a gamified world, abundant with numerous hero resurrection tokens and Lord resurrection tokens, yet such items are far from trivial. The Lord resurrection tokens are akin to artifacts of great power. Should one fall, the heavily armored cavalry will go berserk, and even the skilled warrior must partake in these affairs. However, the 2 heroes of that lord are absent from this battlefield. The armored cavalry of the giant and war elephant should retreat for the time being. They shall strike only once their stamina has diminished. First, we must eliminate all the half-orc infantry. That colossal war elephant must be slain, otherwise, it will be used for siege warfare. Witnessing the frenzy among the soldiers, Yi Han promptly issued his command. Yes, responded the armored cavalry, shifting their strategy. They galloped away from the giant and war elephant, maneuvering across the plains to exhaust the stamina of their pursuers. The frenzied half-orc infantry posed little threat. Yi Han observed as a cavalryman wielding a broadsword charged towards a half-orc swordsman. As he closed in, he sidestepped and swung his sword in a decisive strike. The sound of steel severing bone echoed as the half-orc swordsman was decapitated, sending the pointed-headed gray-skinned goblin chief flying 3 meters away. The cavalry displayed exceptional horsemanship and fierce prowess, a cut above the rest, far beyond the capabilities of infantry of comparable rank. This scene, Yi Han had witnessed it before in the fleeing soldiers' dungeon, where cavalry decimated their own troops. Now, a similar spectacle unfolded, albeit with Yi Han on the side of the cavalry. The giant and war elephant, bereft of their lord, floundered like headless flies. The enemy was swiftly annihilated. Notification: your armored cavalry has slain 678 half-orc infantry, 13 giant half-orcs, 1 war elephant, and 1 lord. Notification: you have gained 210,000 lord power. The spoils from slaying half-orc infantry in the cliff dungeon are present in your lord's backpack. Notification: you have acquired 8 ballista towers, 2 manors, 148 stone walls and gates, and 12 various housing units. Notification: you have obtained 1 white rare building, the Mechanism City. Notification: you have received 43 healing potions, 43 resource tokens, and 1 building upgrade fragment. Notification: you have gained 878 spear weapons, 589 bow weapons, and 589 armor equipments for Lord's Guards. Notification: your backpack is full. A flurry of notifications illuminated the air. A radiant glow materialized beside Yihan, as a plethora of exquisite weapons and armor appeared, cascading to the ground. Yihan's spatial backpack comprised 30 slots of 99 units each. Although he had cleared his inventory prior to this venture for greater capacity, the bounty was overwhelming, an amalgamation of spoils from the Western Lord's backpack and the cliff dungeon. The diversity and quantity of weapons were too vast for his backpack to accommodate. The spatial backpack automatically retained only the more significant items, discarding the surplus weapons. "My lord," exclaimed Li Ziyunio, momentarily taken aback by the spectacle. After she and the armored cavalry had vanquished all foes, she approached Yihan, awaiting further orders. "There's too much. The backpack can't handle it." Yihan shrugged, offering a resigned smile. "Then, my lord, how shall we manage these items? Select the elite weapons from within, equip them to all the armored cavalrymen, and once equipped, toss them into the mountains for safekeeping. After we account for our gains, we shall return home," Yihan instructed. Most of these weapons were dropped from level 11 dungeons, which were considered beyond his current capability. Equipping these weapons would undoubtedly amplify the armored cavalry's strength tremendously, potentially doubling their combat prowess. Yes. Hearing about the new weapon selection, Li Ziyunio was filled with joy and excitement. The group began distributing the new armaments. Yihan refocused his attention on his spatial backpack, now filled with an assortment of miscellaneous items. Among them, one object emanated a silvery glow, standing out amidst the chaos. The white rare building, the Mechanism City. Yihan's heart raced with excitement as he extracted the building's sphere from within. With a flash, the orb previously held by the youthful lord reappeared in Yihan's grasp. Inside was a miniature castle. It stood approximately 20 meters tall, reminiscent of the castle structure from the cliff dungeon, which he now possessed. The rarity of this white structure marked it as a prestigious level within the martial arts era. The building levels are categorized as white, green, yellow, blue, purple, orange, and gold, with tiers of common, intermediate, rare, and luminous. Green and yellow represent structures from the immortal cultivation era. Typically, one must venture to small worlds imbued with spiritual energy to uncover such treasures. Thus, the small worlds in the void possess varying values. Those with spiritual civilizations are exponentially more valuable, akin to the disparity in real estate value. Rare-level mechanism cities are exceedingly scarce during the martial arts era. This was indeed the primary bounty. Let us examine the building's effects. Yihan focused his mind on the building. A new interface materialized. Building, Mechanism City, creatable structure. Level 1. Next level requires Lord Power. For 190,000 wood, 1,010,000 fine iron, 390,000 silver, 210,000 gold, 8,000. Rarity, white rare. Effect 1. Mechanism construction. The Mechanism City encompasses various mechanisms, capable of constructing 20 types of defensive and offensive siege machinery. Effect 2. Territory transformation. The Mechanism City specializes in mechanisms, allowing for modifications to territory walls, arrow towers, gates, and more. Description: a creatable structure. The weapons and mechanisms acquired by the Lord are not solely sourced from dungeons, but can also be produced after obtaining certain buildings. Notification: this structure was plundered by the Lord and constitutes a combat gain, capable of utilizing the Dongting Palace's power for one-click advancement. A creatable structure, indeed a rarity. Yihan fixated on the annotations accompanying the interface. Creatable structures are extraordinary, continuously generating value. A certain cousin of his owns a grand weapon factory, wholesale supplying weapons to lords across the realms, reportedly reaping substantial profits. Once he reaches maturity, he too could wholesale weapons to the lords of the heavens. Western Factory and Armored Cavalry Camp are noted as barracks, yet for Yihan, this represents an entirely new building. In the martial arts era, he vividly recalled the Mechanism City from his past life in the Great Qin Wall. Let us advance it and witness its power. Yihan summoned his Lord Power, and the Mechanism City underwent a remarkable transformation. Chapter 35, Eastern Mechanism City, embarking on a global voyage with the family. Radiant sunlight cascaded upon the verdant grasslands. After channeling Lord Power, the glass orb of the Mechanism City experienced a significant metamorphosis. A tall Chinese-style building with red walls and gray tiles replaced the previous stone castle. Soaring to 30 meters in height, adorned with elegant eaves and intricate gables, Architecture, the Mo family mechanized city, a constructible type of building. Level 1. Next level requires Lord's power, 490,000, wood, 90,000, fine iron, 330,000, silver, 220,000, gold, 9,000. Tier, white rare advancement. Effect 1, mechanism manufacturing. The legendary mechanists of the Mo family possess an array of schematics, enabling the creation of 60 types of mechanical devices for daily life, city defense, and siege warfare. This includes siege ladders that allow infantry to scale walls and grappling hooks for breaching defenses. Effect 2, territorial mechanisms. The Mo family exhibits profound expertise in governmental machinery. They can modify or equip mechanisms in territorial structures, streets, city walls, arrow towers, and significant areas. This encompasses over 50 types of devices, including hidden crossbows and trapdoors. Effect 3, Mo disciples. The Mo family mechanized city can summon 300 disciples, each possessing comprehensive knowledge of mechanism arts, capable of crafting and utilizing intricate devices such as mechanical eagles, hot air balloons, and mobile crossbows, akin to mechanized soldiers. Effect 4, mechanized beasts. Unlocks in the era of cultivation. Introduction, a prominent family of mechanists from an Eastern parallel world, embodying the wisdom of ancient sages. Is this the Mo family of the martial arts era? Upon advancement, it astonishingly transforms, promising engaging activities upon returning to the territory. Yihan gazed in amazement at the radiance. It seemed filled with numerous intricate mechanical wonders. He also recalled the Mo family patriarch from the realm of the Great Qin Wall, where the fantastical art of mechanisms was truly remarkable. The art of mechanisms stands as one of the crystallizations of Eastern ancient wisdom. Acquiring this building grants the territory access to a new technological tree. Yihan contemplated placing the Mo family mechanized city. In truth, his backpack contained stone walls, siege crossbow towers, and various other structures awaiting advancement. Yet he chose not to proceed at that moment. His curiosity was merely piqued by the mechanized city. Further advancement would only prolong the wait. Yihan surveyed his surroundings. At this moment, the sun had already begun its westward descent. The grassland lay in disarray, marred by muddy pits created by the iron hooves of warhorses, while the bodies of half-orcs, caked in mud, lay scattered on the ground. The corpses of siege giants and war elephants were also present, gradually dissolving into ethereal light. Li Xionyang stood by the pile of weapons, exchanging them out. Many fine guard swords and armors had been replaced by the heavy cavalrymen, while their rather rudimentary black armor was carelessly discarded. He conducted a swift head count. In this assault, they had only lost a little over 100 heavy cavalrymen. He still possessed over 600 capable soldiers. A precious force indeed. Meanwhile, the enemy's 1,000 archers, hundreds of infantry, and giant war elephants had all perished, their lives extinguished. This battle ended in resounding victory. How has the selection progressed? Yihan called out to Li Xionyang. My lord, all the weapons have been categorized, though I find myself hesitating over some long spears and swords. Li Xionyang's voice brimmed with excitement, as though overwhelmed by the abundance of fine treasures. Do not hesitate. Just make a choice. We need to return. Heroes will come looking for the Lord's return, and we still have 200 miles to cover. We must conserve our strength. Yihan urged. Yes. Upon hearing this, Li Xionyang swiftly made her selections and concealed the weapons within the mountains. Yihan glanced at the Lord's lifeless body on the grass and turned his horse's head towards the east, charging towards his territory. Clatter, clatter. The sound of hooves shattered the silence of the desolate wilderness as Yihan galloped across the dim grassland with his cavalry. They had already covered 180 kilometers. The sky had darkened. The sun had set along the way, giving way to the moon and stars. He turned his gaze around. The surroundings were an endless expanse of grassland, and his group of cavalry resembled solitary ships navigating the ocean of the plains. The only vessels amidst the vastness. No pursuers were visible behind them, and the environment felt somewhat desolate. Enough. No need to run any further. We are not far from the territory now. Let us proceed at a leisurely pace. Yihan commanded the heavy cavalry. After this long-distance raid and return, everyone was weary. Yes, the cavalry replied in unison, easing their pace. My lord. Li Xionyang rode up beside Yihan, matching his pace. Xionyang, I have been reflecting. This ambush has ushered our territory into a new phase of development. Yihan turned to the mature beauty beside him. A sheen of sweat adorned her fair face, with a few strands of hair sticking to her forehead. The fabric of her garment clung lightly to her chest, slightly dampened. In that moment, she appeared alluring. The curvature of her figure radiated an even stronger magnetism. Indeed, my lord. Xionyang is quite pleased as well. Li Xionyang replied with a smile, her voice tinged with delight. She seemed oblivious to the allure emanating from her, merely feeling the sweat trickling down, and instinctively tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Yihan couldn't help but sigh slightly. This woman was unaware of her own captivating charm at times. Upon our return, we may find ourselves quite busy. Now that the Lord Hero from the West has discovered that it was us who dealt the blow, he may mobilize the full might of his territory against us. We must withstand the pressure. However, once we endure, leveraging our defensive advantages to deplete their forces, it will be our turn to counterattack. When that time comes, we shall annex their territory and establish a superior martial arts city. Yi Han recalled the view of the Western territory from the mountaintop. That was his next objective. My lord, Xionyang is wholeheartedly willing to assist you. The development of your territory shall be my future aspiration. Li Xionyang vowed earnestly, her eyes reflecting a hint of yearning. Haha, Xionyang, you have changed somewhat since you first arrived. Yi Han remarked with a smile as he observed her. Hearing this, Li Xionyang fell into contemplation. She sensed that her attitude towards the territory had indeed undergone a significant transformation. Previously, she had executed tasks with a sense of detachment, feeling that the fate of the territory was unrelated to her. Yet now, there was a spark of enthusiasm and anticipation. Her diligence had also intensified. The woman's attitude was subtly shifting. Perhaps it was due to the clandestine yet thrilling ambush they had undertaken together or the previous night when Yi Han had ventured out to seek her. Such experiences, akin to gentle spring rains, nourished her heart. All of Li Xionyang's changes were a reflection of the Lord. After a moment of introspection, Li Xionyang smiled and replied, Haha. Feeling a closer connection, Yi Han felt a slight stir within. He understood the essence of her words. They expressed his concern and the absence of coercion. However, as their relationship grew more familiar, coercion became unnecessary. He tugged on the reins, urging his horse forward. Let us be off. We shall return to develop the territory. A month has passed since the family assessment. If we can annex that territory for our family to evaluate our achievements, I shall surely earn the family's esteem. At that moment, they would officially embark on the grand vessel of the family's global aspirations. Indeed, Li Xionyang followed closely behind, the two horses traversing the serene expanse of the grassland. Chapter 36. The army approaches, the world's foremost stronghold. The morning air carried a refreshing chill. Heralding the dawn of a new day, Yi Han stepped out from the villa within his territory. After returning to the estate the previous night, they had immediately retired to rest. Following a night of profound slumber, Yi Han now awoke feeling invigorated. With a deep inhalation of the morning air imbued with the fragrance of peach blossoms, he felt a surge of joy. My lord, you are awake, exclaimed Li Xionyang, who was nearby, practicing her spear. Nowadays, whenever she beheld Yi Han, a genuine smile blossomed on her face, her eyes reflecting a sense of familiarity and affection. Oh, you are awake as well. Come, let us investigate what new intelligence the Western factory has to offer, and see if those two heroes from the West have made any new moves. Yi Han declared as he made his way toward the Western factory. Of course, Li Xionyang replied gently, trailing behind him. The pair walked along the stony path of Peach Blossom Village until they reached the vicinity of the Western factory, a hub for intelligence gathering. General Intelligence. 1. The Void Trade Center's Spirit Refining Caravan has red spirit gems available for acquisition. 2. During the family trial, a cousin encountered a formidable hostile instance in a minor world and was killed by the instance's monsters. 3. A surprise instance has emerged 13 miles south of the territory. Directive Intelligence. 1. Investigate the movements of the Western Lord. Last night, upon realizing their lord had not returned, the two Western heroes led 100 wolf cavalrymen in search, ultimately discovering the battlefield and their lord's corpse. One hero erupted in fury, advocating for a full mobilization of the territory's army to exact vengeance upon the ambushers. The other hero urged caution, suggesting a thorough investigation of the truth before taking action. A fierce argument ensued between the two heroes, culminating in the furious hero's assertion of authority, compelling the more temperate hero to concede to the call for retaliation. The enraged hero rallied the forces, preparing to march eastward. 2. Additional information regarding the Western Lord. This ambush inflicted severe losses upon the Western Lord. The soldiers who attacked the instance represented half of the Western Territory's forces, resulting in significant loss of lordly power. Nevertheless, the furious lord, driven by a desire for revenge, mobilized all available forces. He summoned every soldier in his territory and expended all his lordly power to conjure a new battalion of half-orc troops, which included various siege beasts, approximately twice the number necessary to confront the soldiers of the cliff instance. The overall combat power remains undetermined. My lord, they truly intend to retaliate. Li Xionyang observed with a furrowed brow as she gazed at the intelligence display. Remain composed. We anticipated this. Yi Han replied with a calm demeanor. Given the current time, they are likely already en route. Considering the march speed of their siege giants, they may arrive tomorrow or the day after for the full assault on our territory. However, their wolf cavalry may advance ahead. He turned to Li Xionyang. Xionyang, I need you to lead the armored cavalry to the wilderness to conquer the surprise instance. We must acquire the maximum resources with minimal losses, understood? Understood, Li Xionyang replied, standing tall, as the harvest could be pivotal for advancement. Yi Han was determined not to squander these 2 days. However, he needed to allocate time for construction within the territory, thus entrusting the battle to Xionyang. who had now acquired basic knowledge of instant strategies. Soon, Li Xionyang set off with 500 armored cavalry. Do not stray too far. Maintain your strength and have light cavalry patrol. Yihan cautioned. We are not in a secure state. Wolf cavalry ambushes are a possibility. Understood, my lord. I will be cautious, Li Xionyang affirmed, steering her cavalry toward the city gates. However, after a few paces, she turned her horse back, her face etched with concern. My fate is intertwined with the territory. I will do everything in my power to protect it. She cast a glance at Peach Blossom Village and the Western Factory's armored camp. Indeed, I understand. Yihan felt a stirring within him. It was evident that this female hero was beginning to appreciate the significance of the territory, transforming it from mere gameplay into a way of life. My lord, I am departing, Li Xionyang declared before turning her horse once more and riding away with her armored cavalry. Yihan redirected his focus to his backpack. Regarding lordly power, the estate, and the gains from the deserter instance, he directly advanced. Ultimately, he harvested 8 million lordly power, 2 new Peach Blossom Village buildings, and 6 new Zhuge crossbow towers. The 2 new Peach Blossom Village buildings combined with the existing ones formed a grand Peach Blossom Village, capable of providing over 7,000 points of food daily, swiftly alleviating the food shortage for the soldiers' arrow towers, with additional enhancement effects. Furthermore, the number of Zhuge crossbow towers had increased. Most importantly, Yihan noted the 126 units of stone walls and 1 city gate in his backpack. Building, stone wall. Level 1. Rank, white medium. Effect 1. A stone wall measuring 20 meters in length, 10 meters in height, and 4 meters in width, possessing a durability of 5,000. Effect 2. The inner wall of the structure features stairs, allowing soldiers to ascend and defend the fortifications. Building, stone gate. Level 1. Rank, white medium. Effect 1. A stone gate measuring 20 meters in length, 10 meters in height, and 4 meters in width, with a durability of 5,000. Effect 2. The interior of the gate includes stairs, enabling soldiers to ascend and guard the entrance, with a durability of 5,000. Yihan noted that his current wooden walls only boasted a mere 1,000 durability. Had they been wooden walls, it would have been quite dismal. Clearly, possessing stone walls was of paramount importance. Let us proceed with the advancement, Yihan commanded, channeling the power of the East Court Palace through the display. Boom. Both the stone wall and gate advanced simultaneously. Yihan observed as their height and thickness increased. The transformation of the gate was particularly pronounced. After advancement, it evolved into a gate tower. The original gate appeared as a rectangular prism, but during the advancement, it thickened and enlarged, now distinctly divided into upper and lower sections. The lower section is a wall structure measuring 20 meters in length, 10 meters in width, and 15 meters in height. The archway of the gate is crafted from solid refined iron. The upper section consists of a 2-tiered Eastern-style eave pavilion atop the wall structure. The lower pavilion features a plaque inscribed with the 4 characters Mountain Sea Guard. Following the advancement, the wall maintained its length of 20 meters. Yet its height increased to 14 meters, and its width expanded to 7 meters. The material underwent significant transformation as well. The original stone wall, built from rough stones and bricks, was now constructed entirely from smooth, durable black bricks, meticulously arranged with a hint of aesthetic appeal. A mere glance revealed the craftsmanship of a skilled artisan. Building, Mountain Sea Pass Wall. Level 1. Rank, white medium advanced. Effect 1. A refined black brick wall measuring 20 meters in length, 14 meters in height, and 7 meters in width, boasting a durability of 420,000. Effect 2. To be continued. Atop the city wall, a width of 7 meters accommodates staircases that ascend to the ramparts. Lords and soldiers can traverse this elevated fortification, which is well suited for the deployment of numerous archers, the installation of defensive mechanisms, or the storage of large boulders and incendiary oil for the purpose of safeguarding the city. The parapets rise to a height of 1 meter. Structure, Shanghai Pass, a special architectural gate tower. Level 1. Rank, white intermediate ascension. Effect 1. City wall structure. A meticulously crafted black brick wall, measuring 20 meters in length, 15 meters in height, and 10 meters in width, boasts a durability of 430,000. Effect 2. Great Pass Guardians. Shanghai Pass can summon 200 Shanghai Guardians. These sentinels are well-trained elite soldiers, proficient in patrolling and adept in the use of long swords and bows, capable of hurling boulders, incendiary oil, and other defensive materials. The presence of these guardians amplifies the defensive capabilities of the Shanghai City Wall manifold. The guardians also function as standard infantry. Notification: the passive ability of the Eastern Court Commander has been activated, raising the soldier limit to 220. Is this truly Shanghai Pass? Yihan marveled at the transformations that had occurred post-ascension. He recalled that in his previous life, his homeland boasted a Shanghai Pass, which had valiantly defended the Great Xia people against foreign incursions for millennia, often hailed as the foremost pass in the realm. All the elements of his ascension were steeped in Eastern architecture. He had not anticipated that the wall would evolve into such a formidable structure. However, the plaque atop the gate tower of Shanghai Pass bore the inscription, "The Greatest Pass Under Heaven," while his own bore the words, "Shanghai City Guard." Moreover, this city wall differed from the Yindi wooden wall, as it could be scaled. Yihan could already envision himself standing atop the gate tower, surveying the epic scene of colossal beasts besieging the city. Chapter 37. Establishing his own domain, transforming from tribe to citadel. The Yindi wooden wall could finally retire with honor. Yihan approached the towering wooden wall, now exceeding 7 meters in height. With the advent of the Shanghai Pass city wall, the Yindi wooden wall appeared decidedly rudimentary, seemingly fragile against the might of the heavy-hitting giants. He produced the glass orb representing the city wall and tossed it beside the wooden structure. Notification. You are about to place the Shanghai Pass city wall complex over the Yindi wooden wall. Do you wish to proceed with the overlay? Upon overlaying, the Shanghai Pass city wall will inherit the durability of the Yindi wooden wall. Overall durability will increase to 430,000. Overlay confirmed. Yihan affirmed his decision with intent. In an instant, the Yindi wooden wall dissolved into shimmering motes of light, making way for a new exquisite brick wall that towered over the previous wooden structure, standing more than twice its height. The upgrade was strikingly evident. Subsequently, Yihan replaced all the walls, transforming the gate into a gate tower. He rode out beyond the city gates and gazed up at the new wall. This formidable structure stood over 14 meters tall, robust, and solid. Under the sunlight, it exuded an imposing aura. The 4 characters Shanghai City Guard emblazoned on the gate tower emanated a sense of grandeur, as if a great general were steadfastly guarding his territory. Indeed, the transformation of the wooden wall into a stone wall had finally elevated his domain from a mere tribe to a fortified stronghold. Yihan stroked his chin, contemplating the wall, a smile gracing his lips. His territory spanned 800 meters by 800 meters, and with such a towering wall, it exuded an impression of formidable strength, resembling a bastion of impenetrable defense. However, after a leisurely survey from horseback, Yihan felt something was amiss. The wall appeared stark and devoid of life, lacking the throngs of defenders and artillery typical of a genuine fortress. Yet, the gate tower possessed another capability, the summoning of 220 Shanghai Guardians. Yihan commanded in his heart. Notification. Each summoned Shanghai Guardian requires 300 Lord power. Notification. Summoning over 200 Guardians will require 660,000 Lord power. Do you wish to proceed? Yihan mentally confirmed the summoning. Immediately, a figure materialized atop the gate tower. 3 seconds later, 220 Guardians clad in red lightweight armor, wielding long halberds, appeared in formation, standing resolutely within the gate tower. Soldier, Shanghai Guardian. Level 1. Rank, White Intermediate Ascension. Comprehensive attribute panel, speed, strength, vitality, etc. 6502090. The 200 represents weapon enhancement, while the 90 signifies the enhancement from Santawa village. Equipment, Guardian light armor, Guardian long halberd, Guardian bow, all of white ordinary advancement. Skill, elite city defender. The Guardians are proficient in the use of 2 types of halberds, capable of hurling boulders and pouring incendiary oil, among other defensive operations. Simply place resources such as stones and oil atop the wall, and command the Guardians to dispose of them. The Guardians possess a sight range that is 30 superior to that of ordinary soldiers. Consumption, 2 units of rice, 3 points of water, 1 unit of meat, minimum daily. Description, veteran defenders of Shanghai Pass, boasting nearly a decade of experience in safeguarding the territory. With a firm stomp, the Guardians dashed to their posts atop the wall, strategically dispersed, ensuring that every 14 meters along the Shanghai Pass city wall was manned by a vigilant halberd-wielding sentinel. The black flag of the Eastern Court fluttered in the breeze above the gate tower. Oh, this truly resembles a fortified city. It has a certain gravitas. Observing the sentinels on the ramparts, Yihan nodded in satisfaction. With towering walls and vigilant soldiers, his domain now unmistakably resembled a city. Yet, he still sensed a deficiency, as the siege apparatuses were too few. The central section of the wall had only 1 arrow tower, which seemed rather desolate. Of course, Yihan was acutely aware that many resources remained at his disposal. He rode back through the gate, retrieving the crossbow tower he had acquired for Ascension. It is worth mentioning that the enhancement of this crossbow tower yielded remarkable results. The original base of the crossbow measured 18 meters in length and 12 meters in width, with the immense bow atop being slightly larger than the base, and the crossbow bolts being as thick as a calf. However, after Ascension, the crossbow tower's length extended to 28 meters, and the width expanded to 19 meters. This width surpassed the previous length. The massive bow atop had also increased in size considerably, with its thickness doubling. Although the bolts remained unchanged, Yihan knew that their power had undoubtedly increased several-fold post-Ascension. Structure, Divine Might Ballista Tower, Defensive Tower. Rank, White Ordinary Ascension. Level 1, Effective Range, 800 meters in radius. Rate of fire, 1 arrow every 4 seconds. Description: a formidable, armor-piercing ballista, capable of penetrating 20 centimeters of steel plate at a distance of 400 meters. It is a nemesis to siege weaponry and other machinery. As with all ballistae, the shorter the distance, the greater the strength. Notification: if the distance is too great, there may be issues with accuracy. Please be advised, Lord. 20 centimeters of steel plate. How does that compare against the siege giants? Yihan pondered while gazing at the luminous screen. During the Western Lord's assault on the cliff dungeon, those giants typically succumbed to 3 arrows, while there were 6 crossbow towers behind the gate. Now, having enhanced the crossbow towers, the power was likely magnified by 10-fold, making it capable of slaying a giant with a single shot. However, the limitation remained that only 3 crossbow towers could be deployed along one side of the wall, one at the center and one at each corner. The walls surrounding this fortress are vulnerable to attacks from all sides, and the arrow towers must be vigilant in safeguarding each direction. The terrain here is entirely flat, allowing giants to advance with unparalleled swiftness, unlike the slow and arduous progress through rugged mountain paths. Furthermore, this is not a narrow, winding road. A 20-meter-long wall could be simultaneously besieged by 2 or 3 giants. The scenarios are fundamentally different. It appears that the true effectiveness of our defenses requires empirical validation, as the enemy may indeed deploy more than one type of siege giant. Yihan contemplated the defensive towers at the wall's edge, realizing that theoretical deductions alone are insufficient, for reality harbors a multitude of unpredictable circumstances. At this moment, however, Yihan had completed the deployment of all arrow towers and walls from his backpack. In the center of the 4 surrounding walls, there stands 1 strong crossbow tower and 2 Juga crossbow towers. Each corner is fortified with 1 strong crossbow tower and 1 crossbow tower. Regardless of the direction of assault, the enemy must endure the barrage from the arrow towers, which also necessitates consideration of their range. For instance, if all were positioned at the midpoint, this would leave the grassy areas outside the corner walls devoid of coverage, allowing enemy soldiers to approach the corners unharmed. It remains to be seen how that hero will choose to attack. We shall devise countermeasures when the time comes. Yihan refocused his attention, preparing to place the Mo family's mechanical city and other structures. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed as the nearby city gates swung open. Yihan beheld Li Ziyunio entering the territory, accompanied by heavily armored cavalry. Were you not meant to venture out for the surprise quest? How have you returned so swiftly? Yihan inquired with curiosity. My lord, I have successfully completed the surprise quest, but those wolf cavalry have arrived, forcing me to retreat. Li Ziyunio replied. What? The wolf cavalry has come? Yihan's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed. Let us ascend the wall and assess the situation. As he spoke, Yihan made his way toward the Shanghai Wall, and the two climbed to the top to survey the western grasslands. A gentle breeze swept across the vast, flat prairie. 5 kilometers beyond the East Court Palace territory, a large contingent of wolf cavalry was in motion. From a distance, they appeared as insignificant as ants, scattered chaotically across the grasslands, much like ants foraging for food. Yihan conducted a brief count. It seemed there were over 500 of them. They spread out, advancing toward their territory, seemingly intent on circumventing it to reach their rear. War was imminent, and the vicinity of the territory was no longer secure. My lord, the surprise quest was not of a high level, and I have already obtained the treasure chest. However, the light cavalry returned to report their impending attack. I feared being caught between the quest and the wolf cavalry, which is why I came back. Li Ziyunio remarked, frowning at the sight of the wolf cavalry. Indeed, your decision to return with the troops was wise. The hero's objective is merely to position soldiers here to hinder our quest. Yihan nodded in agreement. He opened his backpack to reveal the surprise treasure chest now nestled within. All spoils collected by the Lord's soldiers would be directly transferred to the Lord's backpack. In that case, is there any other task you would like me to undertake, my lord? This is a critical moment for our territory, and I wish to assist you. Li Ziyunio gazed earnestly at Yihan. You should first lead the soldiers in a patrol. Yihan surveyed his surroundings. I have numerous items that require advancement and upgrade. And you need not worry. Our Shanghai Wall is not so easily breached. Yihan declared. He recalled various historical accounts of uprisings he had read in his past life. It was imperative to leverage the advantages of the wall, with the ability to withstand tenfold the enemy's strength. Not even that lordly hero, nor renowned figures from chaotic times, could dismiss the imposing height of his 14-meter wall. Relying on the advantages of arrow towers and archers, he could inflict significant casualties on the opposing forces. The only concern remained the enemy's siege giants and monstrous beasts, which posed a dire threat to archers. Furthermore, if the level 5 Lord hero summoned all their might, there could be more than 70 giants, not just Warhammer giants. It would depend on the tactics the enemy employed, and then he would adapt accordingly. Yes, should you require anything, my lord, do not hesitate to call, Li Ziyunio affirmed, patrolling the walls diligently. She was notably curious about the new walls, her sparkling eyes darting from one site to another. Among the real heroes, Li Ziyunio was quite obedient and agreeable, a rare quality indeed. Yihan mused. redirecting his focus back to his backpack. Subsequently, he began his unrestrained advancement. The healing potions, antidotes, resource tokens, and other spoils obtained from the ambush were directly upgraded. Ultimately, he reaped a substantial bounty of healing potions and resources. Among these, the resource tokens, once advanced, yielded further resources. Yihan amassed a total of 260,000 wood, 6,000 stone, 4,800 iron, and 800 gold, along with rare resources including 8,000 oil and 6,000 coal. These resources were as peculiar as the healing potions, attainable without the need for a medical pavilion or mining site. The Martyr's Temple structure that Li Ziyunio had previously brought back was directly advanced, resulting in the acquisition of a brand new Martyr's Tower, which could inspire the soldiers' faith, enhancing their overall attack power by 8 during the defense of the city. Additionally, aside from some useful items, Yihan found a plethora of miscellaneous goods, various pure gold jewelry, and an array of new garments, including a stunningly beautiful red wedding dress. Yihan appeared even more splendid after his advancements. Alas, these items held no utility for him, so he unceremoniously deposited them into the storeroom of the official residence, awaiting the establishment of a trading center for sale. However, Yihan also discovered many delightful surprises. For inner power pills, he summoned Li Ziyunio to upgrade her. With the 4 inner power pills and 30,000 lordly power, Li Ziyunio was directly elevated to level 5, her base attributes soaring from 700 to 900 points. Yihan himself also experienced a tremendous boost in strength. Their powers were interconnected. Furthermore, 2,000 points of strength were extraordinary. In the martial world, she would already be considered a minor master. With such formidable attributes, she could leap to a height of 7 meters. Venturing forth as a chivalrous hero would make her a formidable champion. Luckily, his wall stood at 14 meters. Otherwise, she would be leaping about uncontrollably. Additionally, Yihan stumbled upon another remarkable item, Building Advancement Fragment 1. If 5 of these were collected, they could be combined to form a complete Building Advancement token, allowing any white, ordinary structure to be upgraded by 1 level. After amplifying this item, Yihan directly acquired a Building Advancement token, enabling immediate upgrades. Staring in astonishment at the advancement token in his hand, Yihan felt tears of joy welling up within him. Ultimately, he utilized this token on the barracks, Western Factory, advancing it to a white intermediate level. This granted him a significant augmentation in combat prowess. The troop capacity of the Western Factory surged from 300 to over 500. The individual combat strength of the Western Factory as special agents grew even more formidable, rising from just over 500 to 850 points. Coupled with weaponry, they would be even stronger. The strength of elite soldiers commanding 1,000 men surpassed that of ordinary troops by 50%. Once, they had lagged behind due to territorial upgrades. They were even outclassed by a heavily armored cavalryman. However, now they had become his invaluable assistants. However, summoning individual soldiers demands a greater expenditure of lordly power. Yet, Yihan possessed nearly 1.8 million units of such power, leaving him unconcerned in this regard. He closed his eyes and expended 130,000 units, replenishing the previous incomplete battalion of over 100 soldiers to a total of more than 500, while also filling the 100 vacancies in his heavy cavalry. Thus, his castle now boasted over 500 soldiers, 200 mountain and sea guardians, 555 factory soldiers, and 770 heavy armored cavalry. The final item was this. Yihan retrieved the Mo family mechanized city from his backpack, a structure destined to become one of the most treasured edifices within his domain. He cast the glass orb of the mechanized city beside the center of his territory. Bang! The orb shattered upon impact. The previously fist-sized mechanized city instantly expanded. Before Yihan stood a 30-meter-tall ancient eastern tower. This tower featured 4 stories, exuding an air of solemn grandeur, its walls painted a vibrant red, with each floor crowned by protruding eaves and flying roofs. Its overall design resembled that of the Yellow Crane Tower, albeit with distinct differences. This was the tallest building in Yihan's territory, standing 30 meters high. It could be seen from beyond the castle walls, much like a stone fortress prominently perched atop a cliff. Alert! The Mo family mechanized city has been established. You may now renovate your territory or construct various mechanical devices, including aspects of daily life, siege warfare, and defense. Let us summon 300 Mo family disciples. Yihan paid no heed to the flickering interface before him. Alert! Summoning 1 Mo family disciple requires 500 units of lordly power. Summoning 300 will necessitate 150,000 units. Do you wish to summon? What? Glancing at the newly illuminated screen, Yihan felt a slight shock. He suddenly sensed that his lordly power was depleting rather swiftly. The cost for filling his ranks of factory soldiers and cavalry had already consumed over 100,000. And now summoning the Mo family disciples would require another substantial amount. It seemed as though 300,000 units of lordly power had vanished in an instant. Perhaps it was due to his elevated level. Furthermore, he had summoned full battalions all at once. After contemplating, he discerned the reason. Typically, lords in the early stages do not immediately fill their barracks to capacity. Securing even 10 militia soldiers from a militia camp is considered a significant achievement. Only someone like himself, so extravagantly endowed with lordly power, could afford such lavish expenditures. Summon away. Yihan channeled his lordly power. Whoosh. One by one, the Mo family disciples materialized beside the mechanized city. Clad in simple linen garments, each disciple was robustly built, exuding a distinctly formidable presence, standing at around 1.8 meters tall with solid muscles. Years of carpentry work had greatly enhanced their physical strength. Alert! You have utilized your lordly power. Congratulations. You have acquired 300 Mo family disciples. Would you like to view the list of mechanical devices your disciples can create? View directly. Yihan rubbed his hands together, anticipation flickering in his eyes. Chapter 39, Defensive Mechanisms, Scenic Landscapes. Under the blazing sun, rays of light cascaded upon the Mo family mechanized tower, casting shadows of its tiled eaves onto the grass below. My lord, we greet you, my lord. The 300 Mo family disciples, garbed in their humble attire, approached Yihan to pay their respects. Excellent, excellent. Yihan responded affirmatively. Yet his gaze remained focused above their heads, diligently observing the information displayed on the screen. Special character, Mo family disciple. Level 1. Rank, White Rare Advanced. Description, Mo family disciples can fabricate various mechanisms and serve as their operators. They can also accompany the lord in battle. List of mechanical devices available for manufacture. 1. Siege equipment, ladders, siege rams. 2. Daily life equipment, wooden box carts, hot air balloons, flying eagles. 3. Defensive equipment, repeating crossbow beasts, fiery tortoises, wall-edge trap platforms, charcoal catapults, giant stone throwing mechanisms. Yihan only briefly glanced at the siege and daily life items. His primary focus was on the defensive mechanisms, of which there were quite a number, even overwhelming him with choices. He desired to construct a giant stone throwing mechanism, a device utilizing lever principles to hurl massive stones from the walls, delivering a tremendous surprise to the siege equipment below. However, he found the stone requirements far too excessive. It would be more practical to have the mountain and sea guardians hurl the stones instead. Ultimately, he had to set this idea aside for the time being. Now, let us take a look at the repeating crossbow beasts, fiery tortoises, and charcoal catapults. Yihan mentally selected the 3 types of machinery. He found the names repeating crossbow beasts and fiery tortoises to be rather peculiar. He wondered what they might look like. Whoosh. A brand new screen materialized before Yihan. Mo family mechanism, repeating crossbow beast. Level 1, can be upgraded by Mo family disciples after the mechanized city is enhanced. Rank, White Rare Advanced. Rate of fire, 40 arrows, can fire continuously. Reloading takes 60 seconds. Range, 200 meters. Description, a lord-exclusive mechanism from the Eastern Court. The repeating crossbow beast resembles a 4-legged ferocious beast, capable of being manually repositioned. One repeating crossbow beast requires 1 Mo family disciple to operate. One individual can wield the power of 10 archers. Manufacturing requirements, 200 wood, 20 iron blocks. Mo family mechanism, fiery tortoise. Level 1. Rank, White Rare Advanced. Rate of fire, 100 units of incendiary oil, can be discharged all at once or in succession. Refilling requires 15 seconds. Range, 6 meters. Description, an incendiary weapon of the Mo family. Enhanced through modifications from a parallel world, it possesses formidable power, capable of spraying burning oil that adheres to enemies. The fiery tortoise also resembles a 4-legged beast, moving along the walls with human assistance. Manufacturing requirements, 150 units of incendiary oil, 50 iron blocks. Mo family mechanism, charcoal catapult. Level 1. Rank, White Rare. Rate of fire, 30 units of charcoal, single launch. Reloading takes 10 seconds. Range, 80 meters. Description, a charcoal catapult modified by the Mo family. Capable of launching dispersed charcoal. Its base is equipped with wheels, allowing it to move freely along the walls. Manufacturing requirements, 100 wood, 100 charcoal. The burning oil that adheres to the body and the hurling of charcoal. Such damage is indeed formidable. Yihan mused, a shiver running down his neck at the mere thought of being coated in incendiary oil and showered with charcoal. Just imagining these devices evokes a sense of their lethal potential. Should they be deployed along the castle walls, the half-beast soldiers would certainly suffer. Yihan felt that this mechanized city was indeed worth acquiring. It reminded him of a certain lord-type game from his past life, Age of Empires, which also featured charcoal throwers and siege rams. However, it lacked the fiery tortoise and repeating crossbow beast. His Mo family mechanized city was far more extraordinary and comprehensive. Now, let me order the creation of 100 repeating crossbow beasts, 50 fiery tortoises, and 50 charcoal catapults. Yihan commanded the Mo family disciples. This was derived from his meticulous calculations, utilizing all the resources from the resource tokens within his backpack. In doing so, he ensured that the resources obtained from the tokens would be maximally utilized, thereby unleashing the most formidable defensive capabilities for the city to maneuver the siege engine. Over 200 disciples of the Mo family were required. As for the remaining 100 or so, due to insufficient resources, Yihan merely instructed them to engage in some playful activities with small wooden eagles. Yes, we shall commence production for the Lord at once. Upon hearing this, the Mo disciples turned and proceeded towards the warehouse, soon accompanied by the rhythmic clanging of hammers. The manufacturing of these contraptions was no instantaneous task. It required an hour's time. Yihan stood atop the city walls, gazing out at the verdant landscapes while he awaited the outcome. The sky was a brilliant blue, the gentle breeze warm, and the scenery of the wilds was enchanting. The soft wind tousled the hair of Yihan and Xionyang atop the walls. At that moment, those wolf cavalrymen had already approached from the distance. They rode on massive wolves, spread across their territory, yet never ventured within the 400 meters range of the Zhuge crossbow towers. The Divine Might crossbow tower stirred slightly, but at a distance of 1 kilometer. Coupled with their cavalry status, they failed to hit their mark. Yihan chose to disregard them. After all, those cavalrymen posed no threat to him. My lord, do you see that man? Is he the enemy's hero? Li Xionyang approached Yihan, pointing at a figure mounted on a giant wolf in the distance. The man appeared remarkably robust, towering at nearly 2 meters. The pack of giant wolves beneath him was twice the size of the wolf cavalry. The man was gazing intently at Yihan's territory. Most likely, Yihan remarked as he observed the man. But it matters not. Whoever leads the troops is of no consequence. We have made all necessary preparations. As he spoke, Yihan surveyed his surroundings. The city walls and gates were firmly established. The Divine Might crossbow tower was also in position. The soldiers and Xionyang, along with those due for upgrades, had all been enhanced. The defensive mechanisms of the siege city were currently under construction, with everything in place. All that remained was to see what sort of giants the attacking lord would bring forth, be they heavy hammer giants, or others, or perhaps were elephants. Clang, clang. The sounds of hammers striking echoed throughout the territory as hundreds of Mo craftsmen busied themselves. The simplest of the charcoal throwing carts was soon completed. My lord, the throwing carts you requested are ready for your inspection. 50 Mo disciples approached Yihan, bowing respectfully. Excellent, Yihan responded, feeling a surge of excitement as he glanced at the area beside the warehouse. There, amidst the industrious craftsmen, stood 50 finely crafted carts. Each cart's base was a square wooden platform supported by 4 wheels, adorned with intricate mechanical designs, and a 15-meter-long throwing arm resembling a ladle extended from the mechanism. The arm was equipped with burning charcoal. The entire charcoal throwing cart was exquisitely made. Very well, now transport it to the top of the city wall, and you shall operate it to strike the enemy, Yihan commanded. The disciples of Mo were indeed unique inhabitants. When they operated machinery, they transformed into various types of mechanical soldiers. If they were to ascend to the era of cultivation, these disciples could even pilot mechanical beasts. As for the era of cultivation, Yihan anticipated that with substantial backing from his family, it would likely only take a month or 2. For now, this trial was merely a stepping stone. Ideally, he would annex the territories of the West. Then, he would undoubtedly emerge as the champion of the family trials. Yes. The Mo disciples responded, returning to the throwing apparatus, maneuvering the charcoal throwing carts up onto the city walls, directing them solely towards the desolate wilderness outside. Shortly thereafter, the lowly beasts and the fierce fire dragons were also completed. Chapter 40, Mechanical Beasts, the Enemy's Approaching Forces. Clang. The sounds of hammers ceased, and the craftsmen approached Yihan to report that 150 new mechanical beasts were stationed on the grass. Yihan gazed at them in astonishment. Among them, the crossbow beasts resembled wooden lions, their jaws agape. The lion's body was embellished with bronze-colored decorative inscriptions. A wooden cover on their backs could be opened, allowing arrows of considerable length to be loaded, enabling continuous fire from their mouths. Their power was formidable. Within a distance of 200 meters, 5 arrows could slay a 6th-level soldier. If the target's level was higher, additional arrows could still bring them down. Moreover, these crossbow beasts were mobile. When the Mo disciples pushed them from behind, their 4 wooden legs moved fluidly, and they could easily change direction. The seams connecting the wooden legs and body were filled with intricate gears. Yihan sensed a plethora of ingenious mechanisms within, but had no intention of dismantling them to inspect further. The fierce fire dragon was equally peculiar in design. It resembled a giant lizard made entirely of iron, its body coated in a bronze hue. Its belly contained a substantial reservoir of incendiary oil, while its elongated neck allowed for human manipulation to stretch or turn. The gaping mouth of the giant lizard held a fierce flame. When the Mo disciples stepped on the pedal extending from the dragon's left hind leg, the lizard would unleash a torrent of flame, inflicting severe damage upon the enemy. Both mechanical creations were remarkably crafted, evident from the meticulous details of their evenly placed nails. Good. They appear quite impressive, Yihan remarked with a hint of satisfaction. These two seem to be mechanical beasts, albeit requiring human effort to operate. Yihan felt that once he ascended to the era of cultivation, these mechanical beasts would be able to operate autonomously, and the spectacle would be far more thrilling. Moreover, the mechanisms of the siege city indicated that the mechanical beasts could be unlocked in the era of cultivation. Subsequently, he instructed the craftsmen to position all the mechanical beasts atop the city walls. Since they were mobile, when the half-orc army invaded, all mechanisms could be deployed, contrasting sharply with fixed arrow towers. With 200 mechanical beasts at their disposal, their overall combat strength would be quite formidable if the enemy indeed launched a full-scale assault. And if he could deplete their forces while utilizing the city walls, he would essentially dominate this small world. Yihan contemplated as he gazed at the distant wolf cavalry. He had already utilized all available resources from his backpack. Now he awaited the enemy's advance. In the ensuing hours, Yihan and his companions merely accustomed themselves to their weapons within the territory. The wolf cavalry circled outside, preventing them from venturing forth. Time passed slowly. The sun in the sky descended, and the moon and stars illuminated the night, yet the half-orc army had yet to arrive. Yihan speculated that they might be moving at a slower pace. It was now nighttime, and he instructed the guards atop the walls to remain vigilant while he returned to the villa to rest. The following day, upon waking, Yihan promptly headed to the Western Factory to review the information. The Western Factory collected intelligence. Regular intelligence. 1. At noon yesterday, the family head Yi Lingtian visited the territory of one of the family trial members to assess their leadership and talent. 2. Wolf cavalry appeared patrolling around the entire perimeter of the Eastern Court Palace territory. 300 kilometers away from the territory lies the instance known as Ancient Kingdom Ruins. The wolf cavalry has provoked an active assault from the instance. After vanquishing all pursuing soldiers, they fortuitously uncovered a rare structure, the Warrior Academy, which now resides in the hands of Western heroes. After upgrading the Eastern Court Palace, one may acquire an additional piece of common intelligence. Directive Intelligence. 1. Intelligence on the heroic movements of the Western Lord. Yesterday, the Lord assembled his forces, marching for 13 hours across the grasslands, covering a total distance of 180 miles. All troops are led by heroes advocating for an offensive. However, this mobilization has depleted the Western territory of all its soldiers, leaving only arrow towers and 100 archers to defend the city. Another hero remains within the territory to guard against surprise attacks. 2. Additional intelligence regarding the Western Lord. The invading half-orc soldiers number over 3,000, including 2 war elephants and 4 types of siege giants, totaling 200. The forces comprise 700 wolf cavalry, 1,800 half-orc axe and sword infantry, and 600 half-orc archers. The commanding hero is a level 6 expert. Over 3,000 soldiers, 4 types of siege giants, and 2 war elephants, led by a level 7 master. They are clearly intent on a life and death struggle against me. Yihan gazed at the glowing screen of the West Factory and smiled silently. He had long since prepared himself to endure the wrath of the enemy. It was merely that he had yet to confront such a multitude of soldiers personally, having previously dealt only with hundreds of units. In truth, under ordinary circumstances from his past life, with his city walls, withstanding 3,000 would be a trivial matter. However, in this game world, where levels and giants exist, the situation becomes uncertain. It all hinges on the might of the giants. My lord, that level 6 expert may leap over our walls. I am currently a level 5 and can jump 7 meters high, and the gap between levels is substantial. That level 6 hero could likely leap 10 meters high, and with the assistance of a war elephant. Li Xionyang expressed her concerns as she looked at Yihan. This is a martial arts era. The emergence of a combat master capable of taking on 100 foes is not surprising. There are even specialized structures for nurturing heroes to level up. The levels of heroes differ significantly from those of ordinary soldiers due to their varying tiers. Do not worry. His level remains within our capacity to endure. When the time comes, we shall defend with arrows, and if he leaps up, the 2 of us, along with the 1,000 household commander, shall engage in battle. Yihan reassured her. Li Xionyang, observing Yihan's calm demeanor, recognized that her worries were futile. Indeed, I shall do my utmost. She responded with steadfast determination. Very well. Yihan smiled as he patted her shoulder, and together they began strategizing against the enemy. The sun in the sky gradually traversed its arc. By the time dusk arrived, Yihan could see the half-orc army in the distance. Their steps were slow yet resolute, inching closer until they were merely a kilometer away from the territory. At last, Yihan comprehended the 4 types of siege giants. One type he recognized was the hammer giant, numbering over 50. The other 3 he classified as ladder giants, battering giants, and stone-throwing giants, with their numbers being 50, 60, and 40 respectively. The stone-throwing giants, akin to the siege giants, stood 5 meters tall, burdened with large bamboo baskets filled with stones the size of soccer balls. Their right arms appeared significantly more robust than their left, with an overall arm circumference of half a meter, showcasing impressive musculature. The stones hurled by their arms would undoubtedly possess considerable force. The ladder giants and battering giants were relatively smaller, standing approximately 3.5 meters tall. The ladder giants bore enormous folding ladders, which Yihan estimated could be extended directly to the city walls, allowing half-orc soldiers to ascend. The battering giants carried massive shields with sharp conical tips upon their shoulders. Yi-Han surmised that they were capable of running. Otherwise, how could they charge? Moreover, the hero commanded the formation without uttering a word, leading the troops into a direct charge. They are charging straight in without so much as a word. Shouldn't there be some sort of announcement before the assault? Yi-Han tilted his head at the hero. By the customs of ancient sieges, there would typically be a shout before the charge. However, this silence indicated that the hero was exceedingly enraged. Once the city was breached, a massacre would likely ensue. It was certain that he would not be spared. Nor would Li Xionyang beside him. Such an impatient one. Yi-Han chuckled as he observed the giant wolf hero. In the next moment, he retrieved the golden serpent spear from his backpack. All soldiers, prepare. All mechanical beasts, prepare. The battle is about to commence. Chapter 41. The Siege Battle, Charge, Archery. Life and Death Struggle. Roar. Beneath the blazing sun, the giant's roars shook the heavens. In the wilds to the west of the territory, a robust man riding a giant wolf charged across the grasslands, leading 200 giants and 3,000 half-orc soldiers toward Yi-Han's domain. The gray-skinned giants towered 3 to 5 meters high. The half-orc soldiers, brandishing swords and axes, shouted as they surged forward. Yi-Han had only witnessed such a scene in epic films from his previous life. He observed that the 3-meter-tall ladder giants and battering giants moved as swiftly as humans. Though they appeared somewhat cumbersome, their legs propelled them with surprising agility. In contrast, the hammer giants and stone-throwing giants lagged considerably behind. Focus your attacks on those ladder giants, Yi-Han commanded, directing his gaze towards the divine might crossbow tower. The ladder giants must be eliminated. There are over 50 of them. If they all set up their ladders, what difference would there be between my city walls and a mere slope? The divine might crossbow tower responded to its lord's command, its bow larger than a bed pivoting, aiming its arrowheads at the approaching ladder giants. As they entered the 800-meter range, a thunderous sound echoed. The bowstring's vibration from the divine might crossbow tower was terrifying, 3 times louder than the sound of a castle's crossbow. Yi-Han and his companions felt their ears ringing from the resonance. This explosive sound signified immense power. The massive crossbow bolt, akin to an arm, launched forth at incredible speed. Arcing through the air, it pierced a ladder giant, pinning it to the ground. Roar! The ladder giant howled, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Its grasp on the ladder relinquished. What? The robust man atop the giant wolf turned to gaze at the fallen giant, his brow furrowing slightly. The might of the divine might crossbow tower astonished him. Even the level 11 instances crossbow tower required 2 arrows to fell such giants. What kind of power does this arrow possess? Moreover, he could not comprehend how this novice, Yi-Han, commanded such a formidable crossbow tower. To his astonishment, for seconds later, the crossbow tower loosed another arrow, striking true, another giant pinned to the ground. This sent a shiver down his spine. 4 seconds per arrow, with 200 giants. That would only take 800 seconds. Yet, this did not obscure the fury that burned within him. His heart was solely consumed by thoughts of vengeance. All the battering giants positioned themselves before the ladder giants, shielding them as they surged towards the city walls. The robust man altered his strategy and bellowed orders. He believed that once the ladder was erected, his elite soldiers would be able to ascend and eliminate the enemies atop the walls, thereby breaching the city. At least, this was the mindset of the brawny hero from the Western Lordship. Roaring, the giants swiftly repositioned themselves, the battering giants racing to the front of the ladder giants, raising their shields to block any incoming attacks. Did they intend to sacrifice the lives of other giants to protect the ladder giants? Yi-Han furrowed his brow as he observed the giants changing their stances. Nevertheless, he paid little heed to it, and allowed the formidable crossbow towers to unleash their assault. A cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted. The crossbow towers managed to fell several giants. As the giants charged within approximately 400 meters, the crossbow tower nestled at the corner of the city wall pivoted, directing its fire towards the enemy. The Zhuge crossbow towers also began to unleash their bolts. It is worth noting that the effective range of the divine crossbow towers extends to a radius of 800 meters. The length of the city wall itself measures 800 meters. When the enemy surged from the midpoint, they fell outside the attack range of the crossbow towers situated at the corners. However, as they closed in, they entered the coverage of the tower's lethal reach. Boom! The sound of crossbows firing echoed. 3 divine crossbow towers and 2 Zhuge crossbow towers launched a barrage of powerful bolts towards the half-orc soldiers. The 2 advancing ladder giants were immediately struck down by arrows, collapsing onto the grass below. Indeed, observing the corner crossbow towers, Yi-Han clenched his fists in exhilaration. The efficacy of his divine crossbow towers exceeded his expectations. Previously, the descriptions on the display screen had not conveyed their true power. Now, he finally witnessed their might. Yi-Han felt that if he could persist for just a few more minutes, he could annihilate the opposing giants entirely. He commanded all the arrow towers to target the ladder giants. The crossbow towers seemed to sense Yi-Han's command, resolutely locking onto the approaching ladder giants. In an instant, the ladder giants became the most perilous entities on the battlefield. A relentless volley of powerful bolts was unleashed. One by one, the ladder giants howled as they fell onto the advancing grasslands. The battering giants, shielding them, were pierced through by arrows. However, none of this halted the advance of the half-orc soldiers, who steadfastly followed the robust man, inching closer to the city walls. Once they entered the 300 and 200-meter ranges, the defenders atop the walls, armed with bows, including the agents from the Western Factory, began to unleash their arrows. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! The sound of bowstrings vibrating came like a torrential downpour. The wall was abuzz with activity. Almost everyone was drawing their bows and shooting arrows. Especially the crossbow beasts. From the mouths of the lions, a continuous barrage of 40 bolts shot forth, resembling a machine gun in effect. Although the crossbow beasts could not lower their heads to attack, the sheer force of gravity allowed the arrows to descend with devastating lethality. Sharp arrows rained down upon the half-orc army, and the soldiers below raised their shields and weapons to deflect the deadly projectiles. Yet, it was impossible to block them all. Countless half-orc soldiers succumbed to the ground. Some even fell, pierced by 7 or 8 arrows, dying instantly. Of course, the half-orc soldiers were also firing arrows in return, creating a chaotic exchange of projectiles. However, due to the protective parapets, their accuracy was disappointingly low, with only a few soldiers being slain by arrows. After a round of volleys, Yi Han and Li Xionyang, among others, identified a troubling pattern. "My lord, look below." Some soldiers, despite being struck by 3 or 4 arrows, remain unscathed. Those elite soldiers are incredibly difficult to hit. Li Xionyang paused from drawing her bow and exclaimed as she surveyed the half-orc soldiers below. "Indeed, I see it." Yi Han nodded in agreement. The soldiers who could endure multiple arrows were likely of a higher level. Our own soldiers are comparatively weaker. In this gamified world, the combat prowess of soldiers does not align with the reality we know. Instead, there exists a disparity in levels. To put it plainly, we are fighting above our means. As the battle progressed, the half-orc soldiers surged to the edge of the wall, including the ladder giants who had not been struck down. "Raise the ladders. Climb the walls swiftly," commanded the hulking wolfman on the grasslands. 800 meters is not a great distance, after all. If the robust man charged with vigor, he could reach the wall in just over 2 minutes. During this time, the divine crossbow towers eliminated a substantial number of giants. Yet under the protection of the battering giants, 13 ladder giants managed to advance. With a resounding crash, the giants unfurled the ladders and forcefully secured them to the wall. The half-orc soldiers immediately began their ascent. The clash of charges, arrow towers, and volleys constituted the standard sequence of any siege battle, and following this round, the second clash commenced. The blazing sun hung high in the cerulean sky. The siege ladders clung to the walls like vines, with half-orcs wielding long knives scaling them. In Chapter 42, ladders, climbing, flaming oil boulders, and the fierce defense of the city unfolds. Arrows flew from the wall. A row of 13 ladders was propped against the walls, their hooks securing them to the parapets, and the half-orc soldiers began their ascent. 13. Each ladder was equipped with 4 fiery dragon projectors and charcoal catapults. The remaining 2 ladders were manned by factory soldiers armed with longbows for defense. 220 mountain sea guards were divided into 12 teams of 17 and 1 team of 16, utilizing stones to defend against the ladders and preventing them from using shields to block the flaming oil. The archers prioritized targeting those climbing the ladders. Yi Han swiftly calculated and issued commands. His own fiery dragon projectors and charcoal catapults numbered 50. The 13 ladders were not evenly distributed. Yi Han did not allocate cavalry to the walls, as their attack power would be diminished once dismounted, and they could be deployed to charge through the city gates when necessary, maximizing their effectiveness. The central territory also possessed a degree of durability. Moreover, the Xuanjia heavy cavalry could guard the territory's center, preventing the enemy's hero from launching a direct assault. Yes, the divine crossbow towers began to shift their targets. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Mo family and the mountain sea guards swiftly mobilized. The designated personnel formed groups and rushed to the ladders. In the brief moments of organization, the half-orc soldiers had already ascended several meters. The guards and Mo family disciples wasted no time and opened fire immediately. The disciples adjusted the dragons' necks, directing the fire-breathing dragon heads towards the base of the ladders. The catapult crews launched the charcoal projectiles. Boom. The sounds of machinery whirring and flames roaring filled the air. Charcoal and burning oil were simultaneously hurled into the sky, descending under the influence of gravity towards the half-orc soldiers scaling the ladders. Crash. The beastly soldiers at the forefront, drenched in a torrent of fiery pitch and charcoal, emitted the most harrowing cries of their existence before plummeting to the ground. Alas, upon hitting the earth, they floundered for a moment before succumbing to death. The eyes of those half-beasts on the siege ladders glimmered with fear. The destructive power of the charcoal catapults and the fiery drakes was simply terrifying. Undoubtedly, it was primarily the formidable strength of the fiery drakes that instilled such dread. Although these machines were of only the first tier, they were of rare quality. Most of the half-beast soldiers were merely intermediate and had not yet advanced in rank, possessing only a slight advantage in levels. The lethal nature of the fiery pitch was exceedingly terrifying. To be coated in it, even on their arms, was unbearable. Let alone having it poured directly upon their heads, it was akin to a death sentence. Excellent. The results are extraordinarily gratifying. Continue the assault. A glimmer of delight sparkled in Yihan's eyes. As he perused the descriptions of these rare contraptions on the display screen, he sensed their formidable nature, and now, having tested them, his suspicions were confirmed. Upon receiving Yihan's command, the disciples of the Mo family sprang into action. Waves of charcoal were hurled into the air. Fiery pitch cascaded down like water over vegetables. The ranks that had ascended a few meters were sent tumbling down. Moreover, the dire consequence was that the fiery pitch clung to the ladders, igniting them in flames. The half-beasts clambering up were subjected to the agonizing burn of the searing fire on their palms. The ladders had also become treacherously slippery. This was no mere siege ladder. It was a veritable hell of boiling oil. The might of the fiery drakes was extraordinary. Even the burly men below furrowed their brows at the sight. The strength of this territory appeared formidable. As the level of the territorial structures was obscured from view, he would only ascertain their power after launching an assault. Now, having witnessed the terrifying prowess of the divine crossbow towers and the wooden drakes' attacks, he resolved to press forward. All soldiers, hasten your ascent to the city walls. Frontline soldiers with shields, lead the charge. Elite troops, storm the walls and slay them, commanded the burly man, his voice booming as he assessed the situation. The clash had only just begun, and the outcome remained uncertain. How? The moment the lordly hero issued the command, a glimmer of determination flashed in the eyes of the half-beast soldiers. Those equipped with shields promptly switched their weapons, and the elite troops advanced up the ladders, their hands grasping the fiery pitch as they climbed. The effectiveness was immediately apparent. The fiery pitch and charcoal that splashed against the shields were repelled. Although the half-beasts crowded on the ladders were unfortunate, those scaling the rungs remained unscathed. The formation swiftly ascended to about 7 meters, preparing to hurl boulders. Upon witnessing the enemy raise their shields, Yihan swiftly issued his orders. The mountain sea guardian, prompted by Yihan's command, rapidly lifted a stone from beside him and hurled it fiercely at the goblins climbing the ladders with shields raised. Bang! Clang! Each massive stone weighed dozens or even hundreds of pounds. A colossal boulder plummeted down. The half-beast soldiers, who were clinging to the slippery fiery ladders with one hand while holding shields in the other, were utterly unable to withstand the impact. Some were directly crushed and sent tumbling down into the throng below. Others had their shields struck, creating gaps in their defenses, leading them to be drenched in charcoal and boiling pitch from above, yelping as they fell. Though the city wall stood at just over 14 meters, the soldiers stationed above and the terrifying mechanisms rendered them insurmountable, akin to an unclimbable cliff for the half-beasts. Yes, just like that. Maintain this assault, and be wary of the intervals in the fiery drake's attacks. Yihan felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing the boulder's effectiveness from atop the walls. The impact of the fiery pitch on the defense was monumental, its power extraordinary. If they could sustain this defense, victory was assured. Tension hung in the air as each second ticked by. The divine crossbow towers also claimed the lives of giant foes one by one. However, nothing in warfare is ever smooth sailing, especially in the unpredictable chaos of a siege. Suddenly, Yihan heard a distant whoosh, followed by a thunderous crash. A stone, the size of a football, hurtled through the air, smashing into the wall near a siege ladder, obliterating a 1-meter-high battlement and a fiery drake in an instant. The power of the stone was extraordinary. Yihan turned his gaze toward the source of the incoming projectile. He observed the somewhat slower-moving stone giants and hammer giants advancing within 300 meters. The stone giant extracted a football-sized boulder from a bamboo basket behind him, then hurled it with all his might. With a resounding crash, yet another battlement and a hapless beast were shattered by the stone. The half-beast elites, who had been climbing halfway up, immediately quickened their pace, rushing to the walls. Several siege ladders were breached. Kill. The soldiers on the walls must eliminate those controlling the drakes, eradicate them all. The burly man shouted as he witnessed the breach of the ladders. He then commanded his massive wolf to retreat a few steps before charging toward the city walls. Upon reaching a certain distance, the giant wolf leaped into the air. Whoosh! This leap reached a height of 5 meters. Just as he launched, the 2-meter-tall man rose from the wolf's back, exerting force as he stepped on the wolf. With a fierce wolf howl, the giant wolf struck the ground. Yet, the burly man soared as if taking flight, executing a double jump directly toward the city walls. He summoned his great sword and swung it down towards a fiery drake with tremendous force. Clang! Sparks flew. Another fiery drake was cleaved in two. The burly man landed atop the city walls. Divine crossbow towers, adjust your attack direction. Commanders, follow me into battle. Yihan's voice was remarkably calm, devoid of any hint of panic. Chapter 43, Swift Adaptation, Yihan. Boom. Bang. Chaos erupted along the mountain sea city walls. Half-beast soldiers crowded beside the ladders. While crossbow bolts and boulders flew through the air, the sounds of crumbling stones and explosions reverberating constantly. All soldiers, heed my command. Divine crossbow towers. Change targets and focus all fire on the stone-throwing gray-skinned giants. Juga crossbow towers. Aim at the base of the ladders for attack. Archers on the walls. Cease firing and switch to long swords to engage the incoming enemies. 40 beasts. Turn around and target the enemies climbing the ladders. Xionyang. Surround and eliminate the enemy leader with the 4 commanders. The 20 beasts with you. Turn around and seek opportunities to strike the leader. Everyone else, continue defending the city. Yihan swiftly issued new orders. Years of being a lord and 2 lifetimes of experience had forged his calm demeanor. And he remained unfazed by the enemy's ascension to the walls. He had rehearsed all of this in his mind and already had countermeasures in place. Yes. The surrounding soldiers reacted swiftly upon hearing Yihan's command. The creaking sounds echoed as the towering 15-meter divine crossbow tower redirected its arrows, targeting the stone-throwing giants in the distance. And with a clang, 3 powerful crossbow bolts were released. A sudden sound burst forth, followed by the swift demise of 2 giants poised to hurl stones, pierced through by the incoming crossbow bolts, which sent them crashing to the ground with anguished cries. From their backpacks, spherical objects rolled out like marbles cascading to the earth. One giant, though having shifted slightly to evade, was still struck, his arm impaled, rendering him unable to cast his stones. Meanwhile, the situation atop the city walls rapidly stabilized. The elite troops that had scaled the walls were encircled by the soldiers wielding long blades, and were under the vigilant gaze of the repeating crossbow beasts. Exposing any weakness would prove fatal. Yihan witnessed a disciple of the Mo family aiming a crossbow beast at the exposed back of a half-orc elite. He activated the shooting mechanism. A series of rapid, staccato sounds akin to a frantic piano melody rang out. The wide jaws of the crossbow beast unleashed a flurry of bolts, transforming the half-orc elite into a veritable pincushion. It is crucial to note that these crossbow beasts were capable of slaying 5th-tier soldiers with just 5 shots. The half-orc elite endured over 20 bolts before succumbing, even as the bolts continued to rain down upon him. As a product of a rare white-tier advanced structure, these crossbow beasts represented a formidable force, their power rivaling that of the fierce fire dragon, who could withstand a barrage of 40 bolts. For the half-orcs, the direction in which the lion's maw pointed was one leading to death. No one in the novice phase had ever survived such a deluge of arrows. Many half-orcs, having just leapt from the siege ladders, fell victim to a dozen bolts, plummeting to their doom. The heads of the crossbow beasts could not tilt downward, making it challenging to target those below the walls. Yet, they posed a tremendous threat to the enemies directly before them. The sole complication was the Western hero leader. He was robust, wielding immense strength. Approaching one of the crossbow beasts, he swung his long knife with ferocity. Clang! The crossbow cart and 2 guardians were swiftly cleaved in 2. In his frenzy, he continued to slash, dismantling another crossbow beast. Many half-orc soldiers fell. Yet Yihan's side suffered losses as well. Nevertheless, Yihan commanded Xionyang and Captain Qianhu to restrain him, while 20 crossbow beasts stood ready to unleash their fury. The moment had come to rely on the Lord's weapon. Yihan tightened his grip on the golden snake spear. This weapon, which he had not wielded since his advancement, was finally proving its worth. Additionally, he harbored a strategy for vanquishing the hero. By accumulating power with the golden snake spear and unleashing a toxic explosion at the opportune moment, he would then employ the ebony bow to stun him, allowing 10 crossbow beasts to fire at once. Even a deity would struggle to save him. However, Yihan was spared the need to attack, for after wreaking havoc, the burly man charged at him. Are you the one commanding the soldiers to slay my lord? He bellowed, advancing toward Yihan with his massive knife raised high. My lord, be careful. Xionyang and Captain Qianhu, sensing the danger, immediately shielded Yihan. The burly man cared not for their intervention, bringing his blade crashing down. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as Xionyang and the 2 captains parried with their weapons. The force of the strike compelled them to take a step back, yet they managed to block it. Indeed, it is I, Yihan declared from behind. He thrust his spear toward the burly man's unguarded thigh, and with a satisfying sound, the cold tip of the golden snake spear sliced into flesh. Admittedly, the wound was minor, yet it served to accumulate a layer of venomous inner strength. After 5 minutes, or upon gathering 5 layers, the inner force would explode, inflicting grievous toxic damage and potent negative effects. I received intelligence that once you completed that instance, it would be my turn. Thus, I acted before you. How do you know this? The burly man's brow furrowed slightly, yet he did not relent, activating his hero skill while swinging his knife. Whoosh! It appeared to be a charge-type skill. The burly man transformed into a blur, crashing into Xionyang and 5 captains, sending them sprawling aside, before instantly appearing before Yihan with his long knife raised high. In that moment, as the blade descended, Yihan felt no trace of panic. Instead, he was more composed than usual. The techniques imparted by the battle instructor, whom Li Honghua had hired at great expense, flooded his mind. He watched as the massive knife descended and sidestepped to parry. Clang. Sparks flew. Yi-Han felt a tingling in his hands, accompanied by a tearing pain. However, he successfully blocked the attack, angling the golden snake spear to redirect the burly man's force aside. The burly man's long knife struck the city wall with a resounding thud. Reacting swiftly, Yi-Han turned the spear's tip and slashed fiercely. With a satisfying sound, the burly man's thigh was once again wounded by Yi-Han's strike. Despite the burly man's considerable size and strength, he had failed to gain the upper hand in their two exchanges and had even been bested by Yi-Han in their confrontation. My lord, in the distance. Li Xiaonyang gasped in astonishment. She understood that the force behind that last strike was extraordinary. Had it struck her, she might have been gravely injured and collapsed. The breach of the lord's defenses was perilously dangerous. Yet Yi-Han had managed to dissipate the force. This lord seemed exceptional indeed. He appeared to possess the uncanny ability to unleash remarkable strength at critical moments, exhibiting not merely composure, but also a keen acumen in combat. Furthermore, her own reflexes were remarkably swift. Rising swiftly, she charged toward the burly man to attack. The other 5 captains, seizing the opportunity, along with the crossbow beasts, began firing at the burly man, the sound of mechanisms activating ringing out in succession. Upon breaching the city walls, the burly man was not merely confronted by Yi-Han alone. Attacks rained down upon him from all directions, though he managed to block and evade the majority of them. A few strikes still landed, especially the fierce firepower of the crossbow beasts. The burly man's back was suddenly pierced by over 100 bolts, inflicting significant damage. Li Xiaonyang and the captains also managed to strike him. Feeling the pain coursing through him, the burly man swung his large knife with a fierce motion, sending 3 captains flying. One was even hurled off the city wall, plummeting to the ground below. You shall perish too. After dispatching the others, he aimed his blade at Li Xiaonyang. Chapter 44. The Eruption of Venom. The golden snake's spear surpasses all. In the midst of the chaotic scene atop the walls, the burly man had dispatched 3 captains with a single strike and was now preparing to deliver a fierce blow to Li Xiaonyang. She promptly raised her spear to block. Clang. Due to her being 1 level higher and executing a direct block without dissipating the force, Li Xiaonyang was knocked to the ground by the burly man's mighty blade. Following this, the burly man raised his knife once more. Though the crossbow beasts behind him seized the opportunity to attack, he withstood the damage. Furthermore, many half-orcs had surged onto the city walls, necessitating the crossbow beasts to remain vigilant against their assaults. However, as the burly man lifted his blade, Yi-Han charged forward. A sense of urgency stirred within him, for he realized that if the burly man struck again, Xiaonyang might meet her demise. The loss of a hero, in any circumstance, would be a grievous affair. He could not remain a mere bystander. The giant, oblivious to Yi-Han's presence, raised his long blade and brought it crashing down. Thud. Bang. Yi-Han collided with the burly man, causing him to stagger back a couple of steps. The blade veered off course, ultimately grazing the side of Li Xiaonyang's arm. Had he not intervened, the weapon would have undoubtedly struck her head. Great man. The sight of Yi-Han charging towards him stirred something within Li Xiaonyang's heart. In that moment, as the long blade was lifted, she had believed her fate sealed. Yet, to her astonishment, Yi-Han had come to her rescue. Reminiscent of that night when despair had enveloped her, and she had seen him galloping towards her. However, her moment of gratitude was fleeting. As the fierce battle raged on unabated, the 4 captains atop the city wall suddenly leapt onto the burly man, seizing his limbs to restrain him. Xiaonyang promptly rose to pin down his massive blade. Yi-Han recognized this as an opportunity and swiftly raised his golden snake spear to strike. Swish. The spear had sliced through the air in a Z pattern, leaving 2 gashes upon the burly man's flesh. Die. Yi-Han thrust the spear towards the giant's abdomen. The burly man struggled to break free, but was firmly grasped by 5 individuals. Despite tossing a few aside, he could not evade the impending assault. Thud. Yi-Han's strike found its mark with relative ease, creating a new wound. The potent venom within him surged forth, culminating in a dull thud that echoed through the air as if a bomb had detonated within the giant's body. His towering frame erupted in a cloud of crimson mist, and he spewed forth copious amounts of blood. The burly man bellowed, his countenance paling. This blow inflicted immense damage upon him, accompanied by a potent negative toxic effect. Had he not braced himself against his long knife, he would have surely collapsed to the ground. Excellent. Such devastating harm inflicted. Yi-Han reveled in the success of his long-prepared poison effect, his heart swelling with exhilaration. He swiftly switched to his ebony bow, knocking an arrow. Release him. He shouted to Xiaonyang and the others, simultaneously commanding the surrounding beasts to aim at the giant. Yes. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaonyang and the captains relinquished their hold on the burly man and leapt aside. Yi-Han released the bowstring. Whoosh. Bang. The arrow flew forth, striking the giant directly, followed by the familiar eruption of rippling waves. The arrow exploded. The giant was ensnared in a profound daze. The surrounding soldiers, no longer needing his prompting, sprang into action. The captain charged forward, targeting the giant's neck and other vulnerable spots, while the prepared beasts unleashed a barrage of arrows. The melodious twang of bowstrings filled the air. For beasts emptied their quivers, raining arrows upon the giant, who was immediately pierced like a sea urchin. This assault caused tremendous harm. Even a 6th-tier hero could not withstand such onslaught. The giant's health was swiftly depleted, succumbing amidst the overwhelming assault. He had intended to rush forward and slay Yi Han with his long spear. But he had clearly overestimated his own capabilities, or perhaps he had underestimated the effects of the poison. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the burly man's long knife slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground as his body crumpled. He perished upon the battered yet steadfast city wall. Is he truly dead? Li Ziyunio gazed in astonishment, though battles often brought unforeseen events. Witnessing this hero's sudden demise left her momentarily dazed. At that moment, the city walls seemed to fall into silence. The sun blazed fiercely in the blue sky, casting its rays upon the battlefield, thick with the acrid scent of flame and gunpowder. However, this tranquility was but fleeting. Slay them. A hoarse yet piercing voice pierced the air. Following the hero's death, the surrounding half-orcs descended into madness. Many leapt towards the soldiers and disciples of Mozi, intensifying the bloody melee atop the city walls. Moreover, numerous half-orcs had already scaled the walls, nearly 300 to 400 of them. Yi Han furrowed his brow as he surveyed the half-orcs on the city walls. He had not realized that so many had managed to ascend. Some ladders were even left unguarded. He meticulously scanned his surroundings. At that moment, the ground of the Shanghai city wall lay in ruins, strewn with shattered battlements. The bodies of soldiers caked in mud and grime, and the remnants of broken mechanical beasts. Many of his contraptions and soldiers had met their end. Flames from spilled oil blazed, sending billowing plumes of smoke into the air. Among the wreckage of wood, bricks, and fallen warriors, the chaotic elements of an ancient battlefield converged. A horde of half-orc soldiers clambered onto the walls, shrieking in frenzy as they attacked their own. Numerous soldiers and mechanical beasts were obliterated. So many half-orcs had scaled the walls. Had the defenses truly fallen? Yi Han regarded the encroaching half-orcs with a frown. As he glanced towards the west, understanding dawned upon him. He beheld, 200 meters away, the towering form of a 5-meter-tall hammer giant and a war elephant, positioned alongside the stone-throwing giants. With the threat of the mighty crossbow tower eliminated, those stone-throwing giants were now free to unleash their fury. Yi Han had witnessed the power of their stones. A single projectile could obliterate battlements and mechanical beasts upon impact. Many mechanical beasts near the ladders had been shattered by their stones, creating a breach in their defenses. The enemy had subtly altered their strategy, while his focus had remained on the battle, leaving him unable to adapt in time. Yet, regrettably, the hero had seemingly not anticipated his own demise. He had shifted strategies, leaving a backup of toxic attacks in place. The city walls had indeed fallen, but the Shanghai city wall had fulfilled its purpose. Yi Han sighed inwardly, feeling a flicker of relief. Thankfully, that hero had succumbed to the venom. Otherwise, in such a scenario, he might have truly faced the loss of the city. Everyone, heed my command. Yi Han called out to the disordered soldiers, issuing a new order. Victory was now within grasp. The soldiers on the walls promptly rallied, opening the gates to release the armored cavalry. With victory in this battle, the Western Territory would soon be ours. Chapter 45, 2 victorious battles, the Graveyard Lord? Chaos reigned atop the city walls. Wave after wave of half-orcs scaled the unguarded ladders, launching frenzied assaults upon the soldiers stationed there. Soldiers, hold back the half-orcs. Bring the siege engines and mechanical beasts to my side. Temporarily withdraw from combat and regroup. Open the gates. Release the armored cavalry, and use the charge to trample the soldiers beneath the ladders. Yi Han commanded, sprinting to a position 10 meters from the ladders. He rapidly assessed the battlefield and the number of soldiers. His own forces had suffered significant losses. Those less agile, targeted by the stone-throwing giants and half-orcs, had fared even worse, with over 2/3 destroyed. Of course, the half-orcs had also incurred considerable losses. What truly inflicted damage upon them were the charcoal throwers and the fierce fire dragons, with a single ladder outfitted with 4 fire dragons. No half-orc could ascend a ladder drenched in continuous torrents of flaming oil. Alas, the city walls were too low, and the siege giant's assault created a breach in the defenses. Thus, the walls succumbed. However, the enemy's heroes had perished. This number of soldiers was more than sufficient for defense. Indeed, once Yi Han's orders were disseminated, the territorial soldiers executed them with alacrity. Li Ziyunio and the commander led the troops to repel the half-orcs, while the disciples of the Mo family maneuvered the mechanical beasts off the battlefield. Creak, creak. The wooden legs of the mechanical beasts alternated rhythmically, one after another. As lions and fire dragons approached Yi Han's side, the situation atop the walls began to shift. Meanwhile, the armored cavalry of the territory also surged forth. Upon the opening of the city gates, nearly 800 armored cavalry charged out. Upon turning, they activated their enhancement skills and dashed towards the half-orc soldiers clustered beneath the ladder. The sound of clattering hooves echoed. The clash of blades sparked brightly. The armored cavalry and half-orcs engaged in a fierce struggle upon the grassland. On the other side, atop the battleground of the walls. Excellent. Zayunio and the troops can now withdraw. Yihan shouted amidst the throng of combatants before him. In front of him, over 20 mechanical beasts and armored cavalry lined up, having retreated to his side. Upon seeing this, Li Zayunio immediately realized Yihan's intent. She rallied the soldiers towards him, while the bloodthirsty half-orcs, now leaderless, pursued them. As Li Zayunio's group dashed past the mechanical beasts, the MO disciples promptly pressed the buttons, and the sound of their operations resonated like an urgent symphony. Boom, boom, boom. The mechanical lions unleashed rapid-fire crossbow bolts, while the fierce fire dragons spewed 6-meter-long tongues of flame. At this moment, the formidable power of the rare advanced mechanical beasts was fully revealed, as the half-orcs rushing forth fell in droves, pierced by arrows and engulfed in flames. The half-orcs within range were swiftly annihilated. The might of the mechanical beasts was extraordinary. Yes, just continue to slay them. The armored cavalry below prioritized combat with the wolf cavalry, allowing a few half-orcs to ascend. Eradicate them all, Yihan commanded in his heart to all the soldiers. Being within the realm of the Lord's game, he could mentally manipulate all troop types within a kilometer radius. The armored cavalry below swiftly adjusted their strategies in response. The battle raged on, nearing its conclusion. The leaderless half-orcs flailed about like headless flies. Though they could inflict damage, they could not stir significant waves and were quickly dispatched by Yihan and his allies' tactics. The battleground atop the walls gradually quieted. Below, the half-orc infantry was slaughtered by the armored cavalry, leaving only a few blood-crazed wolf cavalry still fighting, yet they posed no significant threat. Sensing safety, Yihan let out a slow breath. He approached the crumbled remnants of the wall's parapet, gazing toward the splendid scenery of the west. At this moment, the sky was a brilliant blue, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. Though the battleground by the city walls was a scene of devastation, it did not detract from the beauty of the fluffy white clouds above. Li Zayunio, bearing wounds from battle, walked to Yihan's side. Zayunio, do you remember the territory we observed during that ambush night? Yihan smiled, gazing at her charming face, now adorned with a few smudges. I remember indeed. I recall many of the buildings in that territory. Li Zayunio replied with a smile. Now that we have triumphed, those structures belong to us, Yihan remarked, gazing westward. In this moment, he was a victor, poised to lead his troops into the realm of conquest, having won both major battles against the Western Territory. Its abundant edifices lay before him like ripe fruit, granting him the esteem to impress his family. In this small world, Yihan was invincible. In the void of myriad realms, within a small world of the ghost domain, a tremendous tearing sound echoed, accompanied by the rippling of space. As a vast fissure was rent in the transparent sky, the space crack was a deep black purple, illuminated by flickering lightning within. Seconds later, Yi Lingtian and two middle-aged men emerged from the rift. Is this Yenner's small world? Yi Lingtian surveyed his surroundings. He had come to inspect the accomplishments of the family's trial participants after more than 10 days, eager to see how his grandson had fared. This inspection was of Yihan's cousin, who was 2 years his elder, named Yi Fian. This small world was a ghost domain. The sky was perpetually shrouded in dark clouds, devoid of stars or moonlight, casting an eternal night of darkness. Moreover, the ground was littered with strange spiritual flames and shadowy figures. The spiritual flames were blue, never extinguishing, casting an eerie glow over the silent small world. Grandfather, father, uncle, you've come. Upon seeing Yi Lingtian and the others beneath the space rift, Yi Fian rushed forward to greet them. Yes, Fian, show us your territory. Let grandfather see how you've developed. Yi Fian's father, Yi Hong, smiled as he spoke. All right, follow me, Yi Fian replied, leading the way. The group slowly traversed the dark, silent grassland, soon arriving at a series of structures reminiscent of a graveyard. This was Yi Fian's domain as the Lord of the Ghost Realm. Chapter 46, Lord of the Underworld, our family lacks a super talent. The Ghost Realm was steeped in darkness, with a bone-chilling wind sweeping across the black grassland, seeming to seep into the collars of their garments. The wind carried a haunting wail, akin to the howl of wolves or the cries of women. Yet the source of the sound was devoid of life. This small world exuded an air of the uncanny. However, Yi Lingtian and his companions were long accustomed to such phenomena, showing no signs of surprise at the eerie sounds. In the void, all things coexist. Some civilized worlds are simply like this. Grandfather, behold, this is my territory. I have now erected basic city walls. Furthermore, I have constructed 6 defensive towers, along with 2 barracks and other buildings. Yi Fian exclaimed as she walked, detailing her achievements. Not bad. You have barracks, arrow towers, and farmland. The fundamental elements of a territory are in place, Yi Lingtian remarked with a smile as he surveyed the surroundings. The territory bore a striking resemblance to a graveyard. At its center stood a suspended wooden coffin, supported by 4 massive stones, with iron chains dangling from the stones to hold the coffin aloft. A strange blue light flickered upon the surface. The surrounding walls consisted of a concrete base and rusted iron bars. The entire structure stood 6 meters high, with sharp barbed wire atop the iron bars, constituting a basic defense. It appeared quite reminiscent of a graveyard's enclosure. The buildings of the barracks and farmland were also related to the ghost realm. The barracks resembled a potter's field, with 100 tilted gravestones protruding from the muddy earth. As Yifian called out, skeletal claws emerged from the earth beside the gravestone, followed by skeletal soldiers wielding swords and shields, digging their way out. The farmland was far from benign. It was merely a vast pit filled with skulls. According to Yifian, this pit could generate ghostly energy, nurturing over 180 skeletal soldiers. Everything here was a stark contrast to Yihan's elegantly Eastern-style architecture set upon verdant grasslands. This realm was steeped in the essence of the underworld. No, everything here resided within the realm of the netherworld. In the lordly world, a plethora of civilizations existed, rendering the peculiar ghost realm one of the most commonplace cultures among parallel worlds. Grandfather, my talent allows all structures to metamorphose into ghostly edifices. Furthermore, I possess 3 auxiliary skills that can be upgraded. These include enhancing my ghost soldier strength by 40 for 90 seconds, increasing their speed by 30, and allowing 10 ghost soldiers to merge. Yifian tugged at Yi Lingtian's sleeve, her excitement palpable. A talent suited for conquest. Your skills grow stronger with the number of ghost soldiers you command. Yi Lingtian nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. Unfortunately, acquiring barracks is quite challenging. Moreover, there is a time constraint. Yifian lamented. Fear not. Once the territory center upgrades, you shall awaken new talents. Yi Lingtian reassured her, patting his granddaughter's shoulder with a smile. The skill unlocked at the 20th level of the territory center was indeed a new lordly talent. Yenner, please recount the dungeons you have conquered recently. Yifian's father inquired with a smile. Grandfather, so far, I have conquered 8 dungeons, earning 120,000 lordly power. Yi Lingtian nodded and retrieved a glass orb from his pocket. Fian, place your hand upon this orb and recall your experiences in the dungeons, so that grandfather may witness your leadership skills. He explained that these glass orbs were treasures obtained from the void, capable of recreating a person's memories. All right. Yifian placed her hand upon the orb, and images of her leading skeletal soldiers through the dungeons began to materialize. During her first foray into a dungeon, Yifian had felt a twinge of nervousness. Yet, as she continued to hone her skills through the trials, she grew adept. However, these were merely minor dungeons, lacking in any notable peculiarities or techniques. Yifian merely chose dungeons that suited her strength, ensuring her triumph in every endeavor. She had never suffered defeat. Nevertheless, this in itself was a testament to her ability. In merely 10 days, she had established a self-sustaining territory, becoming a formidable general. Excellent, Fian. Your diligence has not gone unnoticed. With only a few weeks remaining until the novice trial concludes, you must not relent. Yi Lingtian encouraged her after withdrawing the orb. Undoubtedly, this family trial had proven beneficial. Yifian had already emerged as a capable lord, unlike other feeble heiresses of various factions. While her charm was debatable, she trembled at the prospect of combat. Yet, her calm demeanor in the face of dungeons would serve her well in life's future adversities. To cultivate a child's potential, they must confront challenges independently. Yes, grandfather, I will not slacken my efforts, Yifian declared, her slender frame standing tall. Moreover, a flutter of excitement surged within her. She believed she could secure the top position in this trial. Through conversations with her father, Yifian was aware of her cousin's circumstances. One cousin had not awakened their talent. Another perished in an automatic attack dungeon, yet another fell to other lords, and one more had lost all their soldiers during a failed dungeon attempt. Yihan seemed oblivious to his situation. However, she was confident that her performance ranked at least second, with the possibility of claiming first. All right. Yi Lingtian patted his granddaughter's shoulder. After exchanging a few more words, he and his companions departed, leaving Yifian to continue her development within the ghostly territory. Hanfeng, what is your assessment of Fian's talent? After returning to the Yi family, and as Yifian's father left, Yi Lingtian addressed the middle-aged man beside him, named Yi Hanfeng. He was Yi Lingtian's eldest son and a 4th-tier lord, currently aspiring to ascend to the 5th tier. Yi Hanfeng had already established his own territory and held a significant position within the Yi family. Father, I believe Fian's talent is slightly above average from her current abilities. It seems she may awaken additional talents that further enhance her ghost soldiers, which would greatly benefit our family. Our ghostly territory requires such talented kin, Yi Hanfeng asserted. The Yi family was vast and influential, with numerous lords among their ranks, some wielding technology, others commanding ghostly legions, some steeped in Western fantasy, and others leading colossal beasts. All of these factions required a wealth of talented blood relatives. Indeed, that aligns with my thoughts, Yi Lingtian replied. Fian possesses commendable talent. She remains composed in the face of dungeons and is aware of her own strengths. She has passed this trial with flying colors, meriting a score above average. Yes, it is a pity that our family has not seen a candidate capable of achieving a top-tier score in quite some time. Yi Lingtian sighed. I long to witness the emergence of a new lord with exceptional speed and territorial development, one who possesses both courage and adaptability. Chapter 47. Swiftly transitioning them into the second phase, the Red Robes. In the Yi family courtyard, Yi Lingtian and Yi Hanfeng strolled along a cobblestone path, admiring the garden as they conversed. How are the two children who were defeated in the trial faring? Have their mental faculties recovered? Yi Lingtian inquired with curiosity. He referred to the members who had perished in the active attack dungeon during the family trial. They had since returned to the family through resurrection stones. Their territory centers had been destroyed, and due to the connection between the two, the destruction of the territory center would have inflicted significant harm on the Lord's mental faculties. Nevertheless, mental faculties generally restored themselves after a period of rest, and as long as a Lord possessed talent, the territory center could be reconstituted. Not yet. Yi Hanfeng shook his head. Their mental faculties are quite poor. I estimate they may need around 10 more days to recuperate. Once they have reconstituted their territory center, we must expedite their training to elevate them to second-tier lords. To serve the family, being a first-tier lord is insufficient. Upon their ascension to second-tier lords, we will assign them to develop within the family's small world. Yi Lingtian said calmly. Indeed, I will discuss this with their father. Yi Hanfeng responded. Typically, any new lords from the Yi family would receive substantial resource subsidies from the family after the trial, enabling them to advance directly from the first tier to the second tier. This approach would facilitate their rapid development, as progress for first-tier lords was relatively sluggish. Regardless of whether they were technological lords, ghostly lords, or Western magical lords. In the initial stage, the primary focus of attack power lies in physical assaults, with magical abilities being scarce. For instance, the first tier of the technological lord evolves from the firearms of the feudal era, possessing a force comparable to Yi Han's arrows. In Western fantasy, practitioners typically wield a modicum of magic while engaging in combat with longswords. Even the so-called sorcerers cannot withstand the onslaught of Yi Han's iron hooves. This remains true regardless of the civilization awakened. In this lordship game, apart from innate talents, all other aspects are equitable. No one begins with nuclear bombs or apocalyptic spells. As we transition into the second tier, we delve into the realm of the arcane. The technological lord experiences a cataclysmic surge in weaponry, while the realms of the ghostly and Western fantasy witness an abundance of magic. Should Yi Han ascend to the second tier, he would enter the phase of cultivation, leading to a substantial transformation in his troops. The mechanical beasts, previously reliant on human power, would gain agility akin to true wild beasts. Various celestial techniques, magical formations, and artifacts exclusive to the age of cultivation would manifest. Such changes would naturally result in a remarkable enhancement of combat prowess. Furthermore, given the formidable wealth of the Yi family, they extend support to new lords by bypassing the first tier entirely, offering additional rewards for those who achieve first place. Resources are amassed to propel into the second tier, resources that would elude the majority of lords throughout their lifetimes. Thus, Yi Han often yearns for the trials to conclude. Only upon reaching the second tier can his capabilities truly benefit the family. I shall make the arrangements, he mused, but father, do you truly intend to use the newly discovered small world as a reward for the trials? Yi Hanfeng remarked. That small world, rich in spiritual energy, is indeed a rarity. Yes, let that small world serve as a reward. It is well suited for second-tier lords. Yi Lingtian nodded in agreement. Once they ascend to the second tier, that land could serve as a storage domain for their principal territory. Then, father, the decision rests with you. Yi Hanfeng observed his father's resolution and chose to remain silent thereafter. In the void of 10,000 realms, within a small world known as Daunting Palace, Yi Han stood upon the grassy expanse, surveying the uneven ranks of soldiers before him, survivors of the recent conflict. Behind him, a large section of the crumbling city wall radiated with light as corpses and remnants transformed into luminescence and vanished. The battle had concluded. He had emerged victorious. The tally included 540 armored cavalry, 82 infantry, 6 guardians of the mountains and seas, and 27 mechanical contraptions. This represented one of the most devastating losses in history. Yi Han pondered as he gazed at the remaining soldiers. Previously, he had commanded over 500 infantry, with 200 guardians and mechanical devices each, amounting to around 1,000 soldiers on the walls. Now, only this scant number remained. However, compared to his own losses, the assailants had suffered far greater devastation. Moreover, this time, his gains were substantial. Yi Han felt as though he had been thoroughly satiated, and there were 2 exceedingly rare items among his spoils. You all may rest now, Yi Han instructed. Yes, the soldiers responded in unison, dispersing to their respective quarters, some returning to their barracks, while others strolled through Peach Blossom Village. You should return to rest as well, Yi Han said to Li Ziyunio, who stood beside him. Yes, my lord, she replied, her large eyes gazing tenderly at Yi Han, exuding an aura of softness. Yet, Yihan remained oblivious to this subtle detail, merely nodding in acknowledgement. My lord. Thank you for saving me during the battle, Li Ziyunio expressed, bowing deeply, a gesture more profound and earnest than before. No need for such formalities. Yihan smiled. Yes, my lord. Am I to be your hero, following you for all time? You won't transfer me to another lord, will you? Li Ziyunio asked, casting her gaze downward upon the verdant grass. Why do you ask that? Yihan queried, intrigued, unable to comprehend why Li Ziyunio would voice such concerns. After a moment's contemplation, he surmised it might stem from her admiration for him, compounded by their growing familiarity, leading her to fear being reassigned. The hero's contract stipulates that lords have the authority to transfer heroes. Rest assured, I will not send you away. You shall remain with me for a lifetime. Yihan comforted her, gently grasping her shoulder. Li Ziyunio, as a hero, was obedient and possessed a commendable talent, making her a fitting companion for eternity. Even in the future, within the era of cultivation, she could ascend to become an immortal. A lifetime? Li Ziyunio's eyes twinkled, a hint of warmth coloring her cheeks. I understand now, my lord. After a heartbeat, she nodded, seemingly having made a decision. Is there anything else? Yihan inquired patiently. Just one last thing, my lord. You mentioned rewarding me with a gift upon the successful ambush. May I choose something from the official warehouse? Of course. Take whatever you fancy. It matters not, Yihan replied, confident that the warehouse housed a plethora of miscellaneous items. Unbeknownst to him, Li Ziyunio had her sights set on a crimson garment. Chapter 48. 3 Extraordinary Gains, opening new horizons for the territory. Beneath the peach tree, Yihan leaned against the trunk, perusing the luminous screen displaying his recent acquisitions. Notification, your soldiers and arrow towers have slain over 3,000 half-orcs. Congratulations on your resounding victory in the siege battle. Notification, you have acquired 240,000 lordly power. Notification, you have obtained a rare white building, the War Academy. Notification, you have received a rare white item, the Lord's Companion Summoning Medallion. Notification, you have acquired a set of intermediate white buildings, Royal City 1, comprising stone walls, gardens, castles, and various structures. Notification, you have obtained 108 miscellaneous items, including healing potions, unit tokens, and building relocation medallions. Notification, you have secured 879 half-orc weapons, 480 Oathbreaker longbows, and 279 defensive arms, including half-orc armor and shields. Haha. The quality of this haul surpasses all prior gains, Yihan exclaimed, reveling in the bounty. The losses of his soldiers seemed trivial in comparison to the spoils acquired from leveraging the advantages of the fortress. He felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Undoubtedly, these rewards would significantly bolster the strength of his territory, and among them were numerous items he had never before possessed. Not only was there the unprecedented companion summoning medallion, but the War Academy was also a rare white building. Upon advancement, it could rival the excellence of the Mo family's mechanized city. My collection of special effect buildings continues to expand. My territory is flourishing, Yihan mused, reflecting on the unique structures he possessed, such as the Western Factory and the Mo family mechanized tower, both of which were immensely valuable. Furthermore, the War Academy had previously appeared in intelligence reports from the Western Factory, emerging from an active assault on a half-orc dungeon, and was notorious for its low drop rate. Yet miracles do occur, and the companion summoning medallion was equally significant. Examine the partner summoning token. With a mere thought, Yihan activated the red token nestled within his backpack. A luminous screen materialized above his belongings, adorned with a concise description. Item, partner summoning token. Rarity, white rare. Effect, upon utilizing the partner summoning token, one may summon a genuine lordly companion from a parallel realm, endowed with the intellect of a leader. A direct and forthright individual. Note, this item is a harvestable good, eligible for immediate advancement using the powers of the Eastern Court Palace. Having grown accustomed to checking and advancing, Yihan instinctively channeled his lordly powers. With a flash, the partner summoning token erupted in a cascade of radiant light, refreshing the screen. Item, Eastern Hero Summoning Token. Rarity, white rare, advanced. Effect, the advanced partner summoning token allows the summoning of a talented Eastern hero for the Lord of the Eastern Court Palace. Their wisdom is of heroic caliber, a being capable of adaptability, endowed with exceptional intelligence and learning ability. Talent categories include strategic, combat-oriented, and exceptionally gifted types. Note, this is an exclusive item of the Eastern Court Palace, automatically activating its effects upon usage, granting a genuine hero companion. To his astonishment, Yihan beheld the transformation. It was indeed the Eastern Partner Summoning Token. Straightening with newfound seriousness, he recalled several effects of the Eastern Court Palace, one of which was to summon outstanding heroes for oneself, each hero meticulously selected, akin to how Xionyang was an unparalleled beauty. All heroes are exquisite in their own right. Furthermore, summoning necessitates the ordinary hero token, which must be advanced into the Eastern Hero token. Then, let us proceed. Yi Han adeptly wielded his lordly powers. One hero, Xionyang, was insufficient. He required an additional ally, and one of formidable strength. Boom. The moment the hero's power was unleashed, the hero token shattered into fragments. Suddenly, a colossal golden beam of light erupted from the Eastern Court Palace. This radiant column soared into the heavens, as if heralding the descent of a being from above. The summoning scene bore similarities to Xionyang's arrival. Moments later, the beam dissipated, revealing a somber figure clad in a traditional robe, who emerged from the Eastern Court Palace with deliberate grace. Upon glancing at the luminous screen above the figure, Yi Han was taken aback. Hero, Wei Gongming, 43 years old. Level, 1. Upgrade requires lordly power, 100, inner strength pills. Wisdom, heroic level, a contemporary paragon. Comprehensive attributes, speed, strength, vitality, etc. 700. Equipment, robe, white, ordinary. Skills, 1. Martial arts talent, passive capable of learning skill books and acquiring new skills. Consumption, 3 units of rice, 2 units of water, 2 units of meat. Description, a power-hungry eunuch from a parallel dynasty. At the age of 8, he was forced into the palace to save his parents, and by 40, he had emerged victorious in court intrigues, effectively usurping the emperor's authority. He once personally led troops, achieving victory against an army of 100,000 foreign foes with a smaller force. Everyone in the court bowed in submission. On one occasion, he even sat upon the dragon throne. From an inconspicuous child to a power broker, he was indeed a formidable eunuch. Yi Han gazed at the screen, momentarily astonished. This new hero of his was a historical heavyweight. Individuals capable of influencing the world possessed the highest caliber of intelligence, destined to be etched in the annals of history. To have such a master of political maneuvering as his subordinate, one whose life and death he could command, was an exhilarating prospect. With the support of such a hero, even without awakening his lordly powers, he could ascend to the upper echelons of the lordly realm. Contemplating this, Yi Han felt a surge of excitement and satisfaction. I bow before you, my lord. Wei Gongming approached Yi Han, bowing deeply in deference. His demeanor exuded utmost respect and submission. Well then, share with me your experiences. Yi Han nodded, initiating a conversation with Wei Gongming, akin to his dialogue with Xionyang, inquiring about his motivations for signing the lordly contract. After listening, Yi Han couldn't help but reflect. Wei Gongming was undeniably a man fueled by an insatiable desire for power, willing to employ any means to achieve his ends. His prowess in courtly intrigue was unparalleled. This was his darker side. Yet, he also demonstrated remarkable filial piety. He had entered the palace as a child solely for the sake of his parents. However, upon ascending the throne, he discovered that the dragon chair could not revive his ailing mother, a realization that plunged him into despair. Overwhelmed by weariness, he developed a fear of life and death. It was at this juncture that the contract appeared, akin to Xionyang's, promising the realization of all wishes upon signature. Thus, he found himself in this vast and enigmatic world, seeking a new stage for conquest. In truth, among humanity, there are few who are entirely malevolent. Many notorious villains possess a semblance of goodness. Only a select few can be considered beyond rational judgment. To encounter such a unique hero was indeed fortuitous. Yi Han mused, convinced that this talent was exceedingly rare, capable of opening new avenues for his territory and future development. Even a lord of his grandfather's caliber would value him highly. Those who can usurp an emperor's authority are invariably formidable figures. They possess an extraordinary understanding of human nature and the machinations of power. Now, I shall assign you your first task, Yi Han declared after careful consideration, fixing his gaze upon Wei Gongming. You are to lead 400 heavy cavalry to encircle the territory located 200 kilometers to the west. Ensure they do not escape. Previously, a robust man had utilized wolf cavalry to encircle him, preventing him from venturing forth to hunt for resources. Now, as the victor, he would turn the tables. First, he would encircle them, then proceed to dismantle their capabilities, starting with the lumber yard and mining site outside their territory. Chapter 49. The iconic structures of the martial arts era, the shift in battle conditions. Take these tokens with you. It is imperative that they do not conquer any instances. Once I manage affairs here, I will join you, likely by tomorrow or the day after, before the gates of the Shanghai Pass. Yi Han handed several advancement tokens to Wei Gongming. These resources and food supplies would sustain the 400 heavy cavalry in the wilderness for 5 days. Should the hero receive the Lord's authorization, they could access the system's inventory and the spoils from instances, even developing their own sub-territories autonomously. The role of a genuine hero extends beyond mere command of troops. Yes, my lord, I shall fulfill your task. Wei Gongming bowed respectfully, graciously accepting the tokens. I believe you will accomplish it with excellence. Yi Han affirmed with a nod. Subsequently, Wei Gongming mounted a warhorse, leading the heavy cavalry in a grand procession out of the city gates, turning westward. Yi Han stood before the gates, observing their departure. The plan to send knights to encircle the enemy had long been in his mind. This strategy would thwart any attempts at a counteroffensive. The source of lordly power has but one avenue. Thus, it is about conquering dungeons and vanquishing foes. This concept is akin to the physical constitution of an individual. One may purchase a bit more sustenance with wealth, yet the strength of one's physique can only be honed through personal endeavor. When the armored cavalry advances, they can directly impede the conquest of dungeons, rendering their barracks incapable of producing soldiers. Otherwise, by the time one arrives, others may have already summoned hundreds of defensive soldiers, thus unnecessarily augmenting one's losses in the siege. This hero is no ordinary person. Yihan mused as he observed the mounted Wei Gongming. Upon completing his trials and returning to his clan, he would undoubtedly have numerous matters that require his attention. After all, dealing with people entails navigating complex political machinations. However, there is one matter. His previous master had been rendered powerless by him. Surely, he would not engage in actions that contradict his own interests? Yet, Yihan held a firm belief in the Lord's pact. To enter into such an agreement is to become a puppet of fate, devoid of privacy should the Lord desire to pry. This is not the realm of reality, but rather feels akin to a wild stallion. In the future, when he interacts with Wei Gongming, it is imperative to convey the true extent of the Lord's power, ensuring his unwavering loyalty to serve me. Yihan pondered, stroking his chin. Real heroes are not mere NPCs, they require taming. Xiaonyang serves as a prime example. Creak, bang. The gates of Shanhaiguan slowly closed, the silhouettes of Wei Gongming and his companions fading from Yihan's sight. He redirected his focus to his backpack, embarking on the advancement of items. The power of the Lord. Unit symbols. Weapons. Yihan upgraded them all with a mere click. Such enhancements would significantly bolster the strength of his territory. Nevertheless, there were far too many items for Yihan to possibly remember them all. His primary attention was drawn to those that were particularly prominent and powerful. First and foremost was that rare white building. Building, War Academy, enhancement type structure. Level 1, rank, rare white. Effect 1, Military Academy. The War Academy boasts 100 slots for ordinary students, capable of binding 100 territorial soldiers. Bound soldiers may enter the building to learn and comprehend combat techniques. Game mechanics dictate that soldiers can gain 20 points of enhancement per day through study. Bound soldiers will acquire a passive skill, Academy Training. Effect 2, Cultivation of Generals. The War Academy offers 2 slots for advanced students. The Lord may bind heroes or soldiers with martial talent to this institution. Bound heroes can acquire advanced combat techniques and comprehend various skills. If they are real heroes, their power enhancement will correlate with their personal insight, ranging from dozens to 100 or more. Bound individuals will gain a passive skill, Academy Elite. Description: true to its name, the War Academy is an educational institution. Soldiers may enter the building to meditate and enhance their combat prowess. This structure is a reward for the Lord's efforts in the void. Whether through dungeon conquests or leading troops in battle, it can harness the power of the Eastern Palace for one-click advancement. The War Academy, an impressive and rare asset. Yihan recalled the RPG games and Lord games he had played in his past life. Some games allowed heroes to be sent to special buildings for training, or their cultivation speed would increase when they were in certain locations. This is one method of enhancing a hero's combat strength. The War Academy embodies this concept of enhancement. It was unexpected that after traversing realms, he would acquire such a structure. Let us advance it directly. Yihan retrieved the glass sphere of the War Academy, channeling the power of the Lord into it. Whoosh! A dazzling golden light erupted. The miniature model of the building within the glass sphere underwent a tremendous transformation, and a new descriptive interface materialized. Building, Wuyue Sect. Level 1. Rank, rare white advancement. Effect 1, Outer Disciples. The Wuyue Sect possesses 500 slots for Outer Disciples, allowing for the binding of 500 territorial soldiers. Soldiers can comprehend intricate combat techniques daily. Game mechanics dictate that soldiers can gain 45 points of enhancement per day through study. Bound soldiers acquire a passive skill, Wuyue Outer Disciple. This serves as both a skill and a title in the martial world. Effect 2, Inner Core Experts. The Wuyue Sect offers 3 slots for Inner Disciples, enabling the binding of heroes or soldiers with martial talent. Heroes not only learn the exquisite martial arts of the East, but also gain access to the techniques of the library and the elixirs and treasures of the treasury. If they are real heroes, their power enhancement will correlate with their personal insight, ranging from 100 to 200 or more. Bound individuals will gain a passive skill, Sect Expert. Effect 3, Library. The Sect's collection of martial technique tomes, refreshing 1 unlimited skill book every 10 days. Currently, the library holds unlimited skill books, 100 Flower Spear, Draw Sword Technique, and Ghost Shadow Step Technique. Effect 4, Treasury. The Sect's repository for treasures, refreshing 1 resource every 10 days, which includes weapons, elixirs, and resources required for hero upgrades. The Lord may deposit a portion of their lordly power into the treasury. When the treasury refreshes hero upgrade resources, it can automatically upgrade heroes. Description: an emblematic building of Eastern traditional martial arts sections. One of the hallmarks of the martial arts era. Through cultivation in the Wu sect, the combat strength of outer disciples can significantly outpace that of ordinary soldiers, while inner disciples will emerge as formidable experts in the court. How astonishing that it advanced to this. Yi Han gazed at the building's interface in mild astonishment. He was aware that his advancement would yield an Eastern structure, yet he had not anticipated acquiring an entire sect. He suddenly recalled the Western hero who had leaped onto the city wall. Though he had perished, his combat strength remained formidable, and a sect could cultivate multiple experts who would surpass their peers in strength. As time passes, these bound soldiers would inevitably distinguish themselves from ordinary soldiers, transforming into powerful experts of equivalent rank. When combat arises, his 3 dynasty experts could leap into the enemy's walls, wreaking havoc with their ability to single-handedly take on hundreds on the battlefield. This could decisively alter the tide of battle. With a sect within his territory, the court would begin cultivating experts. This marks the inception of a flourishing martial arts dynasty. First, let us release the sect and bind Xionyang to observe the effects. Yi Han tossed the building sphere beside the center of the town. Whoosh! A radiant light erupted, and a complex of buildings manifested before Yi Han's eyes. Chapter 50. A sect building of exquisite beauty, enchanting women. Beside the Eastern Palace, golden light surged. A grand and magnificent structure emerged upon the verdant expanse of grass. Is this truly my Wu sect? It appears rather imposing. Yi Han gazed up at the edifice, his eyes filled with admiration. This sect occupies a larger area than all previous structures combined. Its main building is a brand new ancient Eastern tower, standing 30 meters tall, with 10 stories. Much like the Mo family's mechanical city, it boasts an aesthetic that is distinctly Eastern, with eaves that extend gracefully, and its doors, windows, and railings are intricately carved from rosewood, exuding a sense of ornate craftsmanship. Unlike the Mo family's mechanical city, this sect is enclosed by walls, within which lies a training ground paved with bluestone, flanked by numerous maple trees. A gentle breeze swept through, sending crimson leaves fluttering to the ground. The entire edifice exuded an ancient charm. In his heart, Yi Han decreed that Xionyang would be designated as an inner disciple. Hint: setting successful. The hero has commenced her training. In the forthcoming days, as she immerses herself in the sect, she will acquire new skills and martial insights, with her combat prowess being enhanced daily. A prompt materialized, revealing yet another screen before Yi Han. Li Xionyang. Level 5. Comprehensive Attribute Data. 2800 800 448 0. Base Attributes: Weapon Enhancement, Peach Blossom Village Enhancement, Inner Disciple Training Enhancement. Skill: Fierce Flame Slash. Inner Disciple of the 5 Mountains. Passive skill: this hero has studied in the 5 Mountains sect for 0 days, gaining 0 points in combat attribute enhancement. Tomorrow, upon entering the sect for study, she is expected to gain 150 points in combat enhancement. Immersing in the building for 4 hours counts as 1 day. Description: a hero of the Eastern Court Palace, bearing the title of Inner Disciple, a minor master of her territory. Is this how inner disciples of the 5 Mountains are cultivated? Yi Han pondered, gaining a slight understanding from the screen displaying Xionyang's information. His gamified sect structure was akin to an enhancement edifice. As long as Xionyang entered the building, she would acquire a boost in strength, as if she were truly cultivating. Furthermore, her level remained unchanged, which meant that over time, the gap between her and her peers would only widen. This would prove immensely beneficial on the battlefield. It seems I am on the verge of surpassing the initial stage of the novice period. Yi Han gazed at his Eastern Court Palace territory. With his advanced golden finger, and having developed for so many days, remaining in the first stage was akin to seeking death by colliding with tofu. The intermediate stage differed vastly from the beginner stage. In future battles, the prowess of skilled fighters would undoubtedly emerge as a pivotal force on the battlefield. A powerful master could single-handedly obliterate a territory, reminiscent of martial arts novels where sect masters descend from the mountains, slaying a minor kingdom with a single stroke. He then focused his thoughts to designate Wei Gongming as an inner disciple. Alas, my heroes and elite soldiers are insufficient. Yi Han sighed as he surveyed the 500 outer disciple slots and 3 inner disciple slots. If only I had 500 elite soldiers and 3 heroes. I could designate and cultivate them all into minor masters. Yet, I only possess 5 leaders of 1,000 elite soldiers and 2 heroes. Yi Han yearned for dozens of barracks, transforming his millions of lordly power into soldiers and elites, commanding an army of tens of thousands. Though thousands may seem a considerable number, it pales in comparison to a grand dynasty, merely a trifling fraction for the great lords of the realms. Yi Han utilized his lordly power, expending 130,000 to replenish the soldiers of the Western Factory. He then designated them all as outer disciples. This way, the soldiers' combat prowess would be enhanced daily. In a few days, he would assess the results. My lord, I have received a new screen. Did you do something? Beneath the peach tree, as Yi Han examined the screen, a gentle female voice reached his ears. He turned to see Li Xiaonyang, clad in a flowing white dress. Approaching him, her attire, though modest, could not conceal her graceful figure. Her curves were voluptuous, and her long legs lent her an air of elegance. She seemed freshly bathed, her unadorned visage radiant, with skin soft and fair. Her lips were a luscious red, even with a lifetime of experience from his past. Yi Han found Xiaonyang to be a rare beauty, her allure unmatched by those who relied on artifice to enhance their looks. Moreover, her combat skills were formidable, indicating her robust health. Xiaonyang, come sit here. Yi Han gestured to the space beside him. Yes, my lord, Xiaonyang replied, her voice effortlessly natural, devoid of any resistance. She gracefully settled beside him on the grass, her voluptuous form emitting a delicate fragrance, and he could perceive the warmth radiating from her. Xiaonyang, I have acquired a martial arts sect building and designated you as a disciple. Yi Han succinctly explained the situation regarding the Five Mountains sect. Oh, is that so? Then Xiaonyang must frequently practice and gain insights within the sect building. Xiaonyang nodded in agreement. Yes, I shall strive to learn diligently. Our territory is currently flourishing. Once we develop better housing, I will arrange for you to move into a more splendid villa, or even into the palace where the princess resides, Yi Han remarked, casting his gaze towards Xiaonyang's villa. Presently, residing in this villa, Xiaonyang was quite content. Perhaps she would change her residence tonight? As she spoke, she slightly lowered her head, her hand brushing against her sleeve, a smile gracing her lips. This posture, combined with her breathtaking beauty, evoked a sense of charm in Xiaonyang's expression. However, Yi Han found himself puzzled by her words. What did she mean by changing residences tonight? Was there something amiss with that villa? He chuckled and inquired. It's nothing, my lord. Xiaonyang's smile faded, her expression returning to a tranquil demeanor. In the next moment, she rose, saying, My lord, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Go on, he replied. Yes. Xiaonyang turned and walked away slowly. As her presence faded, the delightful fragrance dissipated, leaving Yi Han alone beneath the peach tree. Sighing softly, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Subsequently, he continued his progression and returned to rest. Yet, Yi Han did not anticipate that after the moon had risen, at 8 o'clock in the evening, Li Xiaonyang would return to his doorstep. Chapter 51. I offer myself to you, an unforgettable scene. An hour prior, Li Xiaonyang sat alone by the dressing mirror, gently combing her silky long hair with a peachwood comb. At that moment, she had donned the exquisite, brand new red wedding gown, a gift from Yi Han following a successful ambush. Upon seeing herself in the gown, her heart fluttered slightly. My final wish is to see you married. To witness you in a wedding dress entering a good household. Mother, please allow me to care for you for a few more years. You have endured so much. How are your injuries? My lord, my injuries are not severe. However, the two leaders are quite grievously wounded. The development of this territory owes much to your contributions, and I shall never shortchange my benefactors. Henceforth, you may replace my lord with our lord. Do you understand? Memories of her mother. The night she had lost her way while collecting building materials, and the words spoken after applying medicine to her back flooded Li Xiaonyang's mind. My lord, might it be a good household? Perhaps I will never leave this territory, and I hope he continues to respect and care for me, she murmured to herself, resuming her grooming. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Han lay in his bed, gazing at the moon, when a knock echoed from the hall. He rose and walked over to open the door. The moment he beheld the scene outside, Yi Han was instantly captivated. It was a sight that would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. The moon hung high in the night sky, and the distant stars twinkled in the vastness above. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the leaves of a distant peach tree to flutter down. Li Xiaonyang stood gracefully on the verdant grass, adorned in a resplendent crimson wedding gown, her delicate, fair hands clasped before her abdomen. She wore an exquisite golden phoenix crown atop her head, and her entire being radiated elegance and allure. My lord, upon catching sight of Yi Han, Li Xiaonyang offered a gentle bow. Xiaonyang, what are you doing here? Yi Han's heartbeat quickened, and he instinctively inquired. My lord, you once said I would always be by your side, and that is my fervent wish as well. Li Xiaonyang professed, her resolve unwavering. I do not wish to change lords, nor do I have a home beyond this domain. Today, I dedicate myself to you, my lord, with the hope of following you always. Her voice was calm and soothing, as if she had made all the necessary preparations. Xiaonyang. Yi Han felt a stirring in his heart. The fate of the woman standing before him had been quite tumultuous. Hearing her pledge herself to him sent his thoughts into disarray. He had never experienced such a beautiful moment, nor had he ever encountered a woman of unparalleled beauty who had willingly donned a wedding gown and approached his door. This woman was truly a rare gem. Yi Han's voice trembled slightly. My lord, Xiaonyang is here. Upon hearing her name called, Li Xiaonyang softly responded. Yes, come in. After regaining his composure, Yi Han smiled and gently took her small hand. Her touch was warm and soft, and he felt as though it were not he who held her hand, but rather her hand that had reached into his heart, melting him entirely. Hand in hand, they entered the room. Yi Han did not lead her directly to the bed. Instead, he walked to the table first. Xionyang, do you believe my words? He placed her hand in his palm, playing with it as he spoke. It felt as delicate as soft jade, smooth and exquisite to the touch. My lord, I certainly believe your words. Is there something you wish to say to me? Li Xionyang replied, sitting composedly beside him, entirely unperturbed by Yi Han's playful gestures. I wish to add that I am a man who will never neglect those who treat me well. Since you have come to me today, I shall ensure you have a wonderful life ahead, filled with joy, Yi Han declared with a smile. Indeed, my lord, I believe in your words, Li Xionyang affirmed. Moreover, I shall regard you as my one and only husband, the most important person in my life. I will wholeheartedly serve you, my lord, ensuring your happiness. Her voice was gentle and melodic. Her hand, resting in Yi Han's palm, gently clasped around his. Yi Han felt the pressure of her fingers, and a smile graced his lips. Li Xionyang was 28 this year. Her youthful naivety had faded, replaced by a gentleness and thoughtfulness that made her a woman of maturity. She no longer sought extravagance, but instead possessed the ability to empathize and consider the feelings of others, understanding a man's sentiments. Yi Han had sensed this during their time together. Come, let us share a drink. Yi Han conjured a bottle of wine and a set of glasses from thin air, pouring 2 small cups. Li Xionyang's arrival in her red gown brought a sense of ceremony, and he wished to partake in something ceremonial as well. Yes, my lord. Li Xionyang felt a slight stirring in her heart as she picked up one of the glasses. They exchanged cups and drank the toast together. As they set down their glasses, Yi Han found himself captivated by her strikingly beautiful visage, and he could not help but embrace her, planting a gentle kiss on her crimson lips. The wine was smooth and rich. Ah, my lord. Li Xionyang felt a rush of shyness, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Yet, she did not resist. Instead, she tilted her face up to him and leaned closer, wrapping her arms around his waist. Yi Han could feel her warmth as she clung to him, sending delightful shivers through him. This sensation was exquisite. Moreover, the thought of a future where Li Xionyang would accompany him as his lord filled him with joy. Their relationship had taken a significant step forward. He embraced her shoulders tightly, pulling her petite yet curvaceous form into his arms as they slowly made their way to the warm bed. The night sky was crystal clear, with a bright crescent moon hanging above, casting silvery light upon the wild hills. Chapter 52, Aching Back and Shoulders. This lordly life is truly wonderful. The night breeze rustled the treetops, and the cold frost fell alongside the moonlight, blanketing the wild grass in a layer of white. The air was slightly cool, yet the villa room radiated warmth. The red gown and a few garments lay strewn across the floor. Yi Han leaned against the headboard, his right arm draped over Li Xionyang's tender shoulder. She nestled gently beside him, her soft legs curling around his right leg, enveloping him in warmth and happiness. He exhaled softly, having never anticipated that he would receive Xionyang's first time on this night. His heart raced with excitement. Her gentle and considerate nature made him feel as though he were experiencing the most beautiful moments in the world. Xionyang, this afternoon, you mentioned that you might change rooms tonight. I see now what you meant. Yi Han recalled her earlier words, realizing she intended to live with him. He had been oblivious to the fact that his status in her heart had completely transformed. No wonder she had spoken so tenderly earlier. Indeed, my lord. Do you not wish to live with Xionyang? If so, then every night, I would be yours, Li Xionyang said, wrapping her arms around his waist and planting a soft kiss on his shoulder. The kiss was gentle and warm. Haha, Yi Han chuckled, tightening his embrace around her. The couple nestled closely together. My lord, do you have anything you particularly desire? Xionyang wishes to give you a gift. Li Xionyang rested her head against his shoulder. A gift? I had not considered that. Why do you bring this up? Yi Han inquired with curiosity. It is customary, my lord. In my village, after marriage, the bride must present a gift to her husband, and I wish to offer you something special, Li Xionyang said with a smile. Ah, I see. Yi Han felt a touch of emotion. Her words revealed her seriousness about their relationship, and he realized he held significant importance in her life. Moreover, her declaration indicated that she had accepted him as her husband and was beginning to show her affection. I haven't thought this through. You decide what to prepare. Whatever you choose, I shall treasure it. Yi Han gently touched her shoulder and said, Indeed. Allow me to prepare this gift. Zayunio will undoubtedly find something to please you. With a light giggle, Li Zayunio tightened her embrace around Yi Han's waist, a reflexive gesture. All right, Zayunio. Come. Yi Han smiled, sitting up straight, his hands gripping her shoulders as he gazed intently at her. My lord. Li Zayunio noticed Yi Han's gaze and, aware of his intentions, lowered her head, feeling a delightful shyness that left her momentarily speechless. Yet, a blissful smile graced her face. Yi Han chose not to speak further, gently pulling her close and kissing her soft lips. The night was cool, and after their encounter, Yi Han felt a lingering desire and embraced the beauty in his arms once more. You mustn't tire yourself out, my lord, Li Zayunio softly cautioned, her voice sweet and tender. However, Yi Han felt no fatigue at all. As time passed, it was only at 4 o'clock in the morning that the two finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. Morning light broke. A new day had dawned. The villagers of Peach Blossom Village emerged from their homes to toil, and the cobblestone paths of the territory began to bustle with activity. Yet, Yihan's villa remained silent. It was not until the sun approached its zenith that Yihan finally rose from his bed. He gently adjusted the covers of the still sleeping Zayunio before stepping outside. Stretching under the blue sky and white clouds, the sound of creaking bones echoed as he moved. Ugh, damn, this is more exhausting than battling on the city walls. It's utterly draining, Yihan murmured while stretching. Nevertheless, it was merely physical fatigue. After a deep slumber, Yihan felt quite invigorated and immensely happy. His relationship with Zayunio had stepped into a new chapter, and a joyful life awaited them, with the territory developing smoothly and a beauty by his side. What could be more gratifying? Moreover, after much discussion, they had decided to cohabitate, sharing their nights together. Reflecting on their initial encounter, when Li Zayunio was still a stranger to him, Yihan felt a wave of emotions. The change in her attitude towards him subtly mirrored the journey he had traversed. Exploring dungeons, ambushing foes, and defending cities were tales of his own experiences. Yet, the road ahead remained long. As Yihan patrolled his territory, he prepared to summon all soldiers under his lordship and march westward to rendezvous with Wei Gongming. First, he aimed to enhance his territory with agricultural buildings. Just then, a game-like interface suddenly materialized before him. Upgrade. Yiqingyi has sent you a message. My elder sister? Let's have a look. Yihan thought to himself. Yihan, what are you up to? Quickly send me the coordinates of your little world. Grandpa has finished inspecting everyone else's territories, and now you're the only one left. Yiqingyi's message flashed. All right, the coordinates for my little world are. Yihan relayed the coordinates. He had refrained from sending them earlier, fearing that his family's presence might disrupt his combat efforts. His family was formidable. If that heroic lord saw them, he might hesitate to engage him in battle. Such a scenario could jeopardize his plans and affect his strength assessments and combat gains. What if that hero chose to retreat within his territory? Wouldn't that make him the besieger? All right, I've sent your coordinates to Grandpa. Yiqingyi replied promptly. Little brother, I must tell you, I have a feeling this trial will be quite arduous. Fian is currently in the lead, but her talent is only half of mine, huh? Yiqingyi's message continued to flash. She detailed the circumstances of the others. Is that so? Yihan pondered after absorbing the information. With only 2 individuals eliminated in 10 days, it was indeed incomparable to previous trials. The last collective trial had seen many with outstanding talents, especially Yiqingyi, whose abilities were notably remarkable. Within 15 days, she had developed a complete territory, reaching level 3 at the center. She possessed walls and 8 arrow towers, 3 barracks, and a substantial number of fully equipped soldiers, along with 2 or 3 agricultural buildings like lumberyards and quarries. Her territorial strength surpassed that of Yi Fian by over 3-fold. Achieving such development in 15 days was already exceptional, placing her among the elite even in Fantian City. Yi Fian was rated above average, while Yiqingyi was acknowledged by the family head for her outstanding qualifications. Thus, she received focused attention from the family. However, in comparison to himself, Yihan realized that a squad of heavy cavalry could easily conquer her territory. The most significant concern would be the potential losses among the heavy cavalry. This comparison reaffirmed Yihan's understanding that his talent was among the very best. The mere intelligence function of the West Factory equated to the talent of a lord, illuminating a bright path ahead. He even felt a twinge of anticipation for his family to witness his territory. Grandpa replied, he has a few matters to attend to first. Once he is free, we will set off immediately. By then, our parents, Grandpa, and some relatives may all come over. Your territory must not be too shabby. Yiqingyi sent a cheeky grin in her reply. My territory shabby? Yihan tilted his head, 2 question marks floating in his mind. However, he quickly grasped that this was merely a jest from his elder sister, who did not fully understand him. Moreover, Yihan knew she was eager to see him in a disheveled state, as they often playfully teased one another. My talent is decent, but my current situation is somewhat lacking. Yihan's lips curled into a sly, dragon-like arc as he concocted a plan to tease his elder sister. Chapter 53. Tier 2 Elven Buildings, Family Speculations. On the path of the territory, elder sister, my talent is just a tad better than yours. But there is a level 5 lord 200 kilometers away, and he's quite troublesome. Yihan replied while strolling. This elder sister was 5 years his senior. She was the Elven Queen, starting with 3 talents. The first was her ability to collect and gain rewards from dungeon conquests and leading troops into battle, which would increase by 50. The initial boost was in quantity, followed by quality. If she obtained 2 arrow towers, she would automatically gain an additional 1. If she only had 1 arrow tower, its power would increase by 50. The second was the blessing of the Elven Goddess. When she desired something, its drop rate would increase by 50 from the original base. For example, if a building's drop rate was 10, it would rise to 15. This enabled Yiqingyi to achieve a more balanced development in the early stages than Yihan. The final trait was the same as Yihan's, increasing the number of soldiers by 10, which made Yihan confident that she was indeed his biological sister. This talent was significantly superior to that of Yi Fian and others. However, it could not compare to his own progression and unique Eastern civilization. Thus, Yihan believed that a squad of heavy cavalry would suffice to conquer her territory. Certainly, the Eastern heroes possess an extraordinary talent. After all, even a formidable figure like Wei Gongming has arrived. Ah, splendid indeed, my dear brother. Your aptitude appears to be just a smidge superior to mine. Which brings me some relief. The luminescent screen displays a reply from Yi Qingyi. Indeed, just a smidge. Yihan smiles. Yet, it is rather unfortunate that you find yourself accompanied by a level 5 lord. That seems exceedingly unlucky. Surely, you haven't been subjected to a thorough thrashing, have you? Ha. TSK, TSK, TSK. If I had a level 5 lord beside me, I would find myself in quite the predicament as well. Yi Qingyi sends a popcorn emoji in response. She has always adhered to the belief that one should take advantage of the opportunity to discipline their younger sibling early on. Since the most critical talent is secure, everything else is merely a game. Indeed, alas, I am not you. Sister, you are rather foolish. You must understand that my intellect surpasses yours by tenfold. Even with a lord beside me, I can still flourish better than you. Yihan jestingly employs a provocation. Uft. You just keep boasting. Do you doubt my prowess? I assure you, my score will undoubtedly exceed yours in a month's time. Impossible. Your talent is comparable to mine. And under the disadvantage of having a lord at your side, you still believe you can outdo me? What is going on in that little head of yours? Brother, dreaming is not advisable. Yi Qingyi swiftly replies. Are you brave enough to wager with me? I recall that by the end of your trial, your territory was on the verge of advancing from level 4 to level 5, correct? My territory's overall strength is undeniably superior to yours. At the conclusion of the trial, Yi Qingyi's territory boasted nearly 100 structures. Its power is 2/3 that of the level 5 lord it had defeated. Victory is practically guaranteed for her. What are you plotting? Yi Qingyi sends an inquisitive message. Yihan realizes she has sensed something amiss. But he knows his sister well enough to be confident she will acquiesce to his proposal. If you lose, I demand one of your structures. Yihan responds. Yi Qingyi is a mature level 2 lord, possessing numerous buildings that would entice anyone. And if you were to lose, you can do as you please. Yihan's response is succinct and straightforward. Very well. Yi Qingyi promptly agrees. After exchanging a few more words, Yihan smiles as he closes the luminescent screen, securing a level 2 elven building in the process. In a certain ethereal realm of spiritual energy, an endless expanse of forest sways gently. Standing amidst the forest, one is surrounded by an ocean of trees that seems to stretch infinitely. Within this woodland, towering structures reach heights of 100 meters, while dozens of floating islands drift gracefully through the air, featuring rare edifices such as the Temple of the Goddess and the Hall of Adventurers. Numerous fairies, adorned with translucent wings, flit about, some radiating a soft golden glow, exuding an aura of mystical charm. As the wind rustles through, the forest produces a soothing sound akin to leaves brushing against one another, instilling a sense of tranquility. This is the domain of level 2 Lord Yi Qingyi. Yihan had been awestruck upon witnessing this territory before he had awakened, but now, upon realizing his own talent, he feels confident that he will soon surpass his sister. At the center of the forest, within a floating island castle, Yi Qingyi sits at a crystal dining table, chuckling lightly at the chat screen before her. Her laughter is melodious as that of a lark. Across from her, Yihan's parents are dining. What is my brother up to? Why does it feel as though he is setting a trap for me? Yi Qingyi ponders as she gazes at the screen. When Yihan proposed the wager, she sensed it was a potential ploy, for his intentions were all too transparent, and she is no fool. Yet, she does not wish to be overly wary of her brother, and Yihan's words of "do as you please" have piqued her interest. The moment Yihan uttered those 4 words, Yi Qingyi envisioned a series of 48 episodes of public humiliation as punishment. How audacious to claim he could surpass me, even with a level 5 lord at his side. What confidence. Yi Qingyi contemplates the messages. Qingyi, has Han mentioned the coordinates of the little world yet? Yihan's mother, Li Hong, interrupts her thoughts. How is he faring? Mom, he has. He mentioned his talent is slightly better than mine. However, there is a level 5 lord 200 kilometers away from him, so his development is likely quite challenging. What? Upon hearing this, Li Hong furrows her brow, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Did you say there is a level 5 lord nearby? How is he faring now? He hasn't sustained any injuries in battle, has he? Just as she had initially opposed Yihan enduring hardship, Li Hong is exceedingly fond of her son, to the point of being somewhat indulgent. Mom, it's fine. My brother says he is still developing, and this is Grandpa's trial for him. Yi Qingyi responds. When Li Hong hears of Yi Lingtian's identity, she presses her lips together, remaining silent. However, the worry etched on her face does not diminish, as she envisions a dramatic 64-episode saga of Yihan's struggles. Han is rather unfortunate. He has landed right next to a level 5 lord. If discovered, he is likely to face an assault. Moreover, he must be wary of the patrolling soldiers. His development will surely be arduous. Yihan's father, Yi Qinggong, speaks in a calm tone. How will Han confront that lord? Yi Qinggong asks curiously. As a father, He is more concerned with his son's attitude and approach to adversity. He is one of the capable individuals in the family. Compared to Li Hong, his educational approach toward Yi Han leans more towards rationality and rigor, hoping for him to become self-sufficient. Their personalities complement each other. My brother is quite calm now. His development must be going smoothly. Yi Qingyi replies, yes. He likely hasn't been discovered yet. I hope Han remains composed when he is. The family head not only assesses the achievements of territorial development, but also evaluates one's attitude in handling matters. The family head's affairs will be resolved in 2 days. At that time, we shall see how Han's territory fares. Yi Qinggong remarks while continuing to eat. Both Yi Qingyi and Li Hong deeply agree with the sentiment that development is quite challenging with a lord nearby, their expressions becoming solemn. They unanimously believe that Yi Han is at a disadvantage compared to his adversaries. It is likely that his territory's growth is not particularly robust, at best on par with Yi Fian. However, unbeknownst to them, Yi Han has already begun to annex the territory of his opponent. Chapter 54, Eastern Monopoly Business. 20 Collection Buildings. In the territory of the Eastern Court Palace, Yi Han approaches the Western Factory. He is unaware of Yi Qingyi and his family's conversation. He only knows that his family is about to arrive, and he should continue developing his territory, ideally merging the Western territory before his sister arrives, demonstrating to her that her talent is rather lacking. What it means to be a genius. His achievements over the past 10 days would surpass her entire month's progress. The Western Factory gathers intelligence. Ordinary intelligence. 1. The Yi family has discovered a new secret realm, containing an ultra-high-level actively attacking dungeon, with an attack range encompassing the entire world, akin to a world conqueror. Yi Lingtian is currently negotiating with the Ma family to jointly tackle the actively attacking dungeon and seize the world. 2. A certain technological lord from the Wang family has refreshed a rare technological building capable of producing superior weaponry. The Yi family has lost a portion of their weapon orders. 3. The 3 southern minor nations are at war, embroiling millions of lords in mutual territorial assaults. 4. The Eastern Court Palace represents a civilization unparalleled in the world, capable of monopolizing distinctive architecture for profit. Directive information. 1. A valiant warrior, seeking vengeance, has taken all the soldiers with him, leaving behind an intrepid hero who, with merely 100 archers, managed to conquer a dungeon, barely amassing 300 soldiers. However, during a night raid, they were ambushed by Wei Gongming, resulting in the annihilation of all 300 soldiers. The Western hero mounted upon a colossal wolf fled back to his territory. Last night, the hero sat in his domain, engulfed in tedium, uncertain of his next course of action. 2. The hero liquidated all his mineral resources and procured a teleportation gem, preparing to flee. This ordinary intelligence primarily pertains to events unfolding within the Lord's world, akin to news. Yi Han's focus was chiefly on the last item, the Eastern Monopoly. This concept appeared to possess immense potential. Is the East renowned for its porcelain? Or perhaps its silk? Or even the enchanted swords and magical artifacts from the era of immortal cultivation? What treasures are uniquely Eastern? Yi Han pondered, but quickly dismissed these thoughts, realizing that speculation was futile at this juncture. This was a matter to be addressed post-trial. Or perhaps he would glean insights once the arms factory and other production facilities were refreshed. Yi Han had a cousin engaged in arms trading, whose earnings elicited envy from him. Upon viewing the directive information, he couldn't help but chuckle. After 2 consecutive defeats, the remaining soldiers had been vanquished by Zhao Gongming. What else could he do but flee? As for the hero's liquidation of minerals, Yi Han was largely indifferent. The monk may flee, but the temple remains. A rule exists in this lordly world. If a territory is in a state of combat or its location is exposed to the enemy, buildings cannot be reclaimed, nor can they be destroyed by those not deemed allies. Since the Western Lord was aware of Yi Han's territory, he could neither reclaim his buildings nor permit his sister to do so. The only way to recover them was to eliminate that lord, and even then, a token would be required. Nonetheless, the center of the territory could indeed be taken. Yi Han surmised that the hero would likely abscond with the territorial center to develop in other minor worlds. Furthermore, that center was of utmost importance to him, for without the lordly talent, the hero could not consolidate it. Utilizing the lordly power, he replenished both the Xuanjia heavy cavalry and the Shanhaiguan guards. Yi Han mentally channeled his lordly power. Prompt. The use of lordly power was successful. The soldiers have been fully replenished. You now possess 770 Xuanjia heavy cavalry and 220 Shanhaiguan guards. Prompt. You currently possess 25 million units of lordly power. 3 million units of lordly power. Not bad. If I had 10 barracks, I could directly produce 10,000 soldiers, which would prove immensely beneficial for the future. Yi Han contemplated as he closed the light screen. Lordly power is not subject to trade, and upgrading the territorial center also requires lordly power. My lord, are you contemplating a journey to the Western Territory? A gentle female voice floated from nearby, followed by a soft touch against his arm. It was Xionyang, who had come over to embrace him. She had completed her grooming, her hair, slightly tousled the previous night, now neatly arranged. Her fair, pristine visage and rosy lips compelled Yi Han to steal a kiss. Li Xiaonyang was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing a vibrant crimson. Moments later, Yi Han savored her sweet lips, feeling thoroughly satisfied. My lord, Li Xiaonyang called out shyly. Prepare yourself. We are setting off to the Western Territory. Yi Han affectionately ruffled her hair. All right. The pair swiftly readied themselves and, accompanied by 370 Xuanjia heavy cavalry, exited the city gate. The journey was silent. By midday, Yi Han arrived at the Western Territory. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the territory's walls were impressively tall, estimated to be 16 meters high, with 8 defensive towers lining a single row. The defenses were formidable. Wei Gongming was encamped not far off, leading a contingent of cavalry. Soldiers patrolled all around the territory, maintaining a vigilant watch. My lord, you have arrived. Upon spotting Yi Han, Wei Gongming rushed over to pay his respects. Well done. I did not expect you to eliminate the enemy's remaining soldiers. Excellent work. Yi Han remarked with a smile at Wei Gongming. Wei Gongming was momentarily taken aback. My lord, I had not even had the chance to report this to you, yet you already know. Truly miraculous. I merely relied on luck. He praised. Haha. Whether by luck or skill, it is still a small achievement. Now, follow me. Let us dismantle their outer buildings. Yi Han declared, mounting his horse and leading the way to a lumberyard nearby. The lumberyard appeared rather rudimentary, featuring a simple 10-meter-high warehouse, a pile of logs, and several carts. With 50 half-beasts laboring in the forest, Yi Han extended his hand towards the building and channeled his lordly power. Whoosh! The lumberyard immediately radiated a golden light. 10 minutes later, the entire structure levitated, shrinking and enclosing within a glass orb. Just like that, the lumberyard was claimed by Yi Han. This marked his first agricultural building. Structures like the lumberyard are classified as special buildings. Due to resource point regulations, they must be distanced from the territorial center, rendering them vulnerable to theft when unguarded. They may only be reclaimed when the lord is in a state of combat. Moreover, the minerals extracted require cart transportation back. This world is a fusion of gaming and reality, encompassing both playfulness and authenticity. After securing the lumberyard, Yi Han proceeded to claim other buildings. Soon enough, the quarry, mine, and other common agricultural structures found their way into Yi Han's inventory, alongside special buildings like the gold mine and oil field. Over 20 gathering structures were successfully collected. This was the price of defeat. Let us advance directly and see how these new structures transform. Yi Han invoked his lordly power within his mind. Prompt. You have collected buildings of the same type, which can undergo a uniform metamorphosis. A luminous screen appeared. Same type? Transformed directly. With a flash. All 20 gathering sites in his inventory underwent simultaneous transformation. Chapter 55. Ancient Pinnacle Dynasty Structures. Eunuchs who have sat upon the dragon throne. In a grassy field, Yi Han sat astride his warhorse, his attention entirely absorbed by the building screen in his inventory. Building, lumberyard. Level, 1, tier, white ordinary. Effect, capable of felling logs. Producing 100 units per hour, with a maximum transport capacity of 3,000 units, and a cart speed of 80 kilometers over 24 hours. Yi Han scrutinized the screen above the orb. The other gathering sites boasted the same extraction speed as the lumberyard. During the advancement process, the interior of the factories underwent a remarkable transformation. The previous thatch shed was replaced by an exquisite wooden shelter, complete with sturdy wooden beams on the roof, while the carts beside the shelter grew larger and more refined. Overall, all facilities had been upgraded, and the tools were all brand new. The half-beast workers also transformed, now appearing as robust men. Architecture, Shang Dynasty Resource Field, comprising 6 lumberyards, 6 quarries, for mining sites, for gold mines, and 2 oil refineries. Level 1. Rank, white ordinary advancement. Effect, capable of extracting natural minerals, yielding 900 units of, or per hour. A single transport can carry 9,000 units, with transport vehicles traveling at a speed of 300 kilometers in 24 hours. Introduction, a mining site within a feudal dynasty of the Eastern Parallel World. Recognized as one of the pinnacle civilizations of the feudal era, boasting the world's foremost mining technology. Indeed, after advancement, the extraction time accelerates, the number of transport units increases, and the speed of transport enhances. Truly a testament to my innate talent. Yi Han mused as he gazed at the luminous screen before him. Could his innate power surpass that of Yi Qingyi, who boasts of 40 amplification? Unthinkable. Yet, one of the most formidable feudal dynasties of antiquity. The East. Could it be that dynasty? Yi Han stroked his chin in contemplation. He recalled the Qin dynasty of his past life, which had its moments of great vigor, though it eventually faltered. Well then, time to return to the cavalry encampment. Yi Han instructed Li Xiaonyang and Wei Gongming behind him, turning his horse towards the cavalry camp. He cast a glance at the towering walls and arrow towers of the Western Territory, then turned eastward, his expression tinged with melancholy. The final task before him was to conquer that territory. However, It would be arduous to breach those high walls with cavalry alone. Thus, he needed to return to establish the mining field to extract resources, subsequently allowing the Mo family's mechanical city to produce siege engines for the assault. Alas, the journey of 200 kilometers would demand considerable time, especially since the siege engines would march slower than infantry. He must ponder alternative strategies. Yihan continued to ride, while deep in thought. Yet unbeknownst to him, Wei Gongming, keenly observant, had already discerned his concerns. My lord, are you troubled by the siege? I might possess a solution to alleviate your worries. Wei Gongming bent slightly in his saddle, addressing him. Wei Gong, what is your proposal? Yihan inquired with curiosity, directing his gaze toward Wei Gongming. The eunuch was of moderate stature, slightly slender, his complexion pale like the soldiers of the factory. Though his demeanor was exceedingly respectful, Yihan sensed a certain intensity in his gaze, perhaps attributable to the accomplishments he had previously achieved. After all, this eunuch had once sat upon the dragon throne. My lord, my suggestion involves intimidation. We could employ psychological tactics. Should this plan succeed, you could seize the city without losing a single soldier. If it fails, there would be no loss for you. Intimidation. How so? Yihan stroked his chin, contemplating the term. My lord, I once read in a tome about a general who, during a campaign, could not sleep due to the presence of an assassin. He continuously increased his guards, yet remained restless throughout the night. Yet in truth, the assassin had no intention of striking him. The fear he conjured in his mind was the true enemy. We could negotiate with the enemy within the high walls. If he surrenders, we shall allow him to depart. If he refuses, we shall threaten to summon an assassin against him. I assure you, he will spend sleepless nights. Wei Gongming elaborated slowly on his plan. Yihan, upon hearing this, stroked his chin, somewhat astonished. He acknowledged that Wei Gongming's strategy was indeed quite astute. He felt that after implementation, he might avoid the exhausting back and forth. Assassins, like cavalry and infantry, are a type of troop, yet they are unique, requiring costly structures for summoning. They can infiltrate territories to eliminate heroes or lords. The dynamics of combat in this world mirror those of his past life, reliant on troop types. However, high-ranking lords typically possess personal guards. Moreover, assassins usually scale walls using grappling hooks and are easily discovered, leading to swift arrows being loosed against them. Often, an assassin is akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, there to be devoured without return. Yet that hero would not withstand the pressure. He was not inclined to fight, and knew he could not hold his ground. Crucially, he had no soldiers at his side. All his troops had been ambushed and slain by Wei Gongming. If he were to announce the summoning of an assassin, could he possibly sleep soundly? Even if he could, would he not be haunted by nightmares? Furthermore, this plan afforded him an escape route. He possessed a teleportation gem, allowing him to flee the territory's center to another realm. Why remain in this perilous and feudal land? Wei Gongming's approach was indeed the superior strategy, as described in the texts. He was truly a cunning eunuch, adept at maneuvering around the emperor. A mind unable to pivot could never usurp the emperor. People can be paralyzed by their own imagined fears. Yihan reflected on Wei Gongming's words, sensing a hint of philosophy. It could be worth a try? He turned to Wei Gongming and declared, Wei Gong, you shall venture to the other side of the walls and negotiate with him. Should you succeed, I shall acknowledge your merit. My lord, you have already bestowed a life-saving grace upon my parents. How could I dare covet further accolades? Wei Gongming bowed his head humbly. Accolades must be acknowledged. Yihan replied with a smile. What Wei Gongming spoke of likely pertained to the hero's contract regarding the fulfillment of wishes. He might desire to resurrect his parents and lead a prosperous life, attributing that merit to himself. Very well. I shall remember the contributions of all heroes. Off you go. Yes, Wei Gongming responded, turning his horse towards the Western Territory. As he claimed he was there to negotiate, the hero within the territory refrained from launching an immediate attack, instead ascending the city walls to hear what he had to say. When Wei Gongming urged him to surrender, the hero vehemently declared it impossible. He intended to hold his ground, depleting Yihan's forces before retreating. However, when Wei Gongming mentioned summoning an assassin, the hero's expression shifted. His arrogant demeanor vanished in an instant. Wei Gongming further proposed a 2-day consideration period, after which he would return to unleash the assassin. He then rode back. Yihan and his entourage returned to the camp to await developments, yet they were unprepared for the changes that would unfold in the Western Territory that night. Chapter 56. The bag overflows with buildings, a variety of lords. Who would have thought they would flee so swiftly? At dawn, Yihan stood before the gates of the Western Territory, feeling a sense of amusement. He had anticipated the hero's departure, but did not expect it to happen so quickly. Wei Gongming's words had frightened him away on the same day. However, his presence here held little significance. Indeed, my lord, I had thought we would have to wait at least a day, yet it is fortuitous that this city now belongs to you. Wei Gongming beside him could not help but chuckle. Wei Gong, you have earned another merit this time. I shall acknowledge your contribution, Yihan remarked to Wei Gongming. While internally he felt a twinge of admiration. Having just arrived, he had already secured 2 accolades. Surely, there would be more to come. Yihan rode forth to the Western Territory. After being taken from the center of the territory, the status of all buildings underwent a transformation, evolving into wild structures. Building, refined brick city gate. Level, white common. Status, uncontrolled state. Description, an uncontrolled building that can be claimed by any encountered lord. The arrow towers and other structures behind the city gate are likewise eligible for collection. Claim. Yihan extended his hand toward the city gate, activating his lordly power. The gate immediately began to levitate and shrink, transforming into a glass orb that flew into Yihan's hand. Let us go. Let us see what treasures lie within. Yihan spurred his horse through the city gate, with Li Ziyunio and Wei Gongming following closely behind him into the city. The streets were broad and desolate. The city now a hollow shell. This half-orc territory bore the aesthetic of a medieval dark age, featuring several orc statues scattered throughout the thoroughfare. The buildings appeared weathered and ancient, many imposing stone structures crowned with sharp towers. The arrangement of the buildings was remarkably orderly, indicating meticulous planning, and Yihan noted that, excluding the city walls, there were over 80 structures: a void trading center, 3 medical clinics, a slave prison, a brothel, and 4 orc taverns, 3 beast king temples, 5 barracks, archers, wolf cavalry, swordsmen, half-orc giants, and axe-wielding strong orcs. Among them, the strong orc barrack was a rare white building, 32 defensive towers, 6 farms and pastures, along with 30 common buildings such as housing and warehouses. Yihan counted the buildings with an impassive expression. However, a tempest surged within his heart. This was overwhelming. The sheer number of buildings here was far too much for a novice lord. Provisions for clothing, food, shelter, and sustenance were all accounted for. Every aspect of life was covered. This was a complete city, and all these buildings would be claimed by him, capable of advancing into even more formidable structures to merge with his territory. Could there be a more fortuitous circumstance? Suddenly, Yihan felt that the recent city defense battle had been exceptionally worthwhile. This was the allure of conquering lands. Defeating foes meant acquiring all their buildings. Yihan found himself daydreaming of the day he might vanquish his elder sister and absorb her elven territory. Of course, this was merely a fanciful thought. Yihan wielded his lordly power, claiming all these structures, and his backpack was instantly filled to the brim with buildings, akin to a feast that left him satiated. Meanwhile, the former half-orc territory transformed into a patch of grassland, utterly devoid of anything. Once a bustling domain of beast women, it now echoed with the sound of grasshoppers. Yet, Yihan understood that these buildings would soon breathe new life within his territory. With so many structures, his domain would undoubtedly become lively. He would emerge as the mightiest within his family's trials. Onward, back to the city, Yihan turned his horse eastward and galloped away. My lord. Wei Gongming approached Yihan's side. That individual harbors enmity against us. Should we locate his whereabouts? No need to rush this. We shall discuss it later. Yihan pondered in response. That individual has surely fled to a void world. As for which one, Yihan was uncertain. However, the Yi family possesses an intelligence department dedicated to gathering information on enemy locations. Finding that person should not prove too difficult. Furthermore, Yihan felt that once his trials concluded, he would participate in his family's battles against their foes. This would greatly enrich his experiences. It is essential to understand that void lords come in myriad forms: ghost realms, technology, beast tamers, elven trance, oceans, western fantasy magic, Cthulhu lords, and so forth. His soldiers might encounter skeletons, aberrations, sea folk, sorcerers, and more. It would ultimately depend on whether his armored cavalry would prevail. However, ascending to the era of cultivation would grant him access to even more troop types. Onward. First, I must develop my territory. Its strength is paramount. Yihan urged his horse forward. The journey was silent. Upon returning to his territory with the cavalry, Yihan addressed Li Ziyunio and Wei Gongming. You two may roam freely. I must first renovate the territory. As he dismounted, they bowed and replied, Yes, my lord. The servants take their leave. The two departed, retreating into the sect building to meditate and reflect. That building was a special structure. Heroic soldiers required entry to cultivate within to gain combat prowess. Dedicating at least 4 hours each day to training, Yihan approached the Eastern Court Palace to inspect the royal city structures. Building, Royal City. Level 1. Rank, White Common. Description, the Royal City is a complex of buildings, featuring exquisite walls, castles, and courtyards with living water pools. The Royal City occupies a vast area, capable of encircling the territory center. Within the castle are numerous chambers where the Lord and his heroes can reside. Directly advance. Yihan commanded the advancement in his mind. The Royal City structure immediately began to transform. Moments later, a luminous screen appeared. Notification, advancement successful. Congratulations, Lord, on acquiring the advanced structure, the Afang Palace main hall. The Afang Palace. What a surprise. Yihan felt a flicker of joy, recalling a certain poem he had studied in his past life. Chapter 57, The Legendary Palace. One of the joys of the Lord's game. Beside the Eastern Court Palace, a softly glowing glass orb floated in the air, containing a beautifully walled palace. Building, Ifang Palace, Main Hall. Level 1. Rank, White Common Advanced. Effect 1, Magnetic Door, Legendary. The inner palace walls and main entrance of the Ifang Palace are constructed with powerful magnets, automatically attracting steel weapons and armor. Steel weapons are prohibited from entering the inner palace. The game world automatically absorbs all steel weapons in hand and in the backpack. Effect 2, Qin Elite Guard. The Ifang Palace, as the palace of the Emperor of the First Qin, can summon 100 Qin Elite Guards, each adept at patrolling and capturing assassins, vigilantly safeguarding the Emperor's safety day and night. The Qin Elite Guards can be mobilized and utilized as infantry. Effect 3, Concubines and Attendants. The Ifang Palace houses 5 maidens, skilled in various domestic tasks, attending to the daily life of the Emperor. All maidens are exquisite beauties selected from the 6 kingdoms. Effect 4, Legendary Palace. The main hall of the Ifang Palace features a square enclosure measuring 400 meters on each side, with walls 10 meters high and a durability of 150,000. It can isolate the outside world and serve as a defensive shield for the Eastern Court Palace. Description: a legendary imperial palace from a parallel martial arts world, one of the most beautiful palaces in the East. Summoned to the Lord of the Eastern Court Palace through advancement. This is but a glimpse of the Ifang Palace. As it levels up, it will evolve into a complete palace. The guards are of the Qin dynasty. It appears this truly is that palace. Yihan's eyes sparkled with surprise. For him, the royal city was indeed commendable, yet upon this advancement, the quality was entirely transformed. The Ifang Palace is exquisitely crafted. Comparing the royal city to the Ifang Palace is akin to contrasting glass with exquisite gems. Yihan tossed the building orb beside the center of his territory. With a resounding explosion, a brilliant light illuminated the surroundings. Unlike the modest radiance of other structures that spanned a mere 100 or 200 square meters, the brilliance of the Ifang Palace nearly enveloped half of the territory. The resplendent glow persisted for a full 10 seconds before fading away. As the light dissipated, a scene of exquisite elegance emerged before Yihan's eyes. At that moment, he found himself within the inner courtyard of the palace walls of Ifang. Surrounding him were intricately designed rockeries and flowing streams, with several carved wooden bridges arching over crystal-clear pools. Beside the pools stood charming pavilions and courtyards, their delicately curved eaves reminiscent of a young maiden's slender waist. The splashes from the rockeries created mist that shimmered with rainbow hues under the bright blue sky. The winding stone pathways meandered like threads, while the corridors twisted gracefully, adorned with high eaves. The long bridge lay serenely over the waters, invoking thoughts of dragons soaring through the clouds. Yihan murmured verses he had once learned, pondering how these beautiful lines captured the very essence of the flowing courtyards before him. This Eastern architecture represented not merely aesthetic grace, but a vivid manifestation of memories from a time long past, evoking the architectural beauty of his hometown and the rich cultural heritage of his nation spanning millennia. Upon seeing a few maidens, he felt a moment of surprise. Each one was a paragon of beauty, slender and delicate in features. However, he already had Xionyang and had no intentions of entertaining thoughts about game NPCs. Of course, he could still interact with the territory's NPCs. To the east of the Ifang Palace walls stood 3 interconnected ancient eastern towers. The central tower rose 20 meters high, with a wide 7-meter staircase leading to the grand entrance, which housed the emperor's inner palace. Both the ancient towers and the flowing courtyards radiated a serene and balanced beauty, exuding an air of solemn grandeur that even the countless villas of his past life could not rival. Residing in a place once inhabited by emperors felt immensely comfortable. Yihan exhaled slowly, inhaling the fresh air of the Ifang Palace. He suddenly yearned to pull Xionyang over to introduce her to the breathtaking splendor and legendary charm of this palace. Although this was merely a corner of the Ifang Palace, Yihan was thoroughly satisfied. The entire palace could not fit within his territory, as it was rumored to span over 300 li. However, with time and gradual upgrades, he could eventually bring the entire Ifang Palace to his domain. He began by advancing the buildings he had acquired. With a mere thought, Yihan summoned the architectural spheres from his western territory. The slave prison advanced directly into the Imperial Academy, while the brothel transformed into an elegant courtesan house. The purpose of these peculiar structures was to enhance the combat prowess of his soldiers by 10%. He also upgraded the medical facilities, farms, taverns, and other buildings with a single command, transforming them into royal infirmaries, estates, inns, and corresponding establishments. Yet, what truly captured Yihan's attention was the advancement of the barracks. The archer barrack, wolf cavalry, and swordsman barrack all evolved into the prestigious Xuanjia army camp, clad in black armor as the elite among the elite, significantly surpassing ordinary soldiers in combat strength. As for the half-beast giant barracks, they did not transform into Xuanjia camps. Instead, they evolved into the formidable berserker barracks. According to the description, every soldier within was a select warrior, towering at 2 meters 3 or taller, endowed with colossal strength. Yihan recalled the depictions of Lu Bu in the historical novels, who stood at 2 meters 3. Here, every soldier exceeded even that height. The variety of unit types was vast, including axe-wielding berserkers, spear-throwing warriors, and long-pike champions. While not as tall as the half-beasts, their speed was unmatched by mere giants. Such a unique assembly of soldiers stood out among the ordinary ranks like a crane among chickens. Yihan's array of units had grown even more diverse. As he placed building after building within his territory, it began to buzz with life. Previously, the structures that came with the territory were sparse, consisting mainly of a few villagers from Peach Blossom Village, with cobblestone paths seldom traversed. However, this time he brought in a plethora of buildings. The Imperial Academy and courtesan houses were bustling with women, while the farms, much like Peach Blossom Village, were populated with farmers. The inns and taverns saw patrons coming and going, and the mining buildings employed 60 workers, with several carts transporting goods to the territory's granary. This transformed the streets of his territory into a lively hub of activity, with pedestrians frequently passing by. The outer fields were alive with carts entering and exiting. His territory had truly become a thriving city. Chuckling at the haphazard arrangement, Yihan decided to reposition the buildings. He summoned several movable building tokens, acquired during his victorious defense of the city. Using the tokens, he dismantled all the walls, gathering the 6 barracks into one area while separating the residential and tavern structures. Centered around the Epang Palace, the northwest corner became the military district consisting of the Western Factory, Sunjia Camp, and Berserker Camp. The southwest corner was neatly arranged as the housing district, while the entire eastern side was designated for taverns and inns, courtesan houses, and medical facilities. The outermost perimeter housed the farms, repeater towers, and crossbow towers. Surrounding the territory were various mining sites, resembling stars encircling the moon that was the Eastern Court Palace. This meticulous organization transformed his once chaotic territory into a well-ordered ancient city, allowing Yihan to indulge in the thrill of relocating his territory's buildings. After all, isn't this one of the joys of being a lord in a game? Now that he had 6 barracks, he eagerly anticipated the number of soldiers they could summon. Yihan rubbed his hands together in excitement. He temporarily refrained from placing the Strong Beastman camp, as it was a rare white building of particular significance. He intended to observe the standard barracks before advancing it. These barracks would undoubtedly summon thousands of soldiers for him, their might far surpassing that of other challengers. Chapter 58. Combined, I surpass all others, competing with the renowned buildings of the sect. Notification. You have commanded your lordly power to summon soldiers. Notification. The newly acquired Xuanjia Heavy Cavalry Camp can summon 770 Xuanjia Heavy Cavalry, requiring 31 million lordly power. The Xuanjia Archer Camp can summon 880 Xuanjia Archers, requiring 64 million lordly power. The Xuanjia Infantry Camp can summon 880 elite Xuanjia Infantry, requiring 64 million lordly power. The Berserker Camp can summon 330 Berserkers, requiring 31 million lordly power. Notification. The Imperial Infirmary can summon 220 military healers, requiring 880,000 lordly power. Would you like to summon? The total comes to 78 million. In terms of soldiers, that is a staggering 3080. In the courtyard of the Epang Palace, Yihan gazed at the luminous screen calculating the total. Currently, the 5 barracks placed could yield him 3,000 soldiers. Adding the original 770 Xuanjia Heavy Cavalry and 550 factory soldiers, the total number had already reached 400. The overall count was nearing 5,000. More than the soldiers brought by that hero. This does not even account for the guards at the city gate tower, the Afong Palace, and other miscellaneous troops. If included, the number approaches 5,000. Yihan pondered, feeling a surge of excitement. Such a multitude of soldiers is beyond comparison with the trial takers from other families. It's not just their individual prowess. Even their combined strength pales in comparison. The existence of the Western territories poses a threat to oneself. Yet, it has also facilitated a tremendous advancement in one's own power. How many dungeons would one need to conquer to amass so many white intermediate barracks? Capturing cities and seizing resources is exhilarating. Summon them directly. Yihan commanded through his thoughts, tapping the light screen to issue the summoning order. He was entirely unconcerned about the issue of lordly power. There was still plenty of it, unless he were to acquire 10 more barracks to deplete his lordly strength. Moreover, the territory boasted a plethora of farms and taverns, alleviating any worries about food. With this many people, there would be more than enough provisions to go around. Notification. Soldiers have begun to be summoned. A light screen materialized, revealing a multitude of figures in the territory's barrack area, one after another. Elite soldiers materializing in his domain. The ordinary barracks had been fully utilized, leaving only himself. Yihan brought the building sphere to his gaze. The reason for advancing this particular item last was that Yihan sensed its peculiar nature. Furthermore, its tier was a rare classification. One of the few rare constructions within a level 5 territory. Building, Strong Orc Barracks. Level 1, Tier, White Rare. Effect 1. The Strong Orc Barracks can summon 550 Orc Axemen. Effect 2. Strong Orc Elite. The Orc territory attracts wandering orcs, with a probability of summoning elite orc soldiers set at 3. Compared to ordinary orcs, they are immensely stronger. Their intelligence level is elite, capable of learning an infinite number of skill books. Effect 3. Mighty Commander. When elite orcs are summoned, they can quell the chaotic imagination of the territory's soldiers, maintaining peace within the domain and enhancing the combat strength of orcs by 5. This is a building capable of refreshing elites, though a 3 probability may seem minuscule. Every 100 soldiers summoned can yield 3 elites. After those 100 ordinary soldiers perish, elites can be refreshed again. Accumulating this way can result in a significant number of elites. One must understand that up to this point, he had only developed 5 elites. The preciousness of this building is thus self-evident. Advance it, Yihan commanded inwardly. The glass sphere in his hand immediately levitated, rotating in the air as it advanced. This rare building's advancement was entirely different from previous ones. Yihan could see images flickering within the sphere, playing like a slideshow. The first image depicted several individuals clad in embroidered official robes entering a group of rough, burlap-clad men. Though the burly men wielded knives, they recoiled at the sight of the official attire. They emanated an air of authority and an intimidating presence. The second image showcased several individuals in black attire infiltrating an official's chamber, executing the official, who was drinking, on the spot, causing chaos at the banquet. The black-clad figures leapt out of the window, utilizing their acrobatic skills to escape. There was also an image of a burlap-clad man desperately fleeing, only to be swiftly caught and slain by the official soldiers. All of this seemed intricately connected to this building. Notification, advancement successful. Congratulations, Lord, on acquiring a new rare advanced building, the 6 Doors. Building, 6 Doors. Level 1, Tier, White Rare Advanced. Effect 1, Local Guardians of the Court. The 6 Doors serve as a governmental authority, capable of summoning 900 constable soldiers, adept at apprehending petty thieves and notorious bandits. Effect 2, the 4 Great Constables. The 6 Doors are rich in talent. When summoning soldiers, there is a probability of refreshing for constables, all of whom are hero-level combat specialists. The refreshing probability is 0.01. Effect 3, Jianghu Supervisor. Unlike the Western Factory's governmental oversight, the 6 Doors primarily manage civil and martial affairs. They maintain profound connections with the people of the Jianghu. The building has a daily chance to refresh elite Jianghu figures, whom the Lord may choose to contract and recruit into the territorial organization. Effect 4, Capture. The 6 Doors regard the territory as supreme imperial authority. Any adversaries, be they from dungeons or lords, are deemed thieves by the 6 Doors. Once captured by the constables, these thieves have a chance to be converted into prisoners, allowing the Lord to decide their fate, execution, or transformation into soldiers. Effect 5, Level 5, Unlocking the Immortal Era. Description: the 6 Doors are a mysterious governmental institution within the realm of martial arts, symbolizing imperial clemency. Inner palace elites, ruthless yet enigmatic. Notorious bandits fear them, dreading the constables. The 4 Great Constables are real figures from parallel worlds, renowned in the martial realm, bestowed with illustrious titles and epithets: Copperbell, Faceless, Spider, and Heartbreak Flower. It is indeed the 6 Doors. Yihan gazed at the light screen before him, slightly astonished. He felt that advancing into this Eastern authority was a tremendous surprise. This building is also highly renowned within the martial realm, as famous as any sect. Appearing in the works of Jean Lao and ancient novels, there have even been dedicated television dramas. Now, his territory possesses such a distinctive building. Moreover, the game-like effects of the 6 Doors seem remarkably intriguing. 6 Doors Notification. Jianghu Supervisor effect activated successfully. Today 3 individuals have come to pledge allegiance to the territory. Would you like to review them? Let us take a look. Yihan, curious, clicked on the 6 Doors light screen. Chapter 59, The Romance of the Jianghu. Family Departure. Yihan clicked on the 6 Doors light screen. Notification. All elite soldiers refreshed by the 6 Doors. The Lord may choose to recruit or dismiss. Soldier, Ren Tianlong, 32 years old. Level 2, Intelligence, Elite. Comprehensive Attribute Panel, Speed, Strength, Vitality, etc. 1, 390, 160, Equipped. Equipment, Refined Steel Broadsword, Burlap Attire. Skills, Martial Arts Talent, Passive. Description: a burly man forced to become a bandit due to famine, possessing skilled knife techniques and rich combat experience. Soldier, Tang Ling, 26 years old. Level 1, Intelligence, Elite. Comprehensive Attribute Panel, 890, 190. Description: a fierce woman who believes herself equal to men, roaming the Jianghu with a spear after losing her family. Soldier, Chen Haoming, 22 years old. Level 2, Intelligence, Elite. Comprehensive Attribute Panel, 1, 350, 120. Description: a delinquent who never studied well, having accidentally killed someone during a brawl, now seeking refuge in the Jianghu to evade the constables. The combat prowess of these three soldiers stands out significantly compared to ordinary soldiers, all possessing martial arts talent. Their descriptions resonate strongly with the essence of the Jianghu. Bandits, heroes, outlaws, such as the Jianghu. Yihan perceives the term as referring to the far reaches of the world, in the realm of wuxia novels. It typically denotes places distant from urban centers. The notion of wandering the Jianghu suggests a life of aimless drifting. Those who traverse these paths are often either notorious criminals apprehended upon returning to cities, performers seeking to make a living, or valiant heroes yearning for the mountains and seas. Far from home. Generally, there are more villains than noble heroes. In regions overlooked by the city guards, numerous tales unfold. This yearning for a carefree life amidst the mountains and seas has indeed given rise to the genre of Jianghu literature, rendering the Jianghu legendary. Of course, Yihan occasionally longs to wander through the Jianghu himself. However, having traversed into this void of myriad realms, he finds ample opportunities for exploration. He summons all individuals. Yihan commands the light screen with his thoughts. Notification: you have chosen to recruit. Congratulations on acquiring 3 elite soldiers. You may instruct the elite soldiers to learn skills. Notification: the 6 doors will refresh the Jianghu personnel tomorrow. 3 elite soldiers of varying statures materialize before Yihan. He assigns them to the sect for training, swapping them with 3 ordinary guards, aspiring for a day when all outer disciples of the sect will be elite. Subsequently, he expends 297 million lordly power to summon all 990 constables from the 6 doors. 90 of them are enhanced by the East Court Palace. Thus, his territory boasts over 6,000 soldiers, akin to a small battalion. However, none of the 4 great detectives have been summoned. It seems that only after engaging in battle can he summon constables to have a chance of acquiring them. Yihan gazes at the 4 great detectives with a sigh. This feels akin to drawing cards. The 4 great detectives are golden heroes, with a low probability of being summoned. Nevertheless, Yihan is quite curious about them. He senses that their names and abilities are intertwined. The Copper Bell must be a hero capable of withstanding blows, while the Heartbreak Grass likely employs poison. As for the Faceless One and the Spider, their abilities remain a mystery. After the summoning concludes, Yihan strolls through the streets of his territory. He traverses from the entertainment district featuring brothels and 5 sacred mountain sects, to the bustling residential areas, ultimately arriving at the barracks to admire the neatly arranged troops. His heart swells with immense satisfaction. His territory has begun to take shape. These edifices are the fruits of his recent efforts. Time flies, and soon a day has passed. It is now the appointed time for his family to inspect Yihan's territory. At 8 o'clock that morning, Yihan receives a message from Yi Qingyi. Little brother, I am currently gathering with Mom and Dad at the family castle to meet Grandpa. We will arrive in no more than 20 minutes. Are you prepared? Smirking emoji. The message from Yi Qingyi materializes on the light screen before Yihan. There's nothing to prepare. Just come over. Yihan replies with his thoughts. At this moment, he reclines on the grand bed within the inner palace of the Apeng Palace, his head resting on the long, soft thigh of Xionyang. While 5 maidens perform graceful and enchanting dances, Xionyang sits elegantly, using her delicate hands to peel grapes sent from the estate and feed them to Yihan. After savoring a few sweet grapes, he pulls Xionyang closer and kisses her tender lips a few times, feeling both carefree and joyous. Oh, so this is the life of an emperor. No wonder so many tyrants aspire for immortality. Yihan cannot help but exclaim in wonder. Beautiful women, exquisite food, picturesque scenery, and luxurious possessions. This is precisely the life he had dreamed of in his previous existence. Tears of happiness well up in Yihan's eyes. My oh my. The master surely knows how to indulge. Xionyang lightly touches Yihan's cheek with the back of her hand. Regarding Yihan's request for her to peel grapes, she is neither bothered nor discontent. In fact, she seems somewhat pleased. Yihan is not a tyrant, but merely indulging in a day of relaxation. Although he exhibits vigor towards himself, he finds little interest in the maidens and female NPCs of the brothel. Had he been another lord, he would have likely exhausted them by now, considering their bodies are quite real. This only endears her to Yihan more and aligns her preferences with his. Haha. Not bad. Yihan chuckles as he sits up. Xionyang, wait here. I shall fetch my family first. Yes, in the Yi family hall. Yi Lingtian stands at the entrance waiting, while his elder brother Yi Hanfeng and Yi Hong engage in conversation nearby. Are you saying that there are other lords beside Yi Han's nephew? Yi Hong, father of Yi Fian, exclaims in astonishment. During their earlier discussion, Yi Lingtian had mentioned this matter. Indeed, replies Yi Hanfeng. Moreover, he is a level 5 lord. It seems Yi Han's development will be quite challenging. Indeed, I did not expect this generation of our family as challengers to face such hardships. Yi Hong reflects, slightly disheartened. This time, 2 of them have been eliminated. One lost the entire first wave of soldiers, and the other remains near the lord. Besides Yi Fian, no one else seems to be developing smoothly. However, This realization brings him a flicker of surprise. It appears that aside from his daughter, no one else has progressed well. Thus, the probability of his daughter claiming first place is rather slim. Moreover, he has long been aware that the reward for first place is a small world. A spirit-rich small world worth a fortune. His daughter is likely to strike it rich. Yi Hong maintains a stoic expression, yet secretly revels in his thoughts. After a wait of 20 minutes, Yi Qing'ai and her entourage arrive beside the family head, and they prepare to teleport. Chapter 60. The Arrival of Family, Astonishment, and Shock. Little brother, we will traverse to the coordinates 767, 095 in your small world. If we are far from the territory, please send us the territory's coordinates. Grandpa can teleport us instantly. No need. I will go out to find you. Yi Han recalls the message sent by his elder sister. Currently, he has reached the location where his family is about to arrive. It is not far from his territory, merely a small hill 4 kilometers to the east, easily reachable by a swift horse-drawn carriage. Yi Han waits atop the small hill. Suddenly, a faint sound emanates, accompanied by a spatial fluctuation as a 2-meter-wide rift in space tears open. Compared to Yi Fian's arrival, this time, Yi Lingtian and the others have opted for a rather understated approach. This is due to the presence of another lord in Yi Han's small world. They wish to avoid drawing the attention of that lord and disrupting this trial. They've arrived. Yi Han feels a flicker of excitement as he turns to face the spatial rift. 6 figures emerge from within. The family head Yi Lingtian, his uncle Yi Hanfeng, his 4th uncle Yi Hong, along with his parents and elder sister, quite a sizable group. Little brother, it has been over 10 days. I have missed you dearly. Did that lord discover you? Have you fought with any enemies? Tell me if you were hurt. Did you sustain any disfigurement? Yi Qingyi exclaims, her excitement palpable as she rushes to Yi Han, grasping his shoulders and inspecting him from all angles. Yi Qingyi, 24 years old, stands at 1.7 meters, 10 centimeters shorter than Yi Han, and bears a striking resemblance to him. She, too, possesses remarkable beauty, as evidenced during their previous conversations. Yi Qingyi is a remarkably vivacious girl, although she adorns herself in a resplendent gown that exudes a soft glow, embodying the elegance of a princess when poised. Her regal demeanor dissipates completely the moment she springs into action. Go away, Shu, Yi Han playfully scolded, giving his elder sister a gentle shove to distance her from himself. Despite her kindness towards him, at times, Yi Han found her rather exasperating. Her laughter, akin to that of a lark, rang out. No injuries. It seems the Lord has not yet discovered us. Let the trials commence. Han, what is the situation in that territory? As Yi Qingyi spoke, Yi Lingtian approached Yi Han and addressed him in a soft tone, tinged with affection. He gestured towards the Dongting Palace territory. Given that it was merely 4 kilometers away and the Lord possessed keen eyesight, they spotted it as soon as they arrived. Aside from Yi Qingyi, who was fixated on Yi Han, that territory appears to be of a level 5 lord. Upon seeing Dongting Palace, Yi Qingyi's expression grew serious. Observing from the wilderness, Dongting Palace resembled a quaint yet exquisite city. The territory was neatly divided, with the training zones and residential areas distinctly separated, while resource-laden carriages from the nearby mines traversed the broad thoroughfare between the 2 zones. The streets bustled with activity, and the buildings stood in meticulous alignment. The walls were smooth, and the intricate eaves arched upward like the beaks of birds. Most captivating was the main hall of the Afong Palace, standing 20 meters tall, constructed entirely of redwood, adorned with carved railings and exquisite tiles. The windows displayed leaves as delicate as a fingertip, vividly crafted by a master artisan. Indeed, the architecture of this territory is quite impressive. While its area may not be vast, the design exudes an aesthetic appeal I have never encountered before. Hanfeng, are you aware of the civilization that governs this territory? Yi Lingtian scrutinized the Afong Palace with utmost seriousness, his eyes meticulously scanning every corner of the main hall and its adjacent flowing courtyard. Father, I have little recollection, but the architecture there possesses a serene beauty. Yi Hanfeng replied, his tone brimming with admiration. Others also gazed intently at the territory. The Eastern civilization was the sole culture present here. It was only after Yi Han's awakening that Yi Lingtian and the others witnessed it for the first time. At that moment, Yi Qingyi sensed something amiss. After catching sight of the territory, her earlier playful demeanor vanished entirely, replaced by a serious expression. She perceived that the territory resembled what Yi Han had described as that of a level 5 lord. However, why would Yi Han transport his family beside another lord's territory? Wouldn't that jeopardize their trials? Thus, it seemed plausible. Little brother, what is the situation in that territory? Yi Qingyi inquired. Haha, sister, that territory is, of course, mine. Yi Han replied with a grin, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Aren't your talents comparable to mine? How could your territory be so expansive? Yi Qingyi pondered, her brows furrowing in contemplation. In comparison to her own territory's development over 10 days during the trials, the structures in the distant territory outnumbered hers tenfold, an overwhelming disparity. Haha, I was merely jesting. To tell the truth, I have already annexed the level 5 lord's territory 200 miles away. That is the result of my conquest. Yi Han grinned, exuding a sense of triumph as if he were no longer concealing his true self. What? Yi Qingyi exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. The relatives surrounding them turned their gazes sharply towards Yi Han, a new lord, armed with only a single barracks. Arriving in a new world and managing to conquer a level 5 lord in just over a dozen days. This marked an extraordinary talent. Yi Lingtian, who referred to such individuals as exceptional prodigies, was not the only one astonished by Yi Han's declaration. Yi Lingtian, Yi Han Feng, and their father were equally taken aback. In an instant, everyone fixated their attention on Yi Han, their perceptions of him diverging significantly. Their grandson possesses exceptional talent? Their son is achieving great things? Is it possible that their daughter falls so far behind? This little rascal, is he playing tricks on me? Han, pray, enlighten us about the nature of your talents. Yi Lingtian, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within, directly inquired about Yi Han's abilities. Given that Yi Han had previously jested about his talents being on par with Yi Qingyi's, this moment brought forth feelings of astonishment and disbelief. Haha, grandfather, family, you are all welcome to my territory for an inspection. My talent is advancement. Yi Han gradually elaborated on his abilities, detailing the effects of his advancements, which included the West Factory and Mechanized City. What? After advancement, your lordly power increased 9 or 10-fold. You possess over 2 million units of lordly power now? The quality of your buildings has also surged nearly 10-fold, boasting unique effects. Little brother, is this what you meant by having slightly stronger talents? Yi Qingyi clutched the fabric of Yi Han's shoulder tightly. Chapter 61, Territory Inspection, Witnessed by Family. On the small hill, indeed, just a little stronger. Yi Han smiled in response to Yi Qingyi's questioning. And sister, do not forget, you owe me a elven structure. Haha, once the trials conclude, swiftly open the gates of your territory and let me choose. Oh, you. So you were saying that on purpose? Yi Qingyi retorted with a playful threat, pinching Yi Han's shoulder. Haha. Upon hearing her words, Yi Han realized that his elder sister was undoubtedly plotting something in her mind. But it did not deter him from seizing her structures. After their playful banter, Yi Han led his family towards the territory. My lord, Li Xionyang and Wei Gongming emerged together to welcome Yi Han and his family. After a brief introduction, Yi Han guided them on a tour of the territory. Grandfather, this is my first building, the West Factory. It has been immensely helpful to me. Yi Han first took them to the barracks area, where the architectural effects and the 6,000 soldiers undergoing training left Yi Lingtian and the others in awe. In comparison, Yi Han's army was remarkably vast. His strength was such that not only this batch, but even the combined force of 3 batches of trial participants would struggle to contend with him. Yi Qingyi stood mesmerized, gazing at the heavily armored cavalry mounted on majestic warhorses. She felt that a single battalion of these cavalry could easily trample the territory she had painstakingly constructed over her trial period of several days, a staggering disparity. She became increasingly convinced that if she did not act soon, Yi Han might surpass her within half a year or a year, making it impossible for her to contend with him. Just from touring the barracks area, everyone understood that Yi Han possessed talents akin to that of a celestial prodigy. Yi Fian's talents were commendable yet common, while Yi Qingyi was among the elite among lords. Yi Han's abilities could be likened to those of 20 Yi Qingyi's. Yi Han had completely relinquished any aspirations for his daughter's triumph. There was simply no comparison. She was far too extraordinary. It was utterly impossible to rival Yi Han. This was the activity zone, where I possessed 2 rare white structures, the Imo family mechanism city and the 5 Mountains sect. Yi Han led his companions westward to explore. Various brothels, inns, and imperial physician-esque quarters were meticulously arranged, and the elegance of the tiled roofs imbued the atmosphere with the essence of an ancient city. Excellent. The effects of the advancements were remarkably impressive. Yi Lingtian perused the architectural display screens, showering them with unreserved praise. Yi Han was aware that this family had enjoyed encouraging the younger generation, yet the slight excitement in his voice indicated his genuine satisfaction. It seemed that he would soon garner significant attention from the family. Han, place your hand upon the crystal ball and recall the scenes from your dungeon exploration. Yi Lingtian instructed, producing a crystal sphere identical to the one belonging to Yi Fian. Alright. Yi Han had heard his elder sister mention this device and understood its purpose. So without hesitation, he placed his hand upon it. Instantly, the crystal ball radiated a swirl of luminous mist. My lord, wasn't that lord planning to lead his troops out of the territory to tackle the dungeon? I propose we ambush him after he completes it. With heavy cavalry at our disposal, we could charge directly into his forces and take his life. Do not be so hasty. Even with cavalry, victory is not guaranteed. The giants outside will form a wall of flesh that our cavalry cannot breach, and the archers within could easily eliminate our exposed cavalry. Relocating to the mountains would completely nullify our cavalry's advantage. How do you know all this? A burly man furrowed his brow and activated his abilities to confront Yi Han. Yi Han swiftly reacted, raising his blade and employing a technique to deflect the force. Clang. The man's weapon was repelled, and Yi Han retaliated with a strike to his thigh. Although he was of a lower level, he still managed to prevail. My lord, my strategy is one of psychological warfare. People are often paralyzed by the fears they create for themselves. Scenes flickered within the crystal ball, akin to a cinematic montage, showcasing all the experiences Yi Han had endured recently. Among them were moments of leading troops into battle, swiftly adapting during the siege, and deploying mechanical beasts to guard the siege ladders. His experiences were twice as rich as those of Yi Fian. Although she too engaged in daily dungeon raids, she primarily remained stationary in the rear, while the territory had never faced an assault. Unlike Yi Han, who tirelessly traversed the realm with his heavy cavalry, his journey could indeed be deemed exhilarating. Upon witnessing Yi Han's performance, Yi Lingtian's previously stern demeanor softened into a slight smile. Others around him also exhibited surprise and admiration, with Yi Qinggong, Li Hong, and Yi Qingyi expressing a measure of satisfaction. Li Hong's eyes even glistened with unshed tears. While Yi Han's battlefield reactions might not classify him as a master strategist, his ability to respond swiftly and maintain composure in the face of peril marked him as a true man of valor. They were all relatives of Yi Han, having cradled him in their arms during his childhood. Yet now, that child had grown. The progress of his territory was not solely attributable to his prodigious talent, but also to his calm and adaptive mindset. Once all memories of battle had concluded, the imagery within the crystal ball dissipated. Haha, Han, I now grasp your situation, and I hope you do not become arrogant due to your current achievements. Your journey as a lord has just begun. Yi Lingtian chuckled as he stored away the crystal ball. Indeed, Han, your uncle is equally astonished by your talents and combat prowess. You are undoubtedly a rising star among lords. Your future accomplishments will surely eclipse ours. Yi Hanfeng patted Yi Han on the shoulder, unable to suppress his admiration. Others joined in lauding Yi Han, while Yi Qingyi observed the surrounding faces with a smile. Once hailed as a genius herself, she now noted that the elders' praise for Yi Han far surpassed their accolades for her. Her younger brother was on the brink of greatness. Yi Han graciously acknowledged the accolades, while feeling a swell of excitement within, just as his grandfather had stated. His journey as a lord had only just commenced. Once he escaped the constraints of family trials and acquired resources and connections, combined with his advancing talent, he would undoubtedly soar to new heights. 10 multiplied by 1 yields 10, yet 100 multiplied by 10 results in 1,000. When he obtained rare structures from the era of cultivation and advanced further, the effects would likely surpass those of the 6 gates of the Mo family mechanism city. Han, the assessment is complete, and your grandfather finds your territory delightful. May we reside here for a day? Yi Lingtian inquired of Yi Han. Of course. Yi Han replied. Yi Qingyi and the others likewise expressed their desire to stay for a day. Upon their brief sojourn, they discovered that this territory held even more surprises. Chapter 62, Exceptional Ratings, a Grand Stage in the Void World. Within the Yifeng Palace, Yi Lingtian sat in a pavilion, gazing sideways at the fish frolicking in the adjacent pond. He lifted a teacup from the table and took a sip, savoring the delicate aroma that brought tranquility to his mind. As the Eastern civilization was summoned to this world by Yi Han, this was his first opportunity to relax in such a stylistic courtyard. In this realm of myriad worlds, although many civilizations enjoyed brewing medicinal herbs, none possessed a tea culture as flourishing as that of the East, nor did they offer the diverse array of tea varieties. The Western civilizations, in stark contrast, had no tea culture whatsoever. Thus, this Longjing tea was the first Yi Lingtian had ever tasted, providing him with an intense sensory experience. Father, after a while, Yi Hanfeng approached and took a seat beside him. Have you completed your tour? Yi Lingtian inquired curiously, having noticed that Yi Hanfen had gone to examine the architectural structures. I have seen it all. My nephew's territory is still modest in size. Father, I believe his rating could be classified as superior, perhaps even exceptionally so. Yi Lingtian chuckled and shook his head. Your assessment suggests you have yet to fully comprehend Han's territory. What do you think, father? Yi Hanfeng asked with curiosity. Are you aware of the hero named Wei Gongming who is associated with Yi Han? Yi Lingtian began. Is he the eunuch attendant? What is so remarkable about him? Yi Hanfeng queried. Eunuchs is a unique designation in the East. Other civilizations typically refer to them as attendants. If he were merely an attendant, he would not be of particular significance. Not just any attendant. He is one who has sat upon a throne. Yi Lingtian leaned closer to Yi Hanfeng, gradually revealing the information he had gleaned from the display screen. What? Yi Hanfeng was momentarily taken aback. A self-made man who had grown weary of the throne was exceedingly rare. Even Yi Hanfeng himself would not dare claim he could outmaneuver him in the realm of power. Yet, this hero had become an aide to his nephew. The situation was now drastically different. Moreover, Han's intelligence from the Western factory indicated he could refresh unique structures, allowing him to monopolize business. Han's civilization was truly singular. These elements vividly illustrate that his future is indeed radiant, and the talents that follow are predominantly superior to the preceding ones. Hence, I posit that his evaluations might merit an additional point or two. Yi Lingtian remarked with a smile. Well indeed. Yi Han, my nephew is truly exceptional. Yihan Feng concurred with his father's sentiments. So, what do you think of the spiritual realm bestowed upon Yihan? Yiling Tian sipped his tea thoughtfully. If his talent were mediocre, I would perceive it as a squander. However, it now appears to be perfectly suited. Yihan Feng replied with a grin. He sensed that Yiling Tian was preparing to nurture Yihan's rapid ascension. The Yi family has always leaned towards fostering the independence of their descendants in developing their territories, and Yihan Feng is no exception, focusing on the growth of his own dominion. This is particularly relevant as the lifespan of the lords here is notably prolonged. Powerful lords can easily live to 400 or 500 years. Moreover, there exists an awkward reality. If one's territory lacks sufficient strength, one's lifespan may not surpass that of one's father, rendering the notion of inheritance quite distant. It is prudent to concentrate on cultivating one's own territory. In the grand hall of the Afang Palace, 5 maidens gracefully performed the Daqin dance. The swirling, flowing sleeves made them appear as ethereal butterflies. Hee. My brother's maidens dance quite beautifully. Yi Qing observed with amusement, her eyes fixated on the maidens' fluid movements. Opposite her sat Yi Qinggong and Li Hong, the latter bearing a hint of sorrow on her countenance. The maidens here are exceedingly beautiful. Furthermore, there exists a legendary heroine with a timeless visage in the territory, which left Li Hong feeling a tinge of inferiority. Would her son, Yi Han, stray from the right path? She had witnessed too many individuals become lords only to impose themselves upon the women of their territories, be they NPCs or real-life heroines, leading to a state of depletion and emptiness. Surely her son would not succumb to such temptations? Yet, after further contemplation, she reassured herself. Her son is a good child. How could he engage in such behavior? Even if that heroine were to actively seduce him, he would undoubtedly remain unaffected. Who would have thought that Han's talents would be so remarkable? His command over troops is impressively composed. He has truly matured. Yi Qinggong's voice resonated with pride. Upon hearing this, Li Hong straightened her posture slightly. The memory of the family head's commendation of Yi Han filled her with immense pride. Hee. Yi Qing remained silent, but a glimmer of joy sparkled in her eyes as she watched the maidens. Despite their playful antics, she felt genuine happiness and pride for Yi Han's accomplishments. She was aware that once Yi Han's talents became known, other family members would speak to her parents with greater warmth. Qinggong, I shall now relay Han's talents to my father. He had previously inquired about Han's abilities. Now that he knows how formidable he is, he will surely be delighted. Li Hong exclaimed as she activated the light screen. Of course, Yi Qinggong nodded. He understood that Li Hong referred to her biological father, who is also Yi Han's maternal grandfather. Qinggong, my father has responded. Moments later, Li Hong's voice brimmed with excitement. He expressed great astonishment at Han's talents and wishes to meet him after the trials conclude. If possible, the Li family will also support him. Haha, that sounds splendid. When Han returns, I shall inform him about his grandfather. Yi Qinggong replied, a hint of excitement in his tone. Yi Han's grandfather, Li Yuanzong, though not as powerful as Yiling Tian, is nonetheless a 5th-tier lord. The Li family wields significant influence within the nation, ranking among the top 20 financial conglomerates. Should a conflict arise between the Li and Yi families, the energy unleashed by the Li family would be more than sufficient for the Yi family to contend with. And now, with Yi Han possessing the talents of a prodigy and the backing of 2 esteemed families, the grand stage of the future void world has already been set for him. What remains is for him to conclude the trials and take the stage. Subsequently, Yi Han's journey through the small world trials unfolded amidst the tranquility of conquering ordinary dungeons. The day of the trials' conclusion arrived swiftly. Chapter 63, Yi Han's heartache and the rewards of 3 small goals. On the 14th day of the trials, with his family having departed the territory, Yi Han felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. He languished on the throne of a Fang Palace, indulging in grapes, spending his afternoons and evenings in the company of Xiaonyang within the confines of his chamber. On the 15th day, he rode out to admire the scenery in the morning, then returned to the chamber with Xiaonyang in the afternoon and evening. On the 16th day, he remained in the chamber with Xiaonyang throughout the day, and by nightfall, he lay inert on the throne. On the 17th day, reflecting on 3 days of indulgent idleness, Yi Han felt a profound sense of regret and dedicated an entire day to crafting a plan for the development of his territory. On the 18th day, he lay dormant on the throne, confined to his chamber. On the 19th day, he continued his inert existence on the throne, remaining in his chamber. On the 20th day, once again, Yi Han was engulfed in heartache and personally led troops into battle, embarking on a relentless quest to conquer dungeons. The ensuing days passed in a flurry of dungeon raids and progressive achievements, as the absence of threats from Western lords rendered life as tranquil as a still lake. Additionally, Yi Han discovered the boundaries of this small world. If centered around himself, the radius of this small world extends to 6,000 kilometers. It is but one of countless ordinary fragments in the void. Furthermore, the highest level of dungeons caps at level 20. The absence of spiritual energy in this world has predetermined the limitations of power, with higher-level dungeons existing solely within the realm of spiritual energy. The days of trials passed swiftly. On the 31st day, after rising, Yihan inspected his territory. His domain had now reached level 11. The area had expanded to a circumference of 20 miles, transforming into a genuine city. The territory remained divided into 4 distinct zones. The northeastern military camp area boasted 12 barracks and 20,000 soldiers, encompassing all common troop types from the non-spiritual era, including cavalry, archers, and swordsmen. The southeastern area comprised a residential neighborhood featuring 80 meticulously arranged traditional eastern villas. The villa district was most vibrant in the morning. In the center stood the Afang Palace, where Yihan resided, its walls having expanded to 2 kilometers in length and width. Within, the pavilions and towers had multiplied. The western sector was entirely dedicated to leisure and entertainment, housing various establishments such as the Listening to Melody Pavilion, Tea House, and 100 Flower Garden, all of which provided combat enhancements to the soldiers. Furthermore, an abundance of novel attractions awaited exploration. When Yihan wandered through, he felt as though he could spend several days indulging in the sights. This compelled him to hastily depart and conquer dungeons, lest he succumb to despair once more. The outermost layer consisted of pastoral farms and scenic rural structures, encircling the territory like a protective embrace. In the wilderness, mines were scattered like stars in the night sky. Among the territory's most striking features were the rare buildings. During the final 10 days of conquering dungeons, Yihan acquired 2 mechanized cities, one of which advanced into Mozi Mechanized City, while the other evolved into Gongshu Mechanized City. This unexpected turn of events left him astounded. In his past life, Mozi and Gongshu Ban were renowned masters of ancient machinery in the East. Both families possessed their own mechanical cities. Moreover, the Gongshu family has numerous mechanisms that the Mo family lacks. Yihan yearns to ascend to the era of cultivation, to breathe life into those mechanical beasts. Furthermore, the 5 Mountains sect and 6 gates will also undergo transformations in the era of cultivation. Yihan senses that they will evolve towards the realm of the celestial. On the 31st day, Yihan, holding a teleportation gem, strides into the courtyard of the Apang Palace, wearing a relaxed expression. Finally, the trial has concluded. In many ways, this trial resembled a cage, confining him within the depths of a well, away from the vast expanse of the azure sky. Today, he could finally emerge from that well. My lord, Xionyang awaits your return. Li Xionyang gently assists Yihan in tidying his attire. After this period of profound interaction, Xionyang has come to know Yihan intimately. Their relationship has blossomed into profound familiarity. My lord, we eagerly anticipate your return to lead us in the development of the Celestial Dynasty. Wei Gongming also steps forward to address Yihan. Presently, Wei Gongming and Yihan have become confidants. Particularly during one conversation, Yihan shared insights on Marxism, leaving Wei Gongming utterly astonished, his emotions lingering in a state of unrest. When Yihan spoke of an era where even commoners could hold dominion, Wei Gongming was moved to tears, unable to find peace for days. He himself hails from the lower strata of society, having witnessed the brutal oppression of feudal systems upon the common folk. That ideology has radically reshaped Wei Gongming's worldview, as well as his perception of Yihan. Unlike other rulers and emperors, Yihan sees himself as a friend rather than a master, which has prompted Wei Gongming to abandon the struggle for power and follow Yihan with unwavering loyalty. However, his ingrained habits of etiquette and self-identification as a servant are not so easily altered. Forcing a change would only leave him feeling uncomfortable and vulnerable. I shall return to my family first. Wait for my return. After bidding farewell, Yihan shatters the teleportation gem, vanishing from the territory with a resounding pop. Fangtian City, Yi family's central castle. A spatial rift suddenly tears open, and Yihan steps forth. Ahan has returned. Congratulations to my nephew Yihan for achieving first place in the trial. The family head expresses great joy, exclaiming, "This year, our Yi family has produced a genius. I heard about it. I hope I can awaken with talents akin to Yihan's." Relatives gather around Yihan, eager to congratulate him. They are now well aware of his formidable talents, and after 30 days of observation, first place in the trial is undoubtedly his. The other contestants are left far behind. Yi Fian and others gaze at Yihan in astonishment, fully convinced of his superiority. The rankings follow. Yi Fian claims second place, another contestant takes third, while the 2 eliminated individuals do not place. Silence, everyone. The family head has arrived. Yi Hanfeng's voice resonates throughout the hall, prompting an immediate hush among the previously bustling crowd. Yi Lingtian glides in through the entrance, his demeanor warm and benevolent as he approaches Yihan and the others. I trust you are all aware of the rankings. I shall announce the rewards directly. For this trial, I will personally grant the 4th and 5th places each one 5 billion in development funds. The 3rd place will receive 200 million, the 2nd 5 billion, and for the 1st place, Ahan, you shall receive 3 billion in funds along with a small world infused with spiritual energy. Yi Lingtian declares. Yes, thank you, grandfather. Yi Han and the others expressed their gratitude in unison, feeling a swell of excitement within. 3 billion in funds will allow him to procure numerous constructions. His territory is poised for takeoff, and he is eager to explore what his small world entails. Chapter 64, An Abundance of Business Channels. A brand new civilization in a small world. Yi Family Castle. Thank you, grandfather. The new lords approach Yi Lingtian to receive their trial rewards. Others receive golden cards. While Yi Han is presented with a golden card and a plaque inscribed with blue runes, allowing him to teleport to the rewarded small world. This resembles the scenario of affluent individuals bestowing their descendants with a small entrepreneurial target. Congratulations, Fian. Congratulations to all of you. Relatives gather around to extend their congratulations. Yi Han finds himself surrounded by an increasing number of admirers. Yi Han, I've heard your civilization is the only one of its kind. Cousin, I am in the business of art. If you have unique artworks to sell, I can help you market them. I guarantee you will profit. Shall we exchange contact information? A man clad in a golden threaded robe approaches Yi Han with a smile, offering a crystal with his contact details. Indeed, Yi Han, your unique civilization is exceedingly rare. If you have any distinctive medicines, feel free to send a sample to your cousin, who will gladly appraise their value at no cost. Yi Han, do you remember me? I'm your cousin who sells weapons. You can trust us. We specialize in business. If you can provide limited edition goods, our operation will ensure we elevate the prices. Numerous relatives of the Yi family present their contact information to Yi Han, hoping to foster future collaboration. All right, I will add you all on the communication screen. Yi Han graciously accepts their contact details. These are not merely familial ties, but also exceptionally reliable business partners. With their connections, he need not seek channels elsewhere. His family includes those selling architectural spheres, antique artworks, wholesale weapons, medicines, and even fruits. Yi Han reflects, feeling a sense of gratitude. Being born into the Yi family truly means having every stage set for one's success. As long as his territory thrives, all will be well. Alas, his territory is currently but a small patch of land, unable to produce anything of significance. Certainly, if he were to incorporate the Ipang Palace into an architectural sphere for sale, this unique civilization's palace could be auctioned off at a premium to other affluent lords. But if he sells it, where will he reside? Only when distinctive buildings emerge in the future can he engage in commerce. Yi Han laments the limited size of his territory, yearning for swift growth and expansion. Subsequently, he mingles within the family castle for 40 minutes, accumulating a substantial number of relatives, before finally finding the opportunity to approach his parents. Han, this is the money your father, sister, and I have pooled together for your territorial development. There's over 200 million inside. Li Hong hands a golden card to Yi Han, her eyes slightly swollen. Witnessing her son's success fills her with an overwhelming mix of emotions. All right, thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, big sister. Yi Han hesitates briefly before accepting the golden card. The trial funds are a personal reward from Yi Lingtian. Typically, new lords receive additional financial support from their parents upon returning home. However, if the parents are not lords themselves, they may not have substantial funds to provide for their children. Hee. Why are you hesitating to thank me, little brother? Your conscience is there, but it seems you don't have much of it. Yi Qingyi teases with a chuckle. Haha, didn't I just say thank you to my big sister? Yi Han replies, his gratitude genuine, even if Yi Qingyi often playfully annoys him. Haha, alright, let us venture into the little world bestowed upon you by the family head. Yi Qinggong chuckled. Absolutely. The thought of the small world rewarded by the family head filled Yi Han with a sense of excitement and anticipation. He infused the teleportation token given by Yi Lingtian with his lordly power. Whoosh! A burst of radiance enveloped Yi Han and his companions, and moments later, they vanished from the family fortress. Boom! Crash! The sky of the small world was thick with dark clouds, thunder rumbled, and the sound of waves crashing against the shore echoed. The vast ocean nearby churned tumultuously. Suddenly, a colossal splash erupted from the sea, accompanied by a piercing shriek. A monstrous sea creature, as immense as a mountain, surged from the depths, instantly colliding with a giant whale and tearing it to shreds. Blood stained the surface of the ocean, only to be swiftly washed away by the waves. The whale lay lifeless. The creature that had burst forth from the sea was equally fearsome. It resembled a gigantic serpent, dragon-like, adorned with 9 heads, each of which had devoured the whale. The land beside the ocean was far from tranquil. Creatures scurried about in every direction, 10-meter-tall 3-headed hounds, centaur warriors clad in heavy armor roaming the plains, and a radiant temple dedicated to a goddess atop a mountain. Various formidable monsters raced through the wilderness, while in the sky, a massive red-haired lion with enormous wings soared. 3,000 kilometers offshore, a mountain range radiating brilliant golden light towered to a height of 20,000 meters, dazzling to behold. At its summit lay a small, resplendent city, seemingly inhabited by deities. Suddenly a whoosh echoed. A spatial rift appeared on the grassy expanse of the small world, and Yi Han and his companions emerged from it. They quickly became aware of the commotion surrounding them. The area was teeming with dungeon monsters. Everywhere they looked, creatures were sprinting about. Dungeon, Temple of Athena. Level, 159. Number of enemies, 20 priestesses of the wisdom goddess. Description, a temple of a powerful goddess, protected by her divine power. The 20 priestesses possess the strength to annihilate an entire nation. Dungeon, Centaur beasts. Level, 49. Number of enemies, 1500. Description, the Centaur race. Believing themselves to be of divine lineage from Zeus, runs rampant across the plains, mercilessly slaying all who trespass upon their territory. Dungeon, Hellhound. Level, 107. Number of enemies, 1. Description, a three-headed beast from the underworld, a harbinger of doom. Dungeon, Human village. This is a world filled with the essence of divine civilization, and the monsters are formidable. If the new lord is not cautious, he could face total annihilation. A flicker of concern flashed in Li Hong's eyes. It is far too perilous here for my son. Indeed, Han, the small world bestowed upon you by the family head is extraordinary. You must exercise caution regarding those wild dungeon monsters. Do you understand? Yi Qinggong advised. Of course, Dad. Mom, you need not worry, Yi Han replied, his voice laced with excitement. He had not anticipated that his grandfather would bestow upon him such a wealth of high-level dungeons for his spiritual world. Moreover, he recognized and understood this realm. Many of the civilizations in the void stemmed from his past life, such as the half-orcs and western elves, each possessing their corresponding mythological systems. Different mythological frameworks corresponded to different void small worlds. In his past life, the West boasted 3 grand civilizations, the Greek world of Athena and Zeus, and the Norse world of Thor and Loki. There was a third, lesser-known civilization that Han was unfamiliar with, but that was of no consequence. What mattered was that the small world he had entered was the Greek mythological realm of the void, and he had encountered all the monsters within its pages. Furthermore, the spiritual resources here were bountiful. That gleaming mountain must be the divine peak. Could it be that deities truly reside here? Yi Han pondered as he gazed towards the distant golden mountain in the west. Regardless, Yi Han had already resolved to relocate his territory here, intending to lead the Eastern Army in conquering this divine world. Chapter 65. The adventures in the divine world are abundant. Let us march forth with my army. Crash, crash. The sound of waves crashing against the shore resounded as Yi Han strolled along the beach of the divine small world. The coastal landscape mirrored that of his homeland in his past life, with the ocean to the east. It was now the second day. The sky was a brilliant blue, and radiant sunlight cascaded upon the sparkling sea. As the breeze blew, the ocean and the grassy woodlands on land stirred in harmony. Monsters such as centaurs, 3-headed hounds, and 9-headed serpents stirred restlessly beneath the sun. Yi Han also spotted patrolling black-flagged ships upon the sea. These were dungeon enemies, actively seeking to attack. Dungeon, Black Flag Pirate Ship. Level, 39. Number of enemies, 289. Description, a pirate ship roaming the seas, dedicated to treasure hunting and plundering. It will actively pursue and attack once within a 2-kilometer range. Warning, the ocean is filled with infinite treasures, but it is advisable to have a ship for sea adventures. Ships can be constructed at docks or shipyards. Sailor barracks can replenish naval personnel. Yi Han was surprised to discover that this small world also encompassed an ocean. Acquiring a dock was imperative. He gazed longingly at the distant sea. He approached the location he had designated for his territory yesterday and took out the territory relocation token, casting it to the ground. Bang! A crisp sound resonated as a brilliant light enveloped him, and his entire territory was transported beside the divine coast. Oh! This void world is truly wondrous. Li Xionyang exclaimed in astonishment as she observed the centaurs and 3-headed hounds in the wilderness. Beside her, Wei Gongming chuckled lightly. I believe we have arrived in the Xian realm. These monsters are merely prey for our soon-to-be immortal masters. Huh. Yi Han could not help but chuckle at Wei Gongming's words. Let us go and explore the West Factory. It is time to strategize for the new world's dungeons. Indeed. The trio swiftly made their way to the barracks area of their territory, arriving at the West Factory. West Factory Intelligence Gathering, General Intelligence. 1. In the new small world. 20 kilometers south of the designated territory lies a divine stone mine. 2. 50 kilometers to the west, there exists a sun laurel tree. 3. An island 80 kilometers to the east contains a surprise dungeon, Followers of Pan, featuring a yellow common building, Temple of Pan. 4. 200 kilometers to the west, there is a cave containing information regarding the underworld. 5. 5 kilometers offshore from the designated location lies a shipwreck. It contains treasure chests to be claimed. The West Factory can now obtain an additional piece of intelligence. Directive Intelligence. 1. Information regarding the legacy of void civilizations. In the realm of the deities. Situated 300 miles west of the designated territory, lies the dungeon known as the Blood of the Gorgon. Within this dungeon, one may discover a treasure chest that, upon opening, grants fragments of the void civilization's legacy, an invaluable asset for advancing to the second-tier epic. It is crucial to note that this dungeon is intended for level 30, so one must remain cognizant of the soldier's level and strength. Now, regarding the intelligence concerning the Golden Light Mountain to the west, it is imbued with divine power and houses a small city, inhabited not by mortals, but by beings from the underworld. Shipwrecks, the laurel tree of divinity. The information collected by the Western Factory regarding this small world is indeed abundant and tantalizing. Yi-Han gazed in astonishment at the ordinary information section. Every corner here presents novelty, brimming with surprises yet to be explored. However, Yi-Han has no intention of tackling those challenges just yet. His priority is to acquire the Void Civilization's legacy first. Previously, the Eastern Palace's talent system mentioned that to advance civilization, one requires 1 Void Civilization legacy, the territory's architectural center elevated to level 20, and the relocation of the territory to a place rich in spiritual energy. Now that he finds himself in the realm of spiritual energy, his lordly power stands at an impressive 23.9 million. Yet, he lacks a Void Civilization legacy, and his accrued lordly power is insufficient to reach level 20. Conquering that dungeon would perfectly remedy these deficiencies. Civilization operates as a game-like level restriction. Only by advancing to the civilization tier can one unlock corresponding buildings. Otherwise, one is left with only white buildings, devoid of any green or blue variations. Fortunately, the directive intelligence has led him to the information regarding the Void legacy. However, level 30 is somewhat daunting. Yi-Han contemplated the level information. After 10 days of diligent effort, he managed to elevate the territory center to level 11. His 20,000 soldiers levels hover around 24 or 25. Wei Gong and Xiao Niang possess superior ranks, equivalent to level 34, albeit only 2 in number. Facing a level 30 dungeon seems rather overwhelming. Nevertheless, with 20,000 soldiers, he possesses considerable numerical strength. Xiao Niang is of hero quality and would surpass the ordinary dungeon monsters of the same level. With a bold heart, he resolved to give it a try. Generally, when facing insurmountable dungeons, one compensates for insufficient levels with sheer numbers. In fact, he possesses 500 million void currency to procure mercenaries and to significantly enhance barrack constructions. However, Yi-Han believes it prudent to save this wealth for the second tier, as the buildings currently available are merely white tier. Upon advancing to the second tier, those buildings would become obsolete. Thus, he will first elevate to the second tier before investing in green and yellow buildings. For now, he can lead his troops to survey the dungeon. Should they succeed, they shall engage. If not, spending money would not spell disaster. Xiaonyang, Wei Gong, gather all the combat power of the territory, including the guards of the A Fong Palace. We are preparing to tackle the dungeon. I have promised many relatives to expedite our entry into the second stage and develop swiftly. If any business arises, I shall have them come over. Yi-Han addressed the 2 heroes beside him. Yes, upon hearing the call to action for the new world, both were filled with excitement, especially Li Xiaonyang, who eagerly rubbed her hands like Yi-Han. They acted swiftly, and soon the 20,000 soldiers were brought forth. Speaking of which, Yi-Han concluded his trial with 12 barracks, comprising 3 Xuanjia heavy cavalry camps, totaling 600 soldiers, 2 Xuanjia archer camps, 400 soldiers, 2 Xuanjia halberdier camps, 400 soldiers, 2 Xuanjia swordsman camps, 400 soldiers, sword and shield soldiers, 1 berserker camp, 770 berserkers, 1 Western factory, 990 factory soldiers, and 1 6 doors, 200 constables. Additionally, there are 3 mechanized cities, housing 900 mechanical beasts, including 600 crossbow beasts, and 300 new mechanical beasts from the Gongshu family, known as fireball artillery. As these soldiers, led by Li Xiaonyang and Wei Gongming, approached Yi-Han, the clanging of steel resonated throughout the air. Their steps were remarkably synchronized, indicative of well-drilled troops. Excellent. Let us set forth. Yi-Han, flanked by his 20,000 Eastern elite soldiers, commenced their conquest of the Divine Continent. Chapter 66, a new type of monster, the Swamp Forest Siren. Howl, howl, howl. The sound of ferocious roars echoed. Yi-Han and his companions stood astride their steeds at the edge of the territory, their brows furrowed as they gazed upon a gruesome scene ahead. Not far off on the grassland, a 3-meter-tall hellhound was viciously tearing apart a light cavalryman. Its 3 snarling heads seized the corpse of the cavalryman at different points and, with a savage tug, dismembered him instantly. The cavalryman's mount met a similar fate. This time, as with previous excursions, Yi-Han had dispatched light cavalry to scout the path. To his dismay, the light cavalryman barely advanced before being overtaken and felled by the beast, with the skirmish concluding in an instant. Wandering monster, hellhound, level 29. Description: a ferocious low-level mythological creature, said to originate from the underworld. It is the soul of a wicked person punished by the gods. They harbor an intense hatred for the breath of life, roaming the wilds to slay all living beings within a kilometer. A new type of wandering monster. Curse it. This place is far more perilous than the previous small world. Yihan contemplated as he stared at the creature. Arriving in a new world signifies encountering an abundance of new phenomena. He had studied these wandering monsters in the Lord's textbook. They typically manifest in higher value or more perilous small worlds. Beyond wandering monsters, there are also dungeon monsters that launch nighttime assaults on territories, or dungeon nations that dispatch troops upon discovering a territory. Some dungeon nations behave similarly to genuine lords. These are special dungeons. The incident with Yi Lingtian encountering a monster with an attack range covering an entire small world was one such case. Upon returning, he must fortify the walls. Otherwise, a nighttime ambush could lead to significant losses. Yihan pondered inwardly. In the next moment, he pointed at the hellhound that had slain the light cavalryman and addressed Xionyang and Wei Gong beside him. You two, go and slay it. Yes. Upon hearing this command, Li Xionyang and Wei Gongming leaped from their mounts, dashing towards the hellhound with swift steps. Notably, both were level 25. Their inherent quality was already commendable. At level 5, Xionyang's base combat power was 2,800. Now, their base combat power stands at 270,000. Bolstered by their equipment. Having spent 20 days as inner disciples of the Wuyue sect, they received an enhancement of 5,890 in attribute power. Therefore, their total attribute combat power is approximately 370,000. This equates to the strength of a level 34 ordinary soldier. As the two engaged, the hellhound would undoubtedly falter. The three snarling heads were swiftly severed by Xionyang's spear and Wei Gongming's sword, avenging the light cavalryman. My lord, the dog demon has been slain. Wei Gongming returned to Yihan, speaking in an eastern dialect. Good. Wait for me here. Yihan galloped back to his territory, arriving beside the structure known as the Eastern Chamber of Commerce. This was the very edifice that had emerged from the Void Trading Center. It facilitated the buying and selling of goods. Yihan perused the teleportation tokens displayed above. Within a radius of 300 kilometers, prices were determined by rarity. A token for 100 individuals cost 1,000 pieces, while one for 1,000 individuals was priced at 120,000 pieces. A token for 25,000 individuals required 30,000 pieces each. Yihan spent 120,000 and purchased 4 teleportation tokens. It was essential to acquire these for venturing to a dungeon located 200 kilometers away. For this small world was exceedingly perilous and advanced. Yihan did not harbor the naive belief that traversing 200 kilometers would be devoid of mishaps and challenges. He was acutely aware of the necessity of utilizing tokens for transportation. It seemed that the soldiers of his territory were still not sufficiently formidable. Once he entered the era of cultivation, he vowed to eradicate these worthless wandering monsters completely. Yihan swore to himself. Subsequently, he returned to his soldiers, established a position, and shattered the token. Boom. The token erupted in a burst of azure light, enveloping Yihan and his 20,000 troops, who then vanished along with the radiance. After a brief moment of dizziness, Yihan and his entourage found themselves in a new locale. As they surveyed their surroundings, they discovered they were situated within a shadowy marsh forest. The open grassland had vanished, replaced by towering, twisted trees reaching heights of 10 meters. Their dense canopies preventing sunlight from penetrating. The entire forest exuded an aura of dimness. Additionally, robust, ancient vines hung from the branches. Beneath their feet lay a marsh where the water reached their ankles. However, despite the surrounding trees, a vast expanse of solid ground lay ahead, covered in water plants, which was of paramount importance. A firm, open terrain signified that the cavalry could charge into battle. Otherwise, his 4,000 cavalrymen would be rendered useless. Yihan had no intention of conquering this dungeon. My lord, I believe the dungeon we are to attack lies ahead. Li Xionyang tugged at Yihan's sleeve, indicating he should look forward. Unlike any dungeon Yihan had previously explored, there were no monsters or fortresses in sight, merely a tranquil marsh shimmering with ripples. Beside an ancient tree stood a luminous screen, small and easily overlooked. One could easily stumble into the dungeon and be ambushed without realizing it. Dungeon, Blood of the Gorgon. Level 30. Monster count, 4,000 level 26 Gorgons, 2,800 level 28 Sirens, 1,000 level 30 Water Spirits, and 300 level 32 Gorgon Priests. Description: the Gorgon was once a maiden, and this place was once a sun-drenched grove. However, the maiden was cursed and transformed into a Gorgon. This forest, imbued with her blood, has also changed. 8,000 soldiers. Thankfully, my forces outnumber the Gorgons 3-1. Yihan pondered as he gazed at the screen. With a threefold numerical advantage, they should be able to contend with this dungeon. Moreover, Xionyang, Wei Gong, and he himself possessed combat power of level 34. However, the presence of those 300 Gorgon priests sent a shiver down Yihan's spine. Their numbers were formidable. How they would engage in battle remained uncertain. As for the introductory tale, Yihan paid little heed. This was the land of divine civilizations. The narratives of dungeons and the three-headed hound were interconnected with this world, akin to the stories of the defected captain and the vanquished nation. Many such tales would emerge in the future, intertwining as one. You three, go ahead and probe the area. Yihan turned to the three light cavalrymen. Yes, the light cavalry responded, urging their steeds forward. The sound of galloping hooves splashed water as they charged, echoing through the still forest. However, as the light cavalrymen entered the dungeon, the tranquility was swiftly shattered by screams, the shrill cries of women reverberating through the marshy woods. In the next moment, the serene surface of the water beside the three light cavalrymen erupted violently. Dozens of serpentine creatures sprang from the depths, brandishing sharp tridents towards the cavalrymen. They appeared grotesque, completely unclothed, with long, robust snake tails for lower bodies and women's torsos above. Their damp hair cascaded over their slender shoulders, and their mouths gaped wide, revealing sharp fangs and elongated crimson tongues, embodying the very essence of monsters from another realm. Though the Gorgons possessed a certain allure, they were undeniably perilous. The armored light cavalrymen, confronted with this sudden onslaught, immediately raised their swords to defend themselves. The clang of metal rang throughout the forest as they clashed with the Gorgons' tridents. Yet the assault was relentless, and soon they could no longer withstand the onslaught, being impaled by the sharp weapons and tumbling from their mounts, the marsh quickly staining crimson with their blood. With a chilling cry, the Gorgons dispatched the light cavalrymen and then leapt back into the water. Their descent into the water varied. Some splashed dramatically, while others submerged as silently as autumn leaves, their bodies creating only gentle ripples. Li Xionyang immediately noticed this phenomenon. My lord, did you see that? The way these Gorgons enter the water is different. Indeed, Yihan nodded. As the leader of this army, he could hardly overlook such details. Black-haired Gorgons, water spirits, the marsh. Yihan surveyed the area, murmuring these keywords. In an instant, he surmised the types of monsters inhabiting this dungeon. The marsh ahead served as the Gorgons' lair. Dotted with large holes beneath the water plants, the Gorgons that splashed were emerging from these water-filled cavities. Yet this marsh was a quagmire of mud and vegetation, obscuring the distinction between solid ground and submerged openings. Those Gorgons that entered the water without creating splashes likely possessed spiritual or divine power. They might wield abilities akin to Eastern water escape techniques, allowing them to navigate effortlessly through water just a palm's depth. If that were the case, the entire marsh would indeed be their domain. The rear-line mechanical beasts would also be at risk of their attacks. This was likely the capability of the ordinary black-haired Gorgons and water spirits. The term sirens could be interpreted literally. As for the Gorgon priests, Yihan speculated they were akin to mages, but he could not yet fathom their spells. Alas, if only I had a water escape cultivator. Navigating such terrain would be significantly simpler. Yihan explained the Gorgon troop types to Xionyang and Wei Gong, saying, if the Gorgon lair remains unchanged, we can aim the arrows of the mechanical beasts at the water holes. Strike down any Gorgon that emerges. Indeed, that is precisely my thought. Wei Gong concurred. Contemplating the strategy, Yihan concurred with Wei Gongming's words. After all, the approach he suggested was one that any rational individual might conceive. Nevertheless, he commanded 10 light cavalry to scout ahead, for the situation remained unclear. To recklessly send forth 20,000 troops would be an impulsive act, characteristic only of a rash commander. Indeed, upon receiving Yihan's directive, the 10 light cavalrymen spurred their steeds without hesitation, galloping forward while drawing their steel blades. The sound of clanging metal echoed. Just as before, as the light cavalry reached a distance of 200 meters, the water beside them erupted with a sudden explosion. A piercing scream from a woman pierced the air. Over 30 water nymphs emerged, twisting their serpentine tails and brandishing sharp tridents aimed at the cavalry. This time, the light cavalry was prepared. They immediately swung their swords in retaliation against the nymphs. The cacophony of battle ensued, and ultimately, all the cavalrymen were unseated and slain by the nymphs, but not before they managed to take down 3 of their assailants. It was a back-and-forth engagement. Following this, the nymphs leapt back into the water, with many splashes occurring in the same locations as before. Indeed, the existence of water caves was confirmed. Igniting a spark of excitement within Yihan, he began to arrange his forces for an offensive. If fortune favored him, he believed he could conquer this challenge with minimal cost. However, many circumstances were fraught with misfortune. Yihan's 2 probing attempts had thoroughly incited the nymph's wrath. Suddenly, several bubbles floated to the surface, and upon bursting, 20 nymphs appeared in the water. These 20 nymphs were entirely different from their predecessors. Instead of tridents, they wielded wooden staffs. They did not hiss as their earlier counterparts did. Rather, they presented a more dignified demeanor, adorned with colorful scales on their serpentine tails. The previous nymphs had tails uniformly colored in a muddy yellow. Yet, they were all devoid of clothing, their alluring and voluptuous forms exuding an exotic allure. Nevertheless, Yihan had no time to admire such sights, for the nymphs had already raised their staffs. With a whoosh, 20 streams of ethereal blue light rippled forth. The muddy water beneath the nymphs' tails surged with massive ripples. In the next moment, a loud crash erupted as dozens of sinkholes appeared where Yihan's soldiers had been standing, inundating the area with muddy water, causing many soldiers to lose their footing and fall into the depths. Kill. Annihilate those mortals. The 20 staff-wielding nymphs cried in unison. The newly formed sinkholes began to bubble ominously. A horde of trident-wielding nymphs surged forth from the depths. The soldiers who had fallen into the sinkholes were the first to suffer, their bodies pierced by numerous steel tridents. Subsequently, the nymphs pounced upon the nearby soldiers. Amidst the chaos, the air filled with nymph shrieks, the panicked whinnies of startled warhorses, and the clashing sounds of steel as armored soldiers drew their swords to fend off the nymphs' assault. The once orderly formation of soldiers was thrown into disarray by this ambush. Yet, aside from those engaged in combat, the other soldiers remained steadfast in their original formation, awaiting their lord's command. Ah, so these are the nymph priests. They can indeed conjure sinkholes from elsewhere. Yihan observed the staff-wielding nymphs. He realized that he had entered a realm infused with spiritual energy, where all encounters grew increasingly enigmatic. The transformation of the terrain and the proliferation of sinkholes were manifestations of arcane arts. The assault on his forces was merely a consequence of their failure to adapt to the new circumstances. All soldiers, heed my command. Yihan promptly turned his mount, raising his spear high towards his troops. Mark the locations of all sinkholes. Those soldiers under attack shall fall back 3 paces to regroup, while archers and siege beasts take aim at the nymphs. The Gongshu family's fireball cannon shall elevate its barrel and unleash fire upon the nymphs. Heavy cavalry, charge forth, and let the battle commence. Chapter 68. The Spiritual Nymphs Call to the Tide, the Fanfictionaudiobook. The battle erupted with startling abruptness. Yihan had not anticipated it. One after another, serpent-tailed nymphs sprang from the sinkholes, brandishing their steel tridents against the armored soldiers. Above the nymphs' lair, hundreds of bubbles began to form. Upon their rupture, 280 nymph priests descended onto the water's surface. Now, all 300 nymph priests had emerged, able to form a formidable wall of priestesses. Fortunately, the nymphs emerged one by one from the sinkholes, rather than all 7,000 at once, granting Yihan and his forces a moment to react. Following Yihan's orders, the soldiers swiftly mobilized. The heavy cavalry tightened their grips and charged forward, thousands of them rushing towards the nymph priests under Yihan's command. Li Xionyang and Wei Gongming also engaged the nymphs in combat. The sinkholes appeared directly within the ranks of the army. However, the nymph priests were still 500 meters away, meaning it would take several seconds to reach them. This was precisely why Yihan commanded the heavy cavalry to charge the priests. The cavalry's advantage lay in their fierce speed and momentum. As for the ordinary nymphs attacking, the armored swordsmen raised their shields, one hand wielding a shield and the other a sword, encircling the sinkholes. The polearm soldiers and berserkers also surrounded the sinkholes to intercept the nymphs. In that moment, the nymphs surging forth from the sinkholes were effectively contained. Most of the nymphs focused their efforts at the sinkhole's edge, while a handful slipped into the chaos of battle. Yihan noted that these nymphs were indeed superior to his soldiers. One nymph could contend with 4 or 5 soldiers simultaneously. Some nymphs would slay a soldier and swiftly pivot to pierce another soldier's chest with their trident. His soldiers found themselves lacking in both strength and speed. However, Yihan's forces held the advantage in numbers, forming a solid formation of infantry at the forefront, with archers and siege beasts providing stable fire support from the rear. Thus, even as the nymphs inflicted damage, they too sustained considerable injuries, particularly from the fierce attacks of the siege beasts. The sounds of arrows whistling through the air filled the battlefield as the siege beasts unleashed a barrage of bolts. 70 arrows aimed at the nymphs would spell doom for even the most powerful of them, especially when the sturdy berserkers managed to seize a nymph. They would often sacrifice their own lives to ensure the demise of one of their foes. The Gongshu family's fireball cannon also unleashed devastating firepower. It was not a mere contraption, but rather a bronze cannon mounted on wheels, capable of firing incendiary ceramic balls filled with burning oil. Each flaming ball arced through the air, and upon landing amidst the clustered nymphs, they detonated with a resounding explosion, showering the nymphs in burning oil. The flames ignited their shrieks. Even as the water doused the flames, the damage inflicted upon the nymphs was undeniable. And both sides fought with a casualty ratio of 3 to 1 or 2 to 1. Yihan's army resembled a force set upon vanquishing demons. Moreover, he felt a burgeoning confidence that victory was within reach. Yet, this state of affairs lasted but a fleeting minute, for in the distance, 200 nymph priests completed their incantations and turned their staffs towards the water. Their chanting was rapid, and another 100 priests began to cast spells to hinder the advance of the armored cavalry. The heavy cavalry had yet to reach their adversaries. Call the tide, thundered 200 female demon priestesses in unison, unleashing their divine powers. The surface of the water, mere palm deep, instantly erupted into violent waves. The currents, seemingly animated, began to reverse and converge. A colossal tide, 500 meters long and 5 meters high, amassed rapidly, surging towards the swamp battlefield where Yihan and his comrades stood. This gathering of the tide was astonishingly swift, completing in just 3 seconds. The serpentine-tailed demonesses, as if anticipating the signal, had already crouched down as the waters converged. With a deafening roar, the towering wave crashed forth like a frenzied herd of cattle. The first to be struck were the advancing armored cavalry. They were on the verge of reaching the demon priestesses when the tidal wave struck them unawares, the immense force toppling them over. Many cavalrymen were thrown from their mounts. Moreover, after knocking down the heavy cavalry, the tide's momentum did not wane. It even swept up cavalrymen and horses, hurtling them toward Yi Han and his group. This is disastrous. The soldiers crouched down, gathering to brace against the impact, Yi Han shouted. Yet, the tide was too swift. The soldiers had no time to react. With a resounding splash, the army was instantly scattered by the tidal wave. Yi Han's command for the assembled infantry archers to maintain formation was rendered moot. As the clustered demonesses were also dispersed, a single tidal incantation completely reshuffling the battlefield. In the wake of the tide, the swamp lay in disarray. Soldiers, warhorses, twisting serpentine demonesses, and corpses were strewn haphazardly across the mire. Fortunately, although the tide's force was ferocious, it inflicted little harm. It merely disrupted the battlefield. The battle, however, did not cease. After the tide receded, the serpentine demonesses rose once more, brandishing their steel tridents as they lunged at the nearby soldiers. Chaos erupted anew in the swamp. Given the formidable prowess of the demonesses, the armored cavalry found themselves ill-equipped to face them individually. Some demonesses continued to fight even after slaying 3 soldiers. The sudden tide had thrown their formation into disarray. Nevertheless, their leader swiftly conveyed new orders. All troops were to regroup. The archers and infantry, positioned in close proximity, clustered together to form a temporary military formation, with infantry outside and archers within, ensuring the protection of their mechanical beast's firepower. The armored cavalry reformed their ranks and charged forth once more at the demon priestesses. "Let us vanquish these fiends," shouted Li Ziyunyang and Wei Gong as they too charged toward the priestesses. Upon hearing Yi Han's command, the soldiers in the swamp sprang into action. The archers mobilized to gather, while the heavily armored soldiers wielding shields or battle axes encircled them, leading to the swift formation of small military units throughout the mire. At last, needless sacrifices were swiftly curtailed. The battle output began to stabilize, with both sides clashing fiercely in a deadly exchange. The armored cavalry remounted and pressed forward again toward the demon priestesses. "Kill! Annihilate this wretched horde!" Li Xionyang and Wei Gong sprinted toward the demon priestesses. In response, the demon priestesses unleashed their spells. A series of peculiar water-based incantations flickered into existence. As the previous skirmish concluded, the trial had ended without having tested their might. Yi Han, with his mind, summoned a lordly weapon from his backpack. A fanfictionaudiobook materialized, its red glowing runes shimmering with brilliance. The surge of power for 120 seconds was upon him. Surely, he would slay many priestesses. Yi Han grasped the fanfictionaudiobook tightly. A radiant red light burst forth as the eastern runes infused him with internal strength. Chapter 69. The Rear Guard Battle, charging into the mage horde. With a rush, Yi Han felt a searing internal force flood into his body. His grip on the fanfictionaudiobook tightened. The weapon underwent a tremendous transformation. The runes along its long handle and spearhead, previously a muted red, flared to life upon his grasp. The entire weapon appeared to ignite. Lordly weapon, fanfictionaudiobook. Rank, White Rare Advanced. Effect 1. Enhances 2,500 points of attribute strength. Effect 2. Fire Rune Internal Power. The fanfictionaudiobook is inscribed with fire-based spells, harboring the internal force of a powerful wielder. It enables users below level 40 to increase their strength by 40 for 120 seconds, granting them the power of flames and enhancing fire-based skills. This is a passive skill that activates automatically upon the wielder's touch. Following the strength enhancement, there will be a 5-minute period of weakness, reducing strength by 30. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Description: this is one of the legendary Eastern weapons. The previous wielder was a formidable figure from a parallel martial arts world. The weapon weighs 200 pounds, its Eastern runes inscribed by a renowned strategist. The Eastern Court Palace prompts. This lordly weapon has been advanced. Further advancement will yield more legendary Eastern weapons. Feeling the surge of 40 additional strength coursing through him, Yi Han could not help but let out a low roar. His power now melded with that of Li Xionyang, originally equivalent to a level 34 dungeon monster. Li Xionyang's strength, augmented by 40, had likely risen to level 38 or even beyond. Comparatively, it was utterly terrifying. Seizing the fanfictionaudiobook, Yi Han charged toward the demon priestesses. Whoosh! The red light flashed as Yi Han's figure swiftly outpaced the advancing armored cavalry and Li Xionyang, reaching the priestesses in the blink of an eye. "Die!" Yi Han bellowed, lifting the halberd to strike. Crack! The sound of the blade severing bone echoed. With terrifying might, Yi Han's sweeping halberd cleaved 2 demon priestesses in half, their bodies and serpentine tails separating. Blood stained the muddy waters of the swamp. Another priestess was also struck by the halberd, a ghastly wound opening on her delicate shoulder. Blossom Spear. Yihan activated a skill learned from the Five Mountains sect, raising the halberd to thrust at an adjacent demoness. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The halberd sliced through the air with rapid precision. Yihan's thrust transformed his arm into a blur, delivering over 10 strikes in a second, the tips of his halberd leaving behind fleeting afterimages as if flowers were blooming. The 6 nearby demon priestesses were quickly turned into a veritable porcupine. Hiss! The demon priestesses shrieked at Yihan, brandishing their staves to cast spells or retreat to activate their shield skills. Yihan wielded his halberd amidst the swarm of demonesses, regardless of their spells or shields. None could withstand his ferocity. He activated another skill, the ghostly shadow step, transforming his figure into a blur, weaving effortlessly among the demonesses as if navigating through a cornfield. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Fanfictionaudiobook swung, dispatching waves of demonesses. The demoness ranks were thrown into chaos. Previously, they had stood in 3 neat rows, resembling a formidable wall of mages, capable of unleashing powerful joint spells, such as Call the Tide. However, after Yihan's entrance, their formation shattered. With the absence of the demoness spell's hindrance, Li Xionyang and the armored cavalry surged forward. Although some cavalrymen plummeted into the water pits of the demoness's lair, 3,000 horsemen continued their charge. Kill. Eliminate those female specters. The armored cavalry brandished their great swords, resulting in several priests being slaughtered or trampled beneath hooves. However, not all of the female demons were so easily vanquished. These entities were level 32 mage-class creatures, possessing a wealth of combat experience. While the fervent assault led by Yihan was overwhelming, the approaching armored cavalry remained unfazed. All the female demons raised their staffs to cast spells. Suddenly, some transformed into streams of water, merging into the marsh to evade the iron hooves. Others summoned towering water columns, with a resounding crash. 10 enormous pillars of water surged forth, forming an impenetrable barrier that halted the charging cavalry in their tracks. Moreover, a plethora of intricate spells manifested. Whirlpools appeared beneath the knights, causing them to stumble. Drops of water defied gravity, ascending to become deadly spikes, inflicting widespread damage upon the advancing armored cavalry. Each water spell unfolded before Yihan like a blossoming garden in springtime. Faced with such circumstances, Yihan felt little surprise. His strategy for this battle hinged upon sheer numbers. He quickly assessed the armored cavalry, estimating their numbers to be at least 3,000. All armored cavalry, heed my command. Form a rotating trampling formation and relentlessly charge at the female specters until none remain. Yihan silently ordered his cavalry. Acknowledged. The cavalry promptly maneuvered, dashing back and forth across the marshy terrain, encircling the female demons like a whirlwind. This new formation of the armored cavalry wielded terrifying lethality against infantry. Although they were in a swampy forest, Yihan had previously noted that the clearing above the female demon's lair was suitable for heavy cavalry combat, and the water holes had already been marked by the fallen knights. The cavalry could still exert considerable force, despite the female demons being level 32. Their essence remained that of mages, thus susceptible to the speed and impact of cavalry charges. Suddenly, Yihan recollected a scenario from a competitive game he had played in a former life, where a group of cavalry had charged mages, strikingly reminiscent of the current situation. Although the mages were of a higher level, this was a case of 3,000 warriors against 300 mages. The 3 heroes, Xionyang, Wei Gong, and himself, also engaged in the fray against the female demons, primarily aiming to dismantle the mage's barrier so that the cavalry could reach the demons. Otherwise, if the demons unleashed several tidal summoning spells, his cavalry would be swept away. With a splashing sound, the hooves of the mounts sent water flying as the cavalry dashed about, wielding their great swords. Although one knight after another fell to spells, they also managed to slay female demon priests. The battle raged on with a casualty ratio of 5-1, favoring the armored cavalry. However, when Yihan turned his attention to the infantry battlefield, he found it in chaos. Chapter 70. The final battle of the martial arts era. The grand stage of cultivation unfolds. Yihan swung his halberd, cleaving a female demon priest in two. Just then, his enhancement period came to an end. A buzzing sensation filled his mind. Yihan felt as though his body had been drained of energy, the halberd in his grasp growing heavy, and the strength in his arms significantly diminished. Yet at this moment, he no longer needed to fight. The remaining female demon priests could be left to the cavalry and the 2 heroes. However, when Yihan glanced towards the infantry battlefield, his brow furrowed deeply. Hiss! Kill! The female demons were exhibiting formidable combat prowess. Yihan witnessed a throwing demon burst forth from a water hole, clutching a bundle of steel tridents, and hurling them at the armored soldiers. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The throwing demon launched 3 tridents in quick succession. 2 armored infantrymen were struck down, and a valiant warrior suffered a grievous injury to his thigh, severely diminishing his combat effectiveness. These level 28 throwing demons wielded tremendous strength. Many of his level 25 soldiers had perished at their hands. The water spirits were even more ferocious than the throwing demons. Yihan observed one water spirit dissolve into liquid, only to reappear behind an armored swordsman, raising a trident to impale him from behind. The sharp trident pierced through iron armor, directly impaling the swordsman's chest. The female demon then withdrew the trident and melted back into the water to escape. The infantry battlefield suffered from a lack of countermeasures, leading to a significant level disadvantage. The female demons vastly outclassed the infantry in level. Despite the numerical advantage of 20,000 against 7,000, the infantry's casualties exceeded those of the female demons. Yihan quickly assessed the situation and noted that only 8,000 infantry remained, while the female demons still boasted over 4,000. While he had led the armored cavalry to decimate a large number of priests at the female demon's lair. This had also drained the most crucial strength from himself and the two heroes, resulting in a weakened position for the infantry. Fortunately, the victory over the female demon priests was imminent. In approximately 10 minutes, they would likely be eradicated, and with a 5-to-1 casualty ratio. He estimated that around 1,500 soldiers would remain. However, the priests were not yet eliminated. Yihan faced two choices: either redirect the cavalry to support the infantry, bolstering their numbers from 8,000 to 10,000 against the remaining 4,000 female demons. Yet, this would siphon resources from the cavalry, leaving only 1,000 cavalrymen to confront the remaining demon priests. The original pressure of 300 against 3,000 would drastically shift should he reallocate troops, risking a collapse of their forces. If several priests gathered to unleash a joint skill, he might have to retreat to his territory. Thus, Yihan concluded that maintaining their advantage was imperative until the priests were exterminated. All infantry, heed my command. Form a defensive formation. The melee soldiers surrounded all archers and siege engines, ceasing offensive actions to ensure the archers' output remained uninterrupted. Yihan silently commanded. On the other side. Upon receiving the orders, the infantry immediately consolidated their ranks. Many soldiers engaged with the female demons turned to join the gathering. A crooked square formation began to take shape. Within the formation, the archers and siege beasts felt secure enough to unleash their arrows upon the female demons, while the infantry, shielded from attacks, steadied their defenses. The rate of infantry casualties began to slow. For now, this was the best course of action. The outcome of the cavalry battlefield remained to be seen. Yihan contemplated the infantry formation. He had executed all feasible arrangements. The chaotic nature of this battle, infused with vast data, was exceedingly unpredictable, while his forces were numerous. The female demons held the upper hand. He too joined the fray. The battle raged on across the marsh, with the sounds of steel clashing, arrows whistling, and the chaotic cries of combat reverberating throughout the forest. To Yihan's surprise, the situation on the cavalry battlefield was more favorable than anticipated. Their numerical and tactical advantages swiftly decimated the priests, as the mobile cavalry struck from all directions. Moreover, the cavalry's movement speed was somewhat swifter, and the priests' spells occasionally missed their targets, resulting in one priest after another being felled to the ground. With their numbers already limited, the priests soon dwindled to a mere double digits. Meanwhile, the 3 level 34 heroes on his side remained unscathed. The death toll among the infantry on the battlefield had begun to slow. In the time it took to eliminate the priests, only 4,000 soldiers had perished. As the number of priests reached its nadir, Yihan promptly issued a new command, instructing the remaining cavalry and heroes to support the infantry front. The 3 heroic figures led the cavalry toward the infantry battlefield, rapidly alleviating the dire situation. Particularly, the presence of the 3 level 34 heroes proved pivotal. With the threat of the Banshee priests eliminated, they were able to employ a delaying tactic while Yihan awaited the cooldown of his enhancement skills. The battle raged on for 2 hours, culminating in the demise of the last Banshee at Yihan's hands. Notification: you and your soldiers have slain all the dungeon monsters. Congratulations on clearing the Banshee dungeon. A luminous screen signaling the successful completion of the dungeon materialized before him. Had they truly eradicated them all? Yihan was momentarily taken aback, a surge of elation erupting from within. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the battlefield strewn with devastation. With fewer than 1,000 soldiers remaining on his side, after sacrificing those 20,000 soldiers, he had finally triumphed. What a grueling battle it had been. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous, for this marked the final conflict of the martial arts era. His territory was on the cusp of entering the realm of cultivation. Yihan clenched his fist in excitement. As a lord, he had familiarized himself with the second-tier era in advance. During this phase, there would be significant transformations among the troop types. For instance, the conventional infantry units, like cavalry, would see their roles diminish. While his Eastern civilization could evolve towards the mystical, the control category would include beast tamers, sword-wielding cultivators, and spirit manipulators. The technique category would encompass a multitude of diverse skills. Various cultivators adept at traversing through water and earth would emerge, and sects could cultivate versatile disciples of cultivation. The aerial battlefield would also be established. His mechanical beasts in the 6 gates would undergo transformations as well. The second tier represented a new epic for him. Everyone, disperse and locate the surprise treasure chests. Yihan commanded the surviving soldiers. Chapter 71. Advancing to Cultivation Architecture, Unveiling a New Era. Only a little over 1,000 soldiers remained. Yihan stood atop the banshee nest, surveying the remaining troops scattered about in search of treasure chests. This dungeon had been quite advanced for him. Upon his arrival, he had no clear direction, and it had taken the full force of 20,000 soldiers to achieve victory. Yet, at least the outcome was favorable. Notification: you have cleared the blood dungeon of the Gorgon. Notification: you have gained 8 million points of Lord power. Notification: you have received 8 architectural tier advancement tokens, allowing you to upgrade any white building to green standard. Building levels: white, green, yellow, blue. Classified as common, intermediate, rare, and glorious. Notification: you have acquired the second tier civilization troop symbol, Beast Language Master. Notification: you have obtained a white rare production building, Art School. Notification: the 6 gates effect has activated. This time, the constable has defeated 398 Gorgons, which have been converted into captive tokens stored within the 6 gates. Available for the Lord to review upon returning to the territory. Notification: you have received 690 Gorgon tridents, 169 water spirit gemstones, and 68 ebony staves. Excellent. 8 architectural tier advancement tokens. Yihan felt a surge of excitement as he gazed at the reward section. Those 8 tier tokens were evidently the primary bounty of this endeavor, enabling him to elevate white buildings to green, with green buildings representing second-tier constructions. From another perspective, it was akin to acquiring 8 second-tier buildings. These tokens could be applied to existing structures within his territory, such as the 6 Gates, Mo Family Mechanized City, and 5 Mountains Sect, among others, all of which could be upgraded to cultivation edifices, since advancing the territory's center did not equate to upgrading the buildings. These tokens were immensely valuable to him. Regarding the captive effect of the 6 Gates, Yihan had experienced it numerous times. Previously, when he obtained captive tokens from dungeons, he would sell them outright. However, this time, the Gorgons were peculiar, sparking a flicker of curiosity within him. These Gorgons were extraordinary beings from the mythological realm. The captives he had previously captured were all human, and he had yet to acquire such creatures. Never mind. He would examine the captives upon returning to the 6 Gates. First, he would advance the tier tokens. Yihan retrieved the 8 tokens from his inventory for the upgrade. With a flourish, the 8 tokens radiating a green light materialized in the air, and upon completion of the upgrade, a new screen appeared. Notification: token advancement successful. Item: architectural tier advancement token. Tier: green common level advancement. Effect: upgrades any white building by 1 tier. Note: the tier token is a metamorphosis token upon use. Buildings may undergo significant transformations, potentially resulting in qualitative changes. It directly enhances the tier. The level after the tier upgrade remains unchanged. Yihan felt a wave of delight wash over him. Previously, the tier tokens elevated white buildings to green common, while white rare buildings would also become green common. But now it merely enhanced the tier. The rarity remained unchanged. After the advancement, the Mo Family Mechanized City would still be classified as a rare building. This effect was far superior. As for the potential transformation of buildings, Yihan was not particularly concerned. With his territory advancing into a new era, static buildings would only fall behind. Contemplating further, Yihan decided to advance his Lord power, ultimately acquiring 74 million Lord power, coupled with the original 20 million. He now possessed 80 million, enough to elevate the territory center to level 20. My lord, we have discovered this treasure chest. It was hidden within a tree hollow. Suddenly, Yihan heard the gentle voice of Li Xionyang. He turned to see the injured Xionyang standing beside him, cradling a treasure chest, her blood-streaked face alight with joy. Yes, yes. Yihan, feeling a pang of compassion, gently grasped her soft hand and accepted the surprise treasure chest. Upon opening it, he found a void inheritance fragment and 3 architectural advancement tokens within. Another delightful surprise. Without hesitation, he directly advanced the void inheritance fragment, as with the previous token fragments. Upon advancement, Yihan acquired a complete void civilization inheritance. The objective of this battle had been achieved. Haha, splendid. I have sufficient lord power, and the void inheritance is secured. Everyone, gather around me. Return to the city. Yes. The scattered soldiers converged. Yihan shattered a token, departing from the marshy forest. The radiant sun shone brightly, and fluffy white clouds adorned the azure sky. As Yihan and his companions returned to the expansive green meadow, their eyes fell upon the familiar daunting palace, while the sound of waves crashing against the shore brought a sense of tranquility to their hearts. The atmosphere was no longer as dark as it had been within the marshy forest. Yihan disbanded the soldiers, allowing them to rest or recuperate in the recreational area, while he made his way toward the territory center within the Apang Palace. Territory Center, Daunting Palace. Level 11. Upgrading requires Lord Power, 409 million. Lumber, 80,000. Refined iron, 50,000. Gold, 30,000. Currently possessing Lord Power, 64 million. Lumber, 30,000. Refined iron, 40,000. Gold, 10,000. Effect 2. Eastern Civilization. The Lord's civilization path is martial arts civilization, immortal cultivation civilization. The host is currently situated within the martial arts civilization. Advancing to a higher civilization necessitates the inheritance of Void Civilization 1, the upgrade of the Territory Building Center to level 20, and relocating the territory to a place rich in spiritual energy. Effect 6. Level 20 unlocked. To reach the next level, an additional 50,000 lumber, 10,000 refined iron, and 10,000 gold are required. Yihan silently etched this number into his mind. He then opened the Void Trading Center and procured 200,000 units each of lumber, refined iron, and gold from the resource shop. With this, the lacking resources were promptly replenished. Upgrade. Yihan commanded the Territory Center. A flash of light erupted, and the Territory Center expanded slightly. Notification. Your Territory Center has upgraded to level 12, and your territory range has expanded from 20 kilometers to 22 kilometers. The next level requires Lord Power, 8 million, lumber, 120,000, silver, 50,000, gold, 10,000. A notification screen flashed before his eyes. More silver needed? Then I shall purchase it directly. Yihan reopened the trading center to buy 10,000 units of silver, utilizing the funds provided by his family. In truth, these funds were not truly spent, for Yihan would also mine these resources for sale. It was merely a form of advance payment. After investing 19 million to secure the necessary resources, Yihan's territory center swiftly upgraded, soon reaching level 2. He promptly clicked on Civilization Advancement. Boom. A wave of energy erupted from the territory center, lifting it into the air. A series of notification screens flashed before Yihan. Notification: Civilization Advancement successful. You have ascended to Immortal Cultivation Civilization. Notification: The sixth effect of the Territory Center has been activated. Notification: The effect of the MO Family Mechanized City has been unlocked. Notification: The new effect of the 6 doors is now available. Chapter 72. Eastern Court Palace Tablet. Marvelous Mechanized Beasts. The small world of the gods basked in brilliant sunlight. White waves lapped against the golden shore as a multitude of centaurs galloped across the vast grasslands, while a group of golden-haired priestesses knelt in prayer before the mountain temple. This small world was bustling with activity. Yihan had yet to commence a thorough exploration. At this moment, he stood within his territory, marveling at the transformation of the Eastern Court Palace. At the moment of ascending to the era of immortal cultivation, the territory center and the surrounding 500 meters of grassland began to levitate, suspended 10 meters high in the sky. A small floating island appeared within the Apang Palace. Furthermore, the territory center continued to rise and expand, ultimately transforming into a 30-meter-tall ancient building with Eastern-style eaves, accompanied by the emergence of purple clouds. The plaque of the Eastern Court Palace had also transformed into Eastern Court Hall, floating island and ancient tower, azure skies, and eastern purple clouds. After the advancement to the era of civilization, the territory center resembled the celestial palaces of his past life. Previously, Yihan had gazed with envy at his sister's floating island. Now he possessed one of his own. Moreover, it was a unique architectural style within the void world, unlike his sister's commonplace elven structures. The superficial changes appeared quite splendid. Yihan felt a surge of joy and excitement within his heart. He began to examine the notification screens before him. The sixth effect of the territory center, the MO Family Mechanized City, and the 6 doors effect had all been refreshed due to the civilization advancement. Yihan first scrutinized the 6th effect of his territory. This was his new talent. Territory Center, Eastern Court Hall. Effect 4, Harvest Advancement. The Lord can collect, conquer instances, and personally lead troops into battle to achieve one-click advancements. Buildings will transform into Eastern architecture. Others will receive an increase in quantity or quality. Notification: Items produced from the advancement cannot be further advanced. Effect 6, Eastern Court Hall Tablet, newly unlocked. The Eastern Court Hall is a spiritual building. Every 10 days, the building refreshes an advancement tablet for the Lord, who may use the tablet to advance any entity of green or lower quality. The advancement effect is identical to that of one-click advancement. Notification: Today is the first day. The Lord has received 1 Eastern Court Hall tablet. Is this tablet designed to allow me to advance other items? Yihan gazed at his new talent, slightly astonished. At first glance, this talent may seem inferior to one-click advancement. After all, one-click advancement can be applied to many rewards. However, what if these tablets are used to advance shimmering buildings? It is well known that shimmering buildings are even more precious than rare artifacts, with drop rates akin to divine treasures. To this day, he had yet to acquire a shimmering building, but he could purchase one. With 500 million in territory development funds, he could directly obtain a shimmering building from the Void Trading Association and then use the Eastern Court Hall tablet for advancement. Wouldn't that result in a one-of-a-kind Eastern shimmering building? Of course. If the tablet only advances ordinary white buildings, that would be a wasteful squandering of resources and foolishness. Now that I possess a tablet, it seems I should spend some money on a shimmering building to play around with. Yihan rubbed his hands in excitement. Now that he had entered the era of immortal cultivation, there was no longer a need to save money for the next era. Yihan planned to expend all 500 million, transforming it into assets for his territory. In fact, the previous expenditure of 40 million already indicated one thing. A second-tier territory is equivalent to a 10 million level company. The refreshed effects also included mechanized beasts. He had been looking forward to this. Yihan approached the imposing Mo family mechanized city to inspect the new effects. Whoosh. A new notification screen appeared at the entrance of the Mo family mechanized city. Building, Mo family mechanized city. Rank, white rare advancement. Level, 24. Effect 4, mechanized beasts unlocked. 1. Fiery vermilion bird. Manufacturing requires lord power, 500, spiritual wood, 300, mysterious iron, 500, flame spirit stones, 1000. Description, a mechanized beast capable of soaring freely in the sky like an eagle, possessing various fiery abilities. 2. Bronze lizard. Manufacturing requires lord power, 300, spiritual copper, 10. Refined spirit stone, 1. Description, a small mechanized lizard the size of a palm, capable of destroying enemy mechanisms or proving immensely useful in siege warfare. Mechanized white tiger. 9-headed serpent for city defense. Deep sea black tortoise. Description, the Mo family mechanized city possesses a legacy blueprint, heart of mechanism. When a mechanized beast is equipped with the heart of mechanism, it can operate autonomously. Currently, over 20 types of immortal cultivation mechanized beasts can be manufactured. A mechanized city can produce up to 50 million mechanized beasts, increasing with the building's level. The soaring vermilion bird, the palm-sized lizard, and the black tortoise that dives into the sea. The variety of mechanized beasts is quite impressive. Yihan smiled as he observed the mechanized city. After advancing to the era of immortal cultivation, the mechanized beasts of his territory had also entered a new era. Engaging in combat with these mechanized beasts will undoubtedly alter the dynamics of the battlefield. Yihan has the opportunity to examine the new effects of the Six Gates. However, when compared to the Mo family mechanized city, the effects of the Six Gates seem rather mundane. Structure, 6 Gates level, 24 rank, white rare advanced effect 1, Guardian of the Imperial Court effect 2, the 4 Great Detectives effect 3, Jianghu Supervisor effect 4, Capture effect 5. Initial insight, the 6 Gates congregate a multitude of Jianghu experts who, through diligent study of inner strength, ultimately unearth celestial power. The newly refreshed Jianghu figures and the 4 Great Detectives now possess a trace of celestial energy, resulting in an overall combat strength increase of 30. Yet, this enhancement is merely 30%. Had he not possessed that 500 million in funds, this talent would still hold significant value. However, as a scion of a prominent family, he is now endowed with ample wealth to procure green and yellow structures, rendering the effects of the 6 Gates rather superfluous. Moreover, it is quite vexing that he has yet to refresh the 4 Great Detectives. The efficacy of the mechanized beast has left him pleasantly surprised. Nevertheless, as a structure of the martial arts era, the new effects of the 6 Gates cannot hold a candle to those of the mechanized city. Ah well, let us enhance the 6 Gates using the color tier upgrade tokens. After all, these tokens are primarily utilized for barracks. Yihan summoned the color tier tokens he had previously acquired. With a flourish, emerald light flickered, and 11 tokens materialized before Yihan. He grasped one token and crushed it. With a resounding bang, the 6 Gates erupted in a cascade of green luminescence, and simultaneously, a new silhouette appeared beside the 6 Gates.